When Su Chang'an woke up, he found himself imprisoned in a dark dungeon, next to the beautiful and talented princess of the realm, who was poisoned and helpless, awaiting a fate of humiliation. Desperate to save her, he claimed to possess a unique ability that could help her detoxify through a mutual cultivation practice. However, he soon realized he had awakened in a world where memories of his past life were just surfacing, and he must navigate the dangers of his captors while trying to escape. With a mysterious system revealing itself to him, he discovers he can cultivate with powerful women to gain rewards, but time is running out. Will he manage to save the princess and harness the power of the goddess record before it's too late? Chapter 1. Princess, do you wish to detoxify? She is indeed the awakens Princess Luo Shuixian of the state of Chu, a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm. Do not linger. Such a woman is surely meant for the young master. The young master despises waste. Once he tires of her, it will be our turn. To share a night with such a woman is worth sacrificing 10 years of life. I must take the lead. Step aside, it should be my turn. The lewd whispers filled with lascivious laughter reached Su Chang'an's ears, rousing him from slumber. His head throbbed painfully. What was happening? Suddenly, a torrent of dormant memories surged into his mind. It turned out he had been reborn in this world with the memories of Earth. Due to the limited capacity of his young mind, the memories of his previous life had been sealed away, only to awaken at this moment. After his father's death in this life, he inherited his father's position and became a strongman. The work was simple and monotonous, consisting of daily patrols, and during cases, he merely needed to blend into the crowd and follow along to apprehend criminals. This time, by sheer coincidence, he had stumbled upon the missing awakens princess, which led to his capture. Once he digested these memories, panic gripped his heart. These people dare to lay hands on the awakens princess. They are undoubtedly desperate criminals. If I fall into their hands, I am as good as dead. Su Chang'an felt despondent, unable to believe that he had just awakened his memories only to find himself in a life-threatening predicament. System? Don't hide. Hurry and come out to save me. System Dad. System Mom. Oh no. Could it be that I am without a system to rely on? Suddenly, his mind became hazy, and a yellowed tome appeared in his consciousness. It radiated brilliance, exuding an aura of nobility. The cover bore the 3 gilded characters, Shun and Lu. Following this, a wealth of information flooded into Su Chang'an's mind. Awake to wield the power of the world, intoxicated to rest upon the knees of beauty. In bygone days, the Yellow Emperor consorted with 3,000 maidens, ascending to the heavens and becoming a celebrated tale. By merging true qi with a woman, one may receive rewards. The higher her rank, the greater the reward. The so-called merging of true qi involved transferring the partner's qi into oneself and then returning it, allowing for mutual exchange. This process required absolute trust and intimacy, as true qi was vital, akin to entrusting one's life to another, and it would leave an indelible mark on both. The Shin in Lu has been partially unlocked, granting the host a unique constitution, pure yang wuji body. Incredible! Su Chang'an's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. This golden opportunity required him to engage in the merging of true qi with the divine maidens of the world. What man would not desire such a privilege? It was remarkably considerate and perfectly attuned to his desires. However, his elation quickly waned. With death looming, what use was the Shun in Lu? If he could not escape, all was for naught. If I wish to survive, there is but one path forward. Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon the adjacent cell. There, a radiant figure sat cross-legged, adorned in a flowing white garment, exuding an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being who might take flight at any moment. Even without seeing her face, she captivated the heart. Simultaneously, a series of details materialized in the Shun in Lu. Luo Shuixian, maiden, 3rd grade Qi refinement, exceptional martial talent, stunning beauty, unwavering martial resolve, an exemplary character, comprehensive evaluation, national calamity level, eligible for inclusion. Truly, the national goddess of the state of Chu, rated at the calamity level. Su Chang'an could not help but exclaim in awe. The Shin in Lu classified women into 6 tiers: common, city level, nation level, calamity level, celestial, and divine maiden. In his previous life, those actresses could only rank at the city level, highlighting how rare a calamity level woman was, akin to 1 in a million. Notably, including women of the common tier yielded no rewards. If I can include the awakens princess, The rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. Su Chang'an's heart ignited with fervor. This was his sole hope for escape. Furthermore, who could resist the allure of a woman like Luo Shuixian? He cautiously approached and called softly through the bars, "Princess, princess." Seated in the far corner of the cell, Luo Shuixian opened her eyes upon hearing Su Chang'an's voice. Instantly, everything around dimmed in comparison. In his previous life, Su Chang'an had never understood why some were so entranced by beauty. At this moment, he comprehended. It was a shock that resonated deep within the soul. Her clear, bright eyes, with long lashes fluttering gently, complemented by elegantly arched brows and a delicate, refined nose, framed by sensuous lips resembling petals, all perfectly set upon her exquisite, oval face. Her flawless, fair skin glowed with a soft pink hue, akin to a fairy stepping out from a painting, meant to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Noticing Su Chang'an staring at her in a daze, Luo Shuixian's brows furrowed slightly, her heart dismissing him with a cold thought. Men are indeed all lecherous scoundrels. In the past, she would have already reprimanded Su Chang'an. However, considering he had been captured while trying to rescue her, Luo Shuixian chose to remain patient and asked, "What is it?" Her voice flowed like a clear spring, melodious yet imbued with an icy distance. Su Chang'an paid no mind to her tone, cautiously glancing around as he whispered, "Princess, do you wish to escape? Do you have a way?" Luo Shuixian's eyes sparkled with interest, followed by, "If you can help me escape, I shall make you the chief standard bearer." Su Chang'an, merely a strong man under the Divine Martial Guard, held no official title, existing at the lowest tier of extraneous personnel. Above him were the junior standard bearers, managing 10 strong men each, and the chief standard bearer oversaw 5 junior standard bearers, already a significant step into the realm of power. In Su Chang'an's memories, a chief standard bearer was a formidable figure, a personage unreachable by common folk, wielding the authority to act without prior approval for officials below the 6th rank. Su Chang'an felt a surge of temptation and gently coaxed. "Princess, you have been afflicted by the bloodthirsty poison, rendering your strength shackled, which is why you have become a prisoner. If you can break this poison, this mere prison shall not confine you." "You can cure the bloodthirsty poison?" Luo Shuixian regarded Su Chang'an with skepticism. The bloodthirsty poison posed no threat to martial artists of the 3rd grade or above, but was deadly for those below, with no antidote available. This venom dissolves within the bloodstream, leaving no trace, and it suppresses the warrior's vital energy, rendering them incapacitated. The only remedy is to wait for 3 time periods for the poison to dissipate naturally. However, Luo Shuixian is administered the bloodthirsty toxin every 3 time periods, creating an almost insurmountable predicament. Su Chang'an, merely a humble strongman, how could he possibly unravel the enigma of the bloodthirsty poison that perplexes the entire world? Su Chang'an nodded and remarked, "It is indeed possible, but it requires a small sacrifice from Princess Anping." "Speak." Princess Anping arched an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. Su Chang'an, with an air of resolution, proudly declared, "To not conceal from your highness, I am the one and only pure Yang Wuji body in existence." "Pure Yang Wuji body?" A look of confusion appeared in Luo Shuixian's beautiful eyes as she shook her head. "I have never heard of such a thing." Su Chang'an was taken aback. Was this physique so obscure? He could only recite the description of the pure Yang Wuji body from the Shun in Lu. The pure Yang Wuji body is the supreme embodiment of Yang in the world. Such a physique is akin to a human-shaped elixir. When both parties cultivate together, the efficiency is remarkably heightened, not only enhancing cultivation, but also capable of detoxifying all poisons and healing all injuries. Luo Shuixian's face was etched with skepticism. She felt that this physique was merely a fabrication of Su Chang'an, utterly implausible. Yet, her curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, "What is required to detoxify?" Su Chang'an cleared his throat and said, "It merely requires the convergence of our vital energies." Chapter 2. Princess, have you ever considered driving a train? You seek death. Luo Shuixian's eyes glimmered like blades, her voice as cold as steel. If glances could kill, Su Chang'an would have perished 100 times over. Her heart was a tempest of sorrow and indignation. It was unfathomable that she, a dignified princess and a woman of unparalleled grace, had not only been captured by a rogue, but was now being toyed with by a mere brute. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. For martial artists, True energy is more vital than the body itself, and it is also far more sensitive. The exchange of true energy equates to an utter surrender, allowing another to comprehend one's essence thoroughly. Moreover, the true energy would eternally retain the essence of the other, binding one to them forever. How could Luo Shuixian accept such a fate? My noble true energy cannot bear the mark of this individual. Princess, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. You must believe me. Su Chang'an implored, his hopes for survival resting entirely upon Luo Shuixian's cooperation. Should she refuse, all would be lost. He was not speaking idly. The pure Yang Wuji body is a sacred physique of complementary cultivation, unparalleled throughout the ages. This means that if true energy were to merge with Su Chang'an, the benefits would be immense, surpassing any elixir. My unique constitution allows for the purification of true energy through this exchange, and it could aid the princess in elevating her cultivation and breaking through her bottleneck. Su Chang'an continued to persuade her. However, Luo Shuixian closed her eyes in meditation, resolute in her decision to disregard his pleas, viewing him merely as an absurd and lecherous fool. With a resigned sigh, Su Chang'an suddenly conceived a method. In a voice low and sinister, he queried, "Princess, have you heard of the 10 tortures of the Haisha army? For instance, the kidney removal, the train ride, and..." The Haisha army's malevolence in this world bore a resemblance to certain forces from his past life, and thus he borrowed the 10 tortures directly. As he elaborated on the details, Luo Shuixian's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her body trembling imperceptibly. There is no woman who does not fear such torment, especially one as proud and noble as a princess. It would be akin to a fate worse than death. This time, it is I who am second. Who do you think you are? Do you wish to fight? Who fears whom? Not far away, the guards were still quarreling over the order of precedence, even resorting to blows. The weight of Su Chang'an's words continued to rise. Luo Shuixian's psychological defenses were on the brink of collapse. Once a fair maiden falls into the clutches of the Haisha army, her fate would be dire. They would undoubtedly not squander. Su Chang'an's every word, though devoid of direct mention of Luo Shuixian, was inherently about her. The aloof demeanor she maintained could no longer withstand the pressure, and she stammered, "Why, your pure Yang Wuji body is genuine? You do not deceive me." In that moment, she was no longer the favored daughter of heaven, but a vulnerable girl grasping at the last thread of hope. Su Chang'an sensed a glimmer of opportunity and, filled with excitement, promptly assured her, "Princess, rest assured, what I say is unequivocally true. However, our cells are separate, and there are guards. There is no way." Luo Shuixian faltered, her face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate her thoughts. This bashful demeanor was nothing short of breathtaking, causing a tempest within Su Chang'an's heart. Just as he prepared to speak, he suddenly fell silent, feigning a collapse onto the ground, his gaze fixed towards the cell door. "What are you all arguing about? The order of the line is subject to the young master's discretion." A dark-skinned, middle-aged man pushed a small cart into the room. "The butcher is here to bleed the lad. Come, hurry. Watching this fellow bleed will give you nightmares tonight. Butcher, remember to be gentle. Do not frighten the princess. And make sure to clean up the scraps and entrails before you leave." With his arrival, the other guards inexplicably retreated, avoiding him like a venomous serpent. "Lad, you shall be my 108th dismembered victim." The butcher's voice was hoarse and grating as he gazed at Su Chang'an with a lack of emotion, akin to an observer regarding a lamb destined for slaughter. A cruel smile curling at his lips. Creaking open the cell door, he entered and began to arrange the implements on the cart, explaining their uses in a manner reminiscent of a deranged individual. Bone saw, bloodletting ring, muscle hook. You will experience each of these tools in turn, and I assure you, with my skills, you shall not perish easily. Rather, you will witness the separation of your innards and flesh until your very last drop of blood is extracted. The human body is a treasure trove, especially the blood, which contains boundless essence. Human pills are concocted from human blood, a favorite among nefarious cultivators, enhancing their cultivation upon consumption. This is utterly depraved. Merely listening sent shivers down Su Chang'an's spine. The fear of life and death loomed large. His adrenaline surged, breath held, body taut, like a coiled serpent awaiting its moment. "Little one, we shall commence now. Let me see from which part we shall begin." The butcher excitedly brandished a small knife, grinning maliciously as he approached Su Chang'an, mockingly reaching out to touch his face, appraising his appearance. In the next moment, The seemingly incapacitated Su Chang'an's eyes ignited with brilliance. He had long anticipated this opportunity and sprang forth, snatching the knife from the butcher's grasp and, in a flash, slicing it across his throat. You. The butcher's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly been affected by the bloodthirsty poison. How could he still exhibit the speed of a martial artist? Alas, no one would provide him with the answer. Su Chang'an swiftly covered his mouth, forcefully pinning him to the ground, the knife plunging repeatedly into his heart. Martial artists possess far greater vitality than ordinary individuals. One must strike decisively, leaving no room for mercy. Breathing deeply, suppressing his nerves, Su Chang'an whispered in the butcher's ear as he struggled. Moments later, the butcher ceased his movements, and Su Chang'an finally exhaled a sigh of relief, cold sweat nearly soaking his back, his hands trembling. A stroke of luck. A monumental stroke of luck. Although the pure Yang Wuji body had freed him from the bloodthirsty poison, his martial arts were merely at the early stage of refining strength, while the butcher's prowess was at the mid-stage. Had the butcher not been careless and entirely unguarded, Su Chang'an would have never achieved this victory. However, he met a fitting end. Who could have anticipated that Su Chang'an would have the means to dispel the bloodthirsty poison? Su Chang'an dared not linger, seizing a large knife to sever the pillar between his cell and Luo Shuixian's, stepping boldly into her space. Your Highness, I have arrived. He approached Luo Shuixian, his gaze ardently fixed upon her exquisite visage. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever beheld. Even the most renowned internet celebrities from his past life, with their beauty filters at their maximum, could not compare to her in the slightest. As the saying goes, Yun Xiang Yi Chong, Hua Xiang Rong, Chun Feng Fu Can, Luo Hua No. Had it not been for the sight atop Kunyu Mountain, one would not encounter her beneath the moon at Yao Tai. Overcome by emotion, he recited this poem aloud. You can recite poetry? Luo Shuixian's eyes widened, and a ripple of intrigue stirred within her heart. This poem, a timeless masterpiece, was one she had never heard before. It was evidently penned by Su Chang'an. Had he truly composed a poem for her? Su Chang'an urged, I possess many more talents. But time is of the essence. We must hasten. Should anyone breach the prison, that life would be lost, and Su Chang'an had no leisure to cultivate emotions. Luo Shuixian had never faced such a predicament. Her cheeks flushed, and she found herself at a loss. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. At this critical moment, Su Chang'an upheld the mantle of a man. The princess shuddered slightly, gradually raising her hand. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Su Chang'an as she spoke softly. If you deceive me, please end my life afterward. I cannot bear the humiliation from the He Sha army. Su Chang'an gazed at her with confidence, smiling as he replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, I would never deceive you. You shall see for yourself. Indeed. Chapter 3. Enlisting the Princess, a tremendous leap forward. With palms pressed together, Luo Shuixian's vital energy flowed into Su Chang'an's body, filtered through, and returned to her own. In and out, circulating repeatedly, their faces grew increasingly flushed, as if their souls were merging, a wondrous and exhilarating sensation. The vital energy was so sensitive, surging within each other's bodies, that Luo Shuixian couldn't help but let out a soft moan. From then on, their martial energies bore the imprint of one another's essence. After an hour of cultivation, both Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian sat cross-legged. To her astonishment, Luo Shuixian discovered that her vital energy had become exceptionally pure. Not only did it effortlessly neutralize the bloodthirst poison, but her own strength surged dramatically, and the bottleneck that had long troubled her began to loosen. Martial realms are divided into 9 grades. First grade refines strength. Second grade refines spirit. Third grade refines energy. Fourth grade condenses the 5 energies. Fifth grade gathers the 3 blossoms. Sixth grade forms the golden core. Seventh grade achieves the immortal body. Eighth grade attains harmony with heaven and humanity. And ninth grade returns to oneness. Every 3 grades represent a major realm, a significant divide, a bottleneck that could trap one for a lifetime. Luo Shuixian had been stuck at the late stage of the 3rd grade, refining energy, for 2 years, unable to condense the 5 energies. Little did she expect that cultivating with Su Chang'an would bring her to the brink of success. The so-called 5 energies correspond to the 5 organs and the 5 elements. Kidneys belong to water, lungs to metal, spleen to earth, liver to wood, and heart to fire. Once the 5 energies are condensed, 1's vital energy embodies the attributes of the 5 elements, capable of projecting outward, multiplying in power exponentially, and granting immunity to most toxins. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an's body underwent a tremendous transformation. The pure young limitless body is a complementary cultivation saintly physique, effective not only for women, but also providing feedback to oneself, emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang. Moreover, Luo Shuixian's cultivation far surpassed Su Chang'an's, so the benefits he received were even greater. Su Chang'an's strength increased at a visibly rapid pace. The first grade, refining strength, focuses on cultivating the physical body, enhancing physical qualities and power. In a short time, Su Chang'an reached the peak of the refining strength realm, but this was not the end. He entered a mysterious and profound state, as if returning to the womb, becoming an infant once more. Humans are born with a strand of innate energy, which is why infants possess sharper senses than adults and can even perceive things invisible to grown-ups. However, as one becomes tainted by worldly influences, this innate energy gradually dissipates. The second grade, refining spirit, allows one to return to this innate state. Moments later, a surge of energy flashed, and Su Chang'an felt refreshed, clear-minded, and sharp-sensed. He had achieved the early stage of the refining spirit realm. Yet, an even greater reward awaited him. The record of Divine Maidens turned to its first page, revealing a portrait of a woman, elegant, noble, breathtakingly beautiful, and so radiant it made one feel inadequate. It was none other than Luo Shuixian. Successfully enlisting the woman Luo Shuixian, comprehensive evaluation, nation-toppling level. Rewards, Golden Body Technique, Nether God Technique. The Golden Body Technique is a body-refining cultivation method. With each breakthrough, physical qualities multiply. The first layer doubles them, the second layer triples them, and so on. Simultaneously, physical defense greatly improves, ultimately forging an indestructible diamond body that transcends the boundaries of life and death, becoming imperishable and eternal. The Nether God Technique is a method for tempering divine consciousness. Divine consciousness can be understood as the soul or primordial spirit, the fusion of one's essence, energy, and spirit, crucial and infinitely versatile. Overjoyed, Su Chang'an opened his eyes, only to meet a pair of stunningly cold orbs before he could celebrate. Luo Shuixian stood in place, her white robes fluttering, an icy aura lowering the temperature around her. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Chang'an, filled with complexity. She never imagined her vital energy would be imprinted with the essence of a minor guard in such a place. Even more surprising was that this minor guard's claims turned out to be true, having personally verified the wonders of the pure, young, limitless body. Her mind and body were profoundly shaken. Congratulations on recovering your strength, princess. Let us hurry and fight our way out before the Black Fiend Army's young master arrives and causes trouble, Su Chang'an said, feeling immense pressure. Luo Shuixian took a deep breath and said coldly, "Not a single word about what happened between us is to be spoken." Su Chang'an nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, princess, this subordinate will take this matter to the grave." Outside the prison cell, 2 guards were eavesdropping on the movements within. Why did the noise stop? Strange. Why was there a woman's cry earlier? Princess Anping is inside too, remember? As a princess, pampered and privileged, she must have been terrified by the butcher's methods. True, women react like that when frightened. TSK. That poor lad. Boom. The prison door suddenly exploded. A woman in unstained white robes walked out slowly. Luo Shuixian. She recovered her strength? Quick, run. Swoosh, swoosh. Luo Shuixian raised her hand and pointed. 2 golden rays, like lightning, shot into the guards' heads, causing them to explode instantly. Metal attribute? You actually broke through to the 4th grade. A burly man who had just arrived gasped in shock at the sight and turned to flee. He was the leader here, at the peak of the 3rd grade refining energy realm. But faced with a 4th grade opponent, he lacked even the courage to resist. Luo Shuixian flashed forward and pursued him. In just 3 moves, she crippled the burly man, followed by a one-sided massacre. Clearly, Luo Shuixian harbored deep hatred for these people and was venting her fury. Su Chang'an quietly observed as a spectator. His heart swelled with excitement and tension, thinking to himself, "Damn, the martial artists in this world are unbelievably strong. Luo Shuixian is only 4th grade, yet she rivals the superheroes from my previous life. Once I achieve martial prowess, figures like Captain America and Iron Man will pale in comparison. Only when there was no one left to kill did Luo Shuixian finally stop. She cast a deep glance at Su Chang and before grabbing the leader and vanishing into the night. Does the promise of making me a chief banner still stand? Su Chang'an muttered to himself before hastily fleeing the scene of turmoil. The estate was located outside the capital, remote yet not far from the city. Su Chang'an returned to the Divine Martial Guards by the next morning. In this world, martial arts reign supreme, with demonic beasts occasionally appearing and martial artists roaming freely. This often leads to supernatural incidents beyond the handling of ordinary people, giving rise to the Divine Martial Guards. The individuals absorbed within are all martial artists, specifically tasked with overseeing both martial practitioners and demons, directly accountable to the emperor. This grants the Xinwu Wei an exalted status, endowed with imperial privileges, including the authority to act first and report later. However, when Su Chang'an sought to enter the Xinwu Wei, he was unexpectedly obstructed. What does this mean? Have you all forgotten me? Just as Su Chang'an was engulfed in confusion, a boisterous laugh echoed from nearby. Ha, Su Chang'an, you have absconded from duty for 5 days. I have already expelled you from the Xinwu Wei, so be gone. Zhao Gong. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling that this was the nemesis of his current life. Zhao Gong and Su Chang'an's father were both junior commanders in the Xinwu Wei. Zhao Gong frequently exploited his position to oppress the virtuous and extort wealth. In contrast, Su's father was known for his integrity and would stand up for justice, resulting in frequent conflicts between the two. After Su's father's passing, although Su Chang'an could inherit his position in the Xinwu Wei, he was compelled to voluntarily demote himself to the rank of a mere enforcer. Unfortunately, fate dealt him a cruel hand, as he found himself assigned under Zhao Gong. This unfortunate circumstance led to Zhao Gong regularly creating trouble for Su Chang'an, even assigning perilous tasks that nearly cost him his life on several occasions. Chapter 4. The Imperial Edict. The Grand Banner. A grand display. Zhao Gang was unmistakably intent on eliminating Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an was acutely aware that he could not afford to lose his position in the Xinwu Wei. Firstly, the Xinwu Wei represented both identity and status, akin to a protective talisman. Once lost, Zhao Gang would be free to act against him without restraint. Secondly, the social hierarchy in this world was starkly defined, and an individual lacking connections could find themselves in dire straits. Having been granted a second chance at life, he yearned to witness the splendor at the pinnacle of power. The Xinwu Wei provided an excellent stage for such aspirations. Thirdly, based on the previous point, he sought to attract more extraordinary women of talent. Seeing that Su Chang'an was still unwilling to leave, Zhao Gang sneered. Someone, throw him out. Stop. 2 young officers from the Xinwu Wei rushed forward to shield Su Chang'an. Uncle Fong, Uncle Zhou. Su Chang'an recognized the two. They were friends of his father during his lifetime, Fong Qingshan and Zhou Daji. When Su Chang'an was but a child, his father often brought him along to drink with them. During Zhao Gang's previous harassment, it was these two who had intervened on multiple occasions. Fong Qingshan spoke up. Zhao Gang. Chang'an is not merely off for leisure. He might be pursuing a criminal, investigating demonic traces, breaking through bottlenecks, or perhaps has fallen into a trap. Under any of these circumstances, you have no grounds to dismiss him. Indeed, Chang'an, you should announce to everyone what you have been up to, Zhou Daji urged with a meaningful glance towards Su Chang'an. Zhao Gang's expression darkened, his anger barely contained. You are essentially broadcasting the standard answer across Chang'an's face. Su Chang'an understood the intentions of Uncle Fong and Uncle Zhou, feeling a surge of gratitude within. Yet, he found no need to fabricate a lie. With neither arrogance nor servility, he stated, I went to rescue Princess Anping. Rescue the princess? You? Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Su Chang'an as if he were a fool, scoffing at him. The surrounding members of the Xinwu Wei cast disbelieving glances at Su Chang'an. A wave of derisive murmurs rising. Give him a chance, he's utterly useless. Perfectly sidestepping all the right answers. Come on, buddy, how could the princess possibly have anything to do with you? I cannot believe this excuse for a moment. At present, the capital was under high alert, with the entire city enveloped in a heavy silence. Every few steps there was a guard, every few paces a sentry. The Xinwu Wei, the Royal City Office, the Supervisory Office, and the Jinwu Wei were all busily engaged in the investigation surrounding the case of the princess. Princess Anping, a prodigious martial artist and a member of the royal family, had inexplicably gone missing in the capital. What would this mean for the royal family's reputation, and how would their authority be upheld? In just a few days, over 100 officials had lost their heads due to negligence. The Xinwu Wei had even dispatched a 7th-tier captain. Yet they had still failed to ascertain the whereabouts of the princess. How could someone like Su Chang'an, a mere laborer, dare to involve himself in matters concerning the princess? Chang'an, you should not overthink this. I was referring to the standard answer. Zhou Qingshan urged. Quickly, rephrase your statement, just as Uncle Zhou suggested. Zhou Daji gestured frantically at Su Chang'an, his eyes nearly twitching from the intensity. Look, honestly, no one believes you. Su Chang'an felt a sense of helplessness. He had no desire to conjure an excuse that did not exist, as it was unnecessary. Moreover, should he later be proven to have genuinely rescued the princess, it would contradict his fabricated excuse, giving rise to an impression of dishonesty. Su Chang'an, you have abandoned your post and lied to claim credit, which merits a heightened punishment. I shall cleanse the ranks today, Zhao Gang suddenly bellowed, launching a powerful fist towards Su Chang'an's chest without warning. Zhao Gang, how dare you? No one expected Zhao Gang to act so impulsively. Zhou Qingshan and Feng Daji could not intervene in time. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chang'an's eyes. Damn it! This wretch cannot wait even a moment longer. He seeks my life. That punch was vicious. Had Su Chang'an still been merely at the initial stage of strength refinement, he would undoubtedly have been killed outright. Humph! He let out a cold snort, channeling all his strength to throw a punch of his own. Seeking death, Zhao Gang, seeing Su Chang'an daring to counter, wore a look of disdain. Then, in the next moment, he felt his once prided strength crushed by an overwhelming force. Bang! Zhao Gang staggered back 3 steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other members of the Xinwu Wei gazed at Su Chang'an in shock. A ripple of commotion spreading through the ranks. How did Su Chang'an suddenly reach the realm of spiritual refinement? This is unusual. Zhao Gang is at the mid-tier of spiritual refinement, yet he was driven back by Su Chang'an. Zhao Gang had been careless. Could it be that Su Chang'an had been concealing his true strength all along? Su Chang'an calmly retracted his fist. The pure Yang Wuji body had enhanced his combat prowess, allowing his strength to far surpass that of his peers. Chang'an, you have reached the realm of spiritual refinement? Feng Qingshan exclaimed, a mix of joy and astonishment evident in his voice. Su Chang'an smiled and nodded. Yes, I encountered a small fortuity. Ha ha ha, excellent. Wonderful. Feng Qingshan and Zhou Daji erupted into heartfelt laughter. Zhao Gang's face had turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes burning with rage. Hearing that Su Chang'an had broken through was more painful than a death sentence for him. He roared, Su Chang'an is using the princess's name to defy authority. Seize him. Who dares? Feng Qingshan and Zhou Daji stood protectively in front of Su Chang'an. I have noted everything Su Chang'an has just said. If you two shield him, you shall be guilty by association. Zhao Gang sneered, feeling as if he were firmly in control of the situation. To utter such foolish words, Su Chang'an truly was dim-witted. The proclamation arrived. A distinctly recognizable voice of a eunuch rang out. A eunuch clad in a red robe and official boots rode forward on horseback. Everyone's expression altered dramatically, and in an instant, they all knelt down. A figure from the Xinwu Wei soared forth, positioning himself at the forefront of the crowd. Su Chang'an instinctively glanced at this individual, noting a square face, a broad nose, and piercing eyes that seemed to crackle with energy. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, exuding an aura that demanded attention with each breath. Most importantly, he wore a black robe embroidered with golden threads depicting a giant python, surrounded by swirling cloud patterns, an undeniable symbol of unparalleled nobility. He did not bow in reverence, but merely inclined his body in greeting. Golden threads, python robes, cloud patterns. His identity was unmistakable. The head of the Xinwu Wei, the chief commanding officer. Following him, several figures leapt forth, all kneeling on one knee to receive the imperial edict. They were all adorned in dark robes, the distinctive black-patterned attire of the Xinwu Wei. However, the embellishments varied. Some featured silver threads intricately woven into cloud patterns, with a few ethereal auspicious clouds floating above. This signified the rank of a 100-man leader. Others, building upon the cloud motif, showcased a silver fierce tiger, its eyes wide and fierce, claws poised, exuding an imposing aura that instilled fear. This denoted the rank of a 1,000-man leader. The garments, embellished with beast motifs and scales, symbolized their elevated status. The hierarchy within the Xinwu Wei spanned from the lowest rank of strengthener to the higher ranks of small banner, general banner, 100-man leader, 1,000-man leader, town guardian, deputy commander, and the supreme commander. At this moment, the assembly of prominent figures found themselves in utter bewilderment. The emperor had long ceased to engage in state affairs, engrossed instead in the pursuit of immortality, and his proclamations had become increasingly sparse. What significant event had transpired to warrant a decree? Su Chang'an received the edict and promptly responded, "Your subordinate is here." His heart raced with excitement, anticipating a reward for his efforts. The eunuch, with head held high and a commanding voice, recited, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees." Shenwu Wei's Su Chang'an, undaunted by peril, boldly infiltrated the Black Sha army's stronghold and rescued Princess Anping, demonstrating extraordinary valor and loyalty. Henceforth, he is promoted to the rank of general banner in the Shenwu Wei. Thus it is decreed. The assembly of esteemed individuals, supreme commander, 1,000-man leaders, 100-man leaders, turned their heads in unison, their gazes piercing, astonished to behold the inconspicuous Su Chang'an amongst the crowd. A mere strengthener had achieved such a monumental feat. The other members of the Shenwu Wei also lifted their heads in astonishment, gazing at Su Chang'an in disbelief. This was unprecedented. He had truly gone to rescue the princess. The thought of having previously mocked him made them feel like fools. Zhao Gang, unable to manage his expression, was consumed by jealousy, his features contorted with rage, trembling with indignation. Just moments ago, he had been able to toy with the lives of mere ants, and now, unexpectedly, he had drawn the attention of both the princess and the emperor, even surpassing him in rank. Internally, he raged, by what right? What gives this insignificant wretch the audacity? Your subordinate receives the decree. Su Chang'an rose to accept the imperial edict, his face flushed with excitement. Such a promotion as general banner could hardly warrant an imperial proclamation. Yet, Su Chang'an's act of saving the princess was a matter of royal dignity. Merely elevating his rank would not suffice. It had to reflect the emperor's profound favor. Once the eunuch departed, the supreme commander turned to Su Chang'an. His fierce eyes, seldom softened, now radiated warmth as he smiled. "You have done remarkably well. You have greatly enhanced the honor of the Shenwu Wei. I am merely fortunate. Your commendation is too generous," Su Chang'an responded humbly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. The supreme commander was even more pleased. To retain such composure amidst both praise and reproach was a rare quality. He was indeed a person of great potential. Casting a glance at the crowd, he declared, "Guoming, from now on, Su Chang'an will be under your command. Take him to the first floor of the Shenwu Pavilion to select 2 martial skills." Chapter 5, 2 Martial Arts. Jia Fangxi Guoming, clad in a silver and black robe, was broad and stout, his round face and large ears giving him a jovial appearance reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. With a warm demeanor, he escorted Su Chang'an to the martial arts pavilion. Along the way, he amiably shared numerous rules of the Divine Martial Guard, greatly benefiting Su Chang'an with his insights. The management above the rank of general is relatively loose. Aside from maintaining public order in the capital and responding to special directives, individuals usually retrieve their tasks from the case hall independently. Cases are rated from A to E, with increasing difficulty and corresponding merits. The merits hold significant value, allowing for the exchange of divine weapons, elixirs, or martial arts techniques. The princess's case had reached AB rating, but according to her account, Su Chang'an had merely provided a small assist. Thus he could not claim primary credit. The commander permits him to select 2 martial arts techniques, which he had already earned. Nodding in agreement, Su Chang'an noted that Luo Shuixian had not revealed the full truth, which suited him just fine. Soon, they arrived at the martial arts pavilion. By the way, the name of our commanding officer is Li Yuan, and our direct superior is Wei Qinggong, the 1,000 household leader. When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. Now, you may enter and select your martial arts." Guoming concluded before departing. The martial arts pavilion comprises 4 levels, corresponding to the 4 ranks, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Huang-level martial arts are suitable for practitioners of the 1st to 3rd ranks, Xian level for the 4th to 6th, D level for 7th and 8th, while Tian level is reserved for the 9th rank. Naturally, lower-ranked warriors can also practice higher-tier techniques, albeit at a significantly slower pace, possibly facing repercussions. Currently, Su Chang'an was learning a technique named De Li Quan, priced at 5 taels of silver, which was regarded as a foundational Huang-level technique. He was indeed in need of more martial arts. After surveying the options, he settled on 2 techniques, both of superior Huang level. Qi Ju Dao Fa. This technique pertains to swordsmanship. The lethality of a weapon undoubtedly surpasses that of bare hands. And Su Chang'an was drawn to the formidable nature of swords. Thus he chose this martial art. Once mastered, this sword technique allows the practitioner to unleash 7 sword shadows, dazzling to behold. Furthermore, with each shadow produced, the wielder can double their strength, culminating in a staggering 7-fold power with all 7 blades combined. Zhui Xingbu. This technique falls under body movement, an essential skill for both escape and pursuit. Once perfected, it enables one to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. The elderly gatekeeper at the entrance lounged in a wrought tin chair, eyes closed in meditation, not sparing a glance for Su Chang'an as he muttered, "Register yourself. Return in a month. Remember, martial arts cannot be sold privately. Offenders will be executed." Su Chang'an bowed respectfully to the gatekeeper, completed his registration, and eagerly returned home to practice. The greatest advantage of being a general is the freedom afforded, as trivial matters are handled by the strength and minor ranks, allowing more time for training. He practiced diligently for 5 days. In his small courtyard, a youth repeatedly swung his sword. What appeared to be a simple stroke manifested 3 sword shadows in midair, an astonishing sight that would bewilder any ordinary observer. In the next moment, the 3 shadows merged into one, striking a large stone before him with a resounding crash. The stone split cleanly in half. With a sigh of satisfaction, Su Chang'an murmured to himself, "Martial arts truly is addictive." The exhilarating sensation of continuous improvement was utterly captivating, especially for an enthusiast of martial arts like Su Chang'an, who longed to soar through the skies and experience the thrill of flight. Yet, practicing martial arts requires a balance. It was time to explore the wonders of this otherworldly realm. He stepped outside his door, akin to a traveler wandering along the street. The road was paved with ancient bluestone, the main thoroughfare exceedingly wide, occasionally branching into narrow alleys. Pedestrians hurried by, and horse-drawn carriages passed leisurely. On either side of the road, a cacophony of voices filled the air as vendors set up stalls, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Steamed buns, piping hot steamed buns. Honored guest, please come in. Will you dine or stay the night? Waiter, bring the wine. Make way. Those who wish to live should not obstruct the path. These shouts, which once only echoed in television dramas from his past life, now rang clear and vivid beside him, leaving Su Chang'an momentarily disoriented. "Sir, sir." A chorus of calls snapped him back to reality. "Uncle Fong. Uncle Zhou." He looked in surprise at the 2 men beside him, then quickly added, "You can just call me Chang'an, as you used to." "Absolutely not." Fong Qingshan and Zhou Daji shook their heads solemnly. "We have completed the formalities. From now on, we are under your command, Chang'an. Addressing you by name would diminish your authority. Indeed, we have come to pledge our allegiance to you. From now on, you are our superior, and we are your subordinates. How could we call you by your name?" "You too." Su Chang'an felt a surge of emotion. He had been promoted to general, but thus far, it was merely a title, with no subordinates to support him, leaving him as a mere figurehead. The root of the issue lay in no one wishing to ally with him, as they still perceived him as that small, fortunate laborer who had risen in rank without prospects. Fong Qingshan and Zhou Daji's claim of allegiance was, in truth, a deliberate effort to assist him. Su Chang'an earnestly replied, "Uncle Fong, Uncle Zhou, outside of work, please still call me Chang'an." "Very well. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so much, achieving such success as a general. Your father would be overjoyed to know. Indeed, I still remember you as a child, wearing split pants and wielding a wooden stick, proclaiming that you were a martial deity." Fong Qingshan and Zhou Daji beamed with affection. Su Chang'an felt speechless. Let us not dwell on that embarrassing history. By the way, in a few days, it will be the annual Divine Martial Guard demonstration. Now that you have just become a general, you must pay attention to your performance, Fong Qingshan reminded him. Su Chang'an nodded gravely. Each year, the Divine Martial Guard holds a grand demonstration where the 100 households summon their subordinates for a large-scale drill to assess martial progress. The most captivating and scrutinized aspect is the evaluation of the general. Su Chang'an has now ascended to the position of chief banner, necessitating his acceptance of the evaluation by the Baihu. The 3 individuals engaged in conversation while strolling, unknowingly traversing an arched bridge, arriving at the serene banks of Chua Lake. The ambience here shifted dramatically. The grass flourished and the orioles soared, pavilions and towers adorned with vibrant red lanterns hung high. while the melodies of songbirds filled the air. Scholars and gentlemen mingled in jovial discourse, while the unrefined were noticeably absent. Esteemed guests, come in and enjoy, called out the maidens, beckoning. Don't leave, dear patrons. Above in the loft, the crimson sleeves danced gracefully. The air was suffused with fragrant aromas, and the soft dialect of Wu filled the ears. Truly, this was a place that tantalized the senses. Su Chang'an cast a glance at the sign emblazoned with the golden characters, Jiafangxi. Zhou Daji immediately inquired, Fang Qingshan, how could you lead Chang'an to such a place of frivolity? It is clearly you who has grown accustomed to such haunts. Do not place the blame upon me. Fang Qingshan retorted promptly. Zhou Daji shot back, you speak nonsense. I have never set foot in this establishment. Ah, Master Zhou, you have arrived. A voluptuous woman in a red dress approached at a brisk pace, wrapping her arms around Zhou Daji like a seductive serpent. Zhou Daji's face flushed crimson as he feigned seriousness. Who are you? I do not recognize you. Cease this frivolity. The woman laughed melodiously. Master Zhou, you bear a prominent mole on your chest. Hence your name Zhou Daji, am I correct? Come now, bring your friend and join the revelry. How can you act so brazenly? I am not acquainted with you. Zhou Daji continued his perfunctory struggle, yet soon found himself drawn inside. How disgraceful. Fang Qingshan scoffed, his expression one of disdain, embodying an air of righteousness. Master Fang, why do you linger at the entrance? Come in, I can hardly wait. A slender maiden in a blue dress from the second floor of Jiafangxi waved a handkerchief, her enthusiasm ablaze. Fang Qingshan. Chapter 6. Acceptable for inclusion. Inside the Jiafangxi. In Chang'an, many of the women within the Jiafangxi have tragic backgrounds, all belonging to unfortunate families. Fang Qingshan held Xiaoqing close, attempting to salvage dignity. Su Chang'an blurted out, Father gambles, mother is ill, brother studies. Indeed, Chang'an, your summary is spot on. We care for them out of pity and support their business. It is, in essence, an act of charity, replied Zhou Daji, embracing Xiao Hong with righteous fervor. And who might this handsome young man be? Xiao Hong inquired curiously, gazing at Su Chang'an. Zhou Daji proudly declared, this is my nephew. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is already the commander of the Shenwu Guard. The gazes of Xiaoqing and Xiao Hong towards Su Chang'an instantly transformed, casting flirtatious glances, exuding allure. Wow, this young man is quite capable. Handsome young man. The sisters would be delighted to serve you. Zhou Daji promptly interrupted their advances. What nonsense are you thinking? My nephew is still a virgin. You two faded flowers should keep your distance. Xiaoqing licked her lips and said, we don't want money. We can give your nephew a red envelope. Fang Qingshan shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. We, as uncle and nephew, must not share the same path. You peripheral women should forget it. The ladies of the inner cabinet are more suitable. Peripheral women? Su Chang'an was taken aback, surprised to hear such a familiar term. Chang'an, you have grown up. There are certain truths you should comprehend. Zhou Daji began to enlighten him in an elder's tone. Peripheral women are these courtesans, selling their arts, laughter, and bodies. The ladies of the inner cabinet are not to be trifled with. They are the daughters of those who have fallen from grace due to crimes of treason. These women, born into noble families, were all cherished jewels, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, exuding extraordinary grace and cultivated manners. Like phoenixes fallen to the earth, they were highly sought after, commanding far greater prices. Fang Qingshan added, Dechu has established an unwritten rule that once a noble woman enters the Jiafangxi, she must not be treated with disrespect for 3 years. Even if one wishes to sleep with her, consent must be obtained first. Do you know why? Su Chang'an shook his head, as he was not an experienced one. There are 2 reasons, Zhou Daji boasted. First, this serves as a safety net for officials. No one can guarantee they will not fall from grace. Hence they provide their daughters with a measure of protection. Second, there are instances where families have been exonerated after being wronged, and if their daughters were ruined in the meantime, it would be a great disgrace. Thus, a 3-year grace period is established. Uncle Fang, Uncle Zhou, truly well-informed, Su Chang'an remarked, appearing deeply enlightened. Chang'an, there is much more for you to learn. Today, your Uncle Fang and Uncle Zhou will pool money together to find an inner cabinet lady to take your virginity. What a splendid suggestion. I must contribute. Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji, increasingly spirited, began to indulge themselves. Xiao Hong chuckled. Today happens to be the day a courtesan is leaving her profession. Perhaps the handsome young man won't even need to spend any money. Oh, which courtesan? Fang Qingshan inquired, astonished that he had not heard of this news. Xiao Hong replied, Buying Xue. What? It's her. Fang Qingshan exclaimed. No wonder so many people have gathered today. They must all be here for her. Both Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji trembled at the revelation. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. This name was indeed renowned. After all, it was associated with a case that had shocked the entire Shenwu continent, the 12 gold medals case. 3 years ago, General Bai Chong, a master of warfare, led a force of 100,000 to decisively defeat 300,000 soldiers of Qi, advancing straight towards the capital of Qi. However, the emperor issued 12 gold medals overnight, urging him to return to the capital. The day after Bai Chong returned, he was sentenced to death for charges including corruption, illegal possession of weapons, collusion with Qi, and treason among others. Thus, a legendary military hero fell from grace. Overnight, the entire Bai family was extinguished, with only Bai Yingxue sent to the Jiafangxi. The uproar and impact of this case reverberated throughout the realm. And even though it was forbidden to be mentioned, it remained common knowledge. The remnants of the Qi army re-emerged, transforming into the current Haisha army. This plot felt all too familiar to Su Chang'an. He could not help but lament the striking similarity to a historical account he had known in his previous life. Today marked the last day of the 3-year period. If Bai Yingxue did not find a man to deflower her, her first time would be auctioned off. Xiao Hong teased Su Chang'an. So, little brother, put in some effort. You might just be able to sleep with the courtesan for free. Fang Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, do not lead my nephew astray. Bai Yingxue is beyond his reach. Indeed, he is lacking in literary finesse, Zhou Daji added. In this world, the absence of entertainment options had led to an unprecedented flourishing of cultural pursuits. The admiration for poetry, songs, and the arts was no less fervent than on earth. Young maidens in love often found themselves captivated by refined scholars. Bai Yingxue was no exception. She preferred to choose her suitor based on talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet for 3 years, no one had caught her fancy. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan soon turned their attention to Xiao Hong and Xiao Qing, leaving Su Chang'an to his own devices. Bored, he surveyed the scene. The front rows were undoubtedly filled with individuals of notable status, mostly second-generation elites, all exuding arrogance. Among them, he spotted a familiar face. Zhao Gang sat in the front row, akin to an old dog, fawning over a young man clad in luxurious attire, tail wagging in servitude. This young man bore panda-like eyes, a face marked by excess, exuding an air of debauchery. How stark the class distinctions were, Su Chang'an mused. Even though everyone occupied the same hall, the layers of society were clearly delineated. One could easily distinguish between a destitute scholar and a wealthy heir. Suddenly, someone shouted, "She's coming out. Miss Bai is coming out." The crowd stirred, and all eyes turned to the second floor. A woman pulled aside the beaded curtain and gracefully entered the gaze of the audience. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her bosom deep, waist slender, and legs long. Her figure ethereal, akin to willow fluff dancing in the breeze, imbued with a water-like grace. Regrettably, she wore a thin white veil over her face, obscuring her features. However, her eyes, clear and bright as crystal water, sparkled with a deep melancholy, captivating all who beheld her. Silence enveloped the crowd as they gazed, green-eyed with envy, greedily admiring her beauty. Bai Yingshue's allure needed no embellishment. She was renowned as one of the 3 beauties of the capital alongside Princess Anping and Princess Huaiyang. Coupled with her lineage as the daughter of a war god and her unparalleled talents, she was undoubtedly regarded as the national goddess of the capital. Su Chang'an promptly used the Divine Maiden record to check the information. Bai Yingxue, a maiden, 2nd grade refining spirit realm, martial arts aptitude above average, musical talent superior, appearance exceptional, pure and chaste. With a clever and agile mind. Comprehensive evaluation, nation-toppling level, eligible for inclusion. Finally, I've encountered one who can be included. Su Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. The requirements of the Divine Maiden record were even higher than he had imagined. Over this period, he had observed no fewer than 100 young women, yet not a single one had received even a city-toppling level evaluation. Since I've come across such a rare find, there's no reason to let it slip away. Since it's a contest of literary talent, I still have a considerable chance. After all, behind me lies the cultural heritage of an entire world. Chapter 7. Standing out on the 2nd floor, Bai Yingxue, clad in a delicate blue gown, gazed silently at the throng below, her heart heavy with melancholy. 3 years prior, she had been the most sought-after woman in Dechu, her status elevated to celestial heights. Now, however, she felt akin to a mere plaything, contested by a host of powerful nobles, even facing the prospect of being auctioned off. Her eyes reflected sorrow and emptiness beneath her flowing sleeves. Her slender fingers clutched a jade hairpin tightly. Should no suitable suitor emerge today, her only recourse would be to resist her impending fate through death. At the opportune moment, the matron stepped forward, her voice cheerful. Esteemed gentlemen and distinguished spectators, Bai Xiaojie shall now present a musical piece for your enjoyment. In the next moment, Bai Yingxue seated herself cross-legged, her hands gliding over the guqin, the melodies flowing forth. Instinctively, everyone closed their eyes, enraptured by the enchanting music. Even Su Chang'an, with his previous life's cultural refinement and exposure to numerous masterpieces, found himself utterly captivated. Bai Yingxue's skill on the guqin was undoubtedly of a masterful caliber. Soon, the performance concluded, the lingering notes resonating in the air. Bai Yingxue boldly posed a question. I invite all present to critique my performance. At this, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Was it not merely a competition of flattery? A scholar was the first to stand, his enthusiasm palpable. Bai Gunyang's playing possesses an enchanting quality, transporting one to a meadow filled with blossoms, where birds sing, butterflies dance, and children frolic. Truly a sight of unparalleled beauty, joyous and delightful. Much like Bai Gunyang herself, the epitome of all that is splendid in this world. Following him, one after another, voices rose in praise. Goodness, how eloquent cultured individuals can be. Fang Qingshan felt a twinge of inadequacy. If pressed for his opinion, he could only muster a simple exclamation of awe. At that moment, the young master accompanying Zhao Gang stood up. This music is fit only for the heavens. How rare it is to hear such a piece on earth. Bai Gunyang's guqin skills have reached a masterly level. Were she not confined here, she could easily teach and become a luminary in the art of guqin. I possess some influence and could assist her in composing music that would ensure her legacy endures through the ages. His words drew the attention of many, captivating them beyond mere praise, sketching a beautiful future for Bai Yingxue while inadvertently showcasing his own background. Those who had not yet spoken fell silent, overshadowed by the young master's charisma. Guzi, you are indeed impressive. With your eloquence, no one else dares to speak. Zhao Gang exclaimed, flattering him profusely. Tonight, you shall undoubtedly win the heart of the beauty. That is a certainty, the young master replied with a confident smile. Even if she does not choose me, I shall be the highest bidder at the forthcoming auction. I have prepared ample funds. Zhao Gang admired him. Of course, in the entire capital, few possess wealth that can rival yours. Then, a sudden, contrasting critique pierced through the applause. Reverberating in the hall, Bai Gunyang's performance has 3 shortcomings. Who dares to utter such nonsense? How audacious to insult Bai Gunyang. This individual surely harbors ill intentions, attempting to diminish her in order to gain her attention. I wager this person knows nothing of music. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan stared, wide-eyed, at Su Chang'an, unable to believe such words had escaped his lips. The glares of the irate crowd made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Yet, Su Chang'an remained composed, taking a sip of water before rising slowly under the weight of their hostile gazes. He then lifted his gaze, meeting Bai Yingxue's eyes openly. His deep-set eyes seemed to hold galaxies within them. Bai Yingxue's heart skipped a beat. I would appreciate your guidance, noble sir. Firstly, the score is flawed. The melody is rigid and does not do justice to Bai Gunyang's skill. So this is merely another way to praise Bai Gunyang. This fellow possesses some merit, but not much. A misguided approach, merely seeking attention. The crowd erupted in hisses, expressing their disdain. Su Chang'an continued. Secondly, the instrumentation is overly simplistic. While the guqin's sound is beautiful, the rhythm is monotonous, failing to stir the listener's emotions. If other instruments were introduced, enriching the melody, the performance would be even more remarkable. A thoughtful expression crossed Bai Yingxue's face. She had indeed noticed this, and had previously sought accompaniment from other instruments, but to no avail. Thirdly, Su Chang'an extended 3 fingers. Bai Gunyang's heart is beset by sorrow, yet she plays a lively and spirited piece, creating a dissonance between her inner turmoil and the cheerful tune. This results in an inability to express her own sadness, while failing to convey the joy of the music, rendering it superficial and incapable of resonating deeply with the audience. With a sigh, he recited, "In youth, one knows not the taste of sorrow, yet seeks to compose new verses, feigning grief. Now, fully aware of sorrow's essence, I wish to speak, but hesitate, to speak, yet only to remark on the chill of autumn." Silence enveloped the room. While Su Chang'an's critique held merit, it was his final lines that astonished every attendee. "In youth, one knows not the taste of sorrow, to compose new verses, feigning grief." Everyone was engulfed in these lines, unable to extricate themselves. Who among them had not experienced youth? Who had not attempted to pen verses of feigned sorrow? A timeless masterpiece. The one most deeply moved was undoubtedly by Yingxue. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. In her youth, she had been carefree, relishing the act of crafting verses that feigned depth and melancholy. Now, burdened with sorrow, she found herself compelled to play cheerful tunes to appease others. Did this poem resonate with her own experience? "Xiao Dao, who is that young master?" Bai Yingxiu inquired of the maid beside her. "His name is Su Chang'an, a captain of the Shenwu Guard," Xiao Tao replied. "Xiao Tao, go tell the matron that I have chosen him," Bai Yingxiu declared. "Miss, do you wish to reconsider?" Su Gongzi lacked substantial background. Xiao Dao's tone was filled with concern. A woman who could align herself with a noble scion might secure a brighter future, hence the first suitor was especially significant. Bai Yingxue's tone was resolute. "Only he resonates with my heart." Xiao Tao sighed and promptly went to convey her message. Moments later, the matron announced with a smile, "Miss Bai invites young Master Su upstairs." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although everyone had high hopes for Su Chang'an, the announcement still elicited a collective gasp. They all turned their envious gazes towards Su Chang'an, their admiration palpable. "Am I dreaming? Miss Bai has taken a liking to Chang'an." Fang Qingshan slapped himself in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? Chang'an has always attracted the affection of girls. Hurry upstairs, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Zhou Daji excitedly nudged Su Chang'an, his voice trembling with excitement. Su Chang'an, equally exhilarated, took a deep breath to manage his emotions and prepared to ascend the stairs. However, a voice interrupted him. "Young Master Su, with such exceptional talent, has won the favor of a beauty. Congratulations." It was Zhao Gang, rising to greet Su Chang'an with a smile. "Just luck," Su Chang'an casually replied with a fist salute. Yet Zhao Gang continued, "Young Master Su, please stay a moment." "What is it?" Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. Zhao Gang explained, "This is my companion, Guo Su, the son of the Minister of Works. He has long admired Miss Bai. I wonder if young Master Su would consider yielding this opportunity to him." Su Chang'an's expression instantly turned cold, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zhao Gang. The guests were momentarily stunned, then began to watch the unfolding drama with keen interest. Zhao Gang's audacity was utterly revolting, presuming to act on behalf of another. Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji's faces darkened, filled with anger and urgency, wishing they could curse him out. "Su Chang'an, if you give this opportunity to me, you shall befriend Guo Su," Guo Su declared languidly, fanning himself, as if becoming his friend was the greatest blessing imaginable. On the second floor, Bai Yingxue's face turned pale, her body trembling. With a choked voice, she lamented, "I only wish to find a suitable man. Why is it so difficult?" Xiao Tao quickly supported Bai Yingxiu, reassuring her, "Miss, young Master Su will not bow to power and wealth. He surely will not agree." "Forget it. This must be my fate," Bai Yingxue said, her hopes dwindling. "It is easy to speak of not bending to the powerful, but how many in this world can truly achieve it?" She quietly clenched the jade hairpin hidden in her sleeve. "I refuse." At that moment, the resolute declaration from Su Chang'an rang clearly in everyone's ears. Bai Yingxue was taken aback, her heart racing with joy. He rejected it? Indeed, young Master Su is truly extraordinary to have declined. Xiao Dao replied with a smile. "That's wonderful. I did not misjudge him." Bai Yingxue gazed at the upright figure of Su Chang'an, overwhelmed with emotion and tears of joy. The hall was momentarily silent, as the crowd struggled to believe their ears. "What did you say?" "I offer you a chance to rephrase your words." Guo Su glared at Su Chang'an, his face ashen and voice icy. Su Chang'an met his gaze unwaveringly, retorting coldly, "What qualifications do you, a mere sycophant living off your family's legacy, have to befriend me? Leave." In his previous life, he was never one to flatter others. Otherwise, he would not have remained mediocre. In this reborn life, he would never stoop low. Besides, if we speak of connections, I am on friendly terms with Princess Omping. What does the Minister of Works amount to? After saying this, He ignored the crowd's reactions and ascended to the second floor. Guosu's face contorted with rage as he shot a resentful glance at Su Chang'an's retreating figure before storming out of the establishment. Chapter 8. The Celestial Eye of Martial Arts. Promising, Su Chang'an followed Xiao Tao into Bai Yingshue's boudoir. The room was adorned with simplicity: a piano, a dressing table, 3 small chairs surrounding a square table, and a Wang Wali wooden carved bed. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of a young girl, while sheer gauzy curtains hung low, faintly revealing a quilt embroidered with lotus patterns and a soft pillow. Bai Yingxue had already removed the thin veil from her face, revealing her entire visage. Her brows resembled distant mountain peaks, her eyes akin to autumn waters, her lips as lush as cherry blossoms, and her hair cascaded like a waterfall, glossy and vibrant. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, delicate and exquisite, reminiscent of porcelain under moonlight, emanating a soft halo. Her face, shaped like a goose egg, had gentle contours, akin to finely carved jade. Truly, she was a woman of extraordinary beauty, as acclaimed in the Shen Nu Lu, capable of rendering the moon itself pale in comparison. Each possessed a unique charm, distinct from that of Luo Shuixian. Master Su, please take a seat. Noticing Su Chang'an gazing at her enthralled, Bai Yingxue felt a slight blush rise on her fair skin and gently spoke. The ambience was enchanting, with red candles flickering and the talents of a scholar and a beauty intermingling. Su Chang'an had met Miss Bai before. He clasped his hands in greeting and took a seat. Though both were tacitly aware of what was to come, it was prudent to maintain composure. Bai Yingxue observed that even though Su Chang'an was a martial artist of the Shenwu Guard, he displayed decorum and elegance, akin to a refined gentleman, which delighted her even further. Master, you mentioned the simplicity and rigidity of my music sheets. Might you possess superior compositions? Bai Yingxue inquired curiously. Indeed, I do, Su Chang'an replied with a subtle smile. Might I request the use of your piano? In his past life, he had cultivated various skills in pursuit of romance. Although he had only a superficial understanding, showcasing himself was sufficient. Please, go ahead, Bai Yingxue said, rising to make room, her face alight with anticipation. Su Chang'an placed his hands upon the piano, his eyes gently closing. The melodies from his previous life flashed through his mind, each familiar tune stirring his memories. In his former existence, he was an ordinary man, neither wretched nor prosperous, yet the splendid cultural tapestry of entertainment was truly nostalgic. If only he could hear the songs of his past life once more in this world. As the music began to rise, accompanied by Su Chang'an's soft singing, he expressed, in the courtyard. The pear blossoms wither once again under the clear night, moonlight cascading upon the empty steps. This life, interminable yet halted at the edge of eternity, who still remembers the season when pear blossoms fell like snow? This melody. Bai Yingxue's lips parted slightly, astonished as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Initially filled with modest anticipation, she was utterly taken aback by the profound impact Su Chang'an had on her. Not only did his piece overshadow her own, but it was also paired with such exquisite lyrics. These were no mere lyrics. They resembled poetry. In the entirety of the capital, how many could pen such verses? Unbeknownst to her, the music faded. Miss Bai, Su Chang'an called several times before rousing Bai Yingxue from her reverie. My apologies, I was lost in your music, master, Bai Yingxue said, hastily rising to apologize. She then respectfully added, your composition has transcended into a realm of its own, exhibiting the grandeur of a master. I was merely showing off. Su Chang'an shook his head with a smile. No need for flattery. My skills are merely passable, lacking completeness. I simply borrowed the uniqueness of the composition. Your work stands unparalleled in the capital. Master Su is truly talented. Bai Yingxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Merely standing on the shoulders of giants, Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly. He then engaged in a discussion with Bai Yingxue about various music theories, each novel idea illuminating her mind, as if they were kindred spirits. The pieces he mentioned, such as Xiao Ao Jiang Hu, Ji Xi Qing Lu, and Zhang Hua Yin, captivated Bai Yingxue, who longed to perform them immediately. As Bai Yingxue became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, Su Chang'an began to feel anxious. They had delved deep into discussion, yet he must not forget their primary objective. Clearing his throat, he reminded her, ahem, Miss Bai, it is getting late. Shall we take a break? Oh, Bai Yingxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her shyness causing her to lower her head. After much fidgeting, she finally uttered a soft agreement. An hour later, the two had become thoroughly acquainted. Unable to contain himself, Su Chang'an broached the subject of their spiritual connection. Without hesitation, Bai Yingxue promptly agreed. Expressing earnestly, Su Lang, all that I am is yours. Of course, I am willing. She thought little of it, believing it to be merely Su Chang'an's preference. Immediately, they placed their palms together, as neither had yet reached the qi refinement stage, their bodies devoid of true energy. Thus, they could only communicate through the Shen-Nu Lu, allowing it to draw the spiritual energy from the air into their bodies for exchange. Su Chang'an's consciousness delved into the Shen-Nu Lu. The second page of Shen-Nu Lu unfolded, revealing Bai Yingxue's visage. Successfully recording the beauty by Yingxue, she was comprehensively assessed as a national treasure. Reward: Celestial Eye of Martial Arts. Celestial Eye of Martial Arts significantly enhances vision, perceiving the night as if it were day. During combat, it enables the ability to see through an opponent's weaknesses and swiftly grasp the essence of martial techniques. What a remarkable reward pertaining to vision. Such skills are innate gifts, impossible to learn through practice, and their functions are often immensely powerful and practical. Upon reviewing the description of the Celestial Eye of Martial Arts, its formidable capabilities could incite frenzy among countless martial artists. You truly are my lucky star, Su Chang'an exclaimed, kissing Bai Yingxue gently on the forehead. At the same time, deep within the palace, in the residence of Princess Luo Shuixian, clad in a flowing white gown, with her hair cascading down like moonlight, gracefully penned words. Soon, she put her brush aside and softly recited the content on the paper. Clouds aspire to garments, flowers to beauty, spring breezes caress the railing, dew glistening abundantly. Had I not glimpsed you atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you under the moon at Yao Tai. Her gaze was reminiscent, her expression a blend of reproach and delight. At that moment, a palace maid hurried over. Princess, the latest news. Lord Su has visited the Jiaofeng Sea tonight. Luo Shuixian's expression instantly darkened, her tone icy. Is there more? The palace maid trembled, extending a piece of paper with trembling hands, saying, He even wrote a poem for Bai Yingxue of the Jiaofeng Sea. Luo Shuixian raised her hand, summoning the paper containing the poem to her. The youth, unaware of the taste of sorrow, fell in love with the lofty towers. He loved the lofty towers, trying to feign sorrow with new verses. Now, having tasted all the flavors of sorrow, he wishes to speak yet refrains. He wishes to speak yet refrains, only to remark on the pleasant chill of autumn. What a libertine, wasting his literary talent on pursuing women. Luo Shuixian snorted coldly, and then, he became Bai Yingxue's intimate companion and never emerged again. After the palace maid finished speaking, the air around them felt as though it had dropped several degrees, as if they were in an ice cellar. Luo Shuixian slammed the table, gritting her teeth. That scoundrel. The following day, Bai Yingxue, with her exquisitely arched brows, opened her beautiful eyes. Looking at Su Chang'an beside her, her gaze brimmed with affection, a mix of shyness and joy. Su Lang, I am here to assist you with your attire. She suppressed her discomfort and rose to help Su Chang'an dress. Then, with a blend of anticipation and trepidation, asked, Su Lang, will you still come to see me? Su Chang'an replied, it depends on the circumstances. Bai Yingxue's complexion paled instantly, leaving her at a loss. Su Chang'an declared imperiously, I will not tread the paths others have walked. Bai Yingxue soon grasped his meaning and immediately broke into a radiant smile, saying, Su Lang, even if you do not say so, I will not allow anyone else to touch me. I am yours in life and yours in death. Swear, give me some time. I will find a way to help you redeem yourself. Su Chang'an gently embraced her, making a promise. Bai Yingxue nodded happily. Yes, I will wait for you, Su Lang. After Su Chang'an left the Jiaofeng Sea, Bai Yingxue promptly summoned Xiao Tao. From now on, my only guest will be Su Lang. What? Xiao Tao stared at her in shock. Does Su Darren have that much silver? Although Bai Yingxue was no longer pure, the price for a night was still a staggering 100 taels of silver, and even that was highly sought after. The Jiaofeng Sea would not permit Bai Yingxue to close her doors to guests. Bai Yingxue asserted, I will pay for Su Lang. Miss, you must be mad. This is the silver you need to redeem yourself. Xiao Tao's eyes widened, feeling that Bai Yingxue had lost her senses. You have painstakingly saved for 3 years. You cannot afford to squander it like this. Bai Yingxue declared, Su Lang will redeem me. Miss, he is merely an ordinary officer. earning only a few taels of silver per month. It is impossible for him to do so. Xiao Tao earnestly tried to dissuade her. Everyone knows that the words of men are but deceptive promises. The maidens of the Jiao Feng Sea bear the weight of sin, thus the ransom is exorbitant. Many have sought to redeem women, but in the end, it has proven to be nothing more than the flowery words of men. Those women, heartbroken, either chose to fall into depravity or met their demise. Bai Yingxue resolutely replied, "Then I shall pay with my life." Suddenly, she froze, astonished and delighted to discover that, after intertwining her vital energy with Su Chang'an's, her strength inexplicably surged from the initial stage of refining the spirit to the intermediate stage. Chapter 9. The demonstration of the Divine Martial Guard. As Su Chang'an strolled down the street, he suddenly felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders. Now that Bai Yingxue had become his woman, he was determined to help her redeem herself. It was imperative that he acquire wealth. Although he was well versed in various methods of making money, transforming those ideas into tangible results proved to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, he found himself at a loss regarding where to begin. Indeed, money is a treasured commodity, regardless of its context. Having experienced the pangs of poverty in his previous life, he resolved to amass a fortune in this one. With a firm determination, he shifted his focus back to the gains from this round of dual cultivation. The martial Tao Heavenly, I needed no further elaboration. After a night of relentless practice, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the refining spirit realm. In the initial stage of this realm, one's 5 senses are heightened, granting clarity of perception. In the mid-stage, however, it enhances one's control over their own body. At this juncture, his physical coordination and mastery of strength reached a level of perfect harmony. Where he once could exert only 80% of his power with a single punch, he could now unleash 100 or even 120% of his might. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his golden body technique had reached its first layer. This unexpected advancement brought him immense joy, as he had not anticipated that dual cultivation would also benefit the training of the golden body technique. The first layer of the golden body technique doubled Su Chang'an's physical prowess. It is essential to note that physical prowess is a composite measure, encompassing not only strength but also speed, reflexes, and explosive power. With this newfound ability, Su Chang'an felt utterly confident about the demonstration scheduled for the next day. The following day marked the annual demonstration. At the Divine Martial Guard's training grounds, the expansive arena was divided into 20 sections, each overseen by a centurion. Theoretically, each centurion commanded 5 main flags, 25 minor flags, and 250 strongmen. However, in reality, the numbers were somewhat fewer. For instance, Su Chang'an's command consisted of merely Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji as minor flags, accompanied by 10 strongmen. Together, they made their way to the area managed by Guoming. After a brief wait, all 5 main flags had gathered. Guoming surveyed the assembly with a piercing gaze and announced, "The content of this demonstration will focus on speed and reflexes, testing who can endure the longest in the Flying Stone Formation." The mention of the Flying Stone Formation sparked excitement among the participants. This array had been personally designed by the esteemed Lord of the Peacekeeping Office and had even been known to injure 7th-grade martial artists. It was said that during its initial demonstration, stones from 1,000 miles were summoned, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. This formation was only known by name until now, and this was its first use in a demonstration. The minor flags and strongmen buzzed with excitement, as the centurions were the ones being evaluated and they themselves were not required to enter the Flying Stone Formation. Observing their superiors during the examination was always a source of joy. However, the 5 main flags, including Su Chang'an, felt a twinge of anxiety. Guoming reassured them, "Rest assured. The speed of the Flying Stone Formation will be limited to the 3rd-grade range, and the stones will not be infused with true energy, thus their lethality is minimal. However, you must also refrain from using true energy. Any use will be deemed a failure." Since only those who reached the 3rd-grade refining Qi realm could generate true energy, this rule posed no concern for Su Chang'an. The first contestant, Wang Yuan. Guoming began the assessment without granting any preparation time, proceeding according to the order of the main flags. Wang Yuan, tall and imposing with sunken eyes and a hawk-like nose, exuded an air of arrogance. He calmly stepped into the formation, where the ground beneath him was already strewn with scattered stones, forming a circle with a radius of 10 meters. As Guoming activated the formation, The stones appeared to defy gravity, soaring into the air. In the next moment, shards of stone began to hurtle toward Wang Yuan. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the initial attack. As more stones came at him, he twisted his body, moving like a serpent across the ground, skillfully tracing an S-shaped path to avoid each projectile. His mastery of the spirit serpent technique was truly remarkable, and he seemed to have perfected this agile maneuver. Wang Yuan was among the most senior of the main flags. Possessing mid-stage refining Qi realm cultivation, and his extensive experience made his martial skills exceptionally refined. Over the years, he had consistently secured first place in this Group S demonstrations, and it appeared that this time would be no exception. As the demonstration progressed, Su Chang'an activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, determined to observe and learn from Wang Yuan's performance. Recently, he had focused on practicing the 7 Absolute Blade technique. While his training in the Pursuing Star Step had been rather rudimentary, had he known the content of the demonstration earlier, he would have chosen to hone the Pursuing Star Step instead. As time passed, the speed of the flying stones intensified, and after the duration of an incense stick, Wang Yuan was finally struck by a stone. He managed to endure for the duration of 1 incense stick before yielding. The next contestant, Yu Cheng. As many had anticipated, Wang Yuan indeed achieved the best score, leading by a considerable margin. However, the attention of the crowd was not solely focused on this outcome. Subtle expressions began to flicker among them as they occasionally glanced in Su Chang'an's direction. Many were curious about whether Su Chang'an would be swiftly defeated if he entered the Flying Stone formation. "Chang'an, hurry, pretend to faint," Fang Qingshan urged in a hushed, frantic tone. Zhou Daji chimed in, "Yes. Faint quickly, it's better than embarrassing yourself." There's truly no need," Su Chang'an replied with exasperation. "Don't be stubborn. If you don't pretend to faint, it will be too late. You are a main flag now. Performing poorly will diminish your authority," Fang Qingshan implored, growing anxious. Seeing that Su Chang'an was unyielding, Zhou Daji proposed a different approach. "If all else fails, you could ask Guobaihu for a leave of absence. He surely understands that you were only recently a strongman." Unable to contain himself, Su Chang'an said, "Uncle Fang, Uncle Zhou, it's truly unnecessary. Trust me, I can handle this demonstration." "All right then," Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji conceded, though concerns still lingered in their eyes. The 5th contestant, Su Chang'an. Guoming turned to Su Chang'an, aware of his circumstances, and said, "How has your training in the selected martial arts progressed? Would you like to enter the formation and give it a try? There's no need to push yourself if you don't feel ready." Before Su Chang'an could utter a word, Zhao Gang interjected, asserting that Su Zongqi must have mastered martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have had the leisure to compose poetry for the Jia Fangxi a few days prior. Indeed, Su Chang'an had penned a poem that caused quite a stir. Writing poetry? What nonsense! Has he abandoned martial training? Su Zongqi has only recently become Bai Yingshue's honored guest. Does he still possess the strength to perform martial arts? It is said that Bai Yingxue has remained chaste for him, no longer receiving visitors, willingly spending 100 taels a day from her own purse. How extravagant! The members of the Shenwu Guard immediately began to chatter animatedly. Guoming's brow furrowed slightly. Su Chang'an cast a dispassionate glance at Zhao Gang, then resolutely stepped into the Faishi array. Chapter 10. Is the prejudice in the hearts of people a great mountain? It can be moved away. Guoming activated his vital energy, causing the flying stone array to spring into action. Countless stones floated around Su Chang'an, surrounding him, casting an overwhelming sense of pressure that was truly terrifying. A glimmer flickered in Su Chang'an's eyes as he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Instantly, the trajectories of all the flying stones became vividly clear. Suddenly, a dozen stones shot forth simultaneously, their speed astonishing, coming from different directions, front, back, left, right, and above, without a single blind spot. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the scene, fearing that a mere blink might lead to Su Chang'an's defeat. Su Chang'an slightly tilted his body, deftly evading the fastest stone. With a quick turn of his head, he narrowly avoided the second. Following that, he performed a nimble leap, dodging the third, the fourth. Each movement was executed with perfect precision, displaying agility and grace, evoking a sense of effortless mastery. He evaded them all. When did Su Chang'an become so formidable? The crowd was astonished, as if they were witnessing Su Chang'an for the first time. Fang Qingshan excitedly embraced Zhou Daji, exclaiming, "Look, look! I've been watching. Chang'an is truly remarkable." Zhou Daji's eyes were filled with appreciation. Zhao Gang's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. Impossible. He had been as weak as a grasshopper before. Absolutely impossible. Guoming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He discerned more than the others, thus feeling even more astonished. Remarkably, Su Chang'an had not employed any martial arts techniques, relying solely on his observational skills and reflexes. Even a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner could not achieve such feats. What a talented young man. Guoming could only attribute this to innate talent. Soon, a tea's worth of time passed, and Su Chang'an still showed no signs of exhaustion. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Everyone forgot to speak, captivated by Su Chang'an's performance. The speed of the flying stone array gradually accelerated, reaching the level of a full sprint from a Qi refinement early-stage practitioner. This was likely his limit, yet enduring until now was quite impressive. Guoming mused, but then his pupils constricted slightly. Was that the serpent's movement technique? The monkey step? The bird's flight? He was actually mimicking the movements of the 4 leading flags, attempting to incorporate them into his own technique. Guoming's heart raced, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for talent. Su Chang'an was truly a genius of martial arts. Moments later, Su Chang'an's footwork became much more methodical, smooth, and natural. His previously strenuous performance transformed into one of ease. The chasing star step, which he had hardly practiced, was surprisingly refined to a small achievement. Excellent. Guoming couldn't contain his excitement and erupted into cheers. Time passed unnoticed. Finally, after the duration of a stick of incense, the crowd erupted in disbelief. He actually persevered for a stick of incense. To be precise, he had surpassed Wang Zongqi, for he had yet to conclude. Is this real? Just a few days ago, he was merely a strength practitioner? Damn it. Has he taken drugs? The words were spoken without thought, but they resonated with intent. Zhao Gang's fists clenched tightly, a dawning realization in his eyes. Indeed, drugs. Su Chang'an had just become the leading flag, and, not wanting to lose face in front of his peers, must have resorted to drugs, burning his potential. Zhao Gang's heart raced with excitement, as if he had uncovered a truth. He cast a dark glance at Su Chang'an. Such drugs have significant side effects that can cause irreversible harm to the body, and there will be a long period of fatigue afterward. The martial arts demonstration concluded, and this year's champion was Su Chang'an. Guoming announced with a smile. Wait. Wang Yuan stepped forward, challenging. I refuse to believe Su Chang'an can defeat me. Zhao Gang quickly followed suit, stating, as Su Chang'an's former superior, I am well aware of his abilities. Even among strength practitioners, he is at the bottom. There is absolutely no way he possesses such strength. I have reason to suspect he has taken drugs. Did Su Chang'an really take drugs? Zhao Gang's reasoning was sound. It was highly likely. Su Chang'an's progress was indeed too rapid to be credible. I also find it a bit suspicious. The voices of doubt began to grow. Fang Qingshan rebuked. Enough nonsense. My lord could never resort to drugs. Wang Yuan, can you not accept defeat? Zhou Daji angrily retorted. Su Chang'an, in the past, I have always trained you in martial arts. Your sudden promotion to leading flag feels a bit strange. How about we spar once more? If you can defeat me, I will believe you. Zhao Gang provocatively regarded Su Chang'an with a cold smile. Very well. Su Chang'an's voice was low and chilling, his fists clenching tightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Even when he was a strength practitioner, Zhao Gang would use the guise of martial arts demonstrations to spar with him, but his attacks were ruthless, purely tormenting him. He had long sought revenge. Moreover, Su Chang'an was aware that many harbored doubts about him. Just like the line from a movie, the prejudice in the hearts of people is a great mountain. He would seize this opportunity to showcase his strength, establish his authority, and remove that mountain. Seeing that both parties had no objections, Guoming naturally took on the role of referee. Su Zongqi, wait, I will go easy on you. After all, your status is different now. I must give you some face. Zhao Gang grinned confidently, convinced of his victory, believing Su Chang'an had taken drugs, and calculating that the side effects would surely begin to show. Soon, everyone would remember this, for it would be a one-sided battle. Enough chatter, let us begin. Su Chang'an's expression remained calm, his eyes indifferent, as if he did not regard the impending battle with any seriousness. This demeanor infuriated Zhao Gang. What are you pretending for? Once I defeat you, we shall see if you still have the face to continue being the leading flag. At this moment, even some members of the Xin Wuvai from other groups had heard the news and gathered to watch the duel. Zhao Gang bellowed as he raised his leg, aiming a kick at Su Chang'an's knee. He intended to force Su Chang'an to kneel, shaming him thoroughly. Unfortunately, under the gaze of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, all of his actions were laid bare, riddled with flaws. Su Chang'an stood firm, his foot striking out casually yet with remarkable speed. It landed precisely on Zhao Gang's knee, causing him to kneel before him. How did Zhao Gang end up on his knees? Su Chang'an's kick had unexpectedly countered Zhao Gang's advance. Hadn't he taken drugs? How could he possess such strength? Clearly, he had not taken any drugs. The assessment was blunt, echoing from Su Chang'an's lips, piercing Zhao Gang's heart. Su Chang'an. His eyes burned with fury as he roared and leapt from the ground. A soaring kick aimed at Su Chang'an's chest followed. Su Chang'an remained unperturbed, responding with another kick, this time swifter and higher. With a resounding thud, Zhao Gang, suspended in the air, was sent flying 10 meters away, landing in a disheveled heap. Su Chang'an coldly remarked, "Your foundation is unstable. You leap into an open gap. Are you a pig? So weak." The members of the Shenwu Wei stood in stunned silence, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Su Chang'an was truly formidable. Daiyu. Zhao Gang charged with the ferocity of a madman, drawing his great sword with a clang, channeling all his strength towards Su Chang'an. Swift, incredibly swift. The blade moved like a tempest, a shadow at his heels. The force was immense, stirring a whirlwind. It was Zhao Gang's signature technique, the Hurricane Blade technique, a high-grade yellow-rank martial art with immense power. How could Su Chang'an counter this? Did he even know martial arts? Given his agility, evading should not be overly difficult. Everyone held their breath. Zhao Gang's eyes glowed crimson, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, pinning his hopes of a comeback on this single strike. The Hurricane Blade technique emphasized speed and suddenness. The blade struck swiftly, transforming into a flurry of cuts that would envelop his opponent. Whether Su Chang'an blocked or dodged, he would have to face the relentless barrage of strikes that followed. Did he think he could tire me out with swift moves? I shall shatter all techniques with sheer force, rendering your subsequent attacks moot. Su Chang'an saw through it all, a cold smirk forming on his lips. With a clang, he unsheathed his great sword. His expression was resolute, his eyes glittering with brilliance. He struck down decisively. In midair, 3 blade shadows materialized, descending as one. Boom. Zhao Gang, like a piece of floating debris in a storm, was sent hurtling backwards, landing on the ground like a lifeless dog. His sword shattered into 2 pieces. The audience erupted in astonishment. That was the 7 absolute blade technique? Indeed, the 3 blade shadows indicated that he had mastered it to a minor degree. His power was terrifying. Did you all realize that throughout the entire confrontation, Su Chang'an had not moved an inch? Truly astonishing. Zhou Daji roared with laughter, excitement bubbling over. Well done, Chang'an. Watching you thrash that pathetic Zhao Gang brought me great joy. You won, Chang'an won. Fang Qingshan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he buried his head in Zhou Daji's embrace. Zhou Daji's expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled. Get off me, don't wipe your tears, and snot on me. Guoming was once again astonished. His amazement today far exceeded any previous encounters. Had Su Chang'an mastered both the stepping star technique and the 7 absolute blade technique? Most importantly, he had accomplished this in just 5 days. It was known that a person of mediocre talent could typically only grasp one martial art at the entry level in such a short span. With a slight smile, he declared, "This year's martial arts competition champion is Su Chang'an. Does anyone have any objections?" The venue fell silent as Su Chang'an basked in a multitude of awed gazes. All right, everyone else disperse. Su Chang'an, follow me. Guoming waved his hand and led Su Chang'an to the Baihu Suo. After each martial arts competition, the captains would present a token of appreciation. You are at the mid-stage of the refining spirit realm. This bottle of Yunshi Dan is perfectly suited for you. Take it. Guoming smiled as he handed a vial of pills to Su Chang'an. Yunshi Dan, as the name suggests, is a precious elixir used to nurture one's spirit. The hallmark of reaching the late stage of the refining spirit realm is the condensation of one's spirit. The spirit is the manifestation of one's essence, the bridge connecting heaven and earth, and crucial for entering the refining qi realm. It is of utmost importance. Thank you, Lord Gua. Su Chang'an gratefully accepted the gift. And here, take this as well. Guoming tossed Su Chang'an a small booklet. Lord Gua, this. Su Chang'an glanced at it, astonished to find it contained insights on mastering the 7 absolute blade technique. Coincidentally, I also practiced the 7 absolute blade technique in my youth and have gathered some insights. You may glean from it, but do not attempt to imitate. Guoming patted Su Chang'an's shoulder, encouraging him. Your talent is unparalleled. Train diligently. Do not squander it. Understood. Su Chang'an nodded earnestly. Departing from the Xinwu Way, Su Chang'an made his way to the Jiaofeng Sea. He had only learned from outsiders that Bai Yingxue had been covering his expenses of 100 taels daily, essentially a venue fee. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had underestimated the situation. The Jiaofeng Sea did not support idlers. And Bai Yingxue was not free to do as she pleased. If she wished to refuse visitors, she had to bear the costs herself. Su Lang. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, Bai Yingxue beamed with joy. Swear about the money. Su Chang'an, having lived 2 lives, felt ashamed to be reliant on someone else for support. Bai Yingxue gently placed her finger against Su Chang'an's lips, her tenderness evoking a pang of heartache. Su Lang. There is no need for you to say anything. Everything is willingly done by Shuixian. After a pause, she shyly added, by the way, since the last time, strangely, I have found that my cultivation has actually improved. Su Chang'an smiled. Do not worry. My constitution is unique, and training together will enhance your efficiency. Really? How miraculous. Bai Yingxue gasped, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Doubt not my words. Allow me to demonstrate. Su Chang'an's eagerness prompted playful protests from her. Xiao Tao, go guard the door. In the final moment, Bai Yingxue insisted on sending the wide-eyed Xiao Tao out. Xiao Tao reluctantly exited, glancing back 3 times. In the days that followed, Su Chang'an embraced a leisurely pace. He either remained at home to cultivate his skills or ventured to Jiafangxi to engage in romantic pursuits with Bai Yingxue while practicing together. When he had the opportunity, he would also fulfill a few tasks for the Xinwu Guard. During this period, he discovered a troubling issue. The Great Chu Kingdom was not as peaceful and harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Bizarre cases were on the rise, particularly the alarming number of missing persons reports, which accumulated day by day, with individuals arriving to report new incidents almost daily. Furthermore, the rumors of monstrous beings prowling about had become increasingly prevalent. The emperor's pursuit of immortality led to the slaughter of loyal subjects. The nation faced frequent calamities while malevolent creatures rampaged unchecked, and the surrounding enemies loomed menacingly, flaunting their might. These were all clear indicators of a decline in national fortune, Su Chang'an mused. Chapter 11. The case of the flower thief in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. With the dual cultivation of the double cultivation technique and the Yun Shindan, he finally birthed his divine consciousness, breaking through to the late stage of the refining spirit realm. With the establishment of his divine awareness, Su Chang'an's perception had once again heightened. This perception transcended mere sensory awareness. It was an instinctive 6th sense. At times, even when unseen, he could sense the presence of someone lurking behind a wall, relying solely on this 6th sense. Moreover, Guoming's insights on swordsmanship had greatly benefited him, and he had already mastered the 4th shadow of the 7 absolute sword techniques. On this day, he arrived punctually at the Xinwu Way for roll call and decided to check the case records hall to see if there were any assignments available. To ascend the ranks, one required not only strength, but also accomplishments and prestige. Merely being adept in combat was of little consequence. One needed influence and connections. Su Chang'an had no desire to lead a life akin to a salted fish. In this world, the fate of a salted fish was singular. To be bullied and reduced to a mere pawn, unaware of how one might perish. What he did not anticipate was the dissonance within the case records hall. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. Bai Hu Guoming stood at the center, his expression grim, while several high-ranking officers hung their heads in silence. What was occurring? Su Chang'an inquired softly. It is the case of the flower thief. The miscreant has re-emerged and plans to visit the boudoir of Miss Li tonight, yet no one dares to take on this case, Zhou Daji replied. The flower thief, known as Tian Yue, was infamous for his notoriety. He had committed 8 crimes and managed to evade capture each time. Most alarmingly, he would disclose the time and location of his crimes beforehand. Despite the Xinwu Wei setting up ambushes, they had still failed to apprehend him, which was truly embarrassing. Thus, upon hearing that it was a case of the flower thief, no one dared to step forward, inciting Guoming's ire. I shall ask once more, who is willing to take on this case? Guoming inquired darkly, his authority palpable. Silence enveloped the room, with none daring to raise their heads, playing the part of ostriches. I am willing. Su Chang'an stepped forward, his tone steady and resolute. A smile of gratitude appeared on Guoming's face as he patted Su Chang'an on the shoulder and said, "Well done. However, given your limited experience, it would be prudent to have a senior officer accompany you on such a significant case." He scanned the crowd once more, only to find that everyone had buried their heads deeper, still unwilling to participate. Guoming's expression darkened further as he reprimanded. "To be so intimidated by a mere flower thief that you all refuse to take on the case is profoundly disappointing. Lord Gua, there is no need for concern. I will ensure this case is handled appropriately," Su Chang'an declared confidently. "Very well, I await your good news." Guoming nodded and exited the case records hall. Once Su Chang'an departed, the individuals within the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Su Chang'an likely knows nothing regarding the flower thief case, which is why he dares to take it on. The youth is too impetuous, unaware of the gravity of the situation. The ramifications of the flower thief's actions are severe, and should he fail to resolve it, he will surely bear the blame. This time, Su Chang'an is bound to face obstacles. Truly, the naivete of youth knows no fear. He dares to take on the flower thief case? Wang Yuan scoffed coldly. Beside him, Zhao Gong gritted his teeth, saying, he has been basking in the limelight of the martial arts competition and has lost sight of his own identity. When he fails, I shall relish his disgrace. Next to Zhao Gong stood a robust man, as sturdy as an iron tower. Scratching his head and remarking, "I believe you are mistaken. At least Su Zongqi has the courage to accept this case. Such bravery and responsibility surpasses all others. We have no right to mock him." Silence. Wang Yuan shot a cold glance at the robust man. "Do we require your guidance in our endeavors?" Zhao Gong looked at the man with disdain and said, "Tainyo, your logic is lacking. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, refrain from speaking." "Oh, Chang'an, we should not be taking this case." Zhou Daji's brow furrowed in distress. "You have truly acted impulsively this time." Fang Qingshan sighed in agreement, saying, 3 senior officers have previously been dispatched for the flower thief case, yet none have succeeded in apprehending the criminal. The repercussions are dire, and the families of the victims, along with the populace, harbor deep grievances against the Shenwu Wei. If this case remains unresolved, someone will inevitably be made a scapegoat. Zhou Daji lamented, "By taking on this case now, the blame will likely fall upon you." "Let it be," Su Chang'an replied with calm assurance. "Someone must take charge of this matter. I may lose face, but those victims have lost their lives." In his previous life, he learned a crucial lesson. Compared to criminals, those who stand idly by while others suffer are equally despised. Fang Qingshan looked at him with immense pride. "Chang'an, you have truly matured. Your willingness to take on this burden is commendable, yet some matters cannot be resolved solely through passion." "Uncle Fang, the case has yet to begin. How can you presume I will fail?" Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled with determination, his hair tousled by the wind, exuding confidence and ambition. "If I retreat at the first sign of difficulty, what purpose does my martial training serve? What are my duties? When I become a captain, I will encounter cases far more challenging than this flower thief's. How then shall I respond?" Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji gazed at Su Chang'an, as if inspired, their long-dormant fervor rekindled. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Fang Qingshan laughed heartily, much like a father witnessing his child come of age, his voice filled with excitement. "You may boldly venture forth. Regardless of the outcome, Uncle Fang will always support you." "And so will I," Zhou Daji added with a smile. People often equate youthful courage with rebellion and adult timidity with contemplation. "Chang'an, you are in the right. What are your plans moving forward?" Fang Qingshan inquired. After a moment's thought, Su Chang'an responded, "Let us proceed, bringing the strong men with us, and first scout the Li residence." From a bird's-eye view, one would discover that the capital city was structured as a quadrilateral. The innermost area was the Chu Huang city, followed by the inner city, with the outer city encircling it. The outer city was divided into 4 districts, with the Li residence located in the southern district. Upon their arrival, the Li family members were already waiting at the entrance. "Greetings, esteemed captain." The head of the Li family, a gaunt man with the appearance of a shrewd merchant, bowed respectfully. Seeing Su Chang'an's youth, he could not help but feel apprehensive, his expression growing more troubled. "Please, I beseech you to save my daughter. If she is truly defiled by that vile scoundrel, how shall she live?" The matriarch, plump and adorned in a light purple pleated skirt, cried out in distress. Beside her, a lovely young maiden was weeping softly. She was none other than the young lady of the Li family. Su Chang'an solemnly inquired, "Where is the mark left by the flower thief?" The head of the Li family replied, "It is in your boudoir." I shall escort you there. Lia's boudoir featured a secluded courtyard. The decor within exuded the essence of youth, adorned with pink drapes, an exquisite vanity, and an atmosphere saturated with the fragrance of cosmetics. However, on the mirror of the vanity, bold characters ominously proclaimed, "Your chastity shall be taken tomorrow." Zhou Daji confirmed. This is indeed the method of the flower thief. Each time before committing a crime, he leaves a message on the makeup mirror. This rogue truly possessed both skill and audacity. Su Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. The perpetrator could have acted yesterday, but chose instead to leave a message, indicating his confidence in his own abilities. He even dared to provoke the divine martial guards. The most alarming aspect was that he had indeed succeeded each time. This highlighted his exceptional proficiency. Su Chang'an dared not be negligent, meticulously patrolling every corner of the Li residence, even requesting the architectural blueprints for thorough memorization of the terrain. Subsequently, he focused on inspecting Lia's boudoir to prevent the flower thief from leaving any hidden doors. You all shall guard these specific locations. Su Chang'an marked the plans, instructing the guards to execute his orders. These positions ensured that the guards could observe each other while not overlooking a single corner of Lia's boudoir. Chang'an, what shall we do next? Fang Qingshan inquired. Su Chang'an replied, Wait. The flower thief has already revealed the time and place of his crime. We must naturally wait for nightfall. Lacking the ability to foresee the future, Su Chang'an could not predict the thief's actions, so he opted for a strategy of patience. However, he believed that any sign of movement from the flower thief would not escape his keen gaze. The insight of the martial arts heavenly eye was not to be underestimated. As dusk drew near, Su Chang'an addressed Lia. Tonight, I kindly request that Miss Li continues to rest in this room. This is the standard procedure to resolve the flower theft case. Only Lia can lure the thief out. If we prevent her from sleeping, offering no opportunity, the flower thief will surely not reveal himself, rendering our efforts futile. This is the essence of the hunter-prey dynamic. I. Lia trembled in fear, clutching tightly to the head of the Li family. Su Chang'an reassured her, Do not be afraid. Miss Li, we shall stand guard outside, and at the slightest sign of trouble, we will rush in to protect you. Ultimately, Lia could only remain there, filled with trepidation. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Su Chang'an stationed Zhou Daji on the rooftop of Liao's room and had Fang Qingshan patrol the rear courtyard, while he himself sat on a stone bench in the front courtyard, vigilant against the surroundings. In addition to the divine martial guards, the Li family had dispatched a dozen servants to patrol the vicinity, creating an impenetrable fortress. Time ticked by. The night deepened, like a dark curtain descending, cloaking everything in shadow. Silence enveloped the world, with only a few stars twinkling and the occasional birds soaring through the air. Su Chang'an dared not relax his guard. This was his first major case, drawing significant attention. Its importance was undeniable. He was determined not to fail. In the boudoir, Fangya sat alone on the edge of the bed, her mind taut with tension, unable to sleep. She had resolutely decided to remain vigilant. Yet, when she glanced outside, her gaze inadvertently locked with that of a passing bird. In the next moment, she felt her eyelids grow heavier, an overwhelming drowsiness suddenly washing over her, causing her to collapse onto the bed. When she awoke once more, she found herself in disarray, with several of her undergarments torn and claw marks adorning her skin. Most alarmingly, there were traces of blood on the bed. A piercing scream erupted from her lips. Su Chang'an was the first to rush in, and upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils dilated and his heart sank. How could this happen? It's all over. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan, in disbelief, slapped their thighs in frustration. Do not lose your composure. Su Chang'an regained his calm and inquired, Think carefully. Did you hear anything unusual? The two pondered for a moment and shook their heads in unison. Su Chang'an then turned to Lia, asking, Miss Li, did you see anything? A shadow suddenly appeared, covering my mouth. No matter how I struggled, it was futile, and then. Lia trembled, curling into a ball as she wept. Impossible. If that were the case, how could we have heard nothing at all? Zhou Daji immediately countered. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. He had been stationed outside. Had Lia struggled even slightly, he would have sensed it. Unless the flower thief possessed some unique ability to silence all sounds within the room, that possibility was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, how had the flower thief gained entry? Yet, there were indeed claw marks on Lia, indicating a struggle had occurred. Su Chang'an found the entire situation perplexing and pressed further. Miss Li, think carefully. Was there anything out of the ordinary? A bird. I believe I saw a bird. Lia's emotions spiraled, her voice trailing off in a daze. Su Chang'an continued to probe. What kind of bird? Daughter. My daughter. Fang Ye's mother interrupted Su Chang'an's inquiry, rushing over to embrace Lia, sobbing uncontrollably. Master Su, please leave. Do you intend to remain here to witness my daughter's humiliation? The head of the Li family approached, his face contorted in anger, directing a scowl at Su Chang'an. The failure of the divine martial guards to protect his daughter had left him seething with frustration. Li family head, let us investigate further. We may yet uncover more clues about the flower thief, Zhou Daji insisted, unwilling to relent. The head of the Li family retorted brusquely, my daughter is in this state. What use are clues now? Leave me be, my daughter only wishes for peace. Suddenly, Su Chang'an felt a jolt of realization and invoked the Shun Nu Lu to examine Lia. Lia, virgin, no cultivation, martial arts aptitude below average, above average beauty, gentle and indecisive, overall evaluation, mortal level, not eligible for recording. A virgin. Su Chang'an's spirit was instantly invigorated. Chapter 12. The case is solved. Suddenly, Su Chang'an comprehended the aspects that had eluded his understanding. He discreetly suppressed the thoughts racing through his mind and feigned reluctance, saying, Li family patriarch, I must take my leave. With that, he departed the Li family residence alongside the members of the Shenwu Guard. Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji were still lamenting their misfortune, incessantly berating themselves, while the strongmen hung their heads low, resembling defeated roosters. To render the act more convincing, Su Chang'an chose not to interject. Only after they had walked a considerable distance did he signal for everyone to halt. In his eyes, a glimmer of sagacity flickered as he spoke with a measured tone. Uncle Fang, Uncle Zhou, you ought to reconsider your approach. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Li household. The patriarch of the Li family and Lia's mother remained in the chamber, sighing and wearing expressions of deep distress, filled with both anger and resentment. The Shenwu Guard are nothing but a facade. I should never have placed my trust in them. The patriarch slammed his palm upon the table, his heart twisted with anguish at the thought of his daughter's plight. That young man appeared utterly unreliable. He must have leveraged connections to attain his position. Lia's mother, in a fit of despair, lamented, what good does this do? My poor daughter. I will unite with other victims to file a complaint and bring him to justice. The patriarch, in a state of exasperation, retorted, Oh, you wish to accuse the commander? At that moment, Su Chang'an strode into the room with an air of formidable authority. The patriarch turned pale as a mouse confronted with a cat. His voice trembling. Why you dare to resort to murder to silence us? My lord, we retract our accusation. Please spare us. Lia's mother quickly fell to her knees in supplication. I have no interest in such base actions, Su Chang'an replied calmly, yet with a commanding presence. If you wish to ensure your daughter's safety, I suggest you hasten to the backyard. The truth will soon reveal itself. In Lia's chamber, she had dismissed everyone and was weeping inconsolably. My dear, why do you weep on this long, lonely night? Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the silence. A figure, akin to a specter, slipped through the window and stood before Lia. Clad in coarse cloth and a gray tunic, his feet encased in black boots, he advanced with an unsettling demeanor. His skin was dark, his eyes small, and his chin sharp, bearing an unseemly grin. Lia glared at him in shock and fury. Why you? Who are you? Ha ha ha. I am precisely the flower thief you speak of, he boasted with a brazen laugh. A flower thief? Lia was bewildered, unable to fathom why he would return after having successfully committed his misdeed, her heart heavy with sorrow and despair. You are not. You cannot be. Did I not succeed? That was merely a ruse to deceive those fools of the Shenwu Guard. The flower thief savored his triumph, licking his lips like a ravenous wolf. Come now, my lovely maiden, no one will disturb us further, and I shall ensure you experience ecstasy beyond your wildest dreams. Help! Is there no one to save me? Lia's face drained of color as she darted about the room like a frightened rabbit. How amusing! The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become, he taunted, deliberately slowing his pace as he engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with her. Occasionally, he would tear away a piece of her clothing, eliciting piercing screams from her. Please, let me go. Spare me. Lia pleaded desperately, her body trembling with fear, her beautiful eyes brimming with hopelessness. Who can come to my rescue? With a thunderous crash, the door to her chamber burst open. Moonlight poured in, illuminating a tall and commanding figure. His eyes sparkled with intensity. His features were strikingly handsome yet stern, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. It was none other than the commander of the Shenwu Guard, who had just departed. Like a ray of light, he illuminated Li Ya's life, causing her to weep with joy. My lord, save me. I beseech you to rescue this humble girl. The flower thief's face turned ashen with shock. The Shenwu Guard? You have not departed. A mere trick, and you think to deceive me? Su Chang'an's lips curled into a cold smile as he hurled a punch at the flower thief. The flower thief scoffed, countering with a punch of his own, but immediately felt an overwhelming force that sent him crashing out of the room. This boy possesses immense strength, he thought, alarmed. Simultaneously, he realized that 10 members of the Shenwu Guard, along with the Li family's protectors, had surrounded him, their eyes fixed upon him with predatory intent. Sir Su, what is the meaning of this? The patriarch and Li Ya's mother were utterly perplexed. Su Chang'an replied with a cold smile. Miss Li has not been defiled. She merely experienced a remarkably vivid dream. The torn clothing was her own doing, and the scratches upon her body were self-inflicted. A dream? Li gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Su Chang'an affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing the scene in the chamber, coupled with Miss Li's account, our initial reaction was to assume the flower thief had succeeded. Consequently, Miss Li's emotional turmoil led her parents to refuse cooperation with the Shenwu Guard's investigation, driving us away from the scene and causing us to overlook crucial details that would have unveiled the truth. When everyone departed, it was the moment of least vigilance, allowing the true flower thief to strike, leaving Miss Li entirely unprotected. The outcome is all too predictable. Upon hearing Su Chang'an's words, Li Ya's parents were consumed with shame, bowing their heads in remorse. Li Ya, still in disbelief, questioned, but how could I have dreamt such a strange dream? There are myriad means to induce dreams. I suspect the answer lies in that tree. Su Chang'an indicated towards the tree adjacent to her chamber, directly facing the window, the ideal location for such an act. As his words fell, a bird suddenly emerged from the tree, taking flight. Su Chang'an cast a glance and remarked, a demon? This creature is not suited for prolonged flight. Pursue it. Yes. 10 strong men immediately gave chase. Well done, I underestimated you. The flower thief's face turned a shade of iron, yet he remained unfazed, sneering at Su Chang'an. Even if you have seen through my ruse, what can you do to apprehend me? Yes, what can I do? Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. His muscles tensed as he slightly bent his body, adopting a hunting stance. He had traversed to this realm and acquired mastery in martial arts. The youth, brimming with martial prowess, yearned to showcase his abilities. He longed for a rapturous battle to gauge his current strength. Moreover, this marked his inaugural mission, his first encounter with apprehending a thief. A tumult of nervousness and exhilaration surged within him, igniting his chivalrous spirit and indomitable will. With his future at stake, he could only succeed. Failure was not an option. The flower thief, momentarily intimidated by Su Chang'an's imposing presence, involuntarily retreated a step. This provoked a fit of rage within him, cursing the insolent boy, oblivious to the peril he faced. With a thunderous strike, he unleashed a punch, imbued with formidable force, aimed directly at Su Chang'an's face. Su Chang'an narrowed his eyes, seizing the opportune moment to draw his broadsword from his waist, swiftly aiming a slash at Tian Yu's fist. However, an ethereal layer of energy enveloped Tian Yu's fist, exhibiting supernatural properties that not only deflected the razor-sharp blade, but also generated a backlash that sent Su Chang'an staggering back. This was the manifestation of the true qi that could only be condensed by those at the third rank of the qi refining realm. Once true qi was established, its applications were boundless. It could serve as a protective shield or be harnessed for offensive strikes, significantly amplifying both strength and destructive capacity. Ha ha ha. So you merely possess the trifling cultivation of the refinement realm, yet you dare meddle in my affairs. Mocked the flower thief, completely dismissing Su Chang'an. He believed he had discerned Su Chang'an's capabilities and readied another punch to conclude the skirmish. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply and executed another slash. A fleeting golden glow shimmered around him. Jin Shinju. Even at its initial level, it doubled his overall physical prowess. The flower thief, merely at the early stage of the qi refining realm, found his strength not significantly superior to Su Chang'an's. Useless. The flower thief chuckled derisively, Confident in his protective true qi, he approached unarmed to confront the broadsword. With a resounding clash, their fists and blade collided, both combatants retreating 3 steps. How is this possible? The flower thief gazed in disbelief at Su Chang'an, noticing a bloodstain on his fist, as his protective true qi was unexpectedly shattered by Su Chang'an's brute force. With a sigh of relief, Su Chang'an tightened his grip on the broadsword and calmly stated, "A practitioner of the qi refining realm is hardly impressive." The flower thief felt a deep-seated insult, his expression twisting into one of malice. "You insolent brat, since you seek death, I shall oblige." He unleashed the heart-crushing palm. In an instant, chilling energy surged from his palm, striking with swiftness and precision, akin to a venomous serpent. Recognizing the peril of this technique, Su Chang'an opted not to confront it head-on, but instead executed the star pursuit step to evade. Utilizing his martial eye, he discerned the intricacies of the flower thief's movements, effortlessly dodging each attack. The flower thief's countenance darkened, perceiving himself to be grappling with a slippery fish, always eluding his grasp. What manner of freak is this? Merely at the refinement realm, and yet I cannot subdue him. If you have the ability, do not evade. The flower thief bellowed in a fit of rage. As you wish. Su Chang'an stood his ground, the broadsword positioned across his chest. In the next moment, he launched himself into the fray, leaping gracefully beneath the moonlight. The blade's radiance illuminating the night as he aimed a lethal strike at the flower thief. Just as the flower thief prepared to counter, he was astounded to see the blade fracture into 4. 7 absolute blade techniques. Heart-crushing palm. The flower thief, though startled, felt a surge of confidence. Despite the indistinct nature of the images, he was resolute in his ability to dismantle them one by one. Should the heart-crushing palm connect, the opponent would undoubtedly perish. He believed himself shielded by true qi, unafraid of the assault. He could afford countless errors, but Su Chang'an could not afford a single misstep. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his grave mistake. The blade's icy radiance pierced through him, a chilling strike that inflicted pain to the marrow, releasing a spurt of crimson blood. How could this be? By what right do you wound me? The flower thief incredulously pointed at Su Chang'an, who stood resolute, his eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance that sent shivers down the flower thief's spine. The flower thief, merely at the early stage of the qi refining realm, possessed limited true qi, unable to sustain protection for his entire body. Su Chang'an, leveraging his martial eye, deciphered the flow of his true qi and struck at his vulnerabilities. "I will fight you to the death," the flower thief roared, his spirit soaring as he adopted a desperate stance. Yet, in a sudden twist, he turned to flee. Practitioners of the qi refining realm possess remarkable speed, and in an instant, he had leapt 100 zhang away, poised to scale the wall. But at that moment, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring him completely. Chapter 13. The Clown. Ha ha ha. This is what one calls falling into one's own trap. The chief strategist has indeed lived up to expectations. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan, heeding Su Chang'an's orders, lay in ambush and successfully apprehended the flower thief. Their faces flushed with excitement. Capturing the thief would surely bring them considerable glory. This was particularly significant as it marked Su Chang'an's first major case, and he executed it splendidly. At that moment, its power was not particularly formidable. Even ordinary individuals could resist its control. However, those plagued by anxiety, fatigue, or worry, who were consumed by their thoughts both day and night, could easily fall under its influence. Notably, in this world, the demon race does not arise from animals gaining sentience. Animals remain animals and do not transform into demons. The so-called demon race, also referred to as demon beasts, are inherently demons, endowed with extraordinary abilities, which people commonly refer to as demon arts. Furthermore, there exists a vast array of demon types, some of which possess intelligence rivaling that of humans, each exhibiting unique and bizarre abilities. This was Su Chang'an's first encounter with a demon, and he couldn't help but gaze at it with curiosity. "Thank you, Master Su, for saving my daughter. Your foresight and keen observation are truly remarkable. I was foolish and nearly misjudged you, and for that, I am deeply ashamed." The head of the Li family, accompanied by his wife, hurriedly approached Su Chang'an, kneeling before him in a gesture of respect and gratitude. "The common folk are immensely grateful, and I wish to repay your kindness with all my heart." Li Ya, with her gentle demeanor, performed a curtsy, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes gazing warmly at Su Chang'an, as if viewing her beloved. Su Chang'an understood her sincere desire to show her gratitude. However, since obtaining the goddess record, his standards had dramatically risen. The record's minimum requirement was intermediate talent, while Leah, despite her beauty, was merely rated as below average. A pretty face was all too common. Thus, he could only politely decline, saying, "I apologize, but I must decline your offer. You are too modest. This is merely my duty." Su Chang'an waved his hand casually, his demeanor indifferent. Leah bit her lip, her expression immediately clouded with disappointment. The head of the Li family observed both his daughter and Su Chang'an's reactions, inwardly sighing. Su Chang'an was a talented young man with a boundless future. If only his daughter could have the fortune to accompany him, even as a minor concubine, it would be a blessing. Alas, the feelings were unreciprocated. "Master Su, please accept this small token of my gratitude," the head of the Li family said, suppressing his unrealistic fantasies and presenting 3 silver notes, each worth 100 taels. How considerate. Su Chang'an accepted the money without hesitation. On his way back, he took out 100 taels and distributed 25 taels each to Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan. "Uncle Zhou, Uncle Li, please take your share. The rest I will share with the brothers." "Longin, I want tea stand on ceremony," Li Qingshan chuckled, accepting it outright. Zhou Daji, equally pleased, added, "We should visit the brothel together next time." "It's on me." Li Qingshan scoffed, "Huh? With Miss by taking care of Longin. Does he even need your invitation?" The two, seasoned and familiar with Su Chang'an, naturally accepted this kindness without a second thought. They understood Su Chang'an was winning hearts and were more than happy to see it happen, promptly starting to divide the silver. Suddenly, Su Chang'an had a thought and smiled. "By the way, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou, let us put on another show. What trick do you have up your sleeve this time?" Li Qingshan and Zhou Daji, upon seeing Su Chang'an smile, were filled with anticipation. Su Chang'an whispered, "For now, you both should act like this." Their eyes brightened with growing excitement. At the Divine Martial Guards camp, the early morning assembly was unusually crowded today, with hundreds of Divine Martial Guards arriving even before dawn. "Do you think Su Chang'an can solve the flower theft case?" "I doubt it. This thief is notoriously elusive. Even the seasoned chief has failed to catch a glimpse of him. If Su Chang'an can crack this case, I will be truly impressed. It cannot be that simple. He was merely a laborer before, lacking any investigative experience. What gives him the right to solve this case?" Amidst the crowd, Zhao Gang stood with a face full of resentment. He had deliberately come here to witness Su Chang'an's humiliation, eager to mock him and vent his frustrations. "Look, isn't that Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan? They're back. Why are only the 2 of them returning? Where's Chief Su?" Zhao Gang's excitement surged. Surely, their mission had failed, and Su Chang'an was too embarrassed to show his face. He quickly pushed his way through the crowd, his heart racing with anticipation, only to find no sign of Su Chang'an. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan walked with their heads down, sighing as if defeated roosters. Zhao Gang's exhilaration was palpable as he leaped out, questioning loudly, "Fang Qingshan, Zhou Daji, weren't you supposed to solve the flower theft case? Did you catch anyone? What does it concern you?" Zhou Daji, with reddened eyes, appeared agitated. He exchanged a furtive glance with Fang Qingshan, both harboring a hint of mockery. "Haha. Just as Longin predicted, there are indeed those waiting to relish his misfortune. Let us ignore him and make our exit," Fang Qingshan urged, pulling Zhou Daji along. Zhao Gang sprang forward, blocking their path, excitedly pressing. "The flower theft case concerns the honor of the Divine Martial Guard. As members, we naturally care. So did Chief Su solve the case?" "Of course he did." Zhou Daji huffed, his gaze evasive, exuding an air of uncertainty. Zhao Gang smugly believed he had deciphered everything. His spirit elevated. He interrogated, "Oh, then where is he? What about the flower thief?" Fang Qingshan stammered, My lord has captured the flower thief and is tired, so we took him home to rest before returning." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Gang could no longer contain his laughter, filled with a sense of pride and delight. The surrounding crowd also struggled to suppress their amusement. Fang Qingshan's explanation was utterly absurd. He truly could not lie convincingly. Wang Yuan stepped forward and commanded, "Fang Qingshan, Zhou Daji, tell me the truth. Has the flower case been solved?" "Well, it has been solved." Fang Qingshan's lips trembled, his head bowed, embodying a figure in desperate struggle. Zhao Gang frowned, impatiently shouting, "You truly are stubborn. Just tell me the truth." Zhou Daji, blushing with anger, retorted, Zhao Gang, what nonsense. If you don't believe me, do you dare to bet? Bet. You dare to bet? Zhao Gang was taken aback, astonished. Zhou Daji scoffed. Humph, coward. If you're too afraid, just shut your mouth. Zhao Gang, bet against him? He certainly must be bluffing. Yes, this is about the flower case. I am convinced it remains unsolved. Zhao Xiaoqi seemed rather timid. How could he not dare to bet? If it were me, I would definitely take that wager. Me too. The members of the Xinyu Guard began to cheer, reveling in the spectacle. All right, let us bet. Zhao Gang, fueled by excitement, felt that Zhou Daji had lost his mind, putting on a facade. If you fail to solve the case, I will require you to wear a sign around your neck stating, Su Chang'an is unworthy to be the chief banner. Zhou Daji stifled a laugh and replied, then if we solve the case, you must stand here bare-chested, with a sign stating, I am a despicable and shameless person. Excellent. Let us have everyone witness this, Zhao Gang said cheerfully, bowing to those around him. What are you all doing? Just then, a familiar voice pierced Zhao Gang's ears, freezing his smile. He struggled to turn his head, his eyes nearly popping out. Su Chang'an, come, everyone, take a look. This is the authentic flower thief, truly unblemished. Su Chang'an pushed the flower thief to the forefront, almost as if announcing with drums and gongs. A flower thief? It truly was a flower thief. Su Chang'an had actually solved the flower case. How did he manage that? The flower thief was a third-rank Qi refinement cultivator, yet Su Chang'an had managed to subdue him. Su Darren was indeed a talented young man, remarkably impressive. Everyone gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, exclamations echoing around them. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan could no longer maintain their pretenses. The two strode forward, wearing proud smiles, relishing in the attention they garnered. Daji, your earlier performance was still too obvious. Your eyes lacked subtlety, Fang Qingshan critiqued. Zhou Daji immediately retorted, look who is talking. Your lies were far too transparent. Only Zhao Gang, that big fool, failed to notice you digging your own grave. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Gang's face contorted with a mix of sorrow and rage. He realized he had merely played the fool. He involuntarily glanced toward the group that had been egging him on. They appeared unfazed, their gazes shifted elsewhere, indifferent. After all, the sign was not for them. Zhao Gang's mindset crumbled, and he thought to slip away quietly. However, after only a few steps, he was intercepted by Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan, who had been watching him intently. Hey, have some people forgotten something? Zhao Gang, your wager has yet to be fulfilled. Are you unable to bear the loss? All right, let us be merciful and let this matter end here. Everyone disperse. Wang Yuan frowned, speaking with authority. His tone was not open for discussion, but rather an announcement. His demeanor was domineering and arrogant. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan were immediately rendered speechless. Su Chang'an stepped forward, frowning, and coldly stated, the wager was witnessed by all. Let us not allow any distractions from irrelevant parties. When the wager was established, Wang Yuan had been present. He only pretended to intervene when Zhao Gang lost. However, had Su Chang'an been the loser, it was likely Wang Yuan would have taken the opportunity to strike further. Su Chang'an had always adhered to the principle of treating others as he wished to be treated. If someone wronged him, he would retaliate thrice as hard. He held a strong aversion to biased interventions and would not be courteous. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a serpent's, fixed upon Su Chang'an. Humph, Su Chang'an, do not think that just because you solved a couple of cases, you can act without restraint. When I was solving cases, you were still in your infancy. Su Chang'an countered boldly, unafraid, meeting his gaze. Wang Yuan, even a child in diapers understands the importance of keeping one's word. Surely, you are not ignorant of this? How shameful it is for the chief banner to be less trustworthy than a child. You. Wang Yuan was rendered speechless. With so many members of the Xinyu Guard watching, he dared not openly break the agreement. He could only glare at Su Chang'an with resentment. Su Chang'an sternly commanded, Qingshan, Daji, strip Zhao Gang of his clothing. Yes. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan immediately seized Zhao Gang with excitement. Moments later, they had completed the task flawlessly. Zhao Gang's face turned a deep shade of purple, his skin dark and unappealing, revealing a torso covered in flab, resembling an unsightly black-skinned ape. A sign hung around his neck, reading, I am a despicable and shameless person. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, overwhelmed by shame and unable to breathe. TSK. Your physique is quite lacking. You must be used to bullying others, neglecting your martial arts. Su Chang'an shook his head in disdain. That day, the ever-static Shenwu Guard camp was adorned with an unusual spectacle. Countless soldiers passing by could not help but glance twice, then burst into laughter. Chapter 14. Princess, have you returned again? I want him dead, I want him dead. Zhao Gang trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as a low growl escaped his throat, reminiscent of a wild beast. Beside him, Wang Yuan coldly remarked, "Rest assured, his arrogance will not last much longer." Lord Wang, could it be that the young master? A flicker of excitement crossed Zhao Gang's eyes. Wang Yuan replied in a deep tone, This person has thwarted the young master's plans and has long been placed on the must-kill list." After apprehending the flower thief and confining him in the Shenwu Guard's prison, Guoming joyfully called Su Chang'an over and praised him profusely, even wishing to issue a formal commendation, which Su Chang'an declined. Following this, Su Chang'an proceeded to the case filing hall to submit his tasks. Along the way, everyone's attitude towards him underwent a remarkable transformation. This was not only due to their recognition of his strength, but also because of their newfound respect for his methods. It is said that without a ruthless heart, one cannot stand firm. Su Chang'an had made Zhao Gang a laughingstock, and no one deemed his actions inappropriate. Rather, they began to respect him, wary of provoking him. Su Zongqi, the flower thief, was a third-grade qi refinement cultivator, aided by the demon race, with a task rating of Ding. However, due to the peculiar nature and impact of the flower theft case, his merits were upgraded to double Ding level. One could accumulate merits or directly exchange them for desired items. The person conversing with Su Chang'an was none other than the receptionist at the case filing hall, whose radiant smile revealed a pair of adorable dimples, making her exceedingly charming. Her name was Kong Yue, affectionately called Xiao Wei by everyone, with a gentle disposition and sweet appearance. She exuded a delightful fragrance, embodying the essence of a beloved pet. "Xiao Wei, why call me Su Zongqi? Just call me Su Dage." Su Chang'an, retaining a habit from his previous life, could not resist teasing the lovely girl upon seeing her. Xiao Wei smiled sweetly and said, "Su Dage." Her voice was melodious and sweet, making one yearn to hear it repeatedly. Su Chang'an appeared utterly enchanted. The young girl's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, "Su Dage, do you wish to accumulate this reward, or would you prefer to exchange it for something directly?" "I wish to exchange for a weapon, one capable of breaching martial true energy, preferably a blade." Su Chang'an expressed his desire. His encounter with the flower thief had revealed to him the extraordinary nature of martial true energy. Had he possessed a blade capable of penetrating true energy at that time, the battle would have been significantly easier. The enhancement a weapon provides to one's strength is immensely valuable. Xiao Wei smiled, saying, "Su Dage must be referring to the Mo Dao." Mo Dao? Su Chang'an was taken aback. Xiao Wei explained, "The Mo Dao is a type of blade mass-produced by the Refining Tools Pavilion, crafted from inked jade and dark iron, capable of breaking through martial true energy and also capable of containing it." Subsequently, she retrieved a blade and placed it before Su Chang'an. His eyes lit up instantly, captivated at first glance. The blade boasted a broad body, with a spine that slightly curved upward like a crescent moon, entirely jet black, smooth as jade, with a cold gleam reminiscent of flowing black water. The edge bore a hint of a cold iron white, instantly conveying an impression of extraordinary sharpness. The handle was of moderate length, engraved with intricate patterns, feeling solid in his grip, and emanating a refreshing sensation, most comfortable. A fine blade. Truly a fine blade. This is the one. Su Chang'an could hardly part with it. Although this blade was a product of mass production, it was undeniable that it was indeed a treasure, a gem beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Upon exiting the Shenwu Guard's camp, Su Chang'an's demeanor had transformed. He was now adorned with the Mo Dao, clad in a garment of black cloud patterns. With a golden thread and jade belt at his waist, and donning wind-chasing boots, exuding an air of gallant charisma. What a remarkably handsome young man. The common folk along the way stepped aside, casting glances filled with awe and envy. "Ha ha ha, Chang'an, this time we truly made a splash. It feels absolutely delightful. Indeed, the group that previously disregarded me now seeks my assistance for introductions, eager to serve you and progress alongside you." Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan felt as if they had quenched their thirst with ice water on a hot June day, exhilaration coursing through them. Having watched Su Chang'an grow up and succeed step by step felt akin to witnessing their own child flourish, filling them with pride and joy. Su Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, "As for the small flags, there is no rush. With the two of you by my side, it is sufficient for now. We can recruit a few more strongmen, but we must be discerning during the selection process, choosing only the best candidates. Rest assured, we will handle it impeccably." Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan nodded with smiles. Theoretically, Su Chang'an could have 5 small flags under his command, but adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, he intended to reserve the spots for now. That night, Su Chang'an sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his mind empty. He was practicing the Ming Shinju. This technique specializes in spiritual awareness, and only upon reaching the later stages of the spirit refinement realm, after condensing one's spiritual awareness, can it be cultivated. Thus, Su Chang'an had delayed his practice until now. Spiritual awareness is mysterious and extraordinary, ethereal yet essential, akin to the human soul. The stronger the spiritual awareness, the keener the intuition, often referred to as the sixth sense. When amplified to a certain degree, it can manifest as divine thought, scanning the surroundings like a radar, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Of course, the mystical applications of spiritual awareness extend beyond this. It can be employed in alchemy, weapon refinement, and even as a means of attack. Few methods exist to enhance spiritual awareness, as it typically strengthens only with the improvement of one's strength. This highlights the rarity of the Ming Shinju, breathing in sync with the universe. His spiritual awareness nestled within his mind, transforming into an ethereal void. Su Chang'an directed his spiritual awareness, operating it according to the technique's description. Soon, his spirit relaxed, seemingly merging with the void, continuously sublimating. The subtle sounds of the wind, the rustling of flowers and grass, and even the soft scratching of insects burrowing into the soil reached his ears. It evoked a sense of exploring the mysteries of the world and the universe. An exceptionally exquisite experience. After a moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, directing his gaze towards a specific direction outside the door, his brow subtly furrowing. Su Chang'an tightened his grip on the Mo Dao, slowly rising from the bed, feigning nonchalance as he opened the door and stepped outside. The moonlight was as cool as water, illuminating the Mo Dao and casting a chilling glow. Su Chang'an stood still, his entire presence exuding a restrained intensity, appearing harmless while secretly observing his surroundings. In the shadows, a pair of beautiful eyes, akin to black gemstones, silently regarded Su Chang'an, a flicker of surprise flashing within. Such a keen intuition, his power has actually improved so rapidly. With a delicate wave of her hand, she made a slight gesture. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of white light pierced the sky, resembling a colossal white python emerging into view, coiling towards Su Chang'an. Drawing his ink blade with the edge facing downward, he struck with all his might. To his astonishment, the blade, which could sever hair with ease, could not cut through this fabric. The streak veered, its speed increasing dramatically, leaving Su Chang'an unable to react. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped around his hand and then, like a climbing tiger, ascended to envelop his entire body. A tremendous force pulled him back into the room, binding him to the bed like a mummy with only his head exposed. "Who visits me?" he exclaimed. "There must be some misunderstanding. I can explain. It is best to resolve enmity rather than deepen it. I am the general of the Divine Martial Guard. Killing me would cause you much trouble." Aware of the vast chasm in their strengths, Su Chang'an promptly conceded, mentally running through a list of those he might have offended. What kind of grudge could warrant such a formidable opponent? "Humph, this is the extent of your spirit," came a delicate snort, as a familiar figure appeared by the bed. So familiar that it was beyond recognition. Dressed in a gown as white as snow, exuding an aloof elegance akin to the moon, her flowing hair and picturesque features rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. "And Ping, Princess?" Su Chang'an relaxed instantly, smiling. "If the princess has any commands, I would not dare disobey. There is no need for such dramatics." The youth does not yet know the taste of sorrow, yearning for the heights, and now, having tasted sorrow, wishes to speak yet refrains, noting how autumn arrives with a chill. General Su possesses remarkable literary talent. How does it feel to be a guest of Bai Mu Shui? Although Luo Shuixian's tone remained cool and indifferent, it was evident that she was subtly mocking him. A flicker of realization crossed Su Chang'an's mind. This tone, did it seem like jealousy? "Princess, do not misinterpret. The visit to the teaching office was purely coincidental. In truth, your beauty is the wellspring of my inspiration." Without hesitation, Su Chang'an recited a love poem, In the state of Chu, there exists a beauty, standing apart from the world. One glance captivates a city, a second, a nation. Flattery. Luo Shuixian shot him a glare, yet her ire dissipated significantly. After a moment of silence, she queried, if our true energies were to intertwine, would the effects not be splendid? Struggling to suppress her embarrassment, she got straight to the point. Su Chang'an felt a surge of warmth. Ahem, indeed, my unique constitution allows for immense benefits from the merging of our energies. He discerned her intent and fixed his gaze upon her intently. As expected, having tasted the shortcut to rapid strength, who would wish to endure the hardship of laborious cultivation? Do not look. Luo Shuixian huffed indignantly, waving her hand to cover Su Chang'an's eyes with a streak. Princess, this is quite unfair. He protested. Silence. She waved her hand again, covering his mouth. After a moment's hesitation, her expression grew resolute as she infused her true energy into Su Chang'an's body. An hour later, Luo Shuixian returned to her aloof demeanor, standing as if nothing had occurred. Princess Yu. Su Chang'an attempted to voice his dissatisfaction, but a single glare from Luo Shuixian silenced him. He could only remain quiet, feeling as if he were a wronged spouse. You are forbidden from uttering a single word about this. With that, she retracted the streak and exited, her figure gracefully vanishing into the night. Left alone, Su Chang'an lay on the bed, feeling despondent, sighing deeply. Where is justice? Where is male authority? I must rise. From this day forth, I shall not allow such occurrences to repeat in my life. He gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. In the Yinping princess's residence, Luo Shuixian returned home under the cover of night. As she gently landed in the courtyard, she suddenly sensed something amiss, her gaze fixed intently on the pavilion. There sat a woman, clad in a flowing red dress that trailed like a long tail, as alluring as a blooming rose. The owner of the gown possessed an enchanting visage, a dot of vermilion at her brow, and captivating phoenix eyes that scrutinized Luo Shuixian. Out late at night, returning now? Little Xian, you haven't been rendezvousing with a lover, have you? What do you want? Do you seek a fight? Luo Shuixian responded coldly, clearly prepared for confrontation. What is there to fight about? You cannot possibly defeat me. The woman in red waved dismissively. I am your elder sister, here to express concern for you. You nearly fell into the hands of the Heisha army. Thankfully, you are unscathed, for if your honor were tarnished, it would disgrace our royal family. You, crude. Enraged, Luo Shuixian drew her sword, her pretty face icy. Leave at once. I refuse to go. The woman in red provocatively displayed a piece of paper before Luo Shuixian. Upon seeing it, Luo Shuixian's expression changed dramatically. The paper bore the poem penned for her by Su Chang'an. Return it. Her teeth clenched, she lunged to snatch it. The woman in red effortlessly dodged, her tongue sharp. Clouds desire garments. Flowers yearn for beauty. TSK, this is a love poem from your suitor, is it not? Truly beautiful. Who would have thought that beneath your icy exterior, you would seek a man, and with such urgency? Return it. Luo Shuixian, flustered and furious, intensified her assault. If you wish for it, call me sister, and I shall listen. Impossible. Then I shall take it. I thought you had grown stronger, but it appears you remain as you were. With a light laugh, the woman in red effortlessly struck Luo Shuixian from the air, departing with a flourish. Huayang, you shall wait. Luo Shuixian seethed with rage, turning to leave her residence once more. In the Su residence, Su Chang'an continued practicing the Ming Shinju, holding his breath. He must reclaim his dignity. He would seek vengeance. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door burst open violently. There stood Luo Shuixian, fuming with an icy aura. Princess, what brings you? Su Chang'an's eyes widened as he sensed impending doom. Before he could finish, a streak enveloped him tightly, leaving only a small space beneath him. Ugh. Chapter 15, The Refinement of Qi the following day. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chang'an buried his head, eyes reddened, relentlessly striking the towering tree before him. How infuriating. How humiliating. I shall succeed. I shall grow stronger. From this day forth, I will not allow any woman to impose upon me again. Chang'an. At that moment, Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, a grave matter has arisen. Lord Wei has issued an order for everyone to assemble at the Shenwu Wei camp. Lord Wei? Wei Qinhu? Su Chang'an was taken aback. Indeed. Zhou Daji nodded. Do you know the reason? Su Chang'an's expression turned serious. Both Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan shook their heads simultaneously. It seems the situation is quite serious, and currently, no one knows the reason. Let us go. Su Chang'an quickly donned his black cloud-patterned attire, secured his ink blade at his waist, and hurried towards the Shenwu Wei camp. Tasks that mobilize the entire Shenwu Wei are exceedingly rare and invariably pertain to significant events. And with the Qianhu leading the charge, it is likely an earth-shattering case. Upon arriving at the Shenwu Wei camp, the trio was instantly taken aback by the scene before them. The area was filled with hundreds of people. At the forefront stood a figure atop a high platform, tall and erect like a pine, hands clasped behind his back. Clad in black cloud-patterned clothing, he was adorned with an embroidered fierce silver tiger, its silver threads glistening in the sunlight, while a jade belt at his waist exuded authority and solemnity. His face was square and resolute, eyebrows sharp as blades, nose high and proud, and his deep-set eyes resembled a frigid pool, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Beneath him stood 3 Baihu, followed by 15 Zongqi, 75 Xiaoqi, and hundreds of strongmen, all awaiting orders, prepared for action. Qianhu, truly imposing. Su Chang'an felt his blood boil. As a man who does not dream of standing in such a position, commanding the allegiance of many, advance. There were no slogans, no mobilization, not even a destination indicated. Merely 2 words. The Grand Assembly followed Wei Qinggong's lead. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Su Chang'an sensed this was to maintain confidentiality, lest they alert the enemy. Of course, another possibility loomed, concern over spies within Shenwu Wei. The mobilization of hundreds of Shenwu Wei was a spectacular display, as the once bustling street was swiftly cleared. Countless citizens retreated into their homes, daring only to peek through their windows. Soon, the procession exited the capital city, heading towards a location on the outskirts. They came to a halt only at the foot of Jian Mountain. Jian Mountain, a desolate peak seldom visited. Surround it. At Wei Qinggong's command, the 3 Baihu followed suit, issuing orders. Subsequently, everyone began to act with remarkable order. Guoming also started to give commands. Su Chang'an and Wang Yuan are to guard the rear of Jian Mountain, with Wang Yuan in command and Su Chang'an as support. Remember, spare no one. Understood. Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly, lamenting the irony of fate. He found himself paired with Wang Yuan, and furthermore, under the latter's command. However, he was not truly concerned. If the other dared to trouble him, they would surely regret it. Soon, all assignments were distributed, and everyone promptly reached their designated areas. Su Chang'an stood at the back of Jian Mountain, quite leisurely. He gazed thoughtfully at the peak before him. This mountain rose 100 feet, tapering as it ascended, resembling a long sword thrusting towards the heavens, hence its name, Jian Mountain. What secrets could this mountain harbor to warrant such an elaborate display? Chang'an. News has surfaced. With his socially anxious disposition, Zhou Daji rushed over, exclaiming in excitement. Within Jian Mountain resides a group of Heisha army. This is the realm of the capital. How dare the Heisha army establish a stronghold here? Fang Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Quite surprising, isn't it? Everyone was equally astonished. Zhou Daji continued, but think about it. The Heisha army even dares to capture Princess Omping. What are they afraid of? Fang Qingshan questioned. But wait, the mountain shows no signs of life. Where's the Heisha army? If even you can spot a shadow, then the Heisha army has no chance of hiding. They would have been eradicated long ago. Zhou Daji rolled his eyes. Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow. You raise a valid point. Then where are they? Inside the mountain. Zhou Daji's eyes widened in amazement. They have hollowed out Jian Mountain, transforming the interior into a stronghold. What? Fang Qingshan exclaimed in disbelief. Su Chang'an also raised an eyebrow, astonished by the audacity of the Heisha army. Fang Qingshan questioned, such a significant commotion would not go unnoticed by the capital. I suspect you are fabricating this. You know nothing. This information is absolutely credible. Zhou Daji asserted confidently. The last living captive brought back by Princess Omping had their soul searched using a secret technique, which revealed this stronghold. Soul search? Su Chang'an instinctively felt a surge of wariness. This world is rather complex. Even soul searching exists. He harbored many secrets and must remain cautious. He cannot allow anyone to glean his memories. Moreover, he never expected this incident would have such profound ties to him. Those wretched creatures of the Heisha army, had it not been for General Bai's urgent recall, they would have been annihilated long ago. Fang Qingshan said indignantly. Zhou Daji, however, expressed awe. The Qianhu personally taking action indicates that there must be an immortal presence within that stronghold. An immortal presence. It is said that upon reaching this realm, one can achieve physical immortality, regenerate severed limbs, and live beyond 300 years. Truly deserving of the title gods among men. Fang Qingshan remarked hopefully, if we manage to capture a few elusive fish during this grand operation, it would be a tremendous achievement. Zhou Daji. Fang Qingshan, who permitted you to indulge in idle chatter? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Wang Yuan stormed over, radiating an overwhelming aura that bore down on the two like a mountain, rendering their faces pale. If it were merely to inquire, there would be no need to exert such force. Clearly, Wang Yuan intended to humiliate them. Su Chang'an stepped forward, blocking Wang Yuan's oppressive presence, and coldly stated, "It was I who called them over to inquire about the situation. Is there an issue?" Su Chang'an, Lord Gua has commanded. I am in charge. You are the support. Wang Yuan held his head high, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "They must seek my approval to approach you. Even you must heed my authority." Behind Wang Yuan, Zhao Gang chuckled ominously. "General Su, it seems one of your subordinates has erred. You wouldn't consider shielding them, would you?" These two wretches. Su Chang'an recognized that Wang Yuan was seizing the opportunity to exact revenge upon him. Anger surged within his heart, and he could scarcely restrain the urge to slap their faces. "Boss, let it go. We are indeed at fault this time." Zhou Daji gently pulled Su Chang'an back. Fang Qingshan, with wide eyes, exclaimed loudly, "Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me how you intend to punish me. From this moment until the same time tomorrow, both of you shall remain here, vigilant and silent, without rest." Wang Yuan retorted with a cold smirk. After speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Su Chang'an, deliberately bumped shoulders with him, and swaggered away. "Humph, is it merely a standing punishment? He can only manage to irritate us slightly," they remarked dismissively. Indeed, the more he acts this way, the more it highlights his incompetence. Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji commented nonchalantly. However, Su Chang'an harbored a deep-seated frustration. Only through strength and elevated status could one avoid being bullied. He sought out a secluded spot to cultivate. The two instances of dual cultivation with Princess amping the previous night had brought him to the threshold of a breakthrough, with the refining Qi realm within reach. The refining Qi realm is the process of condensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into one's body, thereby transforming it into one's own divine powers. The awareness of spirit is the foundation for sensing this spiritual energy. One must connect with the spiritual energy in the air through this awareness, guiding it into the body and converging it within the dantian. Su Chang'an sat cross-legged, calming his mind as he meticulously communicated with the spiritual energy. Before long, he could perceive its presence. It was an indescribably pure flow of energy, seemingly conjured from the power of the universe, brimming with mystery and strength. However, when he attempted to draw in the energy with his awareness, it remained as immovable as a boulder. Yet, he did not feel discouraged. He persistently endeavored to summon it with his awareness. After an indeterminate amount of time, a small quantity of spiritual energy finally broke free and gradually flowed into Su Chang'an's body. As he absorbed more and more spiritual energy, a cyclone began to form at his dantian. The formation of this true Qi vortex signified his official entry into a new realm, the refining Qi realm. Chapter 16. The Golden Body Technique, Second Layer. Is this the true essence of martial arts? Su Chang'an raised his hand, a thin veil of air shimmering above it. As he brought his palm down, the true essence sliced through the stone before him with the precision of the sharpest blade, effortlessly cleaving it in two. Beyond its destructive power, true essence significantly enhances various aspects of a martial artist's capabilities. Indeed, the power of martial arts' true essence is formidable. Many claim that breaking through the Qi refinement stage is exceedingly difficult, sometimes taking years. The challenges lie in sensing the spiritual energy in the air and in the rock-solid nature of this energy, which makes it arduous to draw into one's body. However, Su Chang'an felt no bottleneck, likely due to the uniqueness of his pure Yang Wuji body. This physique is not merely conducive to dual cultivation, but is a genuine holy body for rigorous training. Su Chang'an continued to sit cross-legged, solidifying his current realm. He also took the opportunity to practice his various martial techniques, with particular focus on the Golden Body technique. Currently, the strategy against the Haisha Army's stronghold involved encirclement without direct confrontation. Given that Sword Mountain is easy to defend, yet difficult to attack, They aimed to exhaust the enemy's supplies and wear down their spirits, hoping to force a surrender without battle. However, the Haisha army would undoubtedly not yield. The current silence was merely a buildup of energy, preparing for a breakout. A great battle could erupt at any moment. What Su Chang'an needed to do was to enhance his strength as much as possible before that time. 5 days swiftly passed. On this day, Su Chang'an was cultivating in a temporarily carved cave. His skin was flawless and radiant, displaying extraordinary resilience, traits that signified the effects of the first layer of the golden body technique. As he continued his training, a layer of bright copper radiance began to emerge from his skin, a wondrous manifestation indicating his breakthrough to the second layer, the copper skin realm. He was on the verge of transcending into the second layer. Su Chang'an, come out. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from outside the cave. Wang Yuan, accompanied by his subordinates with unfriendly expressions, arrived at the mouth of the cave. Fang Qingshan quickly blocked the entrance, stating solemnly, Lord Wang, my master is at a crucial moment in his training. Please do not disturb him. If there is something you wish to communicate, we shall relay it to Lord Su. Zhou Daji also appeared apprehensive. Who do you think you are? Daring to obstruct the path of this general? Wang Yuan's expression darkened. His fists clenched as he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Bang! Although Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji raised their hands in defense, they were no match for Wang Yuan's might. Their bodies were hurled backward, crashing against the rocky wall. Wang Yuan smirked coldly and stepped directly into the cave. Before long, they laid eyes on Su Chang'an, who was seated cross-legged. Both Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang wore sinister smiles. It is ill-advised to disturb someone during their training, especially when they are on the brink of a breakthrough. The consequences could be dire, potentially thwarting the effort or making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Observing Su Chang'an's demeanor, it was clear he was at a critical juncture. Haha, truly the heavens are aiding me. He must not be allowed to succeed in his breakthrough. Wang Yuan commanded, Su Chang'an, I order you to take your men to guard the western path tonight. Do you hear me? He deliberately channeled his true essence, his voice booming like thunder, attempting to rouse Su Chang'an from his meditation. Su Chang'an remained calm, continuing his cultivation as if undisturbed. Zhao Gang frowned, imperiously declaring, Su Chang'an, Lord Wang is speaking to you. What is your attitude? Wang Yuan's expression soured further as he raised 3 fingers. You have 3 seconds to respond. 3, 2, 1. Failure to comply will incur punishment. He then lifted his hand and struck towards Su Chang'an's chest. Stop! Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan shouted in fury, wishing they could shield him with their bodies. Zhao Gang laughed sinisterly, filled with excitement. Bang! Wang Yuan's palm struck down, but his expression changed dramatically. He felt as though he had hit a steel plate, an incredible hardness met with a terrifying recoil. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all, he was sent flying, as if a kite severed from its string. What is happening? Why is General Wang the one being thrown out? Look at Su Chang'an. He has transformed into a copper man. A body refining technique? Su General is still refining his body. What? What immense presence! The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Wang Yuan's face darkened, staring at Su Chang'an with resentment. At this moment, Su Chang'an radiated a brilliant copper light. Even his hair had turned copper-colored, his eyes sparkling with vitality, emanating a divine glow. His aura was dense and profound, exuding a fierce intensity that made it difficult to look directly at him. The second layer of the golden body technique had doubled his physical attributes, and when fully activated, he could transform into a copper man, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Wang Yuan, you have attacked my subordinate and deliberately disrupted my breakthrough. Kneel and apologize. Ha ha ha, Su Chang'an, you are deluded. Do not think that a breakthrough grants you the right to be arrogant. Wang Yuan laughed derisively. Su Chang'an recognized that words were futile. It was better to take action. He needed someone to spar with. With a sudden leap, he shattered the stones beneath him and launched himself toward Wang Yuan like a cannonball. I was careless before. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Wang Yuan's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he unleashed a surge of true essence, causing his robes to billow. The true essence of the mid-chi refinement stage was already formidable, overwhelming enough to leave others gasping for breath. Clang, clang, clang. As the two engaged, their fists and feet collided, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Su General is indeed a rising star, capable of contending with General Wang. What a powerful body refining technique. It seems incredibly resilient. Wang Yuan had broken through to the mid-chi refinement stage 2 years prior, possessing substantial depth, while Su General was still likely not his match. That was a certainty. After all, there was a gap of over a decade between them. The warriors of the Xinyu Guard were abuzz with discussion, their eyes fixated on the duel. Zhao Gang glared at Su Chang'an with envy, sneering. Su Chang'an dares to engage with Lord Wang. He is simply courting humiliation. Chang'an, be careful. Be careful. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan watched with great concern, repeating their warnings. Watch as I shatter your turtle shell. Wang Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he clasped his hands together, gathering a tremendous amount of true essence, then thrusting it forward. Bone-shattering palm. The gazes of everyone present abruptly sharpened, their hearts racing. It had appeared, the legendary Hua Gu Zhang of Wang Zongqi. This technique could convert true energy into internal force, penetrating the body. Those struck would find even their bones melting away. Would Su Zongqi's body refinement techniques be able to withstand it? It was precarious, exceedingly precarious. Su Zongqi could only dodge, or so they thought. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Chang'an raised his hand and retaliated with a palm strike of his own, meeting Wang Yuan head-on. Seeking death. A cruel smile crept across Wang Yuan's lips. Yet, in the next moment, a formidable aura awoke from within him, akin to a slumbering lion, shaking the very core of those present. That was martial true energy. Remarkably, Su Zongqi had also broken through to the refinement of Qi realm. My goodness, his cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid. The onlookers of the Xinyu Guard collectively gasped, their exclamations rising in a crescendo. Su Chang'an's rate of advancement could undoubtedly earn him the title of genius. How had he attained the refinement of Qi realm? Zhao Gang was left dumbfounded, consumed by jealousy to the point of near disintegration. Bang! Wang Yuan's body was hurled backward, crashing into a sturdy tree before sliding to the ground. Just as he stood, Su Chang'an placed a hand upon his shoulder. I say kneel and apologize. Wang Yuan felt a terrifying weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, compelling him to kneel involuntarily. A profound silence enveloped the area. The surrounding Xinyu guards felt utterly speechless, unable to believe their own eyes. This was Wang Yuan. He had genuinely knelt. Su Chang'an, do you dare to defy authority? Wang Yuan's eyes burned crimson, his body trembling with humiliation as he bellowed. Su Chang'an retorted with a cold laugh. Defy authority? Should I escort you before Lord Beihu to seek justice? Wang Yuan had no retort, his gaze directed at Su Chang'an, filled with murderous intent. Unyielding, Su Chang'an met his stare, commanding, apologize. I am sorry. Wang Yuan's face flushed crimson, nearly grinding his teeth to dust before managing to force out 3 words from his throat. Get lost. Su Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Wang Yuan could not resort to murder. Should he kill, it would be tantamount to assaulting a colleague, severing Su Chang'an's future. He was filled with tumultuous thoughts. It was not worth sacrificing his prospects for a mere pawn. Su Chang'an, remember this, starting tonight, lead the men to guard the western path. With this, Wang Yuan fled the scene in disgrace. Fang Qingshan approached, filled with emotion, saying, Chang'an, you rascal, you truly are impressive. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Zhou Daji, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, you used to linger in the Jiaofang Sea, and both Fang Shu and I regretted it, thinking we had led you astray. As long as your cultivation hasn't faltered, we would be the sinners. Fang Qingshan hastily advised. Indeed, Chang'an, missing Xue is undeniably beautiful, but frequent visits will harm your well-being. As the old saying goes, a steel rod can be ground into a needle. I understand. I know my limits. Su Chang'an replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, I want him dead. I want him dead. Wang Yuan's face contorted with rage as he smashed his fist into a nearby tree, bringing it crashing down. Zhao Gang seethed. Lord Wang, the young master is already preparing to take action. Su Chang'an won't be able to bask in his triumph for long. Humph, he mustn't die easily. I want him kneeling before me, bowing his head until death. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Chang'an would kneel. Yes, killing him outright would be too merciful. Zhao Gang darkly agreed. Subsequently, Wang Yuan whistled, and a bird descended from the sky. He pinned a letter and affixed it to the bird's leg, his eyes gleaming with malice as he murmured, Go, and urged the young master to act swiftly. Chapter 17, Shadows of 6, The Enemy Strikes. That night, Su Chang'an, accompanied by his team, ventured onto a narrow, winding path to the west. This route was overgrown with weeds and surrounded by dense forests, seamlessly connecting to the mountainside of Jianshan, providing excellent concealment. Su Chang'an instructed his subordinates to guard several key points while he sought an open space to hone his martial skills. Mastery of martial arts is traditionally categorized into 4 levels: novice, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Su Chang'an had already cultivated the 7 absolute blade technique to a stage where he could manifest 4 blade shadows, which was considered minor achievement, and the same applied to his pursuing star steps. In the heart of the dense woods, Su Chang'an wielded his ink blade with elegance. The powerful aura he emanated stirred the fallen leaves beneath him, forming a swirling vortex that drew the leaves into a mesmerizing dance around him. The ink blade glistened like jade, reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam. Despite wielding only a single ink blade, 4 distinct blade shadows emerged around him, solid yet ethereal, each slicing through the air in different directions. The 7 absolute blade technique was intricate and versatile, allowing the blade shadows to harmonize and confound any adversary. The greater the number of shadows, the more formidable their power. However, Su Chang'an realized that the essence of the 7 absolute blade technique was not merely speed. Furrowing his brow, he continued to wield his blade while reflecting deeply. He had initially believed that sheer quickness would enable him to produce more blade shadows. Yet no matter how he accelerated his movements, he could not attain the realm of 5 interwoven shadows. With the keen insight granted by his martial eye, he discerned the flaw in his training direction, but remained at a loss as to how to rectify it. Su Darren is truly an exemplar for us all, seizing every moment to practice. Does he not even sleep? No wonder he is so formidable. It is a combination of talent and hard work. Indeed, if I had achieved what he has, I would be reclining in leisure. That is why you will never ascend to the position of total commander. Why are you suddenly piercing my heart like that? Gradually, the members of the Shenwu guards were inspired, unable to sleep as they began to practice their own martial techniques, some even sparring with one another. Witnessing this scene, Su Chang'an couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that the instigator of this fervor was none other than himself. Yet, in an instant, a stroke of inspiration struck him, prompting him to halt his actions. He began to observe his comrades practicing. Raise your arm 3 inches higher. Let your waist descend. Yes, Darren. No, when you execute this strike, step forward with your right leg simultaneously. Su Darren, does this actually increase the power by 30%? This sword technique is primarily about fluidity. Your movements are too rigid. Try to add some wrist flicks as you strike. Thank you for your guidance, Su Darren. As he walked among them, offering casual advice. The hearts of the onlookers were profoundly moved, filled with gratitude. Su Darren is incredible. With just a glance, he unveiled the essence of my martial technique. His single piece of advice makes me feel overwhelmingly powerful. Su Darren is so generous. How many superiors take the time to guide their subordinates? Indeed, amidst the crowd, a rather unsavory man scoffed dismissively. Humph, is it worth this fuss over a few words? Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Darren is our leader. Show some respect. Exactly. You were too lazy to stay awake and missed Su Darren's guidance. Can you blame anyone for that? Zhang sneered. I couldn't care less. Aside from his talent being superior to mine, what makes him better than me? The crowd looked at him and shook their heads. An oblivious fool daring to compare himself to Su Darren. One of the Shenwu guards could not contain his anger, stating, Forgive my bluntness, but you are not even worthy to compare to Su Darren. It was apparent to all that Zhang was simply envious. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an returned to his training spot, closing his eyes as if pondering something profound. A realization dawned upon him. He had lacked a solid foundation. The martial techniques he had learned were few, with the 7 absolute blade technique being the sole focus of his blade training, leaving him unfamiliar with other forms. Earlier, under the guise of offering guidance, he had gleaned insights from the martial techniques of several Shenwu guards. Even the most basic yellow-grade techniques had provided him with a wealth of understanding. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes wide, the brilliance within them akin to lightning, and executed a swift slash. The ink blade shot forth like a meteor across the night sky. To his astonishment, 6 blade shadows materialized around him, 6 shadows intertwining. He was but a hair's breadth away from achieving the realm of 7 shadows merging into one. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Aside from refining his martial skills, Su Chang'an made time to instruct his subordinates. This news reached Wang Yuan's team, resulting in several Shenwu guards discreetly approaching Su Chang'an for guidance, much to Wang Yuan's fury. That day, a thick darkness enveloped the night, swallowing all light. The moon itself seemed to vanish, rendering the world pitch black. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Su Chang'an sat cross-legged upon a large stone, absorbing spiritual energy while utilizing his martial eye to survey the movements on Jianshan. In the distance, he discerned flickering flames, igniting his sense of caution. Fang Shu Zhou Chang'an, what is it? Fang Qingshan and Zhou Daji responded immediately. Su Chang'an spoke gravely. Prepare everyone for alertness. Do not wander alone and get ready for battle. Understood. The Xinyu guards promptly obeyed, not daring to be lax in their preparations. Only Zhang Zhen remained indifferent, mockingly observing the bustling activity around him. What a fuss over nothing, issuing orders at random. Anyone could do this if they were in charge. As moments ticked by, the night deepened. Su Chang'an remained seated on the stone, the ink blade resting across his legs, channeling his battle intent to its zenith. Warriors above the 4th rank were key targets for monitoring. It was nearly impossible for them to escape from Jianshan. Therefore, the only ones who could stealthily descend were likely at the Qi refinement stage. Su Chang'an felt no fear. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of blood. Su Chang'an's eyes flew open. A peculiar, eerie laughter resonated through the air, echoing like a ghostly wail. A strong wind swept in, causing the trees to creak ominously. An unsettling aura enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of panic. Help! Save me! Zhang Zhen, in a state of utter distress, emerged from the forest. He was visibly shaken, his complexion as pale as a sheet, rushing towards the others. The remaining Xinwu Wei had huddled together, backs pressed against each other for mutual support, but he had failed to heed Su Chang'an's orders and had become isolated. Now, startled by the adversary, he acted recklessly, courting death. Suddenly, Su Chang'an noticed a shadow flitting past, exhibiting extraordinary agility, akin to a bat unfurling its wings, as it whisked Zhang Zhen into the air. Help! Zhang Zhen managed to utter but a single word before he fell silent. In mere moments, his lifeless body was cast down from above, having been entirely drained of blood, reduced to a desiccated corpse. This incited widespread panic among the Xinwu Wei. Oh! The taste of human blood is exquisite, echoed a chilling voice from the void, sending shivers down spines. Su Chang'an's expression remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the emptiness before him as he intoned, Meiying Sanfu. Indeed, it is us, came the sinister response. What? It is truly Meiying Sanfu. This implies there are 3 practitioners of Qi refinement, with the lead bat being at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. It is said that their lightness skills are unparalleled, and they operate as one. Even late-stage Qi refinement cultivators are helpless against them. We are doomed. They feast on human blood, and we shall be drained. The infamous Meiying Sanfu, notorious for their bloodlust and cruel methods, were documented by the Xinyu Wei. The mere mention of their name evoked primal fear. Do not panic, shouted Fang Qingshan. Send out a distress signal, quickly. Someone trembled. The signal. The signal flares were not provided by Wang Zaki. What? That scoundrel intends to lead us to our doom. Zhou Daji exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury. Ha ha ha, you guessed correctly. From the shadows emerged Zhao Gang, laughing triumphantly. Fang Qingshan glared at him. Zhao Gang, what do you mean by this? Meiying Sanfu was summoned by us to deal with Su Chang'an. Zhao Gang sneered coldly, his gaze filled with malice. Su Chang'an, your end is near. I came specifically to witness you groveling on the ground, begging for mercy. Oh, so that is Su Chang'an? The young master has commanded that Su Chang'an be captured alive, and he must be tormented to the brink of death. Let him breathe, but only half of his blood shall be drawn. The voices of Meiying Sanfu intertwined, seemingly emanating from all directions. Only Su Chang'an could perceive them, as beneath the moonlit night, 3 bat-like silhouettes darted through the air. His expression remained as tranquil as water. With a casual motion, he plunged the ink blade as sheath into the ground and slowly drew forth the blade. The friction of blade against hilt produced a melodious sound. He stood, knife in hand, his tall and graceful figure exuding an aura as sharp as his blade, soaring to the heavens. You arrive at an opportune moment. This new blade of mine requires the blood of 3 Qi refinement warriors to sharpen its edge. Seeking death. With a furious roar, a figure descended like a specter from the branches above Su Chang'an. Gaunt and pallid, with elongated fingers resembling claws, it bore a grotesque, half-human visage, swooping down like an eagle on its prey. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Chang'an's eyes as he acted with lightning speed, executing a perfectly timed slash. The attack struck just as the adversary descended, devoid of any means to evade. However, the figure appeared to defy gravity, inexplicably retreating skyward, vanishing back into the branches with uncanny ease. A mocking, sinister laughter resonated through the void. "You cannot harm us." Chapter 18. The Three Bats and the Young Master Emerges. Su Chang'an executed a series of nimble steps, leaping gracefully onto the tree trunk. As soon as his feet touched down, a glimmer of cold light erupted from the dense branches, as an assailant wielding a dagger lunged directly at his chest. Clang! Su Chang'an parried with his ink blade. Yet, in the next instant, two more blades of cold light appeared above and below him, launching a coordinated attack. The Meiying Sanfu displayed unparalleled agility, lurking in ambush, seeking to catch Su Chang'an off guard. For an ordinary martial artist, such a sudden assault would have been utterly overwhelming. Beneath the thick foliage, danger lurked, and the Meiying Sanfu struck repeatedly from their concealed positions. Su Chang'an maintained his composure, his body moving with remarkable agility, as light as a bird in flight. The ink blade in his hand danced with the ferocity of a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the air, a dazzling display to behold. He faced three adversaries without faltering. "Look, Lord Su is employing my storm blade technique." One of the Xinwu guards exclaimed proudly, unable to contain his admiration. "Lord Su only watched my demonstration once, yet he identified my shortcomings and adapted the storm blade technique to such an extent. He is truly formidable. That kick just now was my gale kick." Another chimed in. "Did you see? That was my agile monkey leap. Lord Su is incredible." Each Xinwu guard saw reflections of their own martial skills in Su Chang'an. Their blood surged with pride and a sense of shared glory. Humph, what is there to be proud of? The Meiying Sanfu are merely warming up. Su Chang'an shall meet a grim fate. Zhao Gang's expression darkened, jealousy burning in his gaze as he fixated on Su Chang'an. He could hardly wait for Su Chang'an to kneel before him. "Enough of this play. The young master awaits us," he commanded sternly. "Hee, I can hardly wait to taste his blood. Let us finish this quickly." The three bats cackled in unison, their laughter echoing like a dissonant chord that pierced the air, causing discomfort to the ears. In perfect synchrony, they unleashed a mental assault. Su Chang'an faltered momentarily, his body swaying slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the Meiying Sanfu struck almost simultaneously, three sharp beams of cold light darting forth, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for Su Chang'an. Steadying his mind, Su Chang'an's expression grew solemn as he flicked his wrist. 7 Absolute Blade Technique. 6 blade shadows emerged, encircling him with immense force, slashing outward. Retreat. The Meiying Sanfu's expressions shifted as they withdrew simultaneously. Boom. The branches surrounding Su Chang'an were instantly severed. Under the moonlight, he stood alone atop the bare trunk, his ink blade pointed toward the ground, his eyes gleaming with determination as he surveyed his surroundings. "Hee, we cannot be harmed. Perhaps we should call it the lumberjack blade technique. Su Chang'an, your demise is imminent." The Meiying Sanfu seemed to merge with the night, their figures barely discernible as they darted through the darkness with incredible speed. Their laughter grew sharper, increasingly grating, akin to needles piercing the eardrums and tormenting the senses. "My head hurts. It's unbearable. That laugh is intolerable. I'm going to explode." The Xinwu guards clutched their heads, collapsing to the ground in agony. Such mental attacks were exceedingly rare, their power extraordinary. As practitioners of qi refinement, the combined mental assault of the three was far beyond what the brawny fighters could withstand. Su Chang'an's body trembled slightly, his brow furrowed as he struggled to hold on. Though he had practiced the Ming Shinju, not yet mastering its first level, he had nonetheless enhanced his mental acuity enough to avoid complete disarray. "It is time to ensnare our prey." The Meiying Sanfu's eyes gleamed with malice as they spread their arms wide, their cloaks billowing, resembling three bats encircling Su Chang'an for the attack. Gripping his ink blade tightly, Su Chang'an stood atop the highest point, akin to a finely drawn bow, barely managing to withstand their onslaught. The three bats, like 3 strands of pitch-black silk, swept continuously across Su Chang'an, forcing him into a purely defensive stance, and his speed began to noticeably decline. Suddenly, Su Chang'an's foot slipped, as if he could no longer maintain his stance, and he fell from the tree. "Ha ha ha, it is over." The largest bat, the fastest among them, cackled as it swooped in, grasping Su Chang'an. Chang'an! Chang'an! Release him! Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan's eyes widened with fury as they shouted in unison. They strained every muscle, gritting their teeth, racing to save him. The Xinwu guards were equally frantic, their cries echoing. Lord Su! Release Lord Su! Everyone, charge together. Perhaps we can rescue Lord Su. Ha ha ha! Su Chang'an, this is your day of reckoning. Zhao Gang laughed with manic excitement, every fiber of his being trembling with exhilaration. Big Bat, do not let him die too easily. The young master wishes to torment him further. Fear not. I shall only drink half his blood. The big bat replied coldly, baring its fangs as it lunged towards Su Chang'an's neck. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chang'an's body had quietly transformed to a gleaming copper hue. Clang! The big bat's teeth shattered upon impact, a look of shock and disbelief spreading across its face. How can you be so hard? It exclaimed, meeting Su Chang'an's gaze, which burned with the intensity of a fierce tiger. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of the blade surged forth, nearly blinding its eyes. Sensing the imminent danger, the big bat's body was too slow to react. With a swift stroke of the ink blade, the creature's head was sent soaring into the air. The sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Moments later, the Xinwu guards were the first to regain their senses, erupting into cheers and joyous exclamations. Chang'an is unharmed. Lord Su has triumphed. It is Lord Su who has won. My goodness, that terrified me. I shall no longer be drained. Indeed, I cannot bear the thought of being drained by a man. A woman, perhaps, would be more acceptable. Master Kiji is truly majestic. Brother! Brother! The two bats, Erfu and Sanfu, cried out in anguish. Their eyes ablaze with rage as they fixed their gaze upon Su Chang'an. We shall slay you to avenge our elder brother, they declared. Is that so? I beg your pardon, but the tides of battle have turned. Su Chang'an replied with a faint smile, exhaling a long breath of pent-up frustration. The agility of the Meiying Sanfu was exceptional, and their seamless coordination made them formidable opponents, nearly impossible to kill. Thus, he resolved to feign weakness, presenting himself as bait to create an opportunity for a decisive strike. His earlier display had been a mix of truth and pretense, and the tension within him had been palpable. Fortunately, it had borne fruit. Die! Erfu and Sanfu roared in unison, charging at Su Chang'an with their swords drawn. Without the presence of Dafu, they were woefully inadequate against Su Chang'an. He stood his ground, allowing their attacks to strike his bronze-like form before raising his ink-black blade high. In an instant, 6 blade shadows crisscrossed, and Erfu and Sanfu found themselves severed from their bodies. Su Chang'an swiftly approached their lifeless forms, searching them thoroughly. He uncovered a total of 300 tales and a martial arts manual of mid-tier Xian class, titled Luing Fuguangbu. This was evidently the lightness technique employed by the Meiying Sanfu, comprising 3 stages, Qianying Tafu, Huanying Liuguang, and Fuguang Luiying. The foundational requirement for mastering this technique was at least the 4th rank. The reason the Meiying Sanfu could cultivate it was due to their unique synergy. Their energies complemented one another during training, allowing them to achieve this feat. Nevertheless, they had only reached the first stage of this formidable technique. Once fully mastered, it was feared that their speed could rival that of high-tier Xian class lightness techniques. Su Chang'an naturally claimed it for his own cultivation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Zhao Gang exclaimed, his eyes wide and bloodshot, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He turned to flee in desperation. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow and employed the chasing star step, catching up to him in mere breaths, before delivering a powerful kick. Zhao Gang tumbled across the ground like a ball, only to be swiftly subdued by the approaching Xinwu guards. Zhao Gang, you have colluded with the Haisha army. You are truly doomed. You dared to plot against Lord Su. How reckless. They shouted. Keep laughing. Go on. Why have you stopped? They taunted. Zhao Gang, your fate is sealed. Brothers, give him a beating. The Xinwu guards, filled with righteous indignation, could no longer restrain themselves and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Before long, Zhao Gang had been transformed into a pitiful sight, resembling a pig's head. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged, swiftly recuperating his strength and energy. Zhao Gang's accomplice was undoubtedly Wang Yuan. Who would have imagined that the esteemed commander of the Xinwu guards had connections with the Haisha army? There was a possibility that a fierce battle lay ahead. At that very moment, in the vicinity of Wang Yuan's forces, a voice rang out. Who goes there? Step forward. Several strong men, alerted by the commotion, fixed their gaze upon a lone figure emerging from the shadows. It was a youth of peculiar appearance, standing confidently on his own. Dressed in luxurious silks, crowned with gold, even his shoes were adorned with golden edges, exuding an air of opulence. He displayed no intent to conceal himself, striding boldly into their midst. Lord Wang. This person's identity must be extraordinary. Capturing him would surely yield great merit. One of the junior officers remarked with excitement. It was easy to discern a person's status from their attire and demeanor. You speak true. He is the young master of the Haisha army, Mo Yunlong. Wang Yuan acknowledged, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young master of the Haisha army? The Xinwu guards present gasped, their breaths quickening with a mix of shock and elation. Capturing the young master would indeed be a tremendous achievement. What are we waiting for? Let us act. The enthusiastic junior officer's eyes sparkled as he drew his blade, eager for action. Wang Yuan nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, as you wish. In the next instant, he unsheathed his ink-black blade and, without warning, thrust it forward. With a sickening sound, the speaking junior officer was pierced through the chest. Chapter 19. The Youthful Zeal, What One Battle to Lose. Wang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you seeking death by harming your comrades? Are you one of the Haisha army? The remaining 3 young flags stared in disbelief, their anger boiling as they questioned Wang Yuan sternly. Wang Yuan remained silent, merely wielding his ink blade with fervor, as he was at the mid-stage of the refinement chi realm. And with intent surpassing the unprepared, the young flags were naturally no match for him. With a swift strike, 2 young flags fell to the ground, lifeless, while only one, a tall and stout figure, managed to evade the fatal blow due to his quick reflexes. Instead of pursuing his advantage, Wang Yuan knelt before the young master, respectfully declaring, I am your subordinate, Wang Yuan, paying my respects to the young master. A chill swept over the members of the Shunwu Wei. They had come to encircle the Haisha army, yet the leading flag was indeed one of their foes. This was utterly terrifying. No wonder the young master of the Haisha army dared to walk boldly into their midst. They must have long conspired, working in tandem to facilitate Mo Yunfei's retreat. Wang Yuan, you have betrayed the Shunwu Wei, slaughtering your comrades. My mother always said that those like you are despicable and will surely face retribution. The lone surviving young flag bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. He was tall and robust, his skin as dark as a bear, with fierce eyes radiating a commanding presence. Tainyo, only a fool like you would believe in retribution, Wang Yuan scoffed, a smirk on his lips as he leisurely remarked, I advise you not to struggle in vain. It would be more merciful to die quickly. Let us fight valiantly, proving that we are not cowards. Tainyo continued to shout, rallying the remaining warriors to prepare for a final stand. Please grant me a moment, young master, to eliminate them all. Wang Yuan addressed Mo Yunfei, his tone laced with murderous intent. Very well, Mo Yunfei replied indifferently, nodding his head. He scanned the surroundings with a critical gaze, frowning. Why have those 3 useless fools not yet captured the person I desire? Rest assured, young master. Su Chang'an is but a fish on the chopping block. Those 3 are merely playing cat and mouse, Wang Yuan assured him. This is a waste of time. You should act swiftly, Mo Yunfei ordered coldly, as if dictating a slaughter. Understood. Wang Yuan's gaze turned lethal as he focused on the others. Kill. The members of the Shunwu Wei were already prepared for a desperate fight, their voices rising in unison. With a rustling sound, Tainyo led over 20 warriors, drawing forth a thick black rope from their waists. As the ropes touched, they intertwined seamlessly, quickly forming nets that aimed to ensnare Wang Yuan. With a cold smile, Wang Yuan effortlessly dodged. However, as the warriors pulled, the black ropes snapped apart and reconfigured, continuing their pursuit of Wang Yuan. At the same time, several smaller nets emerged from all directions, converging upon him. The Tian Luo Diwang formation was a strategy employed by the Shunwu Wei, utilizing numbers to overcome an opponent, a skill mastered by every member before entering the organization. Though it appeared simple, it was, in fact, quite sophisticated. The unique material of the ropes combined rigidity and flexibility, making it difficult to escape once ensnared. While they did not inflict direct harm, they severely restricted the opponent's movements, proving highly effective for capturing and binding. Seeking death, Wang Yuan drew his ink blade, a cruel smile gracing his face. As the chief flag, he was well aware of the intricacies of the Tian Luo Diwang formation. To break through quickly, one would need either overwhelming strength or to find a flaw, eliminating the weaker members to reduce the number, maintaining the formation. He flashed forward, employing the spirit snake technique, weaving through the black ropes like a dragon in flight, targeting the less formidable warriors. With a swift motion of his ink blade, two were dispatched. Pay attention to your positions, spread out, and be ready to save one another. Tainyo shouted anxiously. His commands had some effect, but not enough. Wang Yuan, at the mid-stage of the refinement Qi realm, was as unpredictable as a ferocious tiger, capable of slaughtering anyone careless enough to underestimate him. If this continued, the Tian Luo Di Wang formation would inevitably crumble. However, Mo Yunfei shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. Too slow, he observed with growing impatience. Suddenly, he surged forward, striking the warriors with his palms in a whirlwind of speed. In the blink of an eye, over 10 warriors were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, their spirits extinguished. Only a scant few remained standing, their faces etched with terror and despair. In the late stage of the refinement Qi realm, he is indeed a formidable warrior. They realized in horror. How could he be this strong? It's over, we will surely perish here. Signal for help, we need assistance. Yet the signal flares had all been confiscated by Wang Yuan. Bastard, how despicable. Tainyo gritted his teeth, his expression taut. Even he, with his simple nature, felt a surge of powerlessness. Once more, Wang Yuan knelt, stating, Young master, your talents are unparalleled, achieving the late stage of the refinement Qi realm at such a young age. It is my incompetence that requires your intervention. A warrior at the late stage of the refinement Qi realm stood at the threshold of the 4th rank, with terrifying combat prowess. One must understand that the emergence of a single strand of true energy signifies entry into the initial stage of the refinement Qi realm. Upon achieving 10 strands, one enters the mid-stage, while reaching the late stage requires 100 strands. The disparity is self-evident. The moment Mo Yunfei acted, it became clear to all that they stood no chance of victory. At that moment, rustling footsteps emerged from the nearby brush. Mo Yunfei, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, showed a flicker of interest. They had finally returned. Young master, I have a grudge with Su Chang'an as well. May I have my turn to torment him? Wang Yuan exclaimed with excitement, eager to witness Su Chang'an's downfall. Mo Yunfei nodded, a cruel glint in his eyes. Very well, but do not kill him. I want him to endure a life worse than death. Thank you, young master. Wang Yuan reveled in schadenfreude, silently mourning for Su Chang'an. In the next moment, Su Chang'an, accompanied by the divine martial guards, emerged into the sight of the crowd. Clad in a black-patterned robe, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, his face resembled exquisite jade, and his stature was akin to a towering pine, with hair flowing in the wind, leaving all in awe. Su Chang'an, how can you possibly be unscathed? Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Commander Su. It is indeed Commander Su. Ha ha ha, the Great Lord has arrived. Great Lord, Wang Yuan has allied with the Heisha army. However, a sense of urgency struck. No. Great Lord, flee quickly. Mo Yunfei is at the late stage of Qi refinement. We must call for reinforcements. Everyone, help the Great Lord fend them off and buy him time to escape. The divine martial guards initially felt a surge of spirit, only to be overwhelmed by concern as they shouted anxiously. What? Late stage of Qi refinement. The hearts of Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan tightened, their bodies tensing, a chill running down their spines. Ha ha. Su Chang'an, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to take it. When there is no door to hell, you come in on your own. Zhao Gang, with a swollen face, suddenly became animated, shouting, Young master, Lord Wang, save me. I have brought you Su Chang'an. He had been withholding information about Mo Yunfei, eagerly anticipating Su Chang'an's arrival at Wang Yuan's side, ready to strike when least expected. Now, he could finally laugh aloud. Chang'an, why don't you leave first? We will hold him off, Zhou Daji suggested quietly. Fang Qingshan immediately added, Yes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. You should go. Uncles Fang and Zhou, you are my elders. Your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. The divine martial guards respect me and follow me. This is a matter of life and future entrusted to me. How could I abandon you and flee without a fight? Su Chang'an shook his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. You all say that I love to declare my ambition to become a martial god in my youth. Now that I have grown up, how can I falter at such a crucial moment? I, Su Chang'an, will not shy away from battle. With a clang, He drew his ink blade, pointing it at Mo Yunfei, radiating an overwhelming aura of battle intent soaring to the heavens. His words inspired every divine martial guard present, their faces flushed, eyes glistening, blood surging within them. Great Lord, I, Tainyo, will fight alongside you to the end. Tainyo knelt on one knee, bellowing with fervor. Great Lord, I, Zhou Wenxiong, will fight alongside you to the end. Great Lord, I, Yi Chun, will fight alongside you to the end. One by one, the divine martial guards knelt, as if taking an oath, akin to a pilgrimage. In this moment, their collective spirit dispelled all fear, leaving only an overwhelming battle intent. Even Mo Yunfei felt a pang of trepidation. You have turned against me. How dare you? Wang Yuan seethed with rage, his envy for Su Chang'an's popularity intensifying. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Mo Yunfei narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent glimmering within. Waves of martial energy surged forth from him like wild stallions, creating a pressure that rendered one breathless. The sheer might of his energy was a hallmark of the late stage of qi refinement. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, his expression grave, summoning every ounce of vitality to its peak. The pressure Mo Yunfei exerted was far greater than that of the Phantom 3 bats. It was an overwhelming sensation brought on by sheer force. Against the Phantom 3 bats, he could defeat them one by one, but against Mo Yunfei, he could only brace himself. You all deal with Wang Yuan. This person is mine, he commanded resolutely. Understood. Zhou Daji and the others immediately took their leave. Mo Yunfei glared at Su Chang'an, his face darkening. Do you realize you have thwarted my plans? Even if I were to kill you 100 times, it would not quell my hatred. He had come specifically for Princess Amping, to savor her allure and humiliate the Dechu. Alas, upon his arrival, he learned that the princess had been rescued by an inconspicuous figure. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Unfazed, Su Chang'an met his gaze, standing tall, exuding confidence and audacity. Spare me your threats. You cannot kill me. I am the one who will kill you. You seek death. Mo Yunfei roared, his figure lunging forward like an eagle taking flight, swift and fierce, charging towards Su Chang'an. Chapter 20, 7 Blades Unite, Immortal Divine Might. The explosive speed unleashed a deafening sonic boom. The naked eye could no longer capture the figure of Mo Yunfei. Su Chang'an's eyes sharpened, his martial eye operating at its utmost, fixating intently on Mo Yunfei, every muscle in his body taut. In the face of such velocity, evasion was no longer a wise choice. For the moment he attempted to dodge, Mo Yunfei would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, making it exceedingly difficult to evade a second strike. Thus, Su Chang'an opted to withstand it head-on. The 7 Absolute Blade Technique. He raised his blade towards the heavens and struck down fiercely. The ink-black blade shimmered ominously, and 6 blade shadows emerged, each slicing towards different directions aimed at Mo Yunfei. With a swift motion, Mo Yunfei thrust his palms forward, wielding them with remarkable speed. The shadows of his palms danced in the air, tearing through it with a series of crackling explosions. The chaotic sky palm. He met the blade with his hands, dispersing both the illusory shadows and the real blade with ease. The sharpness of the ink blade could penetrate martial true energy. Yet, Mo Yunfei dared to meet it with his bare hands, and scathed, for his true energy was immensely powerful and without restraint. How audacious for one at the mere initial stage of qi refinement to boast such bravado. Mo Yunfei assessed Su Chang'an's capabilities and let out a disdainful snort. In a flash, he moved like a predatory tiger, lunging towards Su Chang'an once more, delivering another palm strike. The Quake Palm. This strike was heavy and domineering. A vast amount of martial true energy compressed the space, creating a force of suppression that left Su Chang'an with no means to evade. Su Chang'an crossed his blade to block. Boom. He felt as if his body were but a fragile boat tossed upon a tsunami, hurled away by the waves, crashing into a nearby tree. Cough, cough, cough. Su Chang'an expelled a breath, rising from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze heavy with gravity. His skin, along with his hair, had astonishingly transformed into a lustrous bronze hue, resembling a bronze figure, gleaming in the night. Body refinement technique. Mo Yunfei's eyes narrowed, followed by a cold smile. Mere trifles. He executed the dragon-treading body technique, moving with a speed akin to lightning, his movements enigmatic, like a spirit serpent gliding over the earth, eluding capture. Su Chang'an possessed the martial eye, capable of perceiving Mo Yunfei's actions. The second layer of the golden body technique had elevated his physical prowess several times over, allowing him to keep pace with Mo Yunfei's speed. With fierce determination, his eyes burned with the spirit of battle. Calmly, he raised his blade, waiting for the precise moment to strike straight ahead. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Yunfei's eyes. His technique, famed for its bizarre transformations, would bewilder even a fourth-tier martial artist, yet it proved ineffective against Su Chang'an. However, he did not dwell on it. Casually revealing his form, he flicked his wrist, drawing forth a long sword, its gleam slicing through the air, colliding with the ink blade. Boom! A torrent of martial true energy surged from Mo Yunfei's body, crashing violently against Su Chang'an. An ordinary initial stage Qi refinement warrior would have perished countless times under such pressure. Yet, Su Chang'an, fortified by the golden body technique, managed to withstand it. Quite intriguing, but how long can you endure? Mo Yunfei sneered disdainfully, his aura rising like a mountain. Pressing down upon Su Chang'an. Simultaneously, he increased the speed of his strikes. The sword in his hand moved like a spirit serpent flicking its tongue, cunning and swift, flexible and ever-changing. Countless flashes of light. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Yunfei continued to swing his sword, an endless torrent of sword light suppressing Su Chang'an, forcing him into a relentless defense. Once Su Chang'an exhausted his true energy, he would become but a lamb to the slaughter. The late stage of Qi refinement, with its unending true energy, vast as the ocean. The minuscule amount of true energy Su Chang'an possessed was nothing more than a jest in Mo Yunfei's eyes. At this moment, however, Su Chang'an's heart suddenly found tranquility. Under immense pressure, he felt neither panic nor fear. Rather, an exhilarating emotion began to blossom within him. His blood flowed rapidly, his heart raced, and his spirit became sharply focused, as if his body and mind had become one. Clang, clang, clang. Every sword strike from Mo Yunfei, regardless of its speed or power, was perfectly parried by him. He sensed that his blade movements grew increasingly fluid, as if something within his chest yearned to be released. Mo Yunfei remained oblivious to Su Chang'an's transformation, his gaze icy, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he relentlessly drained Su Chang'an's true energy. "Guobaihu, you have arrived." Su Chang'an suddenly shouted towards Mo Yunfei's rear. Mo Yunfei's expression shifted slightly, his focus momentarily disrupted. The 7 absolute blade technique, 7 blades unite. With a resounding roar, Su Chang'an's aura surged to its zenith, unleashing a stunning strike. Enlightened in spirit, he grasped the essence of the 7 absolute blade technique. It was revealed that the 7 absolute blade technique not only sought to sever the opponent's path to survival, but also to eliminate one's own retreat. To place oneself in a position of life and death, advancing without hesitation, was the only way to unleash this most formidable strike. 7 blade shadows soared through the air, coalescing into an unparalleled blow, bursting forth with 7-fold power. Coupled with Su Chang'an's immense strength, the blade's speed was as swift as lightning, a veritable terror. By the time Mo Yunfei regained his wits, his body was already too late to defend, leaving him helplessly watching as the ink blade struck at his heart. Boom! Mo Yunfei's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into a tree behind him, sending up a cloud of dust. "How is this possible, young master?" Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang shouted in disbelief. "Look, Lord Su has sent Mo Yunfei flying." "What? Lord Su is so formidable. Lord Su has won. Won. Steady now, with this blow. Mo Yunfei will not only survive, but will surely be severely wounded." The members of the Divine Martial Guard also found it hard to believe, but soon erupted in excited cheers. "Ha ha ha, I knew Lord Su would triumph. Lord Su is magnificent, magnificent. I vow to follow Lord Su to the end." Su Chang'an let out a long breath, standing firm with his blade, his gaze fixed intently in Mo Yunfei's direction. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the swirling dust, the sound of Mo Yunfei coughing up blood emerged, clearly indicating he was gravely injured. However, upon seeing his state, Su Chang'an's expression instantly grew grave. A bitter feeling welled within him as he cursed his misfortune. As the dust settled, Mo Yunfei had already risen to his feet. Though he appeared quite disheveled, he still possessed the strength to fight. A large hole had torn in his clothing at the chest, exposing the inner lining beneath. To his astonishment, it was a golden silk armor. This soft armor was evidently a treasure, having shielded him from the recent lethal strike. You managed to injure me. You are as good as dead. Mo Yunfei seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at Su Chang'an. The thought that he had nearly met his demise ignited his fury. With a roar, he prepared to charge once more. Su Chang'an let out a hearty laugh, his momentum unwavering. Come on then. Guobaihu is already on his way. The color drained from Mo Yunfei's face, his mind racing. Su Chang'an's prowess had just been demonstrated, instilling fear in Mo Yunfei. His life was far too precious to risk in a futile struggle against a worthless existence. After all, there would be ample opportunities to kill him in the future. As for Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan, they were merely pawns, easily disposable. Ultimately, he chose to retreat, prioritizing his own survival. With a venomous glare at Su Chang'an, Mo Yunfei declared, I will remember you, kid. Next time, you shall beg for mercy. With that, he swiftly turned and vanished into the night. Su Chang'an watched the direction of his departure for a long while, confirming his absence before releasing a sigh of relief and collapsing onto the ground. That last strike had drained most of his vital energy and strength. Fortunately, Mo Yunfei had been frightened away, otherwise, he would have been the one fleeing. He quickly sat cross-legged to recuperate, wary of a potential counterattack from Mo Yunfei. Young master, it's over, it's all over. Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang watched helplessly as Mo Yunfei fled, their composure shattered. Get away. Everyone get away. Break through. Wang Yuan panicked, desperately trying to escape the encirclement. However, with Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan leading the Divine Martial Guards, the net had become insurmountable. Although they had yet to capture him, they had more than enough capability to keep him confined. Moments later, after regaining some strength, Su Chang'an slowly rose. Wang Yuan's pupils constricted in panic as he pleaded, Su Chang'an, spare me. I can give you money. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I want your life. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chang'an lunged forward, reaching Wang Yuan's side and striking him at his dantian. With a thud, Wang Yuan was sent flying. His face drained of color. He glared at Su Chang'an with malice. You've destroyed my vital energy. How dare you? Fool, what are you whining about? Su Chang'an pressed his head down into the ground with a cold smile. You are finished. Bind him tightly. Su Chang'an commanded. Yes, my lord. The others promptly obeyed, enthusiastically wrapping Wang Yuan up like a rice dumpling. Suddenly, around Jin Mountain, several distress flares shot up into the sky. Zhou Daji exclaimed. The Haisha army has begun to break out. Look at Jin Mountain. Fang Qingshan shouted again. Su Chang'an gazed into the distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. The previously dark Jin Mountain appeared to be illuminated, with torches ablaze from top to bottom. Shadows stirred on the mountain as the Divine Martial Guards commenced their assault, clashing fiercely with the Haisha army. Atop the mountain, a potent sense of danger emanated from the Wudao Tianyan, signaling the presence of a terrifying clash. Su Chang'an surmised that Wei Qianhu was engaging with the elite of the Haisha army. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, You stay here, I will go support elsewhere. This is a prime opportunity to earn merit. The more Haisha soldiers I kill, the more accolades I will accumulate. It is also a chance to enhance my own prestige. He pinpointed several locations from where the flares had been launched and hurried off. He had no desire to involve himself in the chaos atop Jin Mountain. While curious about the clash of titans, he valued his own life more. Curiosity kills the cat, and recklessly seeking excitement could lead to death. As it turned out, his decision was wise. Half an hour later, after slaying another Haisha soldier, he was about to move on when his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Waves of spiritual energy surged towards the peak of Jin Mountain from all directions, like rivers converging into the sea. In an instant, the energy transformed into a tumultuous tide, roaring like thunder. At the center of this energy, a fiery red blade appeared, and as its light flashed, the entire sky morphed into a sea of flames. The once impenetrable darkness was instantly illuminated as if it were daylight. The terrifying pressure descended like divine wrath, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This fire, relentless and all-consuming, enveloped the heavens, incinerating land and sea. Under Su Chang'an's astonished gaze, half of Jin Mountain was reduced to nothing amidst the flames, utterly vanishing. Chapter 21. The task of seizing estates. An unexpected change as dawn broke. Everything settled into silence. This was the heart of the capital, and thus the fate of the Haisha army was already sealed. The resounding strike from Wei Qinggong, the captain, was indelibly etched in the minds of every member of the Shenwu Guard. On the return journey, excited discussions erupted regarding the awe-inspiring scene they had witnessed. Su Chang'an's heart was profoundly shaken. Previously, he had only understood that martial prowess would intensify over time, gradually forming a qualitative leap, yet he lacked a concrete concept of it. Today, he finally witnessed the might of a true master. This was merely the realm of the 7th grade of the Undying, while the 8th and 9th grades remained unfathomable. He could hardly imagine it. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with indomitable resolve. Possessing the power to annihilate worlds, with the ability to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. This was a dream he had long coveted in his past life, and in this life, he was determined to realize it. Moreover, practicing martial arts could extend one's lifespan. Who does not yearn for longevity? Upon returning to the Shenwu Guard's camp, Guoming found Su Chang'an and cheerfully said, "Su Chang'an, you have achieved great merit this time. The captain wishes to see you. Follow me." "Very well." Su Chang'an nodded, departing amidst the envious gazes of his peers. Being summoned by the captain was a rare honor, and as long as he survived, he was destined for great success. This time, no one envied Su Chang'an. His strength was evident, and his contributions were well-deserved, earning him deep respect. The captain's quarters were comprised of several independent courtyards. Guoming led Su Chang'an into the courtyard where Wei Chenggong resided. Inside, Wei Chenggong sat confidently in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. He drank with such abandon that it resembled a cow chewing on flowers, even consuming the tea leaves themselves. His rugged appearance starkly contrasted with Su Chang'an's expectations. "What a fine tea! Truly exquisite!" Wei Chenggong exclaimed, savoring the flavor. "Greetings, Lord Wei." Su Chang'an and Guoming bowed in unison. "Please, no need for formalities." Wei Chenggong waved his hand, then turned to Su Chang'an. "You must be the young Su, indeed a rising talent with striking presence. Chengfeng, pour tea for our guests." Chengfeng, Wei Chenggong's personal guard, was handsome and immediately served tea to Guoming and Su Chang'an. Guoming, upon receiving his tea, gulped it down in one go, tea leaves adorning his lips as he nodded repeatedly. "What splendid tea, splendid indeed." Su Chang'an could not help but twitch his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. Why did the people in this world drink tea in such a manner? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose not to conform to their drinking style, instead sipping delicately before setting the cup down. When he looked up, he discovered that Wei Chenggong, Chengfeng, and Guoming were all staring at him intently. Su Chang'an was taken aback. "Ha ha!" Wei Chenggong suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? I said this young man has character." As Su Chang'an remained puzzled, Wei Chenggong continued, "You are remarkable. You are the first person brought into this room who managed to maintain composure while tasting tea. We martial artists must possess unwavering will, resist the tide, and avoid flattering our superiors." "Excellent, very good. Thank you for your praise, Lord Wei," Su Chang'an replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It turned out that this was merely a part of your playful antics. Young Su, you have accomplished great things. Risking your life to rescue the Princess Omping demonstrates your loyalty, while unraveling the flower-picking case showcases your intelligence. This siege on Jian Mountain proves your courage and strength. Young man, you are in your prime, indicating your exceptional nature," Wei Chenggong said with a smile as he regarded Su Chang'an. Feeling flattered, Su Chang'an humbly replied, "Lord Wei's words are too kind. I feel ashamed that I allowed the young master of the Heisha army to escape right under my nose. That is not your fault. The young master of the Heisha army is no weakling. It is already commendable that you managed to scare him off." Wei Chenggong waved his hand dismissively. "Furthermore, he has fled. That is inconsequential. You captured Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan, eradicating the pests within the Shenwu Guard, which is a significant achievement." Wei Chenggong did not feel regret. Although Mo Yunfei was the young master of the Heisha army, in his eyes, he was merely a small fry, hardly worth noting. This was fundamentally a world where strength reigned supreme. Guoming interjected, "Wang Yuan was under my command. It is my responsibility for not noticing his issues. Your matters can wait." Wei Chenggong shot him a glare, then turned back to Su Chang'an. "Young Su, the homes of Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang are entrusted to you for raiding. I accept the command." Su Chang'an felt a surge of joy within, realizing that Wei Chenggong was subtly paving the way for his benefit. Historically, raiding estates has always been a lucrative endeavor. "Go ahead. I take my leave." After Su Chang'an departed, Wei Chang'an smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "This young man possesses an indomitable spirit. His talent and character are exceptional. The Shenwu Guard has not seen such an outstanding youth in a long time. Guoming, you must nurture him well." Guoming nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will ensure that." As Su Chang'an left the captain's quarters and arrived at the archives, he searched around and discovered Xiao Wei hiding in a corner, engrossed in a book. Quietly, he approached and took a glance, instantly stunned. The book she was reading contained extensive and explicit descriptions. Indeed, sensational literature was universally popular across worlds. "You must not look," Xiao Wei shrieked upon noticing Su Chang'an, hastily covering the book with her hands, her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting about. Su Chang'an reassured her, "Do not worry. I promise I did not see you reading that book." "Why you?" Xiao Wei was both embarrassed and furious, shooting him a glare. "What are you doing here?" "I came to settle my merits in exchange for some items." "Then you could find someone else. Why specifically seek me?" Su Chang'an smoothly replied, "A visit to the archives must include seeing the lovely Xiao Wei. Otherwise, my heart feels empty." "Bah, flattery won't work on me," Xiao Wei retorted, her face still flushed but her eyes sparkling, clearly pleased. Subsequently, she began meticulously calculating Su Chang'an's merits. Having slain 5 practitioners of the refining Qi realm and 4 of the refining God realm, you even managed to eliminate all 3 of the Meiying Senfu. You have captured the traitors Wang Yuan and Zhao Gong from the Shenwu Wei. Xiao Wei gazed at Su Chang'an with wide eyes, gasping in astonishment. "You are truly formidable." Su Chang'an merely smiled, his expression brimming with pride. Sensing his smug demeanor, Xiao Wei scrunched her lips and said, "You have a total of 7 Ding-level merits and 6 Wu-level merits. What do you wish to exchange for?" Su Chang'an presented her with a list filled with medicinal herbs. The initial stages of the Jinshin Jue cultivation are relatively simple, yet it becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, with the required energy growing exponentially. To break through to the 3rd level, one would need to invest a considerable amount of time in self-cultivation. The most effective way to expedite this process is through the concoction of a spiritual liquid known as the Kui Gu Yi, which aids in cultivation. Before long, Xiao Wei had gathered all the required herbs and handed them to Su Chang'an. "Is this all?" Su Chang'an was taken aback. With such significant merits, he had only exchanged for 8 portions of herbs. "What do you think you are asking for?" "A century-old ginseng, a Taibai mountain snow lotus, a red leaf spirit flower. Which of these isn't a treasure? I even rounded it up for you, taking a bit extra. If you don't want it, I shall reclaim it." Xiao Wei glared at Su Chang'an with indignation. No, my apologies. I am grateful for your generosity, Miss Wei." Su Chang'an hurriedly accepted the herbs and lightened the mood with a few jokes, bringing a smile to Xiao Wei's face. Exiting the case hall, Su Chang'an summoned his subordinates. In addition to Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan, he had acquired a new recruit, a stout man named Tian You, known for his robust physique and somewhat simple-minded nature. This individual possessed innate strength, his cultivation having reached the late refining God realm, and his fearless disposition combined with a straightforward character made him a formidable warrior in battle. Upon hearing that they were to accompany Su Chang'an on a raid, their eyes brightened with anticipation. Wang Yuan, an established general, undoubtedly had a wealth of assets, while Zhao Gong, who often wielded his power oppressively, had likely amassed considerable wealth as well. "Calm yourselves. The raid is for the Emperor, not for your personal gain. Why the excitement? I am merely delighted for the Emperor." Su Chang'an, flanked by 3 subordinates and followed by 20 strongmen, approached Wang Yuan's residence amidst laughter and chatter. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions darkened. At the entrance of Wang Yuan's estate stood 2 guards clad in uniforms, marked with the emblem of the Ministry of Justice, wielding weapons with cold indifference. Inside the estate, valuables were being carted away in boxes. "The Ministry of Justice is conducting an operation. Outsiders, be gone." As Su Chang'an and his companions attempted to enter, the guards immediately blocked their path, coldly admonishing them. Is the Ministry of Justice out of its mind? Tian You's temper flared, and without hesitation, he seized one guard in each hand, effortlessly tossing them aside as if they were mere chickens. As Su Chang'an and his group stepped into the estate, they were quickly surrounded by a squad of guards. "Have you lost your senses? My lord is the general of the Shenwu Wei, acting on the orders of the Grand Commander to conduct this raid. What do you intend to do?" shouted Zhou Daji, his eyes blazing with anger. Everyone remained calm. "I am Yuan Sheng, the director of the Capture Division of the Ministry of Justice. I excel in raids. and having heard that a general of the Xinwu Wei has committed an offense, I could not resist the temptation to arrive first, Yuan Xing proclaimed, feigning humility while maintaining an arrogant posture. Fang Qingshan's anger surged as he retorted, "We have apprehended the individuals, and we determine their crimes. Who are you to interfere? We are all serving the emperor. Why the division? If I assist you, no need for thanks," Yuan Xing sneered, his expression condescending. How shameless these Ministry of Justice officials are. This is infuriating. Enough. I cannot tolerate this any longer. Alas, this is my first raid, and it has been usurped. The strong men were greatly agitated, feeling the sting of frustration. A raid such as this, laden with potential profit, was a rare opportunity, and now it was being spoiled. Yuan Xing chuckled, satisfied. Everyone, stand down. Let the Xinwu Wei take the goods. At that moment, a wave of heat surged from within the estate. Flames were erupting from Wang Yuan's residence. Tianyou, his anger boiling over, bellowed, "Are you all setting fire to the place? Do not make baseless accusations. It was merely an accident with an oil lamp. There is no need to escalate matters." Yuan Xing shrugged, denying any wrongdoing. As he prepared to leave with his men, Su Chang'an spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Halt." With a swift motion, the members of the Xinwu Wei drew their blades, ready for confrontation. Chapter 22. Oh, are you greedy for 20 taels? What does this mean, Su Zongqi? Yuan Cheng gazed at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an fixed his piercing gaze on him, his eyes sharp as blades, and solemnly inquired, "Do you not know the arduous journey that Yuan Darren undertook to raid homes? What is it that you seek, and have you taken what you should not?" "Certainly not. I serve the emperor and desire nothing for myself." Yuan Cheng vehemently shook his head in protest. "Without evidence, I implore you, Yuan Darren, to cooperate with our inspection." Su Chang'an advanced step by step towards Yuan Cheng. "What qualifications do you possess that compel me to cooperate?" Yuan Cheng sneered repeatedly, arrogantly declaring, "I advise you to treat me with courtesy, for it may very well be your home that I raid in the future." A glint of cold light flickered in Su Chang'an's eyes as he spoke ominously. "Yuan Cheng, you embezzled stolen goods and refused to cooperate with the investigation. I shall apprehend you immediately." "Huh, just because of you? If you have the ability, come at me." Yuan Cheng narrowed his eyes, clearly dismissive of Su Chang'an, exuding confidence in his own strength. However, that confidence would be shattered in the next moment. Clang. The ink blade was unsheathed. 7 absolute sword techniques. This strike, enveloped in astonishing might, sliced through the air with a sound akin to an explosion. On the ink blade, a chilling true energy adhered, like a white rainbow piercing the sky. Swift as lightning, as powerful as thunder. Yuan Cheng's expression drastically changed, revealing shock. With a mighty roar, he too drew his blade. Bang! Yuan Cheng was sent hurtling backward like a rubber ball, bouncing several times upon landing. A long, narrow cut marred his chest. Although he had blocked the ink blade, the force exerted during the swing had stirred the air current, managing to slice into his body. Unbearably sharp, rivaling that of a true blade. Should any martial arts master witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. For this strike had subtly coalesced into the embryonic form of sword energy. Sword energy is an extraordinarily terrifying trump card. One that can only be comprehended by those with extraordinary talent. How did you accomplish this? Yuan Cheng gazed at Su Chang'an in terror, unwilling to accept defeat. Yuan Darren has actually lost? With just one strike, merely one strike? Yuan Darren is in the mid-stage of refining qi. What just transpired? Yuan Cheng's subordinates stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In contrast, the members of the Xinwu Guard stood proudly, filled with a sense of honor. Apprehend him. Search him. Su Chang'an commanded, and Tianyou immediately stepped forward to restrain Yuan Cheng. Zhou Daji and Fang Qingshan were responsible for the search. How could there only be 20 taels? Oh, this lad is hiding something deep. It must be concealed within. Strip him down. Still nothing? Keep searching. Are you done? Strip him. They were brutally efficient, quickly leaving Yuan Cheng clad only in a white pair of underpants. Su Chang'an, you will regret this. Yuan Cheng's face turned a deep purple, trembling in the cold wind, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Boss, we only found 20 taels of silver and a few personal items, Zhou Daji reported. Su Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, Yuan Darren, are you truly greedy for even 20 taels of silver? This is my own money. Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth. Su Chang'an asked, how can you prove it? This is my own money. How would you have me prove it? Yuan Cheng's complexion darkened even further. Look, since you cannot provide proof, it implies that you were greedy during the raid, and it shall be confiscated. Su Chang'an seized the 20 taels of silver. Su Chang'an, you will pay for this. Yuan Cheng, having dressed in a disheveled manner, departed. Su Chang'an then commanded his subordinates, "Hurry and extinguish the fire." Soon, the blaze was quelled. Wang Yuan's residence had been reduced to ash, utterly unrecognizable. Su Chang'an circled around, caught a whiff, and frowned. The smell of fire oil? Yes, boss, those scoundrels from the Ministry of Justice deliberately set the fire. Tiniyu replied indignantly. The Ministry of Justice and the Xinwu Guard have always maintained a respectful distance, and Wang Yuan and Yuan Cheng are as unrelated as strangers. Why would they deliberately come to raid? Moreover, why set fire to it? Su Chang'an felt perplexed, his thoughts racing. What did they aim to incinerate? Moments later, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Could it be they sought to uncover certain items or destroy evidence? It is known that Wang Yuan is a spy for the Haisha army. He must have been in contact with other spies. Seeing Wang Yuan's downfall, those spies could not remain idle and immediately instigated the Ministry of Justice to destroy evidence. The more Su Chang'an pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He spoke with conviction. Continue searching meticulously. Look for any secret passages or hidden chambers. Yes, the Xinwu Guard began to dig relentlessly. Su Chang'an also activated his martial arts heavenly eye, his gaze scanning like radar. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon a tree in the courtyard. The soil around this tree exhibited a color discrepancy from the surrounding area, likely due to frequent disturbance. He instructed Fang Qingshan to excavate the earth, and indeed, they unearthed a chest beneath. Inside lay a trove of gold, silver, and jewels, along with several large banknotes totaling 2,000 taels. Furthermore, there was a portrait. It depicted a middle-aged man who appeared rather unremarkable. However, a portrait that warranted such caution from Wang Yuan could not be simple. Keep this chest a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Su Chang'an solemnly instructed as he tucked away the portrait. This matter is intertwined with the Haisha army and possibly high-ranking officials. It is clearly a celestial conflict, and he chose to maintain a respectful distance for the time being. Should he become embroiled in it, trouble would surely follow. He then casually grabbed a handful of jewels and handed them to Fang Qingshan, instructing the brothers to share. Indeed, Fang Qingshan nodded repeatedly. The raid concluded, and Su Chang'an finally found himself with some leisure. With no pressing matters today, he sought solace in the brothels to enjoy music. The Jiao Fangxi still had a golden canary awaiting his presence. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Jiao Fangxi. Immediately, a wave of fragrant aromas wafted towards him, accompanied by the melodious sounds of women and the strumming of instruments. Truly, this place was a delightful haven. Just as he was about to step inside, a group of women approached him eagerly. "Oh, Su Gongzi has arrived. Su Gongzi, I wish to engage in a deeper exchange of insights with you, at no cost. I have admired you for a long time. Shall we learn from one another, complementing our strengths?" The women, varying in form and figure, exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Su Chang'an felt himself enveloped by a tender embrace, surrounded by an atmosphere so soft it could ensnare any soul. Who could that person be? To elicit such devotion from these women? Countless envious eyes turned towards Su Chang'an, filled with longing. Su Chang'an, the esteemed leader of the Xinwu Guard, the very one who penned verses that spoke of sorrow with such profound artistry. No wonder it was said that every woman in the Jia Fangxi cherished that poem as if it were sacred scripture. At present, Su Chang'an was the object of affection for all the women of Jia Fangxi. The renowned courtesan Bai Yingxiu was even willing to preserve her purity for him, daily spending 100 taels to refuse clients. Ah, the advantage of talent indeed. Su Chang'an remained oblivious to the power of his poem. Though it was originally crafted to win over Bai Yingxiu, it ultimately resonated as a true reflection of all the women in Jia Fangxi. After all, they were all daughters of noble families, esteemed young ladies. Su Chang'an's verses had etched themselves into their hearts, compelling them to willingly offer their devotion. On the second floor, Bai Yingxiu sat before her vanity, gazing into the mirror. Her exquisite beauty, however, bore a hint of sorrow. Once, Su Lang would visit her daily, but now, it had been 7 days since his last appearance. Could it be that he had grown weary of her? Doubts about her own allure crept into Bai Yingxiu's mind. "Miss, do not be disheartened. Men are not to be trusted," Xiao Tao remarked, her eyes filled with concern for her mistress, indignation evident in her tone. Bai Yingxiu's decision to refuse clients had cost her 100 taels each day, amounting to 700 taels over the past week, an amount that an ordinary citizen could hardly earn in a lifetime. And yet, she spoke of redeeming herself. How could he possibly afford that? Do not speak so. Su Lang is the esteemed leader of the Shenwu Guard. He must be too occupied to visit. Bai Yingxue defended Su Chang'an. Xiao Tao sighed. Miss, you have saved for 3 years, and now you have spent 1,300 taels. This cannot continue. Bai Yingxue replied, Fortunately, I can still wait for another 21 days. Xiao Tao felt a pang of distress. Suddenly, a commotion arose from downstairs, accompanied by the mention of Su Gongzi. The mere sound of those words made Bai Yingxue tremble with excitement, as she rushed to the corridor to peer down. Upon seeing that familiar silhouette, her face instantly lit up with joy, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. Chapter 23. Lying down to become strong. Who would still wish to cultivate? Xiao Tao, hurry and bring Su Lang here. Do not let those fox spirits bully him. Bai Yingxue exclaimed anxiously, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Su Lang had come to find her, and yet those fox spirits dared to intercept him, shamelessly taking liberties. It was utterly outrageous. In a flurry, she rushed to the dressing table, meticulously inspecting her appearance. I practice daily, just waiting for Su Lang to provide feedback, she replied, then glided to the guqin, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, releasing a cascade of melodious notes. Her lips parted slightly, producing a sound that was crisp and enchanting, as smooth as silk and delightful to the ears. As the pear blossoms faded in the courtyard, another year passed. Under the clear night, moonlight spilled across the stone steps. Each of her notes was perfectly in tune, almost identical to the original melody Su Chang'an had heard in his past life. He could not help but close his eyes and listen. In this life, time felt interminable yet stagnant, as if standing at the edge of an unreachable horizon. Who still remembered the season when pear blossoms resembled snow? My heart is not a stone, it cannot be turned. My heart is not a mat, it cannot be rolled. Su Chang'an's thoughts meandered. Reminiscent of his previous life, spent idly scrolling through Douyin. Residing in the Shenwu continent, perhaps out of a desire to avoid a life of mediocrity as before, or perhaps to realize his dreams of martial arts, his spirit remained taut, alternating between training and completing tasks. He held a mix of excitement, fear, anxiety, and curiosity toward this new world, harboring a deep yearning for power. Yet in this moment, as the familiar music enveloped him, certainly. Su Chang'an began to recount the ancient songs from his previous life, sharing them with Bai Yingxue. His words were witty and profound, causing her gaze to grow increasingly infatuated. Time slipped by unnoticed as dusk descended. Su Lang, allow me to serve you as you rest, Bai Yingxue shyly suggested, her cheeks flushed like polished jade, her skin as fair as snow. Su Chang'an felt a slight stir within his heart, naturally unwilling to refuse. An hour later, Su Chang'an reluctantly came to a halt. With the breakthrough of the golden body technique, his physique had grown increasingly robust, rendering Bai Yingxue, a novice, unable to withstand his fervor. She could only weakly trace circles on his chest. At that moment, he sensed a chilling and furious aura locking onto him. A voice then echoed in his ear, hurry and return home. What the? That voice? Princess Omping. Su Chang'an was startled into alertness. That woman was utterly deranged, seeking him even to the Ministry of Music. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately chose to follow his heart, rising to return home. Is Su Lang not staying so late? Bai Yingxue asked softly, her heart reluctant. Su Chang'an nodded. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. It's my fault for not allowing Su Lang to enjoy himself, Bai Yingxue lamented. It is not your fault. Rest well. I shall return tomorrow, he assured her with a smile before leaping out of the window. Moments later, Xiao Tao entered, inadvertently noticing the silver notes on the table. Upon counting them, she gasped in excitement, exclaiming, Wow, miss, the young master actually left 2,000 taels. Su Lang. Bai Yingxue gazed at the silver notes, astonished and overjoyed, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. I knew Su Lang is a man of his word. I did not choose wrong. He loves me. Xiao Tao, her face slightly flushed, shyly inquired, Miss, is the young master truly that formidable? She had been listening intently, her heart anxious for Bai Yingxue. Bai Yingxue bashfully nodded. I simply cannot withstand it. Then Mississippi. I can help share the burden. Xiaotao timidly suggested. Bai Yingxue shot her a disdainful glance. How naive. Upon returning home, Su Chang'an stood in the courtyard, warily scanning his surroundings. He spoke softly. Princess, you may come out now. Whoosh. A white ribbon shot through the air, sweeping toward him. This trick again? Su Chang'an was prepared, channeling his energy into the ink blade. With a horizontal slash, the ribbon was severed. Yet the next moment, several more ribbons, like white serpents, lunged toward him. Chasing star steps. 7 absolute blade techniques. Su Chang'an remained composed, skillfully evading the ribbons while wielding his ink blade, creating a flurry of blade shadows that repeatedly sliced through the ribbons. From atop the courtyard wall, a striking figure descended gracefully, her flowing gown reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon Su Chang'an. Do not overstep your bounds, woman. From this day forth, no one shall force me, especially you. Su Chang'an declared boldly, standing firm with his blade. Following his journey to Jian Mountain, his cultivation, golden body technique, and martial skills had all achieved a comprehensive breakthrough. His confidence surged. In this moment, he felt undeniably handsome. I, Su Chang'an, have risen. Humph, Luo Shuixian chuckled. In her eyes, Su Chang'an's bravado appeared laughably weak, eliciting her amusement. She then raised her hand, sending forth a palm imprint formed of pure energy, which swiftly struck Su Chang'an. Bang! Su Chang'an fell directly to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Hiss! The gap between the 4th and 3rd ranks is so vast. Luo Shuixian waved her hand, sending the ribbons into action once more, binding Su Chang'an tightly and dragging him back to her chamber. Henceforth, you are not permitted to stay out at night, except when on missions. I may seek your company for cultivation at any moment. Luo Shuixian's tone was cold and aloof, leaving no room for rebuttal. This haughty demeanor incited a fervent desire within Su Chang'an to subdue her. That detestable woman. Await your reckoning, for I shall make you aware of my prowess. The following day, Su Chang'an, having regulated his true energy, rose from his bed. After a night of arduous training, their true energies had complemented and assisted one another, resulting in a remarkable increase in his own true energy. It was equivalent to 2 months of diligent practice. The pure Yang Wuji body truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme body for complementary cultivation. Indeed, it was extraordinary. No wonder Luo Shuixian, that woman, was so ravenous. Having tasted such a significant benefit, she had naturally become addicted. Su Chang'an pondered indignantly. After experiencing the pleasure of gaining strength effortlessly, who could endure the grueling toil of traditional cultivation? The mere recollection of his confrontation with Luo Shuixian from the previous night sparked a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He had long heard of the significant chasm between the 4th and 3rd ranks, and this time he had truly felt it. His true energy seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation, its power incomparable, and it could even be projected beyond his body, leaving no avenue for evasion. Is it merely the 4th rank? You shall wait. Little vixen, once I rise, I will ensure your repeated subjugation 100 times over. With a fierce resolve, Su Chang'an downed a vial of bone refining liquid and diligently commenced his practice of the golden body technique. Chapter 24, A New Object. Qingshui Village. The first layer of the Jinshinju is known as body refinement. Achieving mastery in this layer will double one's physical prowess. The second layer, called copper skin, builds on the first, quadrupling one's physical capabilities while also transforming the skin into a layer of copper, significantly enhancing defensive strength. The third layer, known as iron bone, requires the use of bone-quenching liquid for mastery. Once perfected, one's physical prowess triples once more, and with both copper skin and iron bone established, an ordinary Qi refinement realm martial artist would be utterly incapable of breaching Su Chang'an's defenses. The quenching liquid is cool and refreshing as it flows down the throat, akin to a gentle stream merging into the body. Su Chang'an feels a tingling sensation spreading through his bones. As he practices, this tingling gradually transforms into his own strength, rendering his bones increasingly resilient. In the following days, Su Chang'an's strength steadily ascends. He diligently practices both the Jin Shinju and the Ming Shinju while engaging in the exchange of true energy with Bai Yingxue and Luo Shuixian to enhance his own. Through his relentless efforts, he accumulates enough true energy in his dantian to reach 10 threads, thus breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. The Ming Shinju has also reached its first layer, doubling his spiritual awareness. Moreover, whenever Luo Shuixian forcibly seeks him out for energy exchange, Su Chang'an resists, subtly training alongside her. Luo Shuixian perceives his intentions, and rather than objecting, she assumes the role of his sparring partner. During their exchanges, she is astonished to discover that Su Chang'an's blade is gathering a remarkably unique essence, Blade Qi. What is Blade Qi? Su Chang'an inquires. Luo Shuixian gazes at him with a complex expression, tinged with a hint of envy. Blade Qi is an enigmatic realm. Energy flows with the blade, and power follows the energy. In simpler terms, even if your blade does not strike your opponent, it can still inflict harm. Its force may even surpass that of a direct hit. Su Chang'an ponders this, recalling the moment he felled Yuan Cheng just days prior. At that time, he had seemingly entered a profound state, sensing a force enveloping his blade, which he was able to manipulate. This resulted in Yuan Cheng blocking his strike, yet still sustaining injury from that very force. The best way to refine Blade Qi is through combat. Luo Shuixian advises, pausing before adding, "You must remember this sensation. Do not let it slip away." Blade Qi can continuously evolve. Some are capable of unleashing Blade Qi spanning 100 zhang, cleaving mountains in twain. Su Chang'an queries, which is stronger, Blade Qi or martial arts true energy? Luo Shuixian replies with a peculiar look, "That is a rather foolish question. The might of Blade Qi far surpasses." Su Chang'an's eyes gleam with excitement. If he can master Blade Qi, perhaps he could subdue Luo Shuixian and ascend to a position of authority. Enough of this. Let us not squander time. I require your assistance in my cultivation. With a wave of her hand, Luo Shuixian envelopes Su Chang'an in a white silken ribbon and draws him into a room, subsequently channeling her true energy into him. An hour later, she departs, her expression vibrant and satisfied. Unable to sleep, Su Chang'an sets about digesting the fruits of their energy exchange before commencing his training in sword techniques. 7 absolute sword techniques. From a distance of 1 meter, he strikes at a large tree in the courtyard. The ink blade cleaves through the air, the tremendous force compressing the atmosphere and generating a sharp current, stripping away a layer of bark from the tree. The power is disappointingly feeble. Blade Qi is certainly not as simplistic as mere airflow. Airflow dissipates quickly in the atmosphere, possessing minimal strength, whereas Blade Qi remains concentrated and intensifies. Su Chang'an swings his blade repeatedly, seeking the essence of the sword. After 2 hours, he ceases his training and heads to the Shenwu guard camp, preparing to undertake some tasks. The Jin Shinju is exceedingly resource-intensive, and his supply of bone-quenching liquid has been entirely depleted. Su Chang'an must now don the guise of a laborer to earn resources. Furthermore, Luo Shuixian is correct. The finest method to hone Blade Qi is through actual combat. In the case file hall, Xiaowei provides Su Chang'an with a list and thoughtfully explains the details and background of each task. At that moment, a stir arises among the crowd, all eyes drawn to a newly arrived woman. Women in the Shenwu Guard are a rarity, and she is one of them, holding the position of commander. Draped in a black patterned robe that cannot conceal her graceful curves, she wields an ink blade and moves with a robust, commanding gait. Her long hair has been cut short, framing a face that exudes an aura of dignity. With brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling cold stars, she wears no makeup, yet radiates an innate majesty, strikingly heroic. Though a stunning beauty, she is akin to a rose with thorns, inspiring only distant admiration. Su Chang'an instinctively references the Shenu Lu. Murong Qiyun, maiden, late-stage 3rd rank of Qi refinement realm, possessing above-average martial aptitude, commendable beauty, quick-witted, and a strong inner resolve. Overall assessment. City level, eligible for inclusion. Intrigued, Su Chang'an remarks, "Do not pursue her tasks." Xiaowei, noticing Su Chang'an's gaze on another woman, speaks with an inexplicable hint of jealousy. "What tasks?" Su Chang'an asks curiously. Xiaowei points to the task list. This one, the demonic incident in Qingshui village. Surrounding the capital are many villages, and Qingshui village is among them. A month prior, someone reported that within just a few days, all the women and children of Qingshui village vanished without a trace. The village chief discovered strange footprints nearby, suspecting the involvement of demonic entities. Initially, the task was rated as level D. 10 days ago, Commander Dun Mucheng led a team to investigate the incident, but returned with nothing more than a horse. This horse belonged to Dun Mucheng, carrying only his Xinyu guard token back. Duan Mucheng had consolidated 91 threads of true energy, nearly on par with a late-stage Qi refinement realm warrior, yet he did not return. And the entire squad is presumed lost. Xiao Wei sighs. Consequently, the task's rating has escalated from level D to level C, yet no one dares to take it on. Su Chang'an wonders, what does this task have to do with her? Duan Mucheng is her cousin. They grew up together. Xiao Wei emphasizes the last 4 words with weight. Su Chang'an counters, cousins are still considered close relatives. They cannot be together. Xiao Wei. At that moment, Murong Qiuyun's voice drifts softly through the air. Esteemed colleagues, time is of the essence. Should any of you be willing to accompany me to Qingshui village, upon the successful completion of our mission, I shall not only forego any accolades for this endeavor, but also personally offer 5 ding-level merits as a reward. She cannot wait any longer. For every day we delay, the likelihood of death in Duanmu City increases. Regrettably, few dare to undertake this task. After all, Duanmu City serves as a cautionary tale, and among us, there are but a handful who would confidently claim they could prevail where Duanmu City faltered. Murong Qiuyun, I shall take on this case. Just as Murong Qiuyun was consumed by anxiety, a voice pierced the stillness. The crowd turned toward the source of the sound, igniting a flurry of discussion. It was Su Zongqi. Although Lord Su had recently achieved commendable feats, he appeared to be merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement. However, rank does not always equate to strength. Lord Su had previously repelled the heir of the Heisha army, indicating his combat prowess likely rivals that of an advanced Qi refinement practitioner. That said, his involvement in this case carries considerable risk. Hey, are you not afraid of dying? Xiao Wei exclaimed in surprise, tugging at Su Chang'an's sleeve with evident concern. Rest assured, creatures of grade 4 and above do not dare to roam near the capital, and those below grade 4 pose no threat to me. Su Chang'an replied with a slight smile, his eyes sparkling like stars, and his demeanor radiating confidence, causing Xiao Wei's heart to flutter. Creatures of grade 4 and above, once they make a move, will be sensed by the powerful in the capital. Thus, the adversary cannot possibly be of that grade. Is he truly Su Chang'an? Murong Qiuyun was well acquainted with his name. The case of Princess Amping, the flower-picking incident, capturing the spies Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang, and fiercely battling the heir of the Heisha army. Each tale was a source of great discussion, rendering him the center of attention. However, her impression of Su Chang'an was less than favorable, for he bore another notorious title, the notorious patron of the brothels. A renowned poem had granted him fame throughout the capital, captivating countless courtesans, resulting in the courtesans flocking to him, while he enjoyed free indulgence, provoking envy among others. His visits to the pleasure quarters far outnumbered his returns home. Murong Qiuyun detested fickle men, and someone like Su Chang'an, a notorious libertine, filled her with disdain. Nonetheless, his willingness to lend assistance in her time of need earned her gratitude. Thank you, Su Zongqi, for your chivalrous support. Please, it is nothing. I understand your urgency. Let us gather our subordinates and set off at once, Su Chang'an replied with a smile. Murong Qiuyun, in a manner befitting the martial world, clasped her hands and said, I appreciate your efforts. Hey, Su Chang'an, Xiao Wei pulled at his sleeve again, expressing her concern. Be careful. I will, Su Chang'an responded with a smile. Soon, Su Chang'an summoned his team, and together with Murong Qiuyun, they set forth. The duo led 6 small banners and 30 strong warriors. Murong Qiuyun's deputy, Lin Xiong, a practitioner at the initial stage of Qi refinement, rode alongside her at the forefront. My lord, Su Zongqi's strength is merely on par with mine. Is this journey truly prudent? Lin Xiong whispered to Murong Qiuyun, his brow furrowed. Murong Qiuyun cast a calm glance at him and replied, he captured Tian Yu, a practitioner of Qi refinement, and contended with Mo Yunfei, a late-stage practitioner. Do you truly believe your strengths are equal? Fine. I concede that I cannot compare to Su Zongqi, but he hardly warrants the substantial merits you are offering for his invitation. Lin Xiong sighed, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Murong Qiuyun not only relinquished the merits for this beloved task, but also generously offered 5 additional ding-level merits, initially intending to invite a late-stage practitioner of Qi refinement. However, Su Chang'an seized the opportunity. He may indeed prove to be a valuable ally. As long as they can locate her cousin, it will be worth it. Murong Qiuyun spoke with determination, imparting a serious instruction. Su Zongqi undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. Temper your emotions and refrain from offending him. Understood, my lord. Lin Xiong nodded. resigning to the fact that Su Chang'an was simply fortunate. Chapter 25. Anomalies and Phantom Shadows. Throughout the journey, Su Chang'an rode on horseback, seemingly in a state of meditation, yet in truth, he was attuned to the rhythm of the winds. His formidable spiritual awareness rendered him increasingly sensitive to the changes in the world around him, elevating his comprehension to greater heights. However, he found himself just a membrane away from grasping the essence of sword qi, yet unable to penetrate that barrier. He felt an undeniable urge for a vigorous battle. The group hastened to arrive at Qingshui village before nightfall. Rows of houses stood in orderly fashion, arranged in 3 straight lines. The green bricks and white walls, bathed in sunlight, exuded an air of elegance and tranquility, with some roofs adorned with exquisite glazed tiles that shimmered with brilliance. Wow, is this village so prosperous? Zhou Daji couldn't help but exclaim. Qingshui village was renowned for producing a miraculous substance known as Qingxinshui, reputed to cure all ailments and prolong life, thus greatly cherished by the populace, as Murong Chuyun explained. Su Chang'an inquired, "Has the Xinwu Guard ever investigated such a remarkable water?" Lin Xiong responded, "Indeed they have. The records indicate that this water is only effective for common folk, offering no benefit to martial artists. Its effects are akin to herbal remedies and, therefore, deemed not extraordinary. Categorized as folk tales and not given much attention. Is the source of this water known?" Su Chang'an pressed further. Lin Xiong shook his head. "This is the secret to Qingshui village's prosperity. No one is willing to divulge it. Qingxinshui should pose no issues. It has existed for a decade without any troubles." Murong Chuyun interjected, understanding Su Chang'an's implications. "The absence of problems is the greatest problem." Su Chang'an mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Lin Xiong, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Su Chang'an smiled faintly. "Although the efficacy of Qingxinshui is rather ordinary, it is considered a treasure by ordinary people. As the saying goes, a common man is guilty of possessing a jewel. How do you think Qingshui village safeguards this precious water?" Fang Qingshan suddenly realized, indeed, with such significant benefits, it would surely attract many covetous eyes. How could Qingshui village remain peaceful year after year? That makes sense unless... Murong Chuyun's expression darkened as she finally recognized the oversight. She then looked at Su Chang'an with admiration, genuinely saying, "Lord Su, your intellect is truly remarkable." Even Lin Xiong could not help but silently commend him. With just a few words, Su Chang'an had unveiled critical information, proving his exceptional astuteness. Zhou Daji speculated, could it be that someone has taken all the women and children of the village hostage to extort Qingxinshui? We shall discover the truth once we investigate. Let us proceed into the village. Su Chang'an flicked the reins and headed towards Qingshui village. The village chief, Fan Yufu, awaited their arrival at the village entrance, accompanied by several villagers. Upon seeing Su Chang'an and his companions, he hurriedly approached. "I have met the esteemed lords," he said, dressed in a scholar's long robe, with a goat beard and white hair tied into a bun secured with a wooden hairpin. He appeared to be an affable elder with a touch of scholarly demeanor. "Fan village chief, what happened to the previous Xinwu guard that visited? What transpired here?" Murong Chuyun questioned impatiently, fixing her gaze upon Fan Youfu. Fan Youfu trembled with fear, kneeling and saying nervously, "I am unaware, my lords. Those officials lingered in our village for 3 days, concluding that it was a case of demonic disturbance. They followed the clues to the back mountains and never returned." Fan Youfu, concealing knowledge is tantamount to complicity. I advise you to disclose everything honestly. Lin Xiong thundered. Fan Youfu, frightened, stammered, "That is all I know. I truly have no other information." "Do not fear, village chief. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. You mentioned that the investigation concluded it was a demonic entity. What exactly was discovered?" Su Chang'an asked calmly. "Please follow me." Fan Youfu beckoned as he led them into the village, guiding them to a courtyard. This is where the previous Xinwu guard resided. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Chuyun dashed inside, with Su Chang'an and the others closely behind. Soon, they discovered several remnants in the room, tufts of white fur and 3 long, shiny black claws exceeding 3 inches in length. In an instant, they recognized the identity of the demonic entity, a monkey demon. Lin Xiong inquired, "Where were these found?" Fan Youfu replied, "In the back mountains." "Village chief, does your village have a penchant for this flower?" Su Chang'an pointed to a bouquet resting on the table. Along their journey, he had observed that Qingshui village not only cultivated numerous trees adorned with such flowers, but also that every household possessed them. Even this courtyard's table had a vase of these flowers. Fan Yofu smiled and explained, "This is wisteria, a symbol of good fortune in our village, believed to ward off evil and ensure peace. We pray to the Holy Mother for protection, for a life free from ailments and longevity." Fool, great fool, the Holy Mother consumes humans. You are not human, you are demons. I will slay you, I will slay you. Ha ha. Suddenly, a cacophony of mad laughter erupted. A disheveled madman, clad in tattered garments, brandished a wooden stick, striking at the wisteria trees. The purple petals danced through the air, creating a scene both beautiful and eerie. Moments later, several villagers appeared, seizing the madman and dragging him away. As he was taken, he continued to shout insults. "Get away! You are not human. You are demons. Ha ha ha! Demons shall face my wrath." He went mad after his wife and children vanished. Do not take offense. I will go check. Fan Yofu quickly apologized to the group and followed after them. Su Chang'an exchanged glances with Zhou Daji, who understood the cue and silently trailed behind. The atmosphere in the village felt peculiar, an inexplicable sensation pervading the air. Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, unable to discern what was amiss. Morong Qiuyun and the others nodded in agreement, sharing the same feeling. They turned to Su Chang'an, hoping for his insight, as he had previously demonstrated his keen deductive abilities. The emotions are awry. Su Chang'an did not disappoint, murmuring, "We have all dealt with numerous cases. Consider how a normal person might react when their spouse and children go missing." Fang Qingshan suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming that it was indeed peculiar that no one had come to seek their assistance thus far, and not a single tearful soul was encountered on the road. Such a situation was exceedingly unusual. Typically, when one has lost their spouse and children, upon seeing the Divine Military Guard, they would undoubtedly rush forward, pleading for a swift resolution to the case. If only one individual appeared composed, it could be interpreted as a sign of resilience or a lackluster relationship with their family. However, the collective calmness of the entire village was decidedly unsettling. It seemed that the so-called madman was the most sane among them, driven to desperation. Morong Qiuyu nodded in agreement. Su Chang'an shook his head, thoughtfully analyzing that a mere short-term disappearance would not be sufficient to drive a person to madness. He surmised that it was the death of both wife and child that had pushed the man over the edge. The individuals present were all martial artists, with keen observational skills, and it was evident that the man was not feigning insanity, but was genuinely unhinged. The villagers of Qingshui village all exhibited troubling behaviors, while the madman's words bore the most credibility. Yet, who was the Holy Mother he spoke of? Where had the vanished women and children gone? What roles did these villagers play in this unfolding drama? At the same time, atop the mountain's peak, a colossal white ape perched upon a massive rock, surveying Qingshui village with bared fangs and a sinister grin. The Divine Military Guard had come upon new prey. If they devoured this group, both you and I could ascend to become fourth-grade demons. Beside him, a wisteria tree manifested the visage of a delicate young woman, her roots serving as feet and branches forming hands, standing upright. With a hint of concern, she remarked that if they continued to kill, they risked attracting the Divine Military Guard's wrath, which would spell doom for them both. Ha ha, I assure you, this will be the last batch. Once we finish, we shall flee to that place. Even if the Divine Military Guard were to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would never find us. The giant ape laughed heartily as he approached the tree demon, wrapping his arms around the wisteria. The wisteria tree bowed in submission, her tone filled with longing. Very well, as long as we can attain the 4th grade, what harm is there in indulging in madness for a time? With that, she let out a low hum. A flirtatious expression emerging on the face formed from her trunk. The branches began to sway violently. Chapter 26. The Blade's Intent, Conspiring with Demons. That night, under the sparse moonlight and twinkling stars, Qingshui village proved itself to be a prosperous locale, offering an opulent feast for its guests, with fine meats and exquisite wines. However, the members of the Shenwu Guard were acutely aware of the village's hidden treachery, and none dared to lift their chopsticks. Chang'an, the abode of the madman, lay just ahead. Zhou Daji had followed that group during the day solely to discover the madman's dwelling. Su Chang'an nodded, his body flickering as he melded into the shadows, silently traversing the village until he came to a halt before the madman's door. The entrance stood ajar, revealing the madman alone in the courtyard, babbling incoherently while scrawling frantically on the walls. Su Chang'an quietly approached from behind, his gaze fixed upon the chaotic drawings on the wall. His expression gradually turned icy. There, depicted vividly, was a ritual from Qing village. All the villagers gathered to kneel before a colossal wisteria tree. Simultaneously, a pair of young boys and girls were bound and brought before the tree, whose gaping maw swallowed them whole. Following this, the tree would rain down droplets of liquid, eliciting cheers and worship from the villagers, who eagerly collected the substance in their vessels. Among the crowd, only one couple remained bound to the great tree, watching in agony as their children cried out in torment. The next scene depicted the husband burying his wife, who had succumbed to despair. It became evident that this husband was none other than the madman before him. He was rendering the most profound and painful experiences of his soul onto the wall. His lips incessantly muttered, "They are not human. They are demons. Slay them all." Su Chang'an surmised that the wisteria tree represented the so-called Holy Mother, while the liquid represented the blessed water bestowed by her. It dawned on him that Qing village required an annual offering of a pair of young boys and girls to receive the so-called blessed water. For the sake of profit, these villagers had colluded with demons, regularly presenting offerings of children. Wisteria tree demons? The entirety of Qing village was indeed replete with wisteria trees. A sudden tension gripped Su Chang'an's heart. At that moment, tendrils of wisteria sprang forth from the drawings, entwining around him like a giant serpent, tightening its grip. Illusions? Break from me. Su Chang'an bellowed, and the image shattered like glass. With the strength of his divine sense, such illusions could not ensnare him. Whoosh! Just as he broke free from the illusion, a nearby wisteria tree contorted its branches and lunged at him as a mass of vines. Merely a parlor trick. Su Chang'an smirked coldly, advancing instead of retreating, deftly evading the encroaching vines before drawing his ink-black blade. With a flash of the blade, the entire wisteria tree was cleaved in two. The Holy Mother was, in truth, a wisteria tree demon. The fragrant blossoms induced hallucinations and could manipulate the vines to attack. It was no wonder that Qing village was filled with wisteria. The members of the Shenwu Guard were in peril. Su Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically, and he raced towards their location with utmost urgency. Upon his arrival, he found the entire Shenwu Guard ensnared in an illusion, deep in slumber. Here, the wisteria trees were most abundant, and the vines adorning the tables and corners were no mere decorations, but deadly hallucinogens. The vines slithered like serpents, wrapping around the slumbering guards, forming a massive maw intent on digesting them. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, channeling his true energy, his voice resonating like a lion's roar from the Buddhist realm, thunderous in its intensity. Awaken now. The members of the Shenwu Guard stirred, their eyelids fluttering, showing signs of awakening. Clang! Su Chang'an unsheathed his blade, his eyes gleaming with determination. With swift movements, he began severing the encroaching wisteria trees one after another. Suddenly, the door to Lin Xiong's room was burst open. Countless wisteria vines, dragging him, fled at incredible speed into the depths of darkness. Leave him, Su Chang'an roared, employing the star-chasing step, a blur of light as he pursued. Boom! In the next instant, another resounding crash echoed as Murong Qiuyun's door was violently breached. Her aura was tumultuous, her eyes glinting with cold fire, as the wisteria within her room lay shattered across the floor, thrice as thick as those outside. Clearly, it had received special attention from the wisteria tree demon. But fortunately, she managed to break free. The other members of the Shenwu Guard began to awaken one by one, their gazes sharpening with vigilance as they focused on the courtyard outside. To their astonishment, the villagers surrounded them, brandishing swords and knives, their eyes filled with malice. Damn it, this rabble seems intent on taking our lives. These villagers had clearly lost their minds, daring to strike at the Shenwu Guard? Thanks to Captain Su, I nearly met an untimely demise without understanding why. The Shenwu Guard cursed vehemently. Capture them. Show no mercy to the resistors. Murong Qiuyun's voice was as cold as ice as she commanded with a stern expression. Run. Everyone to the back mountain for the Holy Mother's protection. Fan Youfu shouted loudly. Yes, the Holy Mother will surely annihilate the Shenwu Guard. Holy Mother, save us. The villagers surged towards the back mountain in a frenzy. What nonsense is this, Holy Mother? You are all insane. To your doom. Kill. With fury boiling within them, the members of the Shenwu Guard chased after, ruthlessly swinging their blades. One by one, the villagers fell into pools of blood. Slay them. Eradicate these demons. The madman emerged from his room, ecstatic as he screeched, pouncing upon the corpses, tearing and biting at them. Su Chang'an, having mastered the star-chasing step, moved with the grace of a swallow. His feet barely touching the ground as he darted forth like a swift arrow, tightly gripping the vines. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong had awakened, desperately attempting various methods to extricate himself from the vines, but to no avail. The barbed tendrils, akin to teeth, pierced his flesh, draining his blood. They also contained paralyzing toxins, sapping his strength. Lord Su, do not worry about me. It is a tree demon of the late Qi refinement stage. You cannot contend with it. Seeing only Su Chang'an pursuing him, he felt a surge of anxiety and despair, struggling as he cried out. Suddenly, the vines halted beneath a massive wisteria tree. The wisteria tree projected the visage of a woman, her cold gaze fixated upon Su Chang'an, as she menaced, I had intended to slay you one by one, but since you dare to pursue your own demise, I shall oblige. The rustling of countless vines ensued, akin to a vibrant serpent encircling Su Chang'an. With a swift motion, a vine, as thick as 1/2 meter and bristling with thorns, lashed out towards his back with astonishing speed. Su Chang'an, attuned to his surroundings, leaped aside just in time. The vine struck the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to tremble and debris to scatter. Following this, a multitude of vines surged forth, resembling tentacles ensnaring Su Chang'an in midair. Drawing his blade, Su Chang'an unleashed the 7 absolute sword technique, the blade's radiance cascading like rain, descending with ferocity. The blade sliced through the vines as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. How could this be possible? The wisteria tree demon watched in terror, having encountered numerous human warriors, yet this individual surpassed them all by an extraordinary margin. He seemed less like a human and more like a ferocious beast. As Su Chang'an landed, his aura surged like a tidal wave. With a step akin to chasing the stars, he darted towards the wisteria tree demon. Infused with true energy, his blade gleamed brilliantly, captivating the eye. The golden body technique was executed to its utmost, radiating a copper sheen from his form. 7 blades converged into one. You seek death, roared the wisteria tree demon, violently shaking its body so that its branches transformed into numerous massive hands, thick as boulders, reaching out to strike Su Chang'an. With a resounding clash, Su Chang'an's strike was unparalleled. His mastery of a top-tier yellow-grade martial skill, combined with the enhancements from the pure yang infinite body, and the second tier of the golden body technique, rendered his physical prowess formidable enough to rival that of a late-stage Qi refinement realm warrior. Amid the tumult, he severed the tree demon's branches one by one, charging straight for its core. Su Chang'an had already attained the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm, yet he exhibited such strength. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish this demon. Lin Xiong, eyes wide with astonishment, witnessed this scene unfold. The truth of his underestimation of Su Chang'an struck him deeply. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. The wisteria tree demon summoned a surge of demonic energy, as countless vines coalesced before it to form a massive shield. While a single vine's defense was limited, the amalgamation of innumerable vines transformed into an impenetrable barrier, instilling a sense of despair. They successfully thwarted Su Chang'an's assault. Subsequently, these vines surged forth, ensnaring Su Chang'an tightly. Ha ha ha, ignorant fool, prepare to die? The wisteria tree demon cackled triumphantly, encircling Su Chang'an layer upon layer, enveloping him in a sphere, intent on consuming him. Yet soon, the wisteria tree demon found itself unable to maintain its mirth. A gasp of disbelief escaped its lips. How could this be? Inside the mass of vines, Su Chang'an's entire form gleamed a bright copper hue. Though some of his skin had been torn under the constriction of the vines, revealing bones that appeared as black iron, he remained unharmed. The thorns of the vines could not penetrate Su Chang'an's body. This was the essence of the copper skin and iron bones. Although he had yet to reach the 3rd tier of the golden body technique, his diligent training had transformed portions of his skeleton into black iron. Most crucially, the pollen of the wisteria flower contained potent toxins that could incapacitate even late-stage Qi refinement warriors, yet it seemed utterly ineffective against Su Chang'an. The wisteria tree demon's face darkened as it tightened its grip, attempting to suffocate Su Chang'an. With his eyes slightly closed, Su Chang'an entered an extraordinary state, where previously perplexing questions suddenly unraveled. What if the blade energy could swirl like a vortex? A vortex could absorb energy along its path, enhancing itself. Could blade energy not also grow in strength? This swirling motion was not merely a technique, but the essence of a warrior's conviction. With the will to command his blade, it transformed into a divine ability. A surge of sharp energy coursed through Su Chang'an's body. The air around him morphed into the sharpest of blades, shredding the vines to pieces. He stood beneath the heavens, wielding his ink-black blade, resembling a legendary sword imbued with a celestial aura. Is this blade energy? The wisteria tree demon exclaimed in shock, its branches trembling in fear. It was indeed blade energy. Lin Xiong gazed at Su Chang'an, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief, as if beholding an unparalleled prodigy. At that moment, he felt his own ignorance and insignificance acutely. Blade energy was recognized as the mightiest spear on the divine martial continent. Those who comprehended it were destined to become formidable leaders. Flee! The wisteria tree demon decisively leaped from the ground, its roots transforming into countless legs, frantically scurrying away. Cut! Su Chang'an raised his ink-black blade, slashing through the air. The blade energy soared like a rainbow, unimaginably sharp, cleaving the wisteria tree demon in twain. Only those who reached the fourth rank of warriors could manifest true energy externally and injure from a distance. However, having comprehended blade energy, Su Chang'an could wield it to strike from afar. Though his reach was limited, he estimated that his blade energy could extend a maximum of 7 to 8 meters. A blue orb fell at Su Chang'an's feet, the demon core of the wisteria tree demon. Only those who attained the late stage of the third rank could condense a demon core, which contained a wealth of demonic power, valuable for crafting elixirs beneficial to warriors. Upon breaking through to the third tier of the golden body technique, he would need silver skin pills to aid his cultivation, materials for which were conveniently derived from demon cores. A faint smile graced Su Chang'an's lips as he collected the demon core. In the mountains behind Qing Shui village, Murong Qiuyun led the divine martial guards in pursuit of the villagers. She intentionally spared them, driving them to flee in order to uncover the hidden demon behind the scenes. Soon, a stone dwelling came into view. Before it sat a colossal ape, its white fur disheveled and its green face adorned with sharp fangs. It sat upright, seemingly mimicking the posture of a learned scholar, portraying an air of elegance and composure. In its hand, it held a woman's arm, leisurely gnawing away. On the stone table before it lay a neat pile of bones, arranged with deliberate order, all stripped clean of flesh and blood. Great Yao Saint, where are our wives and children? Fan Youfu asked, his face pale, his voice trembling as he already guessed the grim possibility. The white ape pointed to a corner piled with bleached bones, baring its teeth as it replied, all there. Find them yourselves. No. How could this be? My child. This can't be. The Holy Mother didn't tell us it would be like this. She deceived us. The villagers of Qingshui village fell into stunned silence, clutching their heads in agony, their cries wild and desperate, mouths agape in anguish. To conspire with demons is to be devoured by them, Murong Qian sighed, shaking her head, unable to bear the sight before her. She realized these villagers had not been coerced by the demon, but had willingly collaborated with it. They had deliberately left their wives and children in the demon's care, creating the illusion of their disappearance to lure the Xinwu guards here, only for the demon to feast upon them. They seemed to have forgotten, demons devour humans. Chapter 27. Seeking the Great Lord to slay the demons. I was wrong. I implore the esteemed Lord of Xinwuvai to take charge for us. Fan Youfu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, slapping himself on both sides of his face, repeatedly bowing in desperation. Please, Great Lord, help me avenge. We were blinded by our own folly, but my innocent newborn child is blameless. I should not have trusted the demons. I should not have. One by one, villagers fell to their knees, weeping profusely, begging in sorrow. Fang Qingshan turned his head away, curling his lips in disdain. How pitiful and contemptible. Such ignorance, such sorrow. Zhou Daji sighed, shaking his head. The Xinwei had long warned you. Demons deceive the heart. Their words are untrustworthy. Why did you not heed our counsel? You brought this upon yourselves. To place your family in the hands of monsters. What a foolish choice. Regret now bears no fruit. The Xinwuvai reproached them, their anger palpable, their eyes reddened, their blood boiling. Not far away, a heap of human bones lay scattered, remnants of women and children, some still very small, gruesomely devoured. Even the hardest of hearts would find it difficult to suppress their emotions upon witnessing such a scene. This demon dares to consume humans. It must be slain. The Shenhuai received their orders. Mu Rongqian's voice was as cold as iron. This demon slaughters our kin. It must perish. Follow me. To exterminate the demons. Kill, kill, kill. The Shenhuai could no longer contain themselves. Their unified roar echoed like thunder, their momentum soaring skyward. Deploy the heavenly net formation. Tai Nyo's eyes burned crimson. His fury ignited as he bellowed. He charged forth, brandishing his hand, casting a massive net towards the demon ape. The demon ape leaped effortlessly, soaring several meters high, attempting to evade the net. However, in the next moment, the entirety of the Shenhuai struck, a rain of nets descended, sealing all its escape routes. Ultimately, they converged into a great net, binding it tightly. Roar! The demon ape let out a long howl, its 3-meter-tall form resembling a small mountain as it grasped the net overhead, violently shaking it. Endowed with innate strength, the combined efforts of dozens of Shenhuai were mere child's play in its eyes, and they were sent flying in an instant. A mere net, attempting to confine me? The demon ape laughed in triumph, turning to smash a large tree, from which it drew forth a mysterious iron rod. It is my cousin's weapon. Mu Rongqian's pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes reddening as she recognized the mysterious iron rod. The demon ape grinned, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. Do you know this person? Heh, his flesh is quite tender, delightful in taste, and has significantly enhanced my strength, though he has now become my excrement. You shall die? Mu Rongqian's fury ignited, her sword drawn from her waist as she dashed forward, closing the distance to the demon ape in a few strides. The sword light flickered like lightning, swift and ferocious. The demon ape wielded its rod like a fan, the shadows of the weapon overlapping, successfully deflecting all of Mu Rongqian's sword strikes. Rain of swords. Channeling her chi, Mu Rongqian's speed surged, akin to teleportation as she darted around the giant ape. The long sword would suddenly pierce from the front, only to reappear above it in the next moment. The demon ape stood rooted, its eyes, red and eerie, scanning the surroundings. Its mastery of the rod was extraordinary, perfectly countering every strike from Mu Rongqian's sword. One of Mu Rongqian's subordinates exclaimed in astonishment, "This demon is remarkably strong, able to withstand Lord Mu Rong's sword rain assault." Demon apes possess innate strength, agility, and the ability to wield weapons, making them truly formidable. Zhou Daji rose from the ground. Tai Nyo, brimming with battle fervor, shouted, "Everyone who is able, rise quickly and lend Lord Mu Rong your strength. I am still capable of fighting. I shall slay this demon." And I, one after another, the Shenhuai rose, converging together. Excellent. We shall use the binding dragon formation. As Tai Nyo's voice echoed, the Shenhuai simultaneously hurled forth ropes. Release. With a command, the ropes flew accurately, targeting the various parts of the demon ape. In the blink of an eye, these ropes entwined around the demon ape, binding its hands, feet, and neck tightly. "Get off me!" The demon ape roared, attempting to shake off the ropes. "Pull together!" The Shenhuai screamed in unison, gripping the ropes tightly, their feet dug into the ground, their faces turning red as they exerted all their strength. With the demon ape bound, its defenses were laid bare. Mu Rongqian pointed her sword to the heavens, her martial chi flowing like a raging river into the blade. The sword hummed softly, radiating sword light. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of luminous energy, launching the most powerful strike, a sword that pierces mountains. Thud! The long sword plunged into the demon ape's heart, inch by inch, sinking deeper. However, the sword only penetrated halfway before it could advance no further. How is this possible? Mu Rongqian's eyes widened in disbelief. The demon ape grinned with a human-like mockery. Its skin seemed to turn to a stony texture, resembling rock. This was its demonic technique. The Hunyuan staff is no ordinary weapon. It harbors the demonic power of the ape demon, coupled with the creature's innate immense strength. How could Mu Rongqian possibly withstand it? She was instantly blasted away, crashing into a massive rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with the bones in her hand completely shattered. "You will surely be delicious. I will devour you piece by piece right before their eyes, and then break through to the fourth rank." The ape demon stared at Mu Rongqian, drooling foul-smelling saliva, as it advanced step by step. "Ape demon, if you have the guts, come at me. Lord Mu Rong, run quickly." "Demon, stop right there." The divine martial guards lay on the ground, struggling to rise, growling through gritted teeth. "Ah, demon, I will avenge my child." Suddenly, a man from the villagers charged out, brandishing a cleaver as he rushed toward the ape demon. Seeking death, the ape demon roared, swatting with a single palm, instantly shattering the man's skull. "Wife, I have failed you." Another person dashed out, charging toward the ape demon like a madman. "I'll fight you to the death." "Mother, your son is here to avenge you." At that moment, one villager after another fearlessly charged at the ape demon. Seeking death, seeking death. Annoying ants, all of you die? The ape demon was utterly enraged, throwing punch after punch, blasting their heads apart one by one. The bloody scene completely shattered the courage of the onlookers. The remaining villagers, faces filled with terror, dared not charge forward again. "Now it's your turn." The ape demon grinned, revealing its fine, sharp fangs, and raised its claw to seize Murong Qiuyun. A gust of wind, mixed with a foul, bloody stench, swept over her. Murong Qiuyun's face revealed a look of despair as she closed her eyes, awaiting death. The next moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Murong Qiuyun. With a gentle lift of his arm, he actually halted the ape demon's massive claw mid-air. Phew, just in time, almost too late. Murong Qiuyun stared blankly at the figure before her, her lips slightly parted in a mix of shock and delight. Su Chang'an. His frame was smaller than the ape demon's claw, yet he stood as steady as Mount Tai, exuding strength and a sense of security. "Lord Su, it's Lord Su." "Excellent. Commander Su has arrived." "Chang'an, you've finally come." "Ha ha, we're saved, everyone is saved." The divine martial guards gazed at that upright figure, erupting in cheers. Murong Qiuyun exclaimed excitedly, "Su Chang'an, you've come just in time. Quickly take the others and leave. I'll hold off this ape demon. You'd better sit down and rest. Watch how I slaughter this ape demon." Su Chang'an spoke calmly, yet with an unwavering confidence and imposing aura. Murong Qiuyun anxiously said, "Don't be careless. It's a late-stage qi refining demon." "Merely late-stage qi refining? I just finished off one." Su Chang'an replied casually. "You killed Azzy?" The ape demon's expression changed, its vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an shuddered with disgust. "Azzy? How repulsive. Demons even have nicknames? I will devour you alive." The ape demon roared, raising the Xian iron Hunyuan staff high and swinging it down like swatting a fly, aiming straight for Su Chang'an's head. If Su Chang'an dodged, the blow would strike Murong Qiuyun. If he did not evade, he would suffer severe injuries himself. Despicable. Using this trick again. Murong Qiuyun's face paled. Su Chang'an urged, "Quickly move aside. Don't worry about me." Su Chang'an remained silent, merely raising the Mo blade high, his entire body surging with true qi. His actions spoke louder than words. "So you're only at the mid-stage of qi refining? Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." The ape demon laughed cruelly, the long staff cutting through the air with a fierce, howling wind. "Lord Su, it's over, it's over." How can he match the ape demon in strength? Can Lord Su do it? He practices body refinement. Perhaps he can block it. The ape demon is despicable, always using hostages to harm others. He will win, he must win. Dozens of divine martial guards widened their eyes, watching nervously, wishing they could rush over to help. Boom. The long staff descended, the earth shattered, and a cloud of dust billowed upward. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, a massive figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The ape demon was repelled. Was that Blade Chi just now? The boss actually comprehended Blade Chi? Am I dreaming? It's not a dream. That truly was Blade Chi. Commander Su is mighty. We are saved. The villagers stood dazed for a moment before erupting into cheers as well. That lord defeated the demon. A master from the divine martial guards has arrived. Ah, wife, children, someone has come to avenge you. Overwhelmed with joy, their voices trembled as they chanted in unison, "Kill it. We beg you, Lord, slay the demon. We beg you, Lord, slay the demon." Blade Chi? He actually comprehended Blade Chi. Murong Qiuyun stared blankly at Su Chang'an's back, her breathing rapid, her heart pounding wildly. Su Chang'an stood like a towering mountain, gleaming in the sunlight, radiating an endless sense of security. Impossible. How could you possibly comprehend Blade Chi? The ape demon scrambled to its feet, howling in disbelief, a mix of shock and fury. Su Chang'an held the Mo blade tilted toward the ground, his expression as calm as still water, his eyes sharp as blades, giving the ape demon no chance to catch its breath. He stepped with the chasing star's stride, instantly leaping before the ape demon. His voice was low, like the arrival of death itself. Then watch closely this time. One slash, swept horizontally. Swoosh. The blade light resembled a rainbow piercing the sun. The blade chi shot upward like a radiant beam. Su Chang'an landed and sheathed his blade. Thud. The ape demon's head subsequently rolled to the ground, its face still etched with terror. Dead. It's dead. Ha ha ha. The ape demon is dead. Lord Su truly did it. The boss is too strong. Invincible. That was Blade Chi. Blade Chi. Commander Su is truly a peerless prodigy. The divine martial guards excitedly pounded the ground with their fists, laughing with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. The villagers hurried before Su Chang'an, kneeling on both knees to express their gratitude. Thank you, Lord, for avenging the entire village. I was foolish, so foolish. I should not have believed the demon's words. Fan Youfu slapped his own face repeatedly, weeping as he confessed his crimes. Initially, everything had unfolded exactly as the madman had depicted. Qingshui village offered a pair of young children as a sacrifice to the purple vine flower demon each year in exchange for the cleansing water. This exchange had persisted for 10 years. As the conditions of the village improved, the villagers began to increasingly rely on the flower spirit, even referring to the Ziting Hua Yao as the Holy Mother. A month ago, the Ziting Hua Yao suddenly proposed that the entire village cooperate in luring the members of the Shenwu Wei. To ensure the deception appeared convincing, it instructed the villagers to send their wives and children, creating the illusion of the disappearance of all the village's women and children, promising that they would be safely returned afterward. The villagers, having lost their sense of reason, unconditionally trusted this supernatural being and readily agreed. This led to the current predicament. Su Chang'an cast a cold glance at the surviving villagers. Collaborating with a demon is a fate unworthy of lament. 10 years prior, when they began sacrificing boys and girls, they had already committed an unforgivable sin. The group of villagers who dared to charge at the demon ape met a death that held a semblance of valor. As for the remaining villagers, once taken back by the Shenwu Wei, they could not escape a similar fate. Chapter 28. The innate severed vein, Zhuangri blade technique. As everything settled, the Shenwu guards began to clear the battlefield, confining the villagers. Su Chang'an stood before the stone house, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What troubles you? Murong Qiuyun approached, her eyes surveying Su Chang'an with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Internally, she mused. This fellow, who lingers daily in the Jiafangxi, how is he still so formidable? What does my own effort amount to in his presence? I still find one matter perplexing, Su Chang'an mused, stroking his chin. The wisteria flower demon has hidden for a decade, daring to consume only one pair of young boys and girls each year. What has emboldened it to suddenly regard the Shenwu guards as prey? Perhaps it resorted to desperate measures to break through to the 4th rank, especially with the aid of the demon ape, Murong Qiuyun speculated. Given the severity of hunting the Shenwu guards, what makes them think they can escape? Su Chang'an shook his head, rejecting this notion. You must understand, this is near the capital. Among the Shenwu guards are countless extraordinary individuals, including experts adept at tracking demonic energy. Rarely do demonic creatures act so recklessly. The situation is undoubtedly more intricate than it appears. As he gazed at the stone house, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he drew his ink blade, striking fiercely. With a thunderous crash, the stone house collapsed, sending stones tumbling to the ground and revealing a vast pit. This is a tunnel? Murong Qiuyun's gaze sharpened, and upon seeing the edge of the hole, her pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "It is indeed Zhitian stone." Zhitian stone? Su Chang'an hurriedly peered into the tunnel. Embedded within the soil at intervals was a piece of verdant crystal. All were Zhitian stones. These stones appeared extraordinary, and in truth, they were exceptionally unique. They possess a special function, to obscure divine senses and conceal all traces of presence. As one's cultivation advances, their divine sense becomes increasingly potent, akin to a radar scanning the surroundings, leading to the emergence of various tracking techniques. Zhitian stone can shield against such scrutiny, rendering pursuers helpless. No wonder the demon ape and the wisteria flower demon acted with such impunity. If they committed a crime, as long as they escaped through the tunnel and severed their demonic aura, no one would be able to locate them. Murong Qiuyun pondered. Zhitian stone is rare and regulated due to its unique properties. Where did these Zhitian stones come from? Let us descend and investigate. Su Chang'an's eyes glinted, and he leaped down. Within the tunnel, Visibility was virtually non-existent. However, Su Chang'an possessed the heavenly eye of martial arts, perceiving the night as if it were day, unaffected in the slightest. Hey, slow down, wait for me. Murong Qiuyun followed suit, lighting a fire stick to illuminate the darkness, and couldn't help but call out to Su Chang'an. The tunnel was spacious, a monumental construction. As they ventured deeper, their astonishment grew. Murong Qiuyun inhaled sharply. Every 10 meters there is a Zhetian stone, perfectly concealing their aura. Who could have such grand designs? Halfway through, they paused, confronted by a pile of treasures. There were spiritual herbs, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Murong Qiuyun even discovered clothing belonging to Duanmu City. Clearly, the wisteria tree demon and the demon ape had established this as a stronghold, storing their spoils here. Those spiritual herbs were likely gathered by the two demons to break through to the 4th rank. These spiritual herbs are all mine. Is that acceptable? Su Chang'an inquired after collecting the herbs. Does it matter if I object? Murong Qiuyun replied, exasperated. You asked only after taking everything. Is that courteous? However, she had not intended to claim anything. After all, her life was saved by Su Chang'an. The two continued along the tunnel. The length of the tunnel was astonishing, connecting to another mountain peak. Moreover, Su Chang'an discovered that this tunnel was not the only one. Other paths were blocked, with their destinations unknown. This tunnel was indeed peculiar. They noted their findings to report upon return. The next day, after resting overnight in Qingshui village, the group began their journey back with the villagers. There was no need for Su Chang'an to worry about the remaining matters. Upon returning to the Shenwu guards camp, he headed directly to the task exchange hall. Su Chang'an, how wonderful, you are unharmed. A familiar voice greeted him as he entered the hall. Xiao Wei beamed at him. Your words are quite flattering. Please refrain from such flattery next time. Su Chang'an responded. Was the task successful? Xiao Wei inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Su Chang'an shrugged. It was completed satisfactorily, but Duanmu City has perished. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Who could possibly harm me? He jested. Ha ha ha, such bravado. Xiao Wei chuckled, skillfully calculating his merits. The task was worth a 3rd-grade merit, plus an additional 5 4th-grade merits gifted by Murong Qiuyun. Subsequently, Su Chang'an presented the weapons and techniques he had confiscated, exchanging them for 2 4th-grade merits. Please exchange for 5 more doses of medicinal herbs, Su Chang'an calculated. With 5 more doses of bone refining liquid, he would be able to break through to the 3rd layer of the golden body technique. Pausing momentarily, he added, I also wish to enter the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion to select a mysterious grade martial technique. The 7 absolute blade technique had reached a point where there was nothing more to practice, and its power was evidently insufficient. The experiences of late had revealed a shortcoming, the absence of a powerful killing move. Had he not fortuitously comprehended blade energy, he could have found himself in peril. If he could master a formidable martial technique, combined with blade energy, he felt he could even contend with a 4th-rank martial artist. Xiao Wei prepared the medicinal herbs for him, hesitating before saying, Su Chang'an, I have a secret to share. Oh, do tell, Su Chang'an replied. His demeanor relaxed as he regarded her. Xiao Wei leaned closer and whispered, some captains like to simplify their martial techniques and place them in the martial arts pavilion to select those fated to inherit them. Su Chang'an felt a jolt of excitement and turned to Xiao Wei with surprise. Continue. Do not stop. There is a martial technique called Zhuangri blade technique that you might want to consider, she suggested. Excellent. Thank you, Miss Xiao Wei, Su Chang'an acknowledged with a respectful nod. He mused to himself. Xiao Wei's origins are likely quite extraordinary, as she possesses knowledge of such covert information. How could a treasure of a girl like Xin Nu Lu not respond? Su Chang'an couldn't help but investigate further. Kong Yue, a maiden with no cultivation, possesses striking beauty, a naturally severed meridian, and an exceedingly low aptitude for martial arts. Her meticulous mind and resilient character yield an overall mediocre evaluation, rendering her unrecordable. The revelation that she is born with a severed meridian stirred a sense of pity within Su Chang'an. Those with such a constitution are almost entirely deprived of the possibility of martial cultivation. It is evident that Xiao Wei has a deep affection for martial arts, yet is unable to pursue it, which must be a source of profound sorrow for her. If you truly wish to thank me, then perhaps you could regale me with tales of your experiences during your missions, Xiao Wei said, her heart filled with longing. Absolutely, Su Chang'an replied with a smile. He then proceeded to the Wu Ji Gu with his credentials in hand. Upon entering the Wu Ji Gu, Su Chang'an searched thoroughly and eventually discovered the Zhuo Ridao Fa in a rather concealed corner. The sword, akin to the blazing sun, illuminates all directions. Under its radiance, all things dissipate. What an overwhelming principle. Just this principle alone convinced Su Chang'an of its worth. The Zhuo Ridao Fa is a low-grade Xian-class martial technique, comprising 3 forms. The first form, Flame Blade, the second form, Fiery Dance, and the third form, Sun God Slash. The elder guarding the pavilion maintained his languid demeanor, allowing Su Chang'an to register before lending him the martial technique. After exiting the Shunwu Wei camp, Su Chang'an made his way directly to the Jiaofeng Sea. He executed his tasks amid numerous dangers, his spirit taut. Listening to Bai Yingxue play melodies from his past life, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. To be honest, he somewhat missed the days of scrolling through his phone in his former life. Brother Su, why must you endure such hardship? Bai Yingxue gently asked, smoothing Su Chang'an's furrowed brow with concern. Su Chang'an, with a distant gaze, murmured, "It is perhaps ambition." What ambition could a young lord possibly have? Shout-out teased. Su Chang'an exhaled lightly and replied, "To live freely, to control my own life, without bowing and scraping, without resorting to flattery, without constant fear. Does that not count as ambition? In this world where brute force reigns supreme, and lives are as fragile as grass, death constantly lingers. The villagers of Qing village are living proof of this." Su Chang'an yearned to grow stronger and relished the sense of accomplishment that came with it. Bai Yingxue and Xiaodao fell silent. What Su Chang'an expressed resonated with the desires of all. Bound within the Jiaofeng Sea, they dreamed of seizing control over their own destinies. "Brother Su, let me help you grow stronger." Bai Yingxue's eyes sparkled with fervor, filled with springtime affection as she gazed at Su Chang'an. He understood her intent. The curtain fell. Everything remained unspoken. An hour later, the two ceased their cultivation. Bai Yingxue, weary yet content, nestled against Su Chang'an, tracing circles with her finger. "Shuer, you can write, can't you?" Su Chang'an inquired. Bai Yingxue shot him a glance, exclaiming, "Since childhood, I have diligently studied the 4 books and 5 classics, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Of course, I can write." "Then how about this? I will narrate the story, and you shall write it down," Su Chang'an suggested with a smile. "Narrate a story?" Bai Yingxue paused, wondering if Brother Bai was planning to publish a book. Su Chang'an nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I hope to earn some silver to redeem you sooner." This notion had been carefully considered. The last time he saw Xiao Wei perusing a storybook, he was inspired to write one himself. The entertainment industry in this world is severely lacking, and reading is a primary source of amusement. The quality of existing tales is subpar, with simplistic plots and bland emotions, relying solely on sensationalism, which is truly unbearable. If he could transpose the brilliance of his previous life, it would be a resounding success. Furthermore, Su Chang'an had conducted market research, and publishing books proved to be quite lucrative. The cost of a book is 300 won, while the sale price is 1 tael of silver, yielding a staggering profit of 700 won. The author retains 70% of the profit, netting 490 won. As long as the book sells well, the earnings would be substantial. "Brother Su, you are truly kind." Bai Yingxue gazed at him with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. The thought of him considering her redemption filled her heart with satisfaction. "What? The young lord intends to write a story?" Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise, muttering, "Writing a story is not as simple as it seems." Su Chang'an, a martial artist, seemed ill-suited for the task. How could anyone possibly read what he writes? Bai Yingxue immediately shot her a disapproving look. "Mind your words. Hurry and prepare the ink." She wished to spare Su Chang'an any embarrassment. Even if his story were a complete mess, she would applaud it nonetheless. Su Chang'an observed their reactions with a slight smile, realizing he had been underestimated. However, he remained calm, prepared to astonish them with a narrative from another world. After a moment of contemplation, he began to articulate. The title of the story is Shi Xiangji. Once, there was a family by the surname Chui, whose patriarch held the position of prime minister in a bygone dynasty, tragically passing away from illness. He left behind a daughter, nicknamed Yingying, who, at the tender age of 19, excelled in needlework, poetry, and the arts, mastering them all. Initially, Su Chang'an spoke slowly, concerned that Bai Yingxue might struggle to keep up. However, he soon realized that she not only wrote swiftly, but also her handwriting was elegant and graceful, a testament to her reputation as a renowned talent in the capital. "Brother Su, Please continue, Bai Yingxue urged as she sensed him pausing. Yes, yes. What happens next? Xiao Dao chimed in eagerly. Both were engrossed in the unfolding tale, eager to learn of the developments to come. A mischievous smile crept across Su Chang'an's face as he continued. Zhang San and Cui Yingying confided their innermost feelings, embracing each other in tears. As their emotions intensified, akin to dry kindling igniting into flames, they helped each other shed their garments, only to discover that, as he narrated, both Bai Yingxue and Xiao Tao's faces flushed crimson, growing increasingly warm. Su Chang'an began to creatively reinterpret Shixiangji, infusing it with the explicit details that everyone yearned to read. Drawing from countless experiences in his past life, his descriptions were nothing short of sensational. Bai Yingxue, though already a woman, managed to maintain her composure. Xiao Tao, despite being in the Jiaofeng Sea, remained a naive maiden, unable to withstand the onslaught. She felt her legs weaken and her gaze blur, nearly losing her balance. You are truly wicked. Bai Yingxue cast a glance at Su Chang'an, playfully expressing her displeasure. As a refined young lady, she found it utterly disgraceful to pen such tales. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was precisely this style that would garner immense popularity. Moreover, Su Chang'an's work was truly exceptional, surpassing all other literary pieces available in the market. It was destined for remarkable success. How extraordinary was the young gentleman, capable of both literary and martial prowess, and even skilled in the art of storytelling. Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation, wishing fervently to offer herself in service. Bai Yingxue's gaze towards Su Chang'an was almost drenched with affection, growing deeper with each glance. As the narrative progressed, Bai Yingxue noted that the story was unfolding at an astonishing pace. Before they realized it, the sun had set. Su Chang'an politely declined Bai Yingxue's invitation to stay the night and headed home instead. While others could spend the night at the Jiaofengxi, he could not, for Luo Shuixian had made it clear that he was to return home each evening. However, this night was different from the rest. Su Chang'an was filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with Luo Shuixian. The aura of his blade had solidified, and he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. This evening, he resolved to redeem himself and assert dominance over that proud woman. Chapter 29. Embarrassed and outraged. The third layer of the golden body technique upon returning home, as anticipated by Su Chang'an, that woman was indeed present. Clad in a delicate light blue dress that flowed gracefully, she resembled a daffodil blooming in water, radiating elegance and allure. Adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, her earlobes glimmered with pearls, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her lips were as vivid as vermilion, exuding an air of nobility and pride. I have only just returned today, and Princess Omping has already come, truly insatiable. With his strength significantly enhanced and a pent-up frustration, Su Chang'an's words became exceedingly bold. This evening, I, Su Chang'an, shall certainly rise. Who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Luo Shuixian furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an responded with a cold smile. What of a princess? Let me inform you, from this day forth, I shall be the master of my own constitution. Impudent. With a disdainful huff, Luo Shuixian raised her hand, unleashing a palm strike towards Su Chang'an. Prepared for this moment, Su Chang'an swiftly drew his blade, and the sword's aura surged skyward, obliterating the palm strike. Sword aura. Luo Shuixian's pupils contracted as she stared in astonishment at Su Chang'an. Last time, he had merely exhibited a nascent form of sword aura, yet after just a brief mission, he had genuinely cultivated it. Remarkably, it had only been 3 days. Could it be that his constitution not only aids others in dual cultivation, but also enhances his martial prowess? Luo Shuixian raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. Is this your confidence? Indeed. Prepare to receive my attack. Su Chang'an took the initiative, employing the star chase step, his figure graceful and ethereal, arriving before Luo Shuixian in an instant. With a strike as swift as lightning, he brought his blade down from the sky. The 7 absolute sword technique, 7 strikes merged into one. The sword aura surged like a vast ocean, raging like monstrous waves, descending with ferocity. Unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, Luo Shuixian extended her wrist, and an autumn water sword materialized in her hand. Golden true qi flowed from her, infusing the sword with a radiant golden sheen. This was the hallmark of true qi transforming into a golden attribute, endowing it with characteristics of sharpness and durability, significantly enhancing its lethality. Half-moon slash. With a graceful flourish of the long sword, a golden crescent was cleaved forth, whistling past in a flash. Boom. Su Chang'an was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, landing on the ground in a natural posture. Next time, pay attention when speaking to me, otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Luo Shuixian scoffed, waving her hand. That white silk ribbon reappeared, expertly wrapping Su Chang'an once more. At the same time, in the residence of the Minister of Works, the minister, clad in official attire, had a stern visage and a long goatee, diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, a shadow akin to a specter slipped in, standing with its back to the minister, hands clasped behind. The esteemed Minister of Works, holding a rank of third class, responsible for the nation's engineering projects, was so startled that his entire body trembled, causing the pen in his hand to fall to the ground as he hurried towards the shadow, bowing deeply. This humble official, Guasaida, greets you, my lord. How have you handled the matters I instructed you to address? Are you aware that you have stumbled into a significant predicament? The shadow spoke with an authoritative tone, filled with anger. Guasaida, perplexed, humbly replied, "This humble official is ignorant. I implore you to enlighten me." Two senior officers of the Divine Martial Guard ventured to Qingshui village and inadvertently discovered a tunnel we excavated years ago, and this matter has already been reported to the Divine Martial Guard. You must understand what this implies. Should a thorough investigation ensue, you cannot evade responsibility. The shadow's voice was icy. What? Guasaida's face turned pale, both shocked and enraged. I clearly commanded them to bury any excess tunnels. How could this happen? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that it was likely due to the negligence of his subordinates, who had overlooked some tunnels that remained unburied. Truly, they are more adept at causing trouble than accomplishing tasks. The shadow, filled with murderous intent, declared, "You had best resolve this matter promptly, otherwise humph." Guasaida felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was acutely aware of the consequences. Once the truth comes to light, he would undoubtedly become a scapegoat, losing his life. Rest assured, my lord, I shall expedite the resolution. May I trouble you to inform me of the names of those two senior officers? The shadow coldly uttered two names, Su Chang'an, Morong Qiuyun. Su Chang'an, that same individual again. This youth repeatedly sabotages significant matters. I shall certainly eradicate him. A fierce glint flashed in Guasaida's eyes. The following day, at dawn, a delicate figure clad in light blue glided out from Su Chang'an's chamber. Luo Shuixian's cheeks were slightly flushed, her heart filled with satisfaction. Moments later, Su Chang'an emerged, embarrassed and outraged. How infuriating. This woman is becoming increasingly excessive. Why can't we simply cultivate together harmoniously, instead of binding me? Luo Shuixian, just wait. Su Chang'an gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with humiliation, and resolutely began his training. The Zhua Ridao Fa is a fire attribute sword technique. The first form is the flame blade, requiring the practitioner to transform their martial true qi into a fire attribute. It was through studying this sword technique that Su Chang'an comprehended what the path beyond the third rank entailed. The third rank cultivates true qi, while beyond the third rank, the focus shifts to the transformation of true qi's attributes. Allowing true qi to embody the 5 elemental forces, incorporating the traits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, greatly enhances its potency. Thus, the fourth rank is known as the 5 qi realm, or the 5-element realm. There is no specific order in cultivating the 5 elemental attributes. Only when all 5 attributes have been mastered can one achieve the pinnacle of the 5 qi realm. The Zhua Ridao Fa is indeed extraordinary. Not merely a killing move, but also a means to grasp the power of flames in advance, preparing for a future breakthrough into the 4th rank. Clang. Su Chang'an drew his blade, skillfully wielding the ink blade in accordance with the sword technique, while simultaneously channeling his true qi along the path dictated by the technique. Hot, so hot. Before he could complete a full set, Su Chang'an was compelled to halt his training. This was due to the excruciating heat of his true qi, searing through his meridians, rendering it almost unbearable. With the golden body technique, I should be able to withstand this. Surely others cannot achieve this. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. The transformation of true qi is indeed arduous, akin to a destructive reorganization within the very core of one's body, fragile and sensitive. Not only must one endure pain, but it is also exceptionally perilous. No wonder the divide between the fourth and third ranks is so pronounced. It is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the golden body technique has fortified my physique, granting me a unique advantage. Mastering this sword technique should not be overly difficult. Su Chang'an thought confidently. In the forthcoming period, he transformed into a master of time management. He was tasked with teaching by Ying Xue about Zixiangji at the Jiafangxi, while also recounting stories of assignments to Xiaowei. Furthermore, dual cultivation with Luo Shuixian and by Yingxiu became an indispensable part of his regimen. Like an indefatigable old ox, he toiled tirelessly, engrossed in his endeavors, nearly exhausting himself. However, in return, the rewards were monumental. The quantity of true energy within him had reached an astonishing 22 strands. On this day, Su Chang'an consumed the last vial of bone-tempering elixir and commenced his practice of the Jinshin Jue. As the technique flowed through him, his body transformed into a brilliant bronze hue, and his bones began to writhe. If one were to peer within, they would observe that his bones were gradually turning a deep iron black, until this color enveloped every inch of his skeletal structure. His physique radiated with a newfound brilliance, shimmering like copper and emitting a resonant metallic sound. The third layer of Jinshin Jue, Tongpi Tiegu, had been achieved. Su Chang'an opened his eyes with exhilaration, a smile gracing his lips. He murmured to himself, with the manifestation of Tongpi Tiegu, even if I stand still, no warrior below the fourth rank can harm me. Moreover, from the first to the third layer of Jinshin Jue, his physical prowess had increased a staggering 24-fold. It was conceivable that he could now engage in battles beyond his rank against fourth-tier opponents. Just then, Zhou Daji rushed in, his expression fraught with panic and urgency. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Zhou Shu, what has happened?" Zhou Daji replied in quick succession, "Last night, Wang Yuan and Zhao Gong inexplicably perished in the prison. Moreover, the supervising officer was Fang Qingshan, and now the Ministry of Punishment has sent personnel seeking to apprehend Fang Qingshan for negligence in supervision." Chapter 30. Shundan Tower. The nameless flame. The Shun Wu Wei prison is divided into two sections: the Rinyu, human prison, and the Yaoyu, demon prison. The Rinyu confines humans, while the Yaoyu holds demons. Each prison is further divided into 5 levels, with the higher levels being more secure. Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan are situated on the second level of the Rinyu. The atmosphere within the prison is dark and damp, filled with a chilling aura, as the anguished cries of the tormented echo throughout. Many inmates resemble lost souls, neither fully human nor demon. By the time Su Chang'an arrives, personnel from the Ministry of Justice have already apprehended Fang Qingshan and bound him. The individual responsible for this capture is none other than the director of the supervisory office, Yuan Cheng, who had previously raided Wang Yuan's residence. "Commander Su, we meet again," Yuan Cheng sneers at Su Chang'an, his gaze venomous like that of a serpent, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. "Chang'an." Fang Qingshan lowers his head in shame. Su Chang'an stands defiantly before them, asserting, "This is a matter for the Shun Wu Wei. We will investigate it ourselves. It is not the prerogative of the Ministry of Justice to interfere." Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an, Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan have betrayed the nation, and now they have been silenced. This is a grave matter. The Shun Wu Wei has failed in its duties and dares to shield criminals. I possess the arrest warrant from the Ministry of Justice. If you dare impede me, it will be seen as collusion. Yuan Cheng brandishes the ministry's warrant, his head held high like a victorious rooster, reveling in his authority. Murong Qiuyun has already arrived at the scene and approaches Su Chang'an, whispering, "The arrest warrant is legitimate. Do not worry. Fang Qingshan has merely been remiss in his duties. The ministry will not take severe action against him. Our immediate priority is to identify the true murderer." Su Chang'an nods, centering himself, and moves to inspect the cell where Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan are held. Their demise is horrific. Their bodies are stiff, lips darkened, eyes bulging, and their hands are clasped around their own necks, having choked themselves to death. The extent of their suffering is evident. They were poisoned with a substance known as Duanchang Fengho San, which causes excruciating internal decay and suffocation, ultimately leading to self-strangulation. Murong Qiuyun explains, "Strangely, the food was inspected by a designated individual before being served, and no poison was found. I have just checked again, and still, no toxins were detected." Yuan Cheng sneers, "A martial artist can be saved if treated promptly after being poisoned, but those on duty last night were derelict in their responsibilities." "Sound asleep. Commander Su, your subordinates lack discipline." Su Chang'an casts a glance at Fang Qingshan, noting his pale complexion and evident shame, confirming Yuan Cheng's words. There must be another reason. I trust my people and know they would not make such a grave mistake. Su Chang'an understands Fang Qingshan's meticulous nature. He would not commit such a fundamental error. With a sigh, Fang Qingshan admits, I never sleep while on duty. Last night, for some unknown reason, I felt incredibly drowsy. Su Chang'an nods, surveying the surroundings before stating, last night, Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan were afflicted by a potent poison, writhing in agony, leaving claw marks on the walls. Despite the commotion, the 10 guards on duty were not awakened. Do you not find this peculiar? Are you suggesting that they were also poisoned? Morong Qiuyun's eyes glimmer with insight. Su Chang'an affirms with a nod. Morong Qiuyun continues. The people from Shundan Tower will arrive shortly. They may uncover something. Shundan Tower holds a position of extraordinary significance within the Dechu Kingdom, primarily responsible for the alchemy of medicinal pills. In the realm of martial arts, talent, diligence, opportunity, and resources are indispensable, and resources refer to medicinal pills. Shundan Tower can concoct pills that enhance a warrior's true energy, even those capable of breaking through barriers, along with antidotes and restorative elixirs. Each type of pill is immensely valuable, making alchemists highly revered among martial artists. Furthermore, the Emperor of Dechu, enamored with the pursuit of longevity, favors using pills to extend his life, further elevating the status of Shundan Tower. This case, involving poison, falls within the domain of medicinal pills, which is why Shundan Tower is involved. The sound of footsteps approaches, light and lively, reminiscent of a girl tiptoeing. Soon, a young girl appears, walking gracefully. She wears a pale yellow jacket adorned with a small flower embroidery, and a pink pouch dangles from her waist, swaying gently with her steps. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, her large, round eyes are charming, and her youthful features exude a delightful innocence. Most striking is her mouth, cheeks puffed like a little dumpling, with glossy lips clearly stuffed with food, as she chews animatedly. Su Chang'an surmises that she must have stuffed her mouth full of food before entering, unable to finish it. The Shun Nu Lu trembles slightly, indicating a response. Tang Nua, a maiden of pure status, ranks in the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, and is a 2nd-tier alchemist, possessing exceptional aptitude in martial arts and alchemy, with unparalleled beauty. Her playful and kind-hearted nature earns her a comprehensive assessment rating of disaster class, worthy of inclusion. Disaster class. Su Chang'an's heart races. The city class rating is the minimum standard for entry into the Shun Nu Lu, and this alone is exceedingly rare. The disaster class is even more scarce, with only Luo Shuixian currently qualifying. The rewards for inclusion are substantial. Finally, I have discovered another exceptional woman, though she is still too young and will require 2 more years of nurturing. Greetings, Miss Tang. Both Morong Qiuyun and Yuan Qing dare not display arrogance before the young girl, bowing respectfully to Tang Nua. Yuan Qing's face exhibits a sycophantic smile, a sight lacking in dignity. Although this girl holds no official title, she is the most cherished disciple of the master of Shundan Tower, making her status quite special. With a gulp, Tang Nua stretches her neck, swallowing the food in her mouth with effort, then feigns maturity. Inspecting the bodies of Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan. Soon, she concludes, they were poisoned with Duanchang Fengho San, and the toxin was applied to the chopsticks they used. A collective realization dawns upon everyone. It is no wonder that the food inspection yielded no results. Who would have thought to check the chopsticks for poison? Suddenly, Tang Nyo's nose twitches as she follows a scent to the candle holder. The candle has burned down to a mere remnant. She sniffs carefully and states, moreover, this place has also been laced with a mesmerizing incense. Meijin Xiang? No wonder I felt so drowsy last night. It was because of this thing. Fang Qingshan exclaimed in shock, gritting his teeth. Yuan Cheng sneered coldly and asserted with authority, "Ha! Whatever the reason, you must come with me to the Ministry of Justice." Su Chang'an fixed his gaze on Yuan Cheng and spoke gravely. If even a single hair on my people is harmed, I will take your life. Perhaps it won't be long before you fall into my hands as well. I said it before, your household will be the one I raid. Ha ha. Yuan Cheng laughed loudly as he departed. Watching him leave, Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Last time, Yuan Cheng appeared to raid Wang Yuan's home, but in reality, he went to destroy evidence. There must be a force behind him. Now that Wang Yuan and Zhao Gang have been silenced, it is highly likely that this very force is responsible. Not only did they eliminate witnesses, but they also seized the opportunity to strike, arresting Su Chang and S people, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. Their methods can be described as sinister and cunning. Originally, Su Chang'an wanted to distance himself from this whirlpool. But judging from Yuan Cheng's attitude, it seems the other side has no intention of letting him go. Whether you are a wolf or a tiger, if you dare provoke me, I will annihilate you. Su Chang'an felt an inexplicable fire burning within his heart. Everything he had done was merely for self-preservation, yet that group insisted on targeting him, as if they saw him as an ant that could be crushed at will. This feeling left Su Chang'an deeply frustrated and furious. Chapter 31. The Fortune Gambling House. Conquering the little foodie, Su Chang'an took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that welled within him, and turned his focus to analyzing the case. He instructed Zhou Daji to retrieve the duty records from the previous night. The initial focus was on the kitchen workers and those who had entered the prison. Before long, his attention was drawn to a specific individual, Wu Yong. This person was a warrior of the Shenwu Guard and was responsible for delivering meals to Zhao Gang and Wang Yuan. Moreover, he was also in charge of changing the candles last night. However, Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, his expression lacking any semblance of joy. The evidence pointed overwhelmingly towards this individual as the culprit. If he were indeed the one responsible, it was likely that he had already been silenced. Morong Qiuyun clearly shared the same concern, sighing as she spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate further. Having declared this, Su Chang'an promptly set off. Upon arriving at Wu Yong's residence, they discovered that he had indeed hanged himself, his body already stiff with rigor mortis. This indicated that he had chosen to end his life shortly after poisoning. Search the premises for any clues, Su Chang'an commanded. He began to meticulously examine the area, his consciousness scanning like radar, leaving no corner overlooked. Tang Nuonyuo had been incessantly munching since they arrived. Her small pouch, merely the size of a palm, seemed to possess infinite capacity, consistently yielding an array of snacks. Investigating the case was not the responsibility of the Shundan Tower. She was only there to assist with matters related to medicine and poison, thus primarily indulging in her own whims. Of course, no one dared to order her about. Your consciousness can leave the body. Your ability is quite impressive, Tang Nuonyuo remarked in surprise, her attention finally diverted from her snacks to Su Chang'an. It is a skill I have cultivated over time, Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently reached the second level of the Ming Shinju, granting him a consciousness strength comparable to a fourth-grade warrior. This allowed him to extend his awareness beyond his physical form, scanning the surroundings within a 5-meter radius. You're rather formidable. I can naturally leave my consciousness behind, which is why my master claims I am a prodigious alchemy talent. Your alchemy skills should be commendable as well, Tang Nuonyuo declared innocently, yet her words carried an undertone of arrogance. Su Chang'an couldn't help but inhale sharply, marveling at her innate talent. However, his curiosity regarding alchemy was piqued, leading him to inquire further. Is there a correlation between alchemy and consciousness? Upon reaching the third level of the Jin Shinju, the current elixir was no longer sufficient for his cultivation, necessitating a more precious concoction known as Yinji Dan. The ingredients for this elixir were exceedingly rare and required meticulous refinement. Su Chang'an preferred not to rely on others, as it not only posed a risk of exposing his cultivation techniques, but also could lead to potential complications. Of course, a stronger consciousness heightened sensitivity to the changes in medicinal materials, allowing for timely adjustments and reducing the likelihood of errors. After finishing her statement, Tang Nuonyuo resumed her snacking. Su Chang'an, eager to delve deeper into the discussion, posed several technical questions. I want to disclose anything to you. You aren't affiliated with the Shundan Tower, and such insights are not freely given. Tang Nuonyuo scrunched her adorable nose, her clear eyes gleaming with a naive shrewdness, embodying the essence of a charmingly clever child. Su Chang'an chuckled, already scheming in his mind. Chang'an, look at this. Zhou Daji brought over an iron bucket, which contained remnants of burnt materials, reduced to mere ashes. Su Chang'an's expression immediately turned grave. Wu Yong burned something before his death? What could he have been trying to destroy? This could potentially hold significant clues. He carefully sifted through the remnants. Most had turned to ash, but a small portion remained recognizable despite being charred. Utilizing his martial arts vision, he managed to discern some faint inscriptions. Oh, 3,000. Still. Fortune gambling. Zhou Daji remarked without hesitation. Fortune gambling house. That is one of the top 3 gambling establishments in the capital, owing 3,000. It seems Wu Yong was a gambler, in debt to the fortune gambling house. Morong Chuyin concluded. Having incurred substantial gambling debts and being under duress from those behind the scenes, he resorted to poisoning within the Xinyu Guard and ultimately chose to end his life out of fear of the consequences. A spark of clarity ignited in Su Chang'an's eyes, as a perfect conclusion formed in his mind. He promptly instructed Uncle Zhou, conduct discreet investigations into the fortune gambling house. Shadow the owner and uncover who is truly behind this establishment. Allow me to take the lead. My cultivation level is higher, making it less likely for me to be exposed, Mirong Kun volunteered. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Exercise utmost caution. Mirong Kun nodded decisively and departed with efficiency. Is it all settled? If so, I shall take my leave. Tang Nuonyuo yawned, expressing her disinterest. Tang girl, Su Chang'an called out, smiling as he said, Today, I owe much to you. You swiftly identified the source of the poison, proving to be immensely helpful. Of course, I am quite impressive. Tang Nuonyuo beamed, proudly placing her hands on her hips, puffing out her small chest. To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to my home for a feast. There will be an abundance of delicious food. Su Chang'an warmly proposed. Upon hearing the mention of delectable dishes, Tang Nuonyuo's eyes sparkled, and a droplet of saliva escaped from the corner of her mouth. Is it truly delicious? If you deceive me, I won't let you off easily. She was torn between desire and skepticism, baring her little fangs in a mock-fierce manner. Su Chang'an earnestly assured her, I guarantee it will be delicious. Well, since you have so graciously invited me, I shall graciously accept, Tang Nuonyuo declared, brushing down her skirt with a touch of pride. At Su Chang'an's residence, Tang Nuonyuo sat obediently at the dining table, glancing around in anticipation of the feast. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an entered the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to showcase his culinary skills. In his past life, he had attended New Oriental to hone his cooking abilities in pursuit of winning over a girl. Though she ultimately left him, she had tenderly suggested that Su Chang'an could cook for her whenever her boyfriend was absent. In truth, the culinary culture of this world was rather primitive. Apart from salt, there were hardly any other condiments, and the understanding of dishes was at a rudimentary level. While some chefs might attempt to innovate, they were nowhere near the caliber of Su Chang'an, who possessed the experience from his previous life. Only Su Chang'an is not particularly particular about food. Otherwise, he would probably have to cook for himself every day. After practicing martial arts, Su Chang'an's culinary skills have significantly improved, with his knife work becoming remarkably proficient and the motions of his slicing appearing almost magical. He has decided to prepare 2 dishes, as one should not reveal all their treasures at once. It is better to savor them gradually. The first is the renowned king of fried rice, egg fried rice, and the second is the sumptuous braised pork, a true culinary delight. With swift, precise movements, the knife glimmers as he cuts the braised pork into evenly sized cubes, each measuring 2 centimeters. He selects the finest cuts of pork belly, ensuring a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, with the latter comprising only 20%. He then prepares the scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with sugar, cooking wine, and other essential seasonings. After bringing the mixture to a boil over high heat, he reduces it to a simmer, allowing the flavors to meld and the sauce to thicken. Next comes the egg fried rice, which appears simple but is, in fact, quite challenging. The ratio and distribution of diced carrots, eggs, and rice grains must be meticulously calibrated, with the optimal ratio being 3 grains of rice enveloping a single piece of egg. To impress Tang Nuonyuo, the discerning foodie, Su Chang'an pours all his culinary expertise into this dish. Soon, the kitchen is enveloped in fragrant steam, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Unable to contain herself, Tang Nuonyuo approaches, her senses captivated by the delightful scent. She stands beside Su Chang'an, her mouth watering in anticipation. Is it ready? Is it ready? She asks impatiently. Just a moment. Just a moment. Su Chang'an replies with a smile. I can't wait any longer. Tang Nuonyuo wriggles with excitement, resembling a restless creature. Finally, under her eager gaze, Su Chang'an lifts the lid of the pot. In that instant, the once contained aroma bursts forth like a flood, causing Tang Nuonyuo's stomach to rumble in response. With a satisfied smile, Su Chang'an skillfully serves the braised pork and egg fried rice. The braised pork glistens with a rich, enticing sheen, the vibrant red sauce enveloping the tender morsels of meat, appearing almost luminescent. The egg fried rice is a golden hue, each grain plump and resembling tiny pearls interspersed with bits of yellow egg yolk, garnished with diced carrots and a sprinkle of scallions, igniting an insatiable appetite. At the moment the meat and rice are presented at the table, Tang Nuonyuo transforms into a ravenous beast, leaping onto the table, her mouth wide open as she grabs her bowl and chopsticks, eagerly devouring the food. Her speed is astonishing, her hands moving so quickly that they leave a blur in their wake. So delicious. Absolutely delightful, she exclaims, her cheeks stuffed full like an indignant pufferfish. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chang'an speaks up, Miss Tang, regarding the matter of alchemy. Please, do not disturb me while I am eating. Tang Nuonyuo swiftly retrieves a book from her small pouch and slaps it down in front of Su Chang'an, exclaiming, You can read this for yourself. Chapter 32, The Rare Alchemy Genius and the Poisoning Case, Dan Dao Jinjia. Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened as he delved into the text. The realm of alchemy is vast and profound. The mere identification of herbs is exceedingly intricate. With countless medicinal materials in existence, some may appear similar yet possess entirely opposing properties. The challenge of recognizing various herbs, while mastering the properties and pharmacological effects of each, is formidable. Furthermore, the essence of alchemy lies in one's spiritual awareness and fire control. A stronger spiritual awareness enhances focus, making one less prone to fatigue and enabling the detection of changes during the alchemical process for timely adjustments. As for fire control, it is the cornerstone of alchemy. The requirements for managing flames are exceedingly stringent. Even a slight deviation in temperature can result in disastrous explosions. Upon self-reflection, Su Chang'an realized he met all the criteria for alchemy. His pure yang wuji body is the embodiment of utmost yang, suggesting that fire control should not pose much difficulty. Additionally, as he cultivates the Lian Shenju, his spiritual awareness will undoubtedly strengthen, positioning him as a true alchemical prodigy. The pursuit of alchemy is imperative, he resolved at once. As his cultivation progresses, whether in enhancing his prowess or practicing the golden body technique, his demand for elixirs will significantly increase. Depending on others is less favorable than relying on oneself. Su Chang'an swiftly transcribed the fire control techniques and several alchemical formulas from the book, his heart brimming with eagerness to commence. Previously, while concocting the bone-refining liquid, he had purchased an alchemical furnace. From the demon ape, he had also seized a wealth of spiritual herbs, more than sufficient for his needs. Miss Tang, are there any considerations for alchemy that I should be aware of? Su Chang'an inquired anxiously before commencing. Tang Nuo, preoccupied with her meal, furrowed her brow in contemplation. She recalled her master mentioning numerous precautions, noting that some alchemists seemed to prepare for an entire hour before beginning. It appeared overly complex, so she decided against elaborating, deeming it a waste of her mealtime. As long as your spiritual awareness and fire control are up to par, everything else is trivial, she replied dismissively. Oh. Su Chang'an accepted her words as truth, setting up a small stool to sit before the furnace and igniting the firewood. He chose the entry-level elixir, strengthening pill, specifically designed for martial artists in the strengthening realm, capable of enhancing physical power and facilitating breakthroughs. The first step involved pouring water into the furnace and bringing it to a boil. The second step required the immediate addition of wood spirit flower, followed by fire spirit grass as soon as it dissolved in the water. The third step entailed amplifying the fire with true qi and evenly enveloping the furnace with flames using fire control techniques. Su Chang'an felt that alchemy bore a resemblance to cooking. In his early culinary endeavors, he too had followed recipes meticulously, step by step. I'm so full, Tang Nuo exclaimed, having devoured her plate clean, contentedly patting her small belly. Turning her gaze, she was astonished to see Su Chang'an successfully engaged in alchemy. The furnace emitted a steady stream of vapor, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance of elixirs. A flame danced like a small serpent at Su Chang'an's fingertips, easily maneuvered under his command. She thought she might be hallucinating and quickly rubbed her eyes. Her wide eyes, now resembling copper bells, filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "You, who taught you fire control techniques?" Su Chang'an, puzzled, responded, "Isn't it taught in Dan Dao Jinjia? Is there a problem?" Wow, wow, wow. Tang Nuo exclaimed 3 times in rapid succession, circling around Su Chang'an, exclaiming, "You succeeded? You actually succeeded. The furnace didn't explode? It's quite all right. I found it rather simple." Just pay attention to the conditions within the furnace and adjust the flame's intensity as needed, Su Chang'an replied candidly. Yu Tang Nuanua was at a loss for words. While it may sound simple, how many individuals can precisely control the intensity of flames? She huffed in frustration. My master deceived me. He said I was a once-in-a-millennium alchemy genius, yet you are clearly more skilled than I. Su Chang'an felt a flutter of joy within, realizing that his alchemical talent was indeed remarkable. He replied, Miss Tang is being modest. You possess the innate ability to separate your spiritual awareness from your body, and I feel inferior by comparison. Su Chang'an, you truly possess extraordinary skills, especially since you can also prepare such delicious meals. Tang Nua's thoughts inevitably returned to food. With limited ingredients today, they could only prepare 2 ordinary dishes. Delicacies such as 8 treasure duck, roasted chick, fish-flavored shredded pork, and pine flour pork belly were the true delights, not to mention hot pot, barbecue, fried dishes, and seafood. There are simply too many delectable items. The more Su Chang'an spoke, the more Tang Nuo's eyes sparkled with longing, as she continuously wiped her mouth. Her eyes darted around eagerly as she suggested, Su Chang'an, if you invite me to your home for a visit, I might just accept. Su Chang'an chuckled, Miss Tang is my friend. As long as you wish, you can come over any time for a meal. Really? Yes, we are indeed friends, the best of friends. Tang Nua exclaimed, her happiness evident. Subsequently, Su Chang'an adjusted his cultivation regimen. The golden body technique had been progressing slowly due to the lack of silver skin pills, so he paused its practice. Now, aside from regularly submitting assignments to Luo Shuixian and buying Shui, he primarily focused on Zhuo Ridao Fa, with some leisure time dedicated to practicing Ming Shinju. Tang Nua became a frequent visitor to Su Chang'an's residence, nearly dining there at every meal. The materials they accessed extended beyond the popular Dan Dao Jinjia. They had also uncovered Wan Ling Yao Pu, Yu Huami Ji, and advanced Dan Fong, nearly exhausting Su Chang'an's supply of valuable resources. Thus, every time Su Chang'an met her innocent gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt, akin to deceiving a child. Before long, 5 days had passed. This afternoon, at the Jiaofeng Sea, led by Yuan Cheng, a dozen supervising guards stormed in with great fervor. The madam immediately approached, smiling ingratiatingly. Oh dear, esteemed official, what brings such a grand display? Where's Buying Shui? Yuan Cheng demanded coldly. The madam, trembling, asked, May I inquire what business you have with missing Shui? Yuan Cheng replied arrogantly. Buying Shui has committed poisoning and murder. I am here under orders to apprehend her. Impossible. My young lady never leaves the house. How could she possibly commit murder? Xiao Tao retorted from the second floor. Yuan Cheng sneered. In the alley to the west of the city, there are 32 elderly and frail individuals. Did you not deliver food to them this morning? So what if I did? Xiao Tao frowned. It is precisely because they consumed your provisions that they have all succumbed to poisoning. Yet you refuse to admit your guilt. Yuan Cheng's voice was frigid. What? Xiao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Within the room, Bai Yingxiu's cup slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor. In a flurry, Xiao Tao declared, fiercely protective of her mistress, that food was delivered solely by me, and I alone infused it with poison. My lady is in no way implicated. If anyone is to be apprehended, let it be me. Yuan Cheng erupted into laughter, mockingly retorting, your words hold no weight. Seize both these master and servant. Instantly, the inspectors charged menacingly toward the second floor. No need for your intervention. I shall walk willingly. Bai Yingxiu maintained her composure, evading their grasp as she voluntarily accompanied the Ministry of Justice. The entire Jiaofeng Sea was thrown into turmoil. The alley in the western part of the city? It is home to the veteran soldiers who once served under General Bai Chong, all of whom were wounded in battle. How could Yingxiu possibly poison them after providing them with sustenance daily? Has anyone ever been falsely imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice? To declare you guilty is to render you so. Alas, for Miss Bai, this time in confinement may bring her great suffering. A few astute young ladies swiftly proposed. Hurry, go seek Lord Su. Chapter 33, Breaking into the Criminal Justice Department's Prison. Shenwu Wei. Su Chang'an was preparing to undertake some tasks to earn merit when a maid from the Jiaofeng Sea rushed over in distress. Lord Su. It's terrible. Miss Bai has been taken away by the people from the Criminal Justice Department. A fierce wave of sword energy surged forth like a tempest, pulverizing the stones beneath his feet into dust. He urgently inquired, what exactly happened? The maid quickly recounted the situation. The Criminal Justice Department. Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened like a blade, his voice cold as iron, filled with raging fury. It was evident that someone was plotting against him, first capturing Fang Qingshan and then buying Xue. He despised such underhanded tactics the most. Though anxious, Su Chang'an managed to maintain his composure. Rashly breaking into the Criminal Justice Department's prison was a grave offense, and he needed to secure a reliable backing. He immediately provided Zhou Daji with an address, saying, "Uncle Zhou, please help me contact someone urgently." Zhou Daji, upon learning the address, was taken aback, unable to fathom how Su Chang'an had connections with that person. Nevertheless, he trusted Su Chang'an's judgment and swiftly set to work. "Tainyo, I will proceed first. You must quickly follow with the others." Concerned for Bai Yingshue's safety, Su Chang'an activated his pursuing star steps and dashed toward the Criminal Justice Department's prison. Tainyo, furious that someone was targeting Su Chang'an, bellowed, "Brothers, let us go. Today, we shall accompany Lord Su and storm that prison." "Tainyo, what's going on?" Lin Xiong inquired as he approached. Tainyo replied in a low voice, "The Criminal Justice Department has taken Lord Su's people. We must go with him to seek justice. Count me in." Lin Xiong immediately began rallying his subordinates. "I'm going too. I've long wanted to confront the Criminal Justice Department. Lord Su once saved me. I must join him. We cannot let the Criminal Justice Department think we are easy prey. Let us follow Lord Su and take on the Criminal Justice Department together." In the Criminal Justice Department's prison, Yuan Sheng escorted by Ying Xue and Xiao Tao into a cell. Leering at them with malice as he ominously stated, "Ladies, you may wait here. Someone will come to attend to you shortly." Xiao Tao shouted, "My lady is the daughter of Bai Chong. All the deceased were once under her father's command. How could we possibly poison them? Anyone with a modicum of sense would know it is impossible." She had repeated this countless times, yet not a single officer paid heed. "Xiao Tao, don't waste your breath. This is a blatant frame-up." Bai Yingshuo, having witnessed the corruption of the officialdom through her father's downfall, had seen through the sordidness. "Miss, what should we do now?" Xiao Tao asked anxiously. Bai Yingshuo opened her mouth to speak, but fell silent, inwardly praying, "Su Lang will surely come to rescue me." Crack, crack. At that moment, not far away, Yuan Sheng wielded a whip, striking a prisoner. The prisoner, clad in ragged clothing, was bound to a cross. His body lacerated, bloodied, and bruised. "Confess, was it Su Chang'an who instructed you to poison them? If you admit it, I can ensure your safety. Otherwise, a plethora of tortures awaits you, making you wish for death." Yuan Sheng spoke venomously. The prisoner, though weak, resolutely replied, "Yuan Sheng, do not employ such despicable means against me. I am not afraid, and mark my words, you will regret this." Seeking death, Yuan Sheng, his face darkened, lashed out again. That sounds like Fang Xiaoqi." Bai Yingshuo gasped, trembling. Fang Qingshan had visited the Jiaofang Sea with Su Chang'an, thus they were acquainted. She quickly shouted, "Yuan Sheng, stop. Fang Xiaoqi is a member of the Shenwu Wei. Do you dare to coerce a confession? Ha ha ha. Here, I am the law." Yuan Sheng sneered arrogantly. At this moment, Fang Qingshan noticed Bai Yingshuo, shock and fury crossing his face. You actually captured Miss Bai? I warned you. I would seize your family's properties. Bai Yingshuo is Su Chang'an's woman, a form of advance payment. Yuan Sheng cackled. "Young master, esteemed sir, please come in. We have captured the person." Two figures, flanked by a throng of officers, entered like stars surrounding the moon. One was a genteel young master, and the other a middle-aged man clad in black and white striped finery. Yuan Sheng immediately set down his whip and approached obsequiously. "Young Master Gua, this is the courtesan you have been yearning for," Bai Yingshuo. He produced a key and unlocked the cell. Fang Qingshan's eyes widened in rage as he struggled. "Guisu, what do you intend to do?" This man was the son of the Deputy Minister of Works, Guisu. Previously, when Su Chang'an had won Bai Yingshuo's favor, it was Guisu who insisted that Su Chang'an relinquish her to him, but Su Chang'an had refused. Guisu, undeterred, had visited the Jiaofang Sea multiple times, but Bai Yingshuo preferred to pay her own way for Su Chang'an rather than entertain outsiders. "Bai Yingshuo, the woman I desire has never eluded me. Do you think you are an exception?" Guisu leered, extending his hand toward Bai Yingshuo. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Yingshuo's eyes. She inherited her father's courage and wisdom and would not sit idly by. With a swift motion, she seized Guisu's hand and prepared to use her hairpin to hold him hostage. After her dual cultivation with Su Chang'an, her cultivation had also reached the initial stage of qi refinement, and she struck with blinding speed. However, the middle-aged man beside Guosu remained unfazed, merely flicking his fingers, unleashing a surge of true energy that rendered Bai Yingxue immobile. True energy emanated from him, a fourth-grade Yuki realm master. Bai Yingxue's heart filled with panic and despair. So, Miss Bai is a martial artist? This only makes me more interested. Guosu's smile widened. Fang Qingshan glared fiercely, gritting his teeth as he roared. If you harm Miss Bai, Chang'an will never let you off. Yuan Cheng scoffed. Su Chang'an, that useless fellow? A mere standard-bearer is not even worth a hair on young Master Guo's head. Bai Yingxue trembled, tears welling in her eyes, prepared to bite down to end her own life. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, crashing through the doors of the Criminal Justice Department's prison like a tidal wave. A dozen or so supervising guards from the Ministry of Justice were blasted into the room, their bodies covered in countless wounds from the blade's energy. Lifeless on the spot. Immediately after, a cold gleam shot upward, pointing toward the heavens, and was fiercely swung out. A terrifying blade energy, infused with true qi, condensed into a crescent shape in the void and suddenly swept forth. Sensing the danger, the middle-aged man quickly reached out and pulled Guosu back. In the next moment, the blade energy swept through the spot where Guosu had just stood, striking the wall. The entire prison cell exploded, split cleanly in two. A voice roared through the air, cold as if it had pierced straight from the depths of hell. You are courting death. Chapter 34. The Slaying of Yuan Cheng, Battle of the Fourth Rank. Chang'an, oh Chang'an. Fang Qingshan laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the figure at the door, and shouted with excitement. Brother Su. Young master. Bai Yingxue and Xiao Tao's hearts raced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. I knew it. I knew my beloved would arrive just in time. Bai Yingxue said dreamily. Su Chang'an donned a dark patterned robe, wielding an inkwash knife. Approaching step by step, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, ice-cold and piercing. Yuan Cheng pointed at Su Chang'an, sneering, Su Chang'an, you have trespassed into the Ministry of Justice's prison. You are doomed. I warned you. Should you harm even a hair on my subordinate, I shall return the favor twofold. Su Chang'an's gaze was sharp as a blade, his tone icy. Yuan Cheng mocked. I have done it. What will you do? Kill you. Su Chang'an declared. As the words left his lips, he lunged forward like a leopard, raising his inkwash knife, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. His strike was too swift, too fierce, and too relentless. So fast that Yuan Cheng could hardly react. After the blade's aura grazed his neck, he belatedly raised his knife to block. It was a futile effort. Thud. Yuan Cheng's head fell to the ground, his face still bearing the expression of horror and disbelief. Su Chang'an's eyes were icy as he pointed his knife at Guosu. Now it's your turn. Guosu, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, trembling with fear. You seek death. The middle-aged man bellowed in rage. He had not anticipated that Su Chang'an would dare to kill directly, nor that his strength would be so formidable, so much so that he had not even realized it until Yuan Cheng was slain before him. A profound humiliation. Clang. He drew his long sword from his waist, moving with astonishing speed. A blue sword shadow shot forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Su Chang'an's face. The blue true energy indicated that this man had comprehended the transformation of water attribute true energy. Su Chang'an's gaze remained steady, unfazed. With a formidable aura of blade intent, he slashed out, obliterating the sword shadow. Subsequently, the two of them, in perfect synchrony, broke through the rooftop, confronting each other atop the eaves. The destructive power of a fourth-rank warrior had undergone a qualitative change, with true energy surging enough to devastate an entire street. The prison could hardly withstand such turmoil. Clatter. Dozens of supervising guards hurriedly gathered. Looking at the middle-aged man, they immediately bowed in unison. We greet you, Lord Wu. The middle-aged man nodded, commanding with authority. This man has trespassed into the Ministry of Justice's prison, killing the chief of the supervising office, Yuan Cheng. His crime warrants execution. There shall be no mercy. Who dares to harm our divine martial guard? A rough voice resounded. Tai Niu and Lin Xiong, accompanied by dozens of divine martial guards, rushed over in a grand procession. At this moment, Su Chang'an's reputation within the divine martial guard became evident. Upon hearing he was to confront the Ministry of Justice, many divine martial guards voluntarily joined him. We greet you, Lord Su. The divine martial guards bowed in unison, their voices like thunder, their momentum entirely overshadowing the supervising office. Su Chang'an gathered his true energy, his voice booming. echoing through the heavens. Yuan Cheng, chief of the supervising office of the Ministry of Justice, has abused my subordinate. Feng Qingshan, inflicting grievous injury, which is one crime. Allowing Guisu, son of the Deputy Minister of Works, to enter the prison and bully the innocent, which is the second crime. Should this man be killed? Kill him! Kill him! The Divine Martial Guards roared in unison, their fury ignited upon hearing that a colleague had been subjected to torture by the Ministry of Justice. The commotion naturally attracted the surrounding populace, encircling them in throngs. Many, upon hearing Su Chang'an's words, had their eyes reddened with emotion. Well done. Lord Su, you are right. My daughter was wronged by the Ministry of Justice. She was sullied by Guisu in the prison. Guisu bullies both men and women. This is common knowledge. He is the son of the Deputy Minister of Works. We have no avenue for complaints. Kill Guisu. Kill Guisu. The crowd shouted in unison. You unruly commoners. Guisu, pale with fear, shouted furiously, I will exterminate your entire clan. Exterminate your entire clan. The middle-aged man glanced at the crowd, frowning slightly. Su Chang'an indeed possessed some means. He could incite public sentiment and occupy the moral high ground, which was somewhat troublesome. However, the common folk, no matter how numerous, were inconsequential, merely a minor annoyance. Su Chang'an, you are spreading falsehoods to deceive the masses. Prepare to die. With a long howl, he unleashed his true energy skyward, the blue aura transforming into a massive curtain, crashing towards Su Chang'an like a tidal wave. Su Chang'an stood firm, his presence akin to a blade, with blade intent enveloping him. The blade energy sliced through the water flow, carving out a territory of his own. No matter how towering the waves, they could not breach the might of his blade. Now I shall demonstrate the difference between the third and fourth ranks. Wave stacking sword technique. The middle-aged man sneered coldly, directly executing his martial technique. The long sword danced, its light brilliant, resembling blooming lotus flowers, enveloping Su Chang'an. Torrential true energy surged forth like an ocean, instantly engulfing Su Chang'an with overwhelming pressure. An average Qi refinement stage warrior would have long been suppressed and rendered incapable of resistance, awaiting slaughter. Golden body technique. In an instant, Su Chang'an transformed into a bronze figure, his entire body shimmering with a bright copper sheen, reflecting golden rays in the sunlight. With sheer physical strength, he withstood the oppressive force of true energy. 7. Absolute blade technique. Boom. The inkwash knife struck out furiously, as if slicing against the current, striving to split the torrent in two. As blade met sword, true energy and blade intent exploded in the void. Both combatants were sent flying backward, only to regroup and launch their assaults once more. In the fourth rank realm, Lord Su was actually engaging with a fourth rank warrior. The third rank Su Zonki battling a fourth rank opponent was utterly audacious. How could this be possible? Lord Su was not at a disadvantage at all. That was a fourth rank warrior. In the entire world, how many third rank warriors could contend with a fourth rank? The Divine Martial Guards gasped in astonishment, filled with pride and admiration. They held their breath, eyes transfixed. Meanwhile, the supervising guards wore gloomy expressions, their tones dripping with sarcasm. A third rank battling a fourth rank? Presumptuous and ignorant. Lord Wu was merely warming up. Once he took the fight seriously, Su Chang'an would undoubtedly meet his demise. The Dialing sword technique of Wu Darren comprises a total of 5 swords, each reminiscent of the surging waves of the sea, with each wave surpassing the last in intensity. This is merely the beginning. I wager that Su Chang'an will not withstand more than 3 swords. Su Chang'an evokes in me the idiom Iluan Ji Shi, to strike a rock with an egg. In the camp of the Divine Martial Guard, Guoming gazed intently at the clash between Su Chang'an and Wu Wei, with true energy surging within him, ready to intervene and quell the tumultuous battle. At that moment, a figure descended beside him, halting his intended action. It was Wei Darren. Guoming immediately bowed in respect upon recognizing the newcomer, then inquired with confusion, why does Wei Darren prevent me from intervening? The laws of the Chu dictate that fighting is strictly forbidden in the capital, especially among martial artists of the 4th rank and above. They must not engage in combat within the city. Wei Qinggong replied in a calm manner, then added, yet until now, no one has stepped forward to intervene. Do you not find this peculiar? Indeed, Guoming's expression subtly darkened. Given the commotion caused by Su Chang'an and the middle-aged man, it was only logical that a formidable figure should have emerged to halt the conflict. Throughout the capital, the Divine Martial Guard, the Criminal Department's inspector, The Imperial City Division, and the Golden Guards all bear the responsibility for maintaining order. Yet, at this moment, they remain conspicuously silent. It is as if a certain tacit understanding has been reached, leading them to observe the unfolding events with passive anticipation. Chapter 35 The True Purpose. Eliminate Guisu. Something unusual must be afoot. Unless someone had given prior notice, how could the entire capital turn a blind eye to this matter? Guoming felt a chill run down his spine. The power of the individual behind this silence was undoubtedly extraordinary. But what could their true objective be? Merely to deal with a Su Chang'an seems hardly worth such effort. Wei Qinggong's expression turned grave, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he coldly remarked, "It seems someone can no longer wait. First, the Omping Princess incident, and now an attack on Baiingxue. Either of these alone could plunge the entire Dechu into chaos." Baiingxue? So their ultimate target is Baiingxue. Their aim is to. Guoming appeared to connect the dots, gasping in shock, his scalp prickling. It turns out that eliminating Su Chang'an was merely a distraction. Their true intention was directed at Baiingxue, and getting rid of Su Chang'an was simply a secondary task. Guoming hesitated for a moment before firmly stating, "Lord Qianhu, Su Chang'an possesses exceptional talent and character. He is a rare gem. I dare to implore you to allow me to act. We cannot let him fall here." Ha ha ha. Do you still not understand me? Am I afraid of anyone? Let us first see Su Chang'an's limits. Should real danger arise, feel free to intervene. Wei Qinggong replied with a confident smile, a domineering glint in his eyes. In truth, even without Guoming's intervention, he would personally step in to protect Su Chang'an. The current capital resembled a vast whirlpool, with various factions lurking and countless dangers concealed within. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chang'an had become the epicenter of this vortex, akin to a catfish stirring up a tempest and provoking numerous monsters. The Shenwu Guard desperately needed this catfish. Wu Wei's wave-splitting sword technique multiplied its power with each strike. A third-tier practitioner could not withstand it. Now he was on his third strike, and Su Chang'an's ability to endure this far was already remarkable. The fourth strike would likely inflict severe injury, and the fifth could threaten his life. Guoming analyzed the situation in silence, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, ever ready to act. Boom. Wu Wei's true qi surged forth, emanating a sound akin to a roaring tsunami, deafening to the ears. The true qi transformed into a water attribute, embodying its characteristics, endless, fierce, and a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility. Su Chang'an, you cannot withstand this strike. Wu Wei laughed heartily. His momentum soared, the long sword radiating a brilliant light, blue true qi exploding from the blade, morphing into a colossal sword that descended with force. 7 Absolute Blade Technique. 7 blades converging into one. Su Chang'an unleashed his full power. The third level of the Golden Body Technique, the perfected 7 Absolute Blade Technique, combined with his blade aura. The fusion of his martial true qi and blade aura, though lacking a definitive attribute, surged with overwhelming might, seeming capable of annihilating anything. The clash of blade and sword surprisingly resulted in a standoff. Achieving this at the third tier was enough to astonish countless martial artists. The common folk could not perceive the intricacies, but the multitude of observing martial artists was stirred with fervor. This was a battle of levels. Die. The fifth strike, the ocean roars. Wu Wei's eyes bulged, hoisting his long sword as though bearing the weight of endless seawater, surging towards Su Chang'an. This feeling was unmatched. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, surprisingly closing his eyes, feeling the overwhelming water vapor crashing upon him. The tumultuous sound of waves threatened to engulf him. His blood began to boil, searing and bubbling. As the saying goes, water and fire cannot coexist. "Fireblade, where are you? Show yourself." Xiao Tao exclaimed anxiously. "Miss, why has the young master closed his eyes?" Su Dage. Baiingxue's heart tightened in concern. Ha ha ha. Is Su Chang'an waiting to die with his eyes shut? Laughter erupted from the Shenwu Guard. "Draw your blades." Tainyo, his eyes reddened with fury, bellowed as the members of the Shenwu Guard unsheathed their grand blades. "Damn it. If something happens to Lord Su, we'll flatten the Ministry of Justice together." Tainyo, look. Lord Su is on fire. Lin Xiong exclaimed in surprise. "No, it's the blade. The head's blade is aflame. How could the MO blade catch fire?" Countless onlookers were bewildered. Guoming, who was poised to intervene, felt his pupils constrict in shock as he stared at the flames, incredulously exclaiming, "Fire! Fireblade! When did he master it?" This martial art involves a transformation of fire attribute true qi. Some martial artists never achieve this in their lifetimes. Yet Su Chang'an, 8 days, or was it 9? And he has already mastered it. First, he comprehended blade aura, and then he cultivated the fire blade. What kind of monstrous talent is this? No, the fire blade does not belong to Lord Wei. Guoming quickly glanced at Wei Qinggong, only to see him equally bewildered and profoundly shocked. The martial technique pavilion is vast, and he had concealed this technique deeply. An ordinary person could never uncover it unless. Wei Qinggong suddenly realized something. Turning sharply to look at Kong Yue among the crowd of Shenwu guards, his expression darkening. There stood Kong Yue, her eyes glued to Su Chang'an, hands clasped together, appearing deeply worried. Damn, did the little cotton-padded jacket leak? With a swift motion, Su Chang'an waved his hand, and the entire Mo blade ignited in flames, transforming into a fiery blade. The flames surged, resembling a serpent coiling around Su Chang'an's hand. He locked eyes with Wu Wei, his fighting spirit igniting like fire, brandishing the blazing sword to confront the roaring sea. Fireblade slash. Boom. The fiery true qi fused with the blade aura, illuminating the sky. A scorching red crescent blade swept forth, unstoppable, cleaving through the ocean and obliterating the waves. It then turned towards Wu Wei. Boom. Wu Wei was forcefully knocked back, a searing wound appearing on his chest, still emanating steam. Did I win? Lord Su triumphed. He defeated Wu Wei. Unbelievable, how terrifying. Lord Su is magnificent. The members of the Shenwu Guard erupted in a fervent cheer. Yet Guoming frowned, sensing something amiss, and anxiously asked, Lord Qianhu, it seems Su Chang'an intends to strike Guisu as well? Should we intervene? Youthful fervor, driven by rage to kill. Why should it be restrained? Wei Qinggong spoke indifferently. Since they set this trap themselves, they must be prepared to face the consequences. As expected, Su Chang'an remained standing with his blade in hand, his gaze shifting toward Guisu. You dare kill me? Guisu trembled in terror, his voice shaking. Su Chang'an's expression remained impassive, yet his aura surged forward with unwavering determination. His voice rang out clear and resolute. Why wouldn't I dare? With those words, he casually swung his blade, releasing a sharp wave of energy aimed straight at Guisu. No matter who it was, anyone who dared lay a hand on his woman would meet their end. Chapter 36. The Princess Arrives. Su Chang'an, how dare you lay hands on the son of a vice minister? Protect young Master Gua. Several supervising guards stationed near Su Chang'an turned pale at the sight. Save me, save me. Guisu howled, hiding behind them and using them as human shields. However, could mere cultivators at the refining strength realm possibly block Su Chang'an's blade energy? The mastermind behind the scenes had ensured that no experts intervened, as his calculations deemed Su Chang'an's defeat inevitable. Thus, at this moment, no one present could withstand Su Chang'an's blade energy. Swoosh, swoosh. The blade energy, sharp as a honed edge, swept through the air. The bodies of the supervising guards trembled violently before being cleanly severed in two. Undiminished, the blade energy struck Guisu's body. Thud. Blood sprayed across the sky. Guisu was sent flying backward, landing lifeless on the ground. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock, rendered speechless. That was the son of the Vice Minister of Works, a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade, and he had actually been slain. My son Suer. Guosaida rushed to Guisu's side, his eyes bloodshot, clearly on the verge of eruption. He growled in a low voice, someone, quickly summon the alchemist from the Divine Pill Tower to save my son. Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback and narrowed his eyes to observe closely. It turned out that Guisu's inner garment was a soft armor, preserving his last breath and keeping him from death's door. Frowning, Su Chang'an felt a surge of irritation. Last time, the young master of the Black Fiend Army, Mo Yunfei, had also survived due to protective armor, rendering Su Chang'an's attack ineffective. He made a mental note. Those with power and influence likely possess life-saving treasures, something to watch out for in the future. In just a few moments, 2 alchemists from the Divine Pill Tower arrived in response, sprinting at full speed. However, before they could even begin their diagnosis, Tang Nuonyuo blocked their path, declaring crisply, "You are not allowed to save the bad guy." Hands on her hips. She held a lollipop Su Chang'an had made for her in her mouth, looking utterly cool. "Greetings, martial aunt." The 2 alchemists, though significantly older than Tang Nuonyuo, bowed respectfully, addressing her as such. It couldn't be helped. Tang Nuonyuo was the Tower Master's direct disciple, and her seniority was indisputable. They stood rooted to the spot, abandoning any thought of treating Guosu. Guosaida was seething with rage, but in Tang Nuonyuo's presence, he could only suppress his fury, not daring to act recklessly. Instead, he spoke gently. Miss Tang, my son is in critical condition. I implore the Divine Pill Tower to lend a hand. I will surely repay you generously afterward. No saving, no saving. Tang Nuonyuo shook her head repeatedly. Why not? Guosaida pressed through gritted teeth. Didn't I say? Because you're bad people. Tang Nuonyuo replied, blinking her innocent, large eyes. At that moment, a servant cried out anxiously, My lord, it's terrible. The young master is fading fast. Guosaida, frantic with worry, pleaded earnestly, Miss Tang, you must be mistaken. My son is kind and upright. He is not a bad person. No, 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 you can't fool me. Anyone Chang'an Gij wants to kill is definitely a bad person, Tang Nuonyuo declared, her eyes sparkling with a gleam of wisdom, looking utterly clever. Guosaida trembled with rage. Then, the servant wailed to Guosaida again, My lord. The young master has breathed his last. Guosaida's face twisted momentarily as he glared at Su Chang'an like a tiger ready to pounce on its prey. Are the people of the supervising bureau blind? Su Chang'an trespassed into the Ministry of Justice prison and killed my son. According to the law, he should be executed. Arrest him. Who dares? Tai Nyo roared, leading the Divine Martial Guards to confront the supervising bureau with a threatening stance. Guosaida, seething with killing intent, gritted his teeth and said, The Divine Martial Guards are disregarding the laws of Great Chu. Are you plotting rebellion? Princess Omping has arrived. At that moment, a palace maid's high-pitched voice rang out, causing everyone's expressions to change as they stood respectfully in place, bowing in greeting. Moments later, Luo Shuixian walked forward gracefully. Her skirt swayed like drifting clouds, embroidered with golden phoenix patterns. Her hair was swept up high, adorned with pearls and gemstones, like stars dotting the night sky. She held her head slightly high, her steps steady and authoritative, exuding an aura that brooked no disrespect. Behind her followed 2 rows of female guards, their imposing presence suffocating the entire scene. Su Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning of Bai Yingshue's predicament, he had sent Zhou Daji to seek Luo Shuixian's assistance. Fortunately, his influence still held weight, a testament to their deep bond. Your Highness, I beg you to uphold justice for your humble servant. Guosaida seized the initiative, tears streaming down his face as he began to play the victim. I am already aware of your affairs. Luo Shuixian coldly interrupted him, stating directly, Guosu colluded with the Ministry of Justice to harm the common people. His crimes are numerous, and he deserved death. Guosaida persisted, Your Highness, even so, my son should have been tried by the Ministry of Justice. Su Chang'an took the law into his own hands. Guosaida, what official rank did your son hold? Luo Shuixian asked with authority. My son held no official position, Guosaida replied truthfully. Luo Shuixian snorted coldly, her presence commanding even without anger. Su Chang'an, as the chief banner of the Divine Martial Guards, bears the responsibility of supervising officials and protecting the people. He holds the authority to execute officials of the 6th rank or lower without prior approval. Since your son held no official position, Su Chang'an's actions are in accordance with the law. Su Chang'an inwardly cheered. Brilliant. The weight of such words varies depending on who speaks them. Guosu had acted arrogantly for years. What did it matter if he held no official rank? Which Divine Martial Guard would dare touch him? Everyone feared his background. If an ordinary person uttered such words, others would merely laugh and dismiss them as naive. But when spoken by Princess Omping, no one dared to refute them. These were words of imperial authority. Your Highness, Su Chang'an has presented no evidence, Guosaida protested, his expression grim, making a final desperate attempt. Luo Shuixian glanced at him, her eyes cold as iron, and challenged. Shall I now order the Divine Martial Guards to gather evidence for you? No need. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Guosaida trembled inwardly and quickly conceded. He knew all too well what his son had done. If evidence were truly demanded, the Divine Martial Guards could list dozens of charges in minutes. His face turned ashen, utterly defeated. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, a sharp cry from a eunuch pierced the air. As the crown prince made his entrance, the crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, filled with uncertainty. They pondered what auspicious occasion had prompted such illustrious figures to appear in succession. Soon, a man adorned in an opulent brocade robe strode into the room. His steps were steady yet swift, exuding both composure and agility. The luxurious robe, embroidered with golden edges, conveyed an air of nobility tempered by modesty. His face bore the marks of time's passage, presenting a gentle and approachable demeanor. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince," the assembly bowed once more. The Crown Prince gestured for them to rise, and then turned to Luo Shuixian with a smile, saying, "Little sister, this gentleman, Su Chang'an, has saved your life. It is only natural for you to assist him, yet the matter of adjudicating cases cannot be approached in such a manner." Chapter 37. 2 hours, the poisoning case. Luo Shuixian raised an eyebrow, concealing a sharp wit, and asked, "Does sixth brother think my words are incorrect? Are you perhaps defending the son of the Minister of Works?" "Not at all," he retorted vehemently. "I have always held a deep disdain for those who abuse their power. Even if Su Chang'an does not kill him, I shall certainly take his life." The Crown Prince, wearing a facade of righteousness, sternly admonished, "Guasaida, as the Minister of Works, you have failed to set an example and have allowed your son to commit numerous transgressions. Are you aware of your crimes?" "I am guilty." Guasaida immediately knelt in submission. The Crown Prince, with an air of authority, declared, "Since you acknowledge your guilt, you must examine yourself and offer apologies to all the citizens harmed by your son until you earn their forgiveness." "I accept the decree." Guasaida began to execute the Crown Prince's command, bowing to the injured citizens and compensating them with silver. This scene garnered the admiration of many onlookers, effectively winning the Crown Prince considerable public support. Luo Shuixian observed coldly, feeling a sense of revulsion at the Crown Prince's theatrics. With a furrowed brow, she asked, "What do you mean by that? Justice cannot be served half-heartedly. The matter of Su Chang'an killing Guasu is settled. Yet the case of Bai Yingxue poisoning 32 individuals remains unresolved." The Crown Prince, maintaining his stern demeanor, replied with a faint smile, "Therefore, Bai Yingxue must be apprehended." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Chang'an's eyes. The Crown Prince was indeed targeting Bai Yingxue. Why? Bai Chonggong's significant achievements had led to his removal by the emperor. Was he now intent on eradicating his daughter as well? No, if he intended to eliminate the root of the problem. Why wait until now to act? Su Chang'an, unable to ponder further, stepped forward. "Your Highness, this case is fraught with uncertainties. Bai Yingxue had close ties with those individuals and regularly provided them with food, thus lacking any motive to poison them. I believe the possibility of framing her is quite substantial. A hasty verdict would not suffice to satisfy the populace." The Crown Prince nodded, acknowledging the validity of his argument. "What do you propose?" "Grant me 3 days, and I shall surely uncover the clues," Su Chang'an asserted. "I cannot afford to wait 3 days." The Crown Prince, standing with arms crossed, spoke with an undeniable tone. "Su Chang'an, I have heard of your exceptional capabilities in solving major cases. Therefore, I shall grant you 2 hours. That should be sufficient, no?" "I obey," Su Chang'an responded, fully aware that the Crown Prince was deliberately placing him in a difficult position, yet left with no choice. Without delay, he hurried with Tai Niu and Zhou Daji toward the scene of the incident. The western part of the city was a slum, populated largely by beggars, the disabled, and homeless vagrants, characterized by deplorable conditions. The poison victims were former soldiers who had once followed Bai Chong and had become beggars due to injuries sustained on the battlefield. Quickly, a fire has broken out in the western alley. Run. The flames are spreading. The situation escalated rapidly. It had been calm moments before, but suddenly chaos erupted. Upon arriving in the western district, Su Chang'an was met with the alarming sight of citizens fleeing in panic. The scene was chaotic, and deeper within the alley, thick smoke billowed, with flames leaping like dragons. His heart sank. The bodies of the poison victims were still at the scene. Clearly, someone was attempting to destroy the evidence. He swiftly led his team to the location with utmost urgency. As he entered the alley, he noticed an elder clad in green standing in their path. With a swift gesture, he scattered a cloud of powder. "It's poison. Everyone hold your breath." The members of the Shenwu Guard reacted quickly, but were still a moment too late. The poison was exceedingly potent. Mere contact resulted in dizziness and weakness. It was the same bloodthirsty poison that had once afflicted Princess Anping. Zhou Daji's face paled, exclaiming, "This is disastrous. It's bloodthirsty poison. Kill." At that moment, a dozen masked assassins leapt out from behind the walls, brandishing their blades with lethal intent. Su Chang'an scoffed, drawing his ink blade, unleashing a sweeping aura of blade energy. In an instant, he dispatched half of the assassins. "You aren't affected." The elder gaped at Su Chang'an, then turned to flee. Seeing Tang Nianyo had already drawn a detoxifying pill for everyone, Su Chang'an felt a slight sense of relief. He immediately commanded, "Eliminate these assassins and swiftly retrieve the bodies from the flames. We must protect them." Understood. Tai Niu and Zhou Daji charged forward to confront the assassins, while Su Chang'an inhaled deeply and pursued the fleeing figure. With his adept skills in pursuit, coupled with the enhancement from the golden body technique, he was able to accelerate beyond normal limits. The fleeing figure, realizing they could not shake Su Chang'an, felt anger bubbling within. "You dare to chase me, boy? You truly do not know the meaning of danger." The elder hissed, his voice reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Suddenly, he halted, turning to unleash a greenish palm strike towards Su Chang'an. The release of true energy marked him as a fourth-tier martial artist. Su Chang'an remained composed, severing the palm strike with his blade energy. However, the green aura did not dissipate. Instead, it encircled him ominously. "This is lethal poison. How can you still be unharmed?" The elder, initially prepared to spectate, was now incredulous at Su Chang'an's resilience. 7 Absolute Blade Technique. Su Chang'an would not reveal the mysteries of his pure yang body. Instead, he wielded his ink blade mercilessly. The blade energy tore through the void, unstoppable. 10,000 poison palm. The elder shrieked, gathering all his true energy to resist. He then leveraged the rebound force to retreat dozens of paces. Fixing a sinister gaze on Su Chang'an, he remarked, "Your physique is intriguing. I shall collect it for research in the future." With that, he executed several agile maneuvers and vanished from sight. Su Chang'an pursued relentlessly, employing both martial arts and divine senses, yet he could not detect a trace of the elder. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Left with no choice, he returned to the alley in the western district. Chang'an. Only 11 bodies remain relatively intact. The others have been burned beyond recognition. Zhou Daji approached immediately upon Su Chang'an's return to report the situation. 32 bodies have been lined up in a row. 21 corpses have been reduced to charred remains, with only 11 still relatively intact, albeit with varying degrees of incineration. In the face of such a grim spectacle, Tang Nua nonchalantly indulges in a chicken leg, mumbling indistinctly. They all possess lethal toxins, and like Wang Yuan, they too are victims of the Duan Chang Feng Ho San. Su Chang'an inquires, "Have the identities of those assassins been confirmed?" Tai Niu shakes his head. "They are all death warriors. Upon sensing danger, they resorted to self-poisoning, leaving no survivors. Many are at a loss, as the available information is utterly insufficient to exonerate Bai Ying-shui. With less than an hour remaining, what course of action shall be taken?" Chapter 38. The Princess. "I concede you possess a modicum of wit." The Minister of Justice. The Crown Prince and Luo Shuixian had already taken their seats, and the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Others stood divided on either side, scarcely daring to breathe. The rumors of discord between the Crown Prince and Princess Anping proved to be true. Their exchanges were sparse, and when they did converse, it was laden with veiled barbs. Did you not hear the scouts? The scene has already been engulfed in flames. Waiting is futile. Time is of little consequence. Sixth brother. Why the urgency? Luo Shuixian replied indifferently. Nearby, Bai Ying-shui and Xiao Tao clenched their fists involuntarily, overwhelmed with anxiety. Xiao Tao, filled with fear and concern, murmured, "Miss, they are still targeting you despite your plight. Surely the Emperor intends to eradicate you. I would rather perish than live on. Zhao Shu and the others have sacrificed so much for the nation, enduring great hardship, only to be poisoned." Bai Ying-shui's eyes shimmered with sorrow as she spoke, her voice tinged with indignation. "Those in power possess such corrupt hearts." Xiao Tao exclaimed, then added, "Miss, I firmly believe that the young master will restore your name." "I believe in him too," Bai Ying-shui said, her gaze resolute and her voice soft. She bit her lip tightly, having resolved that if she were to be ordered captured, she would take her own life, refusing to endure humiliation once more. Meanwhile, a pair of cold, malevolent eyes fixated on Bai Ying-shui. "Wu Wei, keep a close watch on Bai Ying-shui. Ensure she does not take her own life. I seek to avenge my son." Guasaida whispered to Wu Wei. Unable to confront Su Chang'an directly, he resorted to targeting those close to him for indirect vengeance. Wu Wei nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Sir Guo, I shall fulfill the task." Time was slipping away, and with 2 hours nearly up, Su Chang'an had yet to return. It seemed hopeless. Of course, with such a significant case, how could it possibly be resolved in 2 hours? What a pity, Su Darren killed Guisu. Such a good official, yet he is being subjected to hardship. I heard a great fire broke out in the western alley, obliterating all evidence. The officials and common folk alike were abuzz with speculation, believing the outcome was already determined. 2 hours was indeed far too brief, especially with the scene in ruins. What could Su Chang'an possibly uncover? How could he vindicate Baingshui? In the Xinwu Wei camp, Wei Chunggong and Guoming were listening to reports from their subordinates. Sir Qianhu, Sir Baihu, Su Tongqi has disemboweled all the corpses. It seems he has made some discoveries and is en route. Disemboweled? Guoming furrowed his brow, perplexed as to the purpose of such an action. Could this yield any evidence? Wei Chunggong, intrigued, remarked, "That lad possesses some ingenuity. We shall find out upon his return." Moments later, the incense had completely burned away. The crown prince stood, preparing to make an announcement when Su Chang'an's figure dashed in, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, Your Highness. I have not disgraced my mission." The crown prince's brow furrowed, his gaze suddenly sharp and silent. Luo Shuixian could not help but smile faintly, saying, "Do share your findings. Zhou Daji, present the bodies." Su Chang'an commanded. Zhou Daji promptly entered, carrying 3 corpses, flanked by several members of the Xinwu Wei. Su Chang'an spoke calmly. In the western alley, 32 lives were lost. Though all were poisoned with Duanchang Fengho San, their methods of death were, in fact, disparate, preposterous. If they were all poisoned, how could there be any other cause of death? Guosaida retorted with a sneer. While the members of Xindan Tower could readily discern the presence of poison within a person, the mere existence of toxins within the body did not confirm that the individual had died from poisoning. Su Chang'an's words Su Chang'an clasped his hands together and added, "Miss Xiao Tao possesses neither the strength to harm a chicken nor the ability to strangle these 3 individuals. Thus, this act could not have been committed by her." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as the crowd quietly absorbed Su Chang'an's words, their expressions gradually transforming into one of dawning realization. Applause erupted, and the crown prince, taking the lead, declared with great enthusiasm, "The Chu shall not wrong an innocent. I hereby proclaim that Baingshui and her servant are innocent." At that moment, there was no trace of displeasure on his face, as if the earlier confrontational demeanor had never belonged to him. Su Chang'an could not help but feel wary of his profound schemes. The crown prince gazed at Su Chang'an with an approving glint in his eyes and suggested, "Su Chang'an, your abilities are extraordinary. You are underutilized in the Xinwu Guard. Why not serve as my personal guard? I am grateful for your highness's kind offer, but I wish to remain in the Xinyu Guard." Su Chang'an replied without a moment's hesitation. "Keep your distance, you cunning old fox. No worries. Whenever you come to your senses, feel free to seek me out," the crown prince said with a magnanimous smile before departing. He appeared cultured and approachable, yet the danger he posed in Su Chang'an's mind escalated sharply. He displayed the emperor's ability to conceal his emotions effortlessly, leaving others oblivious to his thoughts and intentions. Indeed, to devise such a plan shows a modicum of cleverness, Luo Shuixian remarked, approaching Su Chang'an and offering a lukewarm compliment before walking away, maintaining an air of indifference as if their relationship was merely superficial. "Big brother Su, I knew you could do it. You saved me," Baingshui exclaimed, flinging herself into Su Chang'an's embrace. Overwhelmed with joy and shedding tears as she clung to him, as if trying to merge into his being. "It is all right now," Su Chang'an comforted her gently, gradually soothing the unease that had gripped Baingxue's heart. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's tension. "Xiao Tao, has your young mistress ever offended the crown prince?" Su Chang'an inquired cautiously, harboring a significant doubt about who was truly behind the plot against Baingxue. Was it the crown prince or the current emperor? Xiao Tao shook her head and replied, "No, I believe today's incident is certainly at the behest of that Dogaham, the emperor. He seeks to eradicate the roots of the issue." Su Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing further. At that moment, he sensed an intensely vengeful gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he found Guosaida glaring at him, the murderous intent in his eyes unmasked. With a growl akin to that of a beast, he snarled, "Su Chang'an, you wait. I will ensure that you and everyone associated with you become the most wretched slaves, regretting ever coming into this world." "Guo Shilang, let us watch the performance unfold," Su Chang'an retorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Simultaneously, he racked his brain for ways to eliminate Guasaida as a potential threat. Subsequently, he escorted Bai Yingxiu back to the Jiao Fangxi and took Tang Yanyo to the location where the poison-wielding elder had vanished. Nuo, quickly use your nose to see if you can detect anything, Su Chang'an suggested, hoping for fortune. Brother Chang. Chapter 39. Talented youth. Naturally charismatic, he did not rashly investigate, but instead first emerged to restore the well's opening to its original state. Then, with great delight, he praised Tang Nuo, saying, Nuo, you are truly remarkable. You have really aided me immensely this time. It was just a small matter, Tang Nuo replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, clearly pleased by Su Chang'an's compliments. Su Chang'an affectionately ruffled her hair and said, Nuo, please do not speak of this to anyone, all right? Not even master. Tang Nuo innocently inquired. Su Chang'an shook his head, not for now. Oh, all right then, she nodded in agreement. Su Chang'an smiled and said, come on, let us go to my house for a feast. Yay, that's wonderful. Tang Nuo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly bounced alongside Su Chang'an. Suddenly, she asked, Brother Chang'an, do you like me? Su Chang'an stumbled, speechless. Why do you ask that? Otherwise, why would you make me so many delicious dishes? Tang Nuo tilted her head, explaining, the book says to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. My stomach is already conquered by you, so you must be trying to win me over. Stop reading those ridiculous books. Su Chang'an replied helplessly. Su Chang'an, you can pursue me if you like me. Perhaps I will agree, she teased. Oh, I see. Upon returning home, Su Chang'an kept his promise and promptly prepared a hot pot base. Following that, he arranged beef rolls, lamb rolls, small mushrooms, meatballs, and bamboo shoots, all cut neatly and presented beautifully. Let the feast begin. It turned out that no true foodie could resist the allure of hot pot. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Tang Nuo exclaimed, her first encounter with hot pot bringing her to the brink of tears from joy, as if her tongue and teeth were engaged in a delightful battle. After Su Chang'an had his fill, he moved aside to refine elixirs, a daily essential for him. From initially being able to concoct only first-grade elixirs, he had now progressed to producing a few second-grade elixirs. According to Tang Nuo, Su Chang'an could now be considered a second-grade alchemist. Today he chose to refine an elixir called Yunshindan, the very same elixir that Guoming had gifted him during his time in the Lianshan realm, which aids warriors in nurturing their spiritual awareness. At the same time, two distinguished individuals were making their way towards Su Chang'an's residence, encountering one another unexpectedly. The master of the medicine tower rarely makes an appearance. Where are you headed? Wei Qinggong, dressed in black with azure patterns and a silver tiger cloud design, looked astonished at the person before him. Yao Juechen, clad in a pristine white robe, with hair partially white yet meticulously groomed, bore a kind countenance and deep, reflective eyes, embodying the serenity and depth of years. He resembled a gentle old neighbor. Yet at that moment, his amiable expression was marred by anger as he furrowed his brow and said irritably, I'm going to settle a score with a certain little brat from your divine martial guard. It can't be Su Chang'an, can it? Wei Qinggong guessed immediately, as he too was on his way to confront Su Chang'an. Yao Juechen glanced sideways at Wei Qinggong. You know him? I intend to deal with him, so do not interfere. Did he offend you? Wei Qinggong asked in surprise. Offend? More than that. I wish I could eliminate him. Yao Juechen fumed, clearly agitated, and vented, my dear disciple, with her innocent and naive nature, is such a wonderful girl. Yet now she has been led astray by him, and I feel as if I no longer recognize her. For Su Chang'an, my once unassuming disciple has brazenly confronted the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works. Recalling the past when Tang Nuo would affectionately call him master, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Now, she practically runs to Su Chang'an daily, and when he wishes for her to stay away, she brazenly retorts, what is so fun about accompanying an old man like you? He felt as if he could spit blood. His precious girl had been deceived by that golden-haired rogue. Wei Qinggong fell silent, his brows knitting into a furrow, filled with the helplessness of a father. He empathized, as his own daughter had also disclosed the Zhuori Dao Fa to Su Chang'an for the same reason. Today, he had come to confront Su Chang'an with a purpose akin to Yao Juechen's, intending to express the wrath of a father. Hearing Yao Juechen's words only intensified his inner turmoil and anger. Su Chang'an's charm with the ladies seemed to surpass even his martial prowess, leaving a trail of romantic debts in his wake. How utterly beastly. Without hesitation, he added fuel to the fire. Rest assured, Master of the Medicine Tower, I wholeheartedly support you. To be honest, that young man Su Chang'an is nothing but a flirt, frequenting the pleasure quarters daily. Several courtesans have even declared their willingness to entertain him for free, while he flirts with the young ladies of the Divine Martial Guard, accumulating countless romantic debts. Is that so? What a lecherous scoundrel, utterly shameless. Yao Juechen was infuriated upon hearing this. The thought of his beloved disciple being pursued by such a beast made his heart ache with anxiety. The two could not help but quicken their pace, soon arriving at Su Chang'an's doorstep. Before they could push the door open, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, instantly brightening Yao Juechen's eyes. Unable to resist, he stroked his beard with pride, saying, "Wei Qianhu, you must forgive my impudent disciple. He can be quite mischievous, but I never expected him to know how to refine elixirs today. Quite remarkable. Indeed. Nuo Nuo's talent is truly exceptional." The master of the medicine tower has taken on a fine disciple. Wei Qinggong nodded in agreement. Of course, Yao Juechen beamed with pride and approached the door to knock. Moments later, Tang Nianyo opened the door. "Master? Uncle Wei? What nonsense. How can you leave while refining elixirs? Is Su Chang'an that lazy he won't come to open the door?" Yao Juechen scolded, puffing his cheeks in indignation. Tang Nuo, with a look of innocent bewilderment, replied, "What are you talking about? I don't want to refine elixirs. It's Brother Chang'an who is doing that." "What? Su Chang'an can refine elixirs?" Both Yao Juechen and Wei Qinggong were taken aback. In a flash, they dashed into the courtyard. There, they saw Su Chang'an sitting casually on a small stool, legs crossed, in front of a low-quality alchemical furnace, with a roaring fire beneath. He appeared utterly nonchalant, occasionally unleashing a burst of true energy, acting as a human bellows to regulate the flames. This was no alchemy. Even cooking was not so casual. Who taught him to refine elixirs like this? Yao Juechen was bewildered. "I did." Tang Nuo patted her chest and boasted. "Hee, my teaching is quite commendable, isn't it? Is that truly teaching? You are clearly leading the youth astray." Yao Juchun cried out in anguish, as if witnessing a precious piece of jade being defaced with careless graffiti. Every alchemist must meditate and calm their mind before concocting elixirs, even going so far as to burn incense and bathe, all to attain a tranquil state conducive to maintaining optimal control over the flames. The sitting posture is also of great significance. One must sit upright and steady, hands positioned appropriately, to ensure a dignified and stable posture, which aids in maintaining smooth breath and focused concentration. Even the choice of seat in alchemical furnace holds its own importance. Yet, upon observing Su Chang'an's setup, it was utterly unbearable to behold. Even under the tutelage of an incompetent master, he miraculously succeeded in his alchemical endeavors? What level of innate talent for alchemy must he possess? Yao Juchen's body trembled slightly, goosebumps rising all over, as he murmured incessantly. At that moment, Su Chang'an sensed a change in the spiritual herbs within the furnace and immediately gestured with his hand. The flames obeyed his command, distributing evenly around the furnace, sometimes transforming into serpentine flames, at other times blooming like fiery lotus flowers. Yao Juchen's pupils widened like copper bells, exclaiming in astonishment, This is micro-level flame control? How can this be? How did he master it? Could he be a natural talent? This young man possesses such astonishing alchemical aptitude. Although Wei Qinggong was not an alchemist, he understood the intricacies of the craft and was equally taken aback. The two fundamental elements of alchemy are spiritual awareness and flame control. Spiritual awareness is foundational. Of course, the stronger, the better, but it is not the most exceptional trait. Once one reaches the fourth tier, spiritual awareness significantly improves, meeting the threshold for alchemy. However, flame control is where the challenge lies. You may know that a flame of 60 degrees is required, yet you fail to grasp it and inadvertently use a flame of 65 degrees, leading to failure in the concoction. Yao Juchun gazed at Su Chang'an, his eyes reddening. This young man is indeed a prodigious talent for alchemy. He recognized that Tang Nuo, being of youthful disposition, not only failed to teach Su Chang'an properly, but even misled him. Yet, despite this, Su Chang'an had remarkably achieved this level through sheer talent. Such a terrifying prospect. Wei Qinggong shifted his body to obstruct Yao Juchen's view. He discerned the intent. Yao Juchun was attempting to poach talent. How could the Xin Wu Wei allow such an extraordinary individual to be taken away? As for the prior talk of settling scores with Su Chang'an, the two tacitly chose to forget. What harm is there in a young prodigy being a little flamboyant? Nua, how long have you been teaching him? Yao Juchen inquired. Tang Nua counted on her fingers for a moment. Was it 6 days or 7? Hiss. Both Yao Juchen and Wei Chenggong gasped in disbelief. A genius. A true prodigy. Yao Juchen could no longer contain himself, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Old Wei, my good brother. I wish to discuss something with you. No discussion, none at all. Wei Chenggong immediately rejected the proposal. Yao Juchen furiously pointed at him, his finger trembling. You two have witnessed this young man's talent for alchemy. To squander it within the Xinwu Wei would be a grave injustice. You shall be struck by lightning for such negligence. What you do not know is his martial talent. Wei Chenggong shook his head, speaking firmly. This young man mastered a high-grade yellow-level martial technique in just 3 days, comprehended blade energy in half a month, and perfected the Xian-level martial technique, Flame Blade, in 7 days, capable of defeating those in the 4th tier while still in the 3rd. Do you think this is due to his diligence in martial training? No. In truth, he has not spent much time training. Most of his time has been spent in the teaching court. Tang Nua could not resist interjecting, curious, what is the teaching court, and why do so many people from the Shundan Tower enjoy going there? Is it fun? Yao Juchen hurriedly replied, you must not go. It is a place for men, and women who enter are merely toys. Oh, Tang Nua immediately lost interest. She enjoyed playing, not being played. Yao Juchen, still not disheartened, continued, Old Wei, alchemy is the most revered pursuit. Its status far surpasses that of mere martial artists. You refine elixirs, I wield my blade. You shall be my alchemical workshop. Wei Chenggong smiled slightly, speaking nonchalantly. Yao Juchen's face darkened, his heart pierced by the words. Chapter 40, a clever batch of Tang Nuo moments later, Su Chang'an extinguished the flames and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of herbs permeated the entire courtyard. Inside lay 5 plump elixirs, resembling the shape of a marisu candy, which were indeed the Yunshin Dan. Such a variety of elixir could be considered of moderate to high quality. Yao Juechen remarked, then leaped before Su Chang'an and shamelessly declared, Young man, I am the master of the Divine Dan Tower. I feel a connection with you. Thus you shall be my disciple from this day forth. Wei Chenggong, irked by this, responded promptly, Yao Juechen, if you put it that way, then I shall be your father. Gratefully acknowledging the master's affection, Su Chang'an politely declined, then saluted Wei Chenggong, saying, I pay my respects to Lord Qianhu. His martial heart was unwavering, for he believed that true strength lay in one's own capabilities. Alchemy was merely a side pursuit. Moreover, although alchemists appeared to hold a lofty status, their authority paled in comparison to that of the Divine Martial Guard. Furthermore, should he have any queries regarding alchemy, he could simply consult Tang Nuo instead of directly approaching Yao Juechen. Good, you are quite impressive. Wei Chenggong laughed heartily, his face beaming, continuing, Guisu has committed many vile deeds. Yet his identity is unique. The Divine Martial Guard cannot grant you merits, but I have a vial of Ichi Dan as a personal reward for you. Thank you, Lord Qianhu. Su Chang'an exclaimed joyfully, hastily accepting it. The Ichi Dan was an exclusive elixir for those at the Qi refining stage, exceedingly precious. Consuming one would augment a strand of true Qi, and this vial contained 10, equivalent to months of arduous cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Yao Juechen's competitive spirit ignited. He promptly produced 2 vials of Ichi Dan, extravagantly declaring, As for this 3rd-grade elixir, I have as many as I desire, but I only bestow them upon my own disciples. Following this, he ostentatiously flaunted them before Su Chang'an. Unfazed, Su Chang'an remained indifferent. Master, give it to me, please. Tang Nuo extended her small hand. My dear disciple, take it. Yao Juechen smiled indulgently, generously handing it to her. Brother Chang'an, this is for you. Tang Nuo turned and presented the elixir to Su Chang'an, her large eyes sparkling with a look that seemed to say, Aren't I clever? She had learned many colloquial habits from following Su Chang'an. Wei Chenggong beside them was unable to contain his laughter. Yao Juechen's face darkened like a soot-covered pot, yet he ultimately refrained from unleashing his ire on his beloved disciple, soaring away into the sky. True to his name, he left in a flurry. He feared that remaining would only exacerbate his frustration. Su Chang'an, you are attracting too much attention. For the time being, strive to be more discreet. Minimize your public appearances, focus on your training, and be cautious, Wei Qinggong advised, patting Su Chang'an on the shoulder earnestly. Su Chang'an nodded, acknowledging, I understand, my subordinate. He hesitated, wanting to inquire why Bai Yingxue was targeted by the crown prince, but ultimately held his tongue. Sensing his unspoken thoughts, Wei Qinggong remarked lightly, some matters are best left unexplored. Knowing too much can be detrimental. If you excel in your duties, no one will target you. Su Chang'an pondered this thoughtfully. Moreover, women only influence a warrior's speed in drawing their sword. Refrain from entangling with them. Before departing, Wei Qinggong added one last admonition, his sharp gaze leaving Su Chang'an feeling somewhat perplexed, as if he had been accused of pursuing his daughter. Su Chang'an dismissed it from his mind. With his pure young wujity, he was not an existence easily understood by the ordinary. Women would not only fail to hinder his sword-drawing speed, but would also empower him. Tang Nuonyuo then said, Brother Chang'an, I must take my leave as well. Master seems a bit upset, and I must go cheer him up. All right, off you go. Su Chang'an smiled. The little girl was not as thoughtless as she appeared. Unexpectedly, Tang Nuonyuo added, once I have cheered him up, I can procure even more elixirs for you, Brother Chang'an. You truly are a clever little sprite. After seeing off Tang Nuonyuo, Su Chang'an returned to his training room and consumed an Ichi Dan, commencing his cultivation. In the following days, he secluded himself, either practicing martial arts at home or enjoying melodies at Bai Yingxue's side, with only occasional minor tasks to attend to. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. He sought to diminish the scrutiny upon him through the passage of time. Before long, half a month had elapsed. The 3 vials of Ichi Dan had all been transformed into Su Chang'an's true qi, coupled with the results from dual cultivation. Su Chang'an now possessed 78 strands of true qi. Furthermore, his alchemical skills had rapidly progressed, enabling him to concoct the vast majority of second-grade elixirs. During this period, the literary scene in the capital experienced a stir due to a particular book. This book was none other than Shixiangji. Upon its debut, it swept through the market, becoming a sensation throughout the capital. From high-ranking officials to common folk, everyone was enamored with it. This led to instances where the book would sell out as soon as it appeared in stores, with major bookstores running out of stock. Indeed, possessing a copy became a point of pride. Even those who had borrowed and read it were eager to purchase their own copy to flaunt. The author remained anonymous, garnering much attention, yet he remained exceedingly low-key, with no one knowing his identity. In the teaching bureau, 1, 2, 3, 4. Miss, young master, we've struck gold. A total of 4,800 taels. Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly while counting the banknotes. Not too shabby. Su Chang'an smiled. Though he had an affinity for wealth, he did not obsess over silver. As long as it sufficed, that was enough. Young master, you are far too modest. In just half a month, you've earned what the young lady couldn't accumulate in 3 years. Xiao Tao exclaimed, her exuberance uncontained. Such comparisons are unnecessary, Xiao Tao. Bai Yingxue shot her a glare. It makes me appear quite incompetent. Now was the peak of the book's popularity. Once the fervor waned, those who needed it would have already purchased it, and profits would swiftly diminish. Having seen much in his past life, Su Chang'an understood the market dynamics well. To sustain substantial earnings, the best approach was serialization. Only through continuous updates could one maintain interest and consistently generate revenue. By the way, Shuer, how much is your ransom? Su Chang'an inquired. Bai Yingxue bit her lip, her expression dimming as she murmured, 200,000 taels. Xiao Tao also fell silent, her lips pursed. Faced with such astronomical figures, anyone would feel a sense of despair. The mere 4,000 taels seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to 200,000. Bai Yingxue struggled to suppress her heartache and, with a trembling voice, said, Su Lang, you need not concern yourself with me. You may utilize this money for more meaningful endeavors, such as acquiring martial resources. She continued, well, it's just 200,000 taels. Why are you all so frightened? Su Chang'an chuckled lightly, playfully ruffling Bai Yingxue's hair as he teased. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that my ability to cultivate with you is far more beneficial than any martial resource. Chapter 41. Digging Through the Capital. Bai Yingxue's charming face immediately flushed with a blend of shyness and joy. With unwavering determination, she declared, as long as Su Lang requires it, I am always willing to assist you in your cultivation. Xiao Tao sighed, saying, Master, before we can redeem ourselves, Miss is required to pay the Jiafangxi 100 taels every day. We do not have enough funds to last even 2 months. Have you underestimated me? If I can compose the first book, naturally, I can pen a second tale. Su Chang'an chuckled, stating, as per our usual arrangement, Xiao Tao will prepare the ink, while Shuer will wield the brush. Is there yet another new story? Xiao Tao and Bai Yingxue exchanged astonished and delighted glances, swiftly preparing everything. Su Chang'an cleared his throat and began to narrate. Remember well. This tale is entitled Liao Zhaiji. Liao Zhaiji comprises 24 volumes and 491 short stories, each substantial in length, detailing numerous tales of love between humans and spirits, as well as between humans and demons. It is essential to note that this world indeed harbors both demons and ghosts, thus providing a fitting backdrop. Furthermore, it caters to the curiosity of ordinary folk yearning for romantic entanglements with the supernatural. Its popularity may very well eclipse that of my previous life. Most importantly, its length is sufficient to meet serialization requirements. Once upon a time, in Yangqing County, there lived an elderly man from Caidian village. His home was situated 5 or 6 li away from the county, where he and his son ran and in along the roadside. From the first story onward, Bai Yingxue and Xiao Tao were utterly captivated, becoming increasingly engrossed as the tales unfolded. Su Lang, you are truly remarkable. To encounter you must surely be a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Bai Yingxue gazed at Su Chang'an, her eyes soft as water, clearly moved. She set down her brush and nestled into Su Chang'an's embrace. He immediately understood, and the sense of responsibility that a man ought to possess surged within him. Bai Yingxue instructed, Xiao Tao, you go guard the door. Miss, no one will come, and I can remain here to cheer you on. Xiao Tao, reluctant to depart, eagerly volunteered. Bai Yingxue shot her an annoyed glance. Xiao Tao could only lower her head and leave with a heavy heart. That evening, Su Chang'an returned once more to the desolate well. He held a piece of drawing paper depicting various secret passageways converging at the well's center. This paper was the fruit of his explorations into the well during this recent period. The deeper he explored, the greater his astonishment grew. Had his resolve not been unwavering, he might have retreated long ago. Beneath this well lay a labyrinth of tunnels leading to several locations outside the capital. Not far from the chamber where Luo Shuixian was imprisoned, there was an exit to one such tunnel. It was no wonder that Princess Anping vanished from the heavily guarded capital. She had been smuggled out through the tunnels. Moreover, near the Blacksha army stronghold at Jian Mountain, there was another tunnel exit. This was likely intended to facilitate communication between the capital's insiders and the Blacksha army. In addition, Su Chang'an meticulously marked several other locations. This was an immense undertaking. Someone had, in essence, tunneled through the capital, orchestrating a grand scheme akin to that of a mole. Guasaida, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, was as good as doomed. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Su Chang'an's eyes. To execute such a colossal project beneath the emperor's feet, one would be hard-pressed to believe that the Ministry of Works was not involved. Even if Guasaida had not taken part, he could not escape the charge of negligence. Today, he resolved to further explore where this passage led. Su Chang'an chose a tunnel he had yet to traverse, proceeding cautiously. When he emerged once again from the tunnel, he found himself at the bottom of another well. Just as he prepared to climb out, he abruptly halted, straining to listen. Had he exited, he would have discovered that he was indeed in the backyard of the Hongyun gambling house. At that moment, 2 individuals were engaged in conversation within the courtyard. One was the proprietor of the Hongyun gambling house, clad in coarse cloth, bald, and with a face full of brutish features, exuding an intimidating aura that deterred any confrontation. However, contrary to his menacing appearance, he was bowing and scraping, forcing a sycophantic smile to appease the other individual. This other figure was the elder who had administered the poison. Poison Master, this month's accounts and silver are all here. Furthermore, this is a small token of appreciation from me. I ask that you speak a good word for me before the master. The gambling house owner, with abject humility, extended his offerings. The elder weighed the silver in his hand, his eyes fixed on the gambling house owner like a serpent, a mocking expression spreading across his face. You have done well. I grant you an opportunity. Speak your final words. The gambling house owner's face turned ashen. Trembling like a leaf, he pleaded, Poison Master, I have always diligently served my master without error. What could this possibly be about? I beg for my life. Never erred? Allow me to enlighten you. The elder scoffed coldly. Your actions have drawn the attention of the Shenwu guards. You were so inept that you didn't even notice the tail you were trailing. How could this be? The gambling house owner's expression shifted drastically, despair evident in his eyes. Without warning, his body stiffened, his complexion turning a deep purple, his eyes bulging, hands clutching his neck in agony. Spare me, he whimpered, casting a desperate glance at the elder. Regrettably, the latter did not even spare him a glance, instead intoning in a low voice. Tail, are you not coming out? Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced through emerged from behind the wall, as a figure clad in dark attire darted forth, attempting to flee like a bird in flight. The tight-fitting outfit accentuated her figure, showcasing an alluring silhouette, with two prominent peaks rising proudly upon her chest. Su Chang'an had quietly emerged from the well, quickly deducing the identity of the peak's owner, Murong Qiyun. How tenacious she was, still covertly investigating the Hongyun gambling house. Su Chang'an thought in astonishment. The poisoning incident from half a month ago had concluded, and he had forgotten that Murong Qiyun continued her investigation into the gambling house, unexpectedly persisting in her efforts. She must be intent on uncovering the true master behind the Hongyun gambling house. However, such an endeavor was not easily achieved. You cannot escape. Du, with a sinister smile, raised a hand and unleashed a wave of emerald wind toward her. Murong Qiyun's countenance turned grave, compelling her to halt her movement. Being merely at the chi refinement stage, she could only muster all her strength to withstand the assault of a fourth-tier warrior. She circulated her vital energy, which surged like a mighty river, and her sword at her waist soared forth, pointing toward the heavens, resembling a silver stream reflecting a chilling gleam. With a swift strike, the wave was unexpectedly vanquished by her blade. However, as soon as it dissipated, the emerald essence enveloped Murong Qiyun, the ferocious toxin causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly. Transforming into a shade of black, Murong Qiyun had instinctively held her breath, leaping away from the noxious miasma. Yet her face remained pallid, a dark aura lingering between her brows, her body swaying perilously. Chapter 42. The Poison Master. My mental state has crumbled. Ha ha ha. Once you fall into my poison, you are but a fish on the chopping board. Die. The Poison Master cackled maniacally, flicking his fingers as a stream of true energy transformed into a sharp sword aimed directly at Murong Qiyun's face. Murong Qiyun found herself paralyzed, despair overwhelming her as she closed her eyes. Just then, Su Chang'an sprang out from the well. Having been poised for action all along, he unleashed the star pursuit step with all his might, resembling a meteor streaking through the night sky, arriving in an instant. He enveloped Murong Qiyun in his arms, his figure flickering as he darted into the secret passage like a swimming fish. Which scoundrel dares to escape? The Poison Master's expression darkened, and with a furious roar, he leaped into the dark passage after them. It's me, don't panic. Just circulate your true energy to suppress the poison. Su Chang'an whispered into Murong Qiyun's ear, while he shoved a detoxification pill into her mouth. Hearing his voice, Murong Qiyun relaxed slightly, closing her eyes to begin her breathing exercises. Su Chang'an moved like a nimble monkey, weaving effortlessly through the passage. Who is that boy, and why is he so familiar with the secret path? The Poison Master followed closely behind, astonishment growing within him, and his murderous intent intensified. The secret passage was the greatest secret of his master, a matter of immense importance. Whoever the opponent was, they must die. The two chased each other through the passage, gradually departing from the capital. After a stick of incense's time, they emerged in a desolate suburb. Su Chang'an was the first to surface from the tunnel. Ha ha ha. Boy, you actually ran out of the capital by yourself. It's as if you refused to take the path to heaven while rushing into the gates of hell. The Poison Master's figure followed, his bloodthirsty laughter echoing, his sinister eyes fixed on Su Chang'an. In a rage, he exclaimed, Su Chang'an, so it's you. Su Chang'an remained silent, merely setting Murong Qiyun down. Be careful. Murong Qiyun, weak and feeble, quickly grasped Su Chang'an's arm, her eyes opening in worry. Su Chang'an nodded. He then slowly drew his ink blade, pointing it at the Poison Master. His eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an overwhelming aura. You dare to kill me? The Poison Master was taken aback, but then comprehended, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. So, Su Chang'an had deliberately lured him out of the capital, intending to kill him. After all, fighting in the capital would attract too much attention. He was a dignified fourth-grade warrior, having mastered the art of poison. Even other fourth-grade warriors would avoid him. Su Chang'an, a mere third-grade warrior, actually dared to hunt him. By what right? Su Chang'an coldly declared. The poison that afflicted Princess Onping was your doing. Zhao Gang, Wang Yuan, and those disabled veterans were also poisoned by you, the very mastermind behind the poisoning case. Indeed, the poison master made no attempt to defend himself, nor did he care to. Su Chang'an inquired earnestly, "Who is your master behind the scenes? You ignorant brat, once you die, I will burn paper for you." The poison master bellowed, suddenly slamming a palm towards Su Chang'an. Azure green true energy surged forth from his body, taking the shape of a venomous snake. With a flick of its tail, it released a cloud of poisonous miasma around them. Su Chang'an's expression remained calm as he stood still, allowing the miasma to envelop him. Appearing indifferent, he swung his ink blade, unleashing a sharp blade aura that sliced through the air, obliterating the poison master's attack. Then, with a powerful step, he shot forth like a cannonball. The blade aura swirled around his ink blade, cleaving the green miasma in two as he executed a powerful strike aimed directly at the poison master's face. 100 Poison's Divine Palm. The poison master's face darkened as his hands, green like emeralds, pushed forward. Boom. Su Chang'an's body slightly lifted off the ground, executing a backflip to dissipate the force, landing steadily. The poison master staggered back 3 steps, his eyelids twitching, his gaze dark as water. He was feeling pressure from a mere third-grade warrior, primarily because the other showed no fear of his poison. Why are you immune to my poison? He could not help but question. The recent clash had left his ink blade entwined with a layer of azure green poison, transforming the entire blade into a jade hue. Any ordinary warrior would have been rendered lifeless by the poison, yet Su Chang'an remained completely unharmed. Your poison is too weak. Su Chang'an's words nearly shattered the poison master's composure. His pure yang Wajidi possessed the trait of being impervious to poisons, and the golden body technique further enhanced his resistance to toxins, making him a natural nemesis to the poison master. You seek death. The poison master's voice turned icy and hoarse, his heart filled with pent-up frustration. In his battles, others always cowered in fear of being poisoned. Encountering a freak like Su Chang'an only left him at a loss. He flipped his hands, producing 2 short daggers that danced like venomous snakes, lunging at Su Chang'an. It seemed he had abandoned the use of poison. Twin snakes emerged from their den. The poison master's daggers were swift and vicious, their angles treacherous, one aimed at Su Chang'an's upper body, the other targeting his lower half, making them hard to defend against. Su Chang'an, wielding his ink blade, faced him with calm composure. Even when the poison master utilized his martial energy to launch a surprise attack, Su Chang'an effortlessly countered with his own blade aura. Su Chang'an's eyes were deep and mysterious, having already discerned the poison master's techniques clearly. He even anticipated what the poison master intended to do next. To be honest, the poison master's martial prowess was solely reliant on his poison. He was lacking in other aspects. The daggers were merely a distraction. The true lethal move lurked behind, intending to catch me off guard. As expected, the poison master suddenly surged forward, opening his mouth to unleash. Swish, swish, swish. From his mouth and sleeves, azure green snakes shot forth. 7 Absolute Blade Technique. Su Chang'an's hand twitched gently, and the ink blade sliced through the air, instantly severing all 3 venomous snakes in half. Following the momentum, he raised the blade, transforming the ink blade into a streak of cold light that cleaved through the night sky. 7 blades unite. The poison master hastily attempted to block with his daggers. Boom. The violent blade aura shattered his protective true energy, the terrifying force overwhelming him. The poison master was sent flying, crashing into a large tree behind him. Ah, Su Chang'an, you have forced my hand. I refuse to believe you can withstand this poison. He appeared almost deranged, Su Chang'an's presence threatening to shatter his martial spirit. He harbored disbelief that his poison was utterly ineffective. He was resolute in proving his worth. To mutual destruction, then. With the invocation of the Wan Du Ji Ti, he unleashed his power. A resounding explosion followed. The anguished cries of the poison master reverberated through the air. His body swelled suddenly, muscles bulging, stature rising. His skin transformed into a vivid emerald hue, and his visage contorted, no longer resembling that of a human. Terrifying toxins billowed forth from him like smoke, with green gas erupting from his 7 orifices. Flora and trees, upon contact, dissolved into thick liquid. Death. Though he appeared cumbersome, his speed was astonishing, in mere strides. He lunged before Su Chang'an and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 43. Do you wish to take advantage of the heat? The noxious gas, green to the point of blackness, surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Su Chang'an. He furrowed his brow, the foul stench making him feel nauseous, and his heart tightened, realizing that this poison possessed a degree of potency. Su Chang'an dared not be careless. He steadied his feet, planting himself firmly in place. With a swift motion, he slashed the air with his ink blade, and with a crackle, the entire blade ignited in a fierce blaze. This was the fire of true energy, its temperature exceeding that of ordinary flames by more than double. The blade's aura intensified the flames, which danced like serpents, illuminating the entire night sky as Su Chang'an raised his ink blade high. Boom! The fiery serpents intercepted the poison user's fist, and with a powerful lash, struck the poison user's chest, nearly cleaving him in two. You. The poison user felt his strength waning. Gazing at the seemingly unfazed Su Chang'an, his composure shattered completely. No. How are you still unaffected? Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly. It is because your poison is weak. With a cough, the poison user spat out a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of death. Who is your master behind you? Su Chang'an fixed his gaze on the poison user, urgently pressing for answers. I won't tell you. His voice grew fainter, his pupils dilating, his complexion turning ashen. He had effectively poisoned himself. Here we go again. Does saying a word equate to death? Su Chang'an couldn't help but sigh internally. He regretted being illiterate before awakening his memories, knowing nothing of the history of Dechu or the intricacies of court politics. Otherwise, he would have been able to deduce much more information. What was known thus far? The Chu emperor was inept, obsessed with immortality, neglecting state affairs, and executing loyal subjects. Factions were rampant in the court, officials shielding one another, engaging in both overt and covert struggles. The rivers and lakes were rife with conflict, bandits roamed freely, and demonic sects ran amok. The common people had no recourse for grievances, forced to live like cattle, with tails tucked between their legs. The issues with the Haisha army and the demon clans were even more dire. It could be said that problems abounded, and anyone could potentially be a villain. Forget it, it was of no concern. In any case, I shall confront whatever comes my way. Should anyone dare to provoke me, they shall be eliminated. He hastened to Mu Rongshuiyun's side, only to find the situation dire. Although she had been diligently cultivating and regulating her energy, the toxins had not diminished. Instead, they had worsened. The third-grade detoxifying pill had become utterly ineffective. At this point, she was barely hanging on, her breath faint, her lips as pale as paper, with only half a life remaining. Despite Su Chang'an's seemingly effortless defeat of the poison user, this was only due to his full resistance to toxins. In reality, the poison user was incredibly formidable and terrifying. For instance, if Wu Wei were to engage the poison user, he would undoubtedly be laid low within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The poison user could incapacitate a large number of third-grade martial artists with just a touch of his poison. He was akin to a super biochemical weapon on the Xinwu continent, and ordinary people could only flee upon encountering him. Mu Rongshuiyun had only endured a single strike from him and was already in a life-threatening predicament. Su Chang'an, I am on the verge of death. Mu Rongshuiyun struggled to speak, her voice hoarse. May I ask you a question before I die? Go ahead, Su Chang'an replied, curious about what she could possibly inquire at such a moment. How did you cultivate? Why are you so powerful? Mu Rongshuiyun, ever the strong-willed, looked at him with eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. This is how diligent individuals are, Su Chang'an answered. Mu Rongshuiyun immediately became agitated, even mustering the strength to retort defiantly. Nonsense. You are not diligent at all. I know you visit the Jiafangxi almost every day. Su Chang'an cleared his throat. My efforts are simply different from others. Mu Rongshuiyun scoffed. Seeking women counts as effort? You see. You won't believe me even when I tell you. Su Chang'an, feeling helpless, spread his hands and continued. Well, it is what it is. I shall no longer pretend. In truth, my constitution is unique. If you agree to merge your true energy with mine, not only can it detoxify you, but it will also significantly enhance your strength. Truly, merge true energy? Mu Rongshuiyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Chang'an, fearing she had misheard him. You lecher. Still trying to take advantage? Anger flared within her, and she sat upright, her face flushed, chastising Su Chang'an. Had my body permitted it, I would have slapped you already. How blind I was not to see that you are this kind of person. No wonder you go to the Jiafangxi every day. Scum, degenerate. Hey. Why resort to personal attacks? I am not deceiving you. Su Chang'an quickly reassured her. You have seen for yourself that the poison user's toxins have no effect on me. It is due to my unique constitution. Otherwise, I would not have been able to contend with him. Wow, such a unique constitution. You must be the apple of every woman's eye, Mu Rong-Chiyun replied sarcastically, clearly still skeptical. Su Chang'an chuckled. One might say so. Therefore, you must keep this a secret, lest it attract the covetous eyes of female demons. Huh. Mu Rong-Chiyun rolled her eyes. Su Chang'an observed her intently, urging, will you or will you not? I can truly save you, and this is the only way. I can no longer move. I can only leave it to you to decide, Mu Rong-Chiyun replied, her expression one of resignation, though she insisted, but if you deceive me, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Having gained her consent, Su Chang'an wasted no time and immediately extended his hand. Chapter 44. The Chaotic Technique of Seizing the Heavens. Just a breath. Su Chang'an infused his true energy into Mu Rong-Chiyun's body, intertwining their energies as they flowed and merged within each other's forms. After an hour of cultivation, Mu Rong-Chiyun's injuries had completely healed, her complexion becoming rosy and radiant, exuding vitality. She resembled a verdant plant on the brink of death in the desert, suddenly revived by water, sparkling anew. Sitting cross-legged, she closed her eyes to regulate her breath. Following this session of cultivation, Su Chang'an's true energy had also reached its peak, totaling 100 strands, firmly placing him in the late stage of the qi refining period. Moreover, there was a significant overflow of spiritual power. Next, he only needed to transform the true energy within him into a specific attribute of the 5 elements to step into the 4th rank. With his experience in cultivating the flame blade, he had developed a profound understanding of the fire attribute, and he believed that he would soon reach this milestone. Most importantly, the goddess record had turned to the 3rd page. This page displayed the appearance of Mu Rong-Chiyun, successfully cataloging her as a beauty of unmatched elegance. Reward: Chaotic Technique of Seizing the Heavens. A technique, indeed? How fortuitous. Su Chang'an laughed with excitement. The martial arts from the 1st to the 3rd rank, refining strength, refining spirit, refining qi, are fundamentally a process of self-discovery, lacking specific techniques. However, upon reaching the 4th rank, the transformation of true energy into attributes significantly increases the demand for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, requiring a complementary cultivation technique. Initially, Su Chang'an had been troubled about which technique to choose. Now, it was perfectly resolved. Chaotic Technique of Seizing the Heavens, a divine martial technique, capable of cultivating to the 9th rank of Unity Realm, producing the most robust and domineering true energy, which at its zenith can transform into chaotic power, rendering one invincible among peers. Suddenly, he sensed a rich wave of spiritual energy emanating from beside him. Mu Rong-Chiyun resembled an insatiable abyss, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Her aura surged, vast martial true energy coalescing around her form, gradually transforming into a verdant hue. In an instant, a tempest arose, swirling around her. Much like Luo Shuixian, she had, through this dual cultivation, directly broken through to the 5th rank of the 5 qi realm. It is worth noting that the transformation of the 5 elemental attributes in the 5 qi realm does not follow a specific order. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth depends solely on individual inclination. Moments later, Mu Rong-Chiyun opened her eyes, her gaze radiating fierce brilliance, her inky hair dancing wildly, exuding an aura of divinity. However, when she faced Su Chang'an, her expression softened, a blend of gentleness and shyness washing over her. With her head bowed, she asked in a delicate voice, Chang'an, when do you plan to take me as your wife? Marry you? Su Chang'an was taken aback. In this lifetime, the thought of marriage had never crossed his mind. The goddess record still had so many pages left to turn. Moreover, it was merely a merging of true energies. There was no risk of pregnancy. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the bond created through their shared energies might be closer than that of ordinary couples. You don't want to take responsibility. Mu Rong-Chiyun's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with sorrow and resentment, akin to a forsaken maiden. Of course not. Su Chang'an quickly shook his head, explaining, right now, I only wish to cultivate and advance in martial arts. It's too early to discuss marriage. 10 years, let us say 10 years, and I will certainly marry you. Very well then. Mu Rong-Chiyun seemed somewhat satisfied with this explanation. She was still young, and a fourth-rank martial artist could live to be over 130. A decade was hardly a long wait. Subsequently, the two approached the corpse of the poison master and began to search his body. They discovered a dozen silver notes, totaling 18,000 taels. Without hesitation, Mirong handed all the silver notes to Su Chang'an. Then she opened an envelope. Upon reading the contents of the letter, her expression turned grave, laced with profound anger. Chang'an, look at this group of scoundrels. Su Chang'an took the letter from her hand, scanning it with keen eyes. The document detailed individuals who owed debts at a gambling house, many of whom were officials of the current dynasty. From high-ranking officials to guards of the Divine Martial Guard, they were all listed. It was evident that these individuals, burdened by enormous debts, would be manipulated by the Hongyun gambling house, vulnerable to betrayal at crucial moments. He inhaled deeply, his voice serious. The puppet masters behind the Hongyun gambling house aimed to use the gambling den to control a group of officials for their own ends. Chang'an, this person is my superior. Mirong Qian pointed to a name on the list, her voice icy. Xiao Shanjun, captain of the Divine Martial Guard. Su Chang'an understood. No wonder she was so furious. Morong Qiuyun continued. He has been pursuing me. When my cousin had his incident, I sought his assistance, but he proposed a condition. I had to submit to him first before he would act, which I refused. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chang'an's eyes. He had anticipated this backstory. It had puzzled him why, when her subordinate was in trouble, her superior did not step in, prompting her to seek help elsewhere. When Su Chang'an returned home, it was already late at night. A striking figure sat on a stone chair in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. I told you, your knights belong to me. How dare you disobey? Luo Shuixian's tone was displeased. Adorned in a sea blue silk gown embroidered with silver floral patterns, her neck slightly raised, embodying the pride of a swan, exuding the aura of a sovereign. The moonlight cascaded like water, stars twinkling as they fell upon her gown, and a gentle breeze passed, accentuating her noble, ethereal presence. Her nose twitched slightly, her gaze turning sharp, as if she had caught him in a transgression. You still carry the scent of another woman. I know you are anxious. But please, do not rush, Su Chang'an quickly reassured her. I went out this evening for your sake. For me? Luo Shuixian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Look at this. Su Chang'an laid out the blueprints of the underground tunnels of the capital before her. Then, he picked up the cup of water Luo Shuixian had been drinking and took a sip. I went to great lengths to obtain this. Luo Shuixian, surprisingly unbothered by Su Chang'an drinking from her glass, accepted the familiarity of their relationship. She cast a glance at the blueprints, her brows knitting together in a mixture of astonishment and fury as she exclaimed, How could the capital be breached beneath our very feet? On the night you were abducted, the entire city was under lockdown. Not even a mosquito could escape. By what means were you smuggled out of the city? Su Chang'an spoke softly, then pointed to a specific location, saying, Curiously, this tunnel is situated alarmingly close to the residence where you were held captive. Luo Shuixian closed her eyes, evidently striving to suppress her anger. After a moment, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Chang'an and remarked, You must have spent considerable time on this map. Do you truly wish for the Deputy Minister of Works to meet his demise? Coughing lightly, Su Chang'an replied, Primarily for the greater good of the Dechu kingdom, and to avenge the princess, while also seeking a modicum of personal retribution. Chapter 45. The 5 Elements Spiritual Objects. Let's explore the depths. Princess Omping smiled lightly and said, You are, after all, my tool. I shall indulge your wish. She was aware that Su Chang'an sought to use her hand to eliminate the Deputy Minister of Works, but she was more than willing to comply. After all, it was these very tunnels that had placed her in peril. Su Chang'an fulfilled his desire but felt no elation. Rather, he sensed his pride had been wounded. Damn tool, he thought. Just wait. I shall overturn the heavens. He then inquired, Your Highness, are you familiar with the 5 elements spiritual objects? Luo Shuixian raised an eyebrow, realizing that Su Chang'an had actually reached the late stage of the Qi refining realm, poised to break through to the 5 Qi realm at any moment. Spiritual objects are the roots of heaven and earth, each possessing extraordinary effects. And they are exceedingly rare. Luo Shuixian replied earnestly, If one possesses a spiritual object, not only can they better comprehend the attributes of true Qi, but they can also enhance their offensive abilities. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Is no one directly merging with the spiritual objects? He mused. What a fanciful notion. The energy of spiritual objects is volatile, Merging them into one's body is akin to courting death. Luo Shuixian cast a speechless glance at Su Chang'an and advised, "You are not even at the 5 Qi realm yet. It would be wise to temper your ambitions." Instead of anger, Su Chang'an felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the Hunyuan Duotian Gong was indeed formidable and unparalleled. This technique required Su Chang'an to seek out the 5 elements spiritual objects, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and merge them into the corresponding organs of his body. How powerful would he become? The mere thought excited him. Luo Shuixian, with a cool demeanor, remarked, "It is getting late. Do not waste time. I must return to the palace soon. Let us make a deal. Do not bind me again." Su Chang'an's words were cut short as a thick, long rope descended upon him. In a flurry, he found himself ensnared. Damnable woman. An hour later, as dawn broke, Luo Shuixian gracefully departed. Upon returning to her residence, her expression darkened. She felt a sense of foreboding as she gazed towards the pavilion in the courtyard. Inside the pavilion, a woman in a red dress lounged with her legs crossed, resting her chin on one hand, asleep. She was enchanting, her figure alluring, with a touch of cinnabar adorning her brow, resembling a slumbering beauty exuding irresistible charm. As if sensing something, she opened her beautiful eyes, lazily stretched, her form fully revealed. "Little Xianxian, have you spent the night away?" she drawled. "Huayang, if you dare intrude uninvited again, do not blame me for being impolite." Luo Shuixian said coldly. Huayang, the princess, seemingly paid no heed to her words. Over the years, she had teased Luo Shuixian from childhood, having heard countless variations of this warning. "Your little admirer has penned you another poem, quite eloquent, I must say. Truly enviable," Huayang teased, waving a piece of rice paper that had been laid out on the stone table. After she had snatched the last poem, Luo Shuixian had rewritten it, and even copied another poem that Su Chang'an had gifted her. In the land of Chu, there is a beauty, standing apart from the world. With a single glance, she topples cities. With another, she brings nations to their knees. Ignoring Luo Shuixian's increasingly darkening expression, Huayang continued to provoke. "Care to share with your sister what it feels like to be with a man?" Luo Shuixian could no longer contain herself. With a flick of her delicate hand, her sword was unsheathed in an instant. Golden true qi surged forth like a crescent moon, fierce and swift, charging towards the pavilion. Huayang chuckled lightly, one hand striking forth, unleashing crimson flames that scattered the crescent. In that moment, Luo Shuixian, agile as a rabbit, leaped into the pavilion. Her sword light shadowing her movements, directly aimed at Huayang. Huayang calmly extended 2 fingers, expertly pinching the sword's tip. However, the next moment, her expression shifted slightly, clearly underestimating Luo Shuixian's strength. She was compelled to retreat, then flicked her fingers to dislodge the sword. Flowing light sword shadow. Luo Shuixian pressed her advantage, golden true qi surging mightily, coalescing upon her sword, countless sword shadows enveloping Huayang, the brilliance nearly blinding. Crimson flame lotus. Huayang brought her hands together, as if in prayer, then slowly opened them. An otherworldly flame appeared, initially a budding flower that blocked countless sword shadows, then gradually unfolded like a blooming lotus. In an instant, a terrifying surge of true qi erupted, the flames roaring forth like a dragon, rushing towards Luo Shuixian. With a graceful leap, Luo Shuixian retreated lightly, her slender fingers gliding along her sword, raising it high. A giant golden sword shadow surged into the heavens. Flash! Her gaze was sharp as a blade, golden light radiated, her hair billowed, resembling a celestial maiden. With a decisive slash, the giant sword shadow cleaved through the fire dragon, landing upon the lotus. Boom! The lotus remained steadfast as a mountain, instead manifesting fireballs that rained down upon Luo Shuixian, leaving her somewhat flustered, necessitating her retreat. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems you have indeed made progress, but you still have a long way to go," Huayang observed, collecting the fire lotus with a nonchalant smile. "I shall take my spoils." She reclaimed the romantic poem from the pavilion, her footsteps light upon the ground, like a startled swan, soaring towards the horizon. Luo Shuixian watched her retreating figure, her eyes filled with irritation, but also a flicker of exhilaration. She was quite pleased with her recent performance. Huayang, for years her senior, was captivating and charming, while Luo Shuixian embodied a cold, aloof elegance. They both found each other intolerable. However, due to Huayang's age, She often dominated their encounters, particularly relishing in using martial prowess to belittle her. In the past, before Huayang, Luo Shuixian had not even a shred of opportunity to retaliate. Today, having caused her a small setback was unprecedented. Luo Shuixian licked her lips, her gaze aflame, feeling that her efforts during this time had not been in vain. Had it not been for the dawn, she would have been unable to resist seeking out Su Chang'an for a dual cultivation session. Meanwhile, Huayang alighted upon a rooftop, her brow furrowed in confusion. In just a month, my sister's strength has increased so dramatically? She pondered, unable to comprehend. Luo Shuixian clearly has a man. Should she not be neglecting her martial arts? How has she grown stronger instead? Having been sisters for 20 years, they understood each other thoroughly. Yet now, Huayang felt a sense of bewilderment towards Luo Shuixian. The answer likely lay with that man. She dismissed all possibilities, leaving only that enigmatic man. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in her eyes as she murmured to herself. Once Xiao Xianxian escapes her predicament, she will undoubtedly have a man by her side. Hence, her boyfriend is most likely the one who rescued her. A classic tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress. The thought that Luo Shuixian's prowess might surpass her own made Huayang feel somewhat unsettled. No, she must devise a plan to uncover the true nature of that man. Chapter 46. The Master of Settling Accounts, Operating in the Shadows. At this moment, Su Chang'an remains blissfully unaware that he has caught the attention of another princess. Early in the morning, he and Murong Qiuyun arrive at the Shenwu Guard's Grand Camp, making their way directly to the Qianhu office to find Wei Qinggong. Su Chang'an recounts the events of the previous night, albeit attributing all the credit to Murong Qiuyun, insisting that he merely played a supportive role. After all, it is quite remarkable to defeat a 4th-grade warrior with a 3rd-grade prowess, and he has no way to explain his immunity to poisons, which could potentially reveal his unique constitution. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Cheng Feng, as Wei Qinggong's deputy, stands by. Upon seeing the blueprints, he is left speechless, astonished by the extensive network of secret passages designed to evade spiritual perception. The quantity of Zhetian stones required for such an endeavor is staggering, and since each use of these stones must be logged, the sheer volume utilized would certainly have been recorded by the Ministry of Works. It should have been investigated long ago. Have you forgotten the 12 metals case from 3 years ago? Wei Qinggong's expression remains calm, his gaze profound. He states, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of War all stood up to accuse Bai Chong of conspiring to rebel, consuming 30,000 Zhetian stones, millions of taels of silver, and countless weapons. Yet to this day, none of these have been found, nor will they ever be. Are you implying that they fabricated reports? Cheng Feng's eyes widen in shock, unable to continue. Su Chang'an quickly grasps the implication. It seems his esteemed father-in-law is indeed a master of settling accounts. Not only was he falsely accused of rebellion 3 years prior, but countless grievances were also unjustly placed upon him. With this map of the tunnels, the charge of dereliction of duty against the Ministry of Works cannot be avoided. I shall immediately go to the palace to seek an audience, Wei Qinggong says with a serious demeanor. He continues, as for this list, it is wise not to alert the enemy. Su Chang'an and Murong Qiuyun, you are to carry out this task. Understood. Both Su Chang'an and Murong Qiuyun reply, clasping their hands in salute. You will discreetly investigate this group and gather as much evidence of their crimes as possible. When necessary, act decisively. Yes, sir. Owing debts to gambling houses is not considered a violation. Only concrete evidence of wrongdoing can justify an arrest. Murong Qiuyun, you have made significant contributions, and, as a 4th-grade warrior, I hereby promote you to Deputy 100-Man. Wei Qinggong hands the insignia of the 100-Man to Murong Qiuyun. Thank you, Qianhu Darren. Murong Qiuyun exclaims, elated as she accepts the insignia. Although the title includes deputy, her authority is scarcely inferior to that of a 100-Man. Once she breaks through to the 5th grade, she will automatically be promoted to 100-Man. By the way, Qianhu Darren, do you recognize this individual? Su Chang'an recalls an image he had unearthed long ago from Wang Yuan's residence. Wei Qinggong raises an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the figure. His name is Lu Mo, skilled in the arts of Qi Min Dun Jia and mechanical construction. His ancestors were responsible for the construction of Chuhuang City. 5 years ago, the emperor, in pursuit of longevity, requested him to build a platform for eternal life in Chuhuang City. Cheng Feng adds, since then, he has vanished without a trace. Su Chang'an keenly perceives the connections, his mind racing with unsettling thoughts. The excavation of the underground of the capital could not have been a mere fleeting endeavor. What if it began 5 years ago? To tunnel underground requires not only exceptional skills, but also an intimate familiarity with the capital, indicating that it is likely the handiwork of Lu Mo. Coincidentally, 5 years ago was when he was summoned by the Emperor to construct the platform for eternal life. Could these tunnels be related to the Emperor? What does the Haisha army seek from Lu Mo? He suddenly feels that the depths of Dechu's waters are exceedingly profound. A moment later, Wei Chenggong departs for the palace. Murong Qiuyun, linking her arm with Su Chang'an's, exits the Qianhu office. They converse and laugh along the way, her gaze toward him filled with tenderness. This scene creates quite a stir, leaving many of the Xinwu guards in disbelief. I must still be dreaming from last night. I cannot believe I witnessed the gentle demeanor of Murong Zongqi. How could the world suddenly turn upside down? Su Zongqi has managed to win over the icy Murong Qiuyun. This is simply illogical. Murong Qiuyun despises men who frequent the brothel, yet Su Chang'an practically resides there. A true romantic. This is what it means to be a romantic. Su Zongqi has silently accomplished something monumental. The Xinwu guard camp erupts in a flurry of excitement. The gazes directed at Su Chang'an are a mixture of admiration and envy. Some onlookers, like Fang Qingshan, Zhou Daji, and Lin Xiong, approach to congratulate him, playfully requesting wedding sweets. However, in the next moment, the crowd's demeanor shifts dramatically as their necks retract like startled mice, smiles vanishing as they retreat nervously. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man approaches with measured steps. Clad in garments adorned with black cloud patterns and silver auspicious clouds, he possesses a robust physique, thinly pressed lips, and a grim expression, his eyes cold and piercing. An aura of fury emanates from him, akin to a famished wolf, with a malevolence that is unmistakably palpable. He is none other than Murong Kun's superior, Xiao Shanjun, a seasoned 100-man of the Xinyu Guard. Murong Kun, who permitted you to bypass me and approach Qinhu Darren directly? His voice booms with fury. Murong Kun retorts coldly, I am the Zonki. Under special circumstances, I am entitled to approach Qinhu Darren without your approval. Xiao Shanjun's gaze sweeps over the hands clasped between Murong Kun and Su Chang'an, his jealousy distorting his features. He has invested considerable effort, employing both soft and hard tactics in his pursuit of Murong Kun, even resorting to servile behavior. Yet he has still failed to win her heart. Yet, Su Chang'an has emerged seemingly from nowhere, having known Murong Kun for only a brief time, and has already succeeded in his pursuit. He feels as if a heavy green hat has been placed upon his head, his murderous intent surging within. Su Chang'an, Murong Kun is my woman. Remove your filthy hands. Leave. Xiao Shanjun's eyes gleam like blades as he speaks with unyielding authority. Su Chang'an, of course, will not yield to him. He pulls Murong Qiuyun closer and declares, no, Murong Qiuyun is my woman. Seeking death. Xiao Shanjun roars, his cold eyes narrowing as he glares at Su Chang'an, a fierce light flashing forth, an invisible pressure descending upon Su Chang'an. Boom. Su Chang'an feels his consciousness quake as if struck by a heavy hammer, nearly shattering under the force. He stifles a groan, his body trembling as he stumbles back several steps. This is a mental assault, a silent yet potent suppression of the opponent through the power of the mind. The martial artist of Sanhua Jing has undergone a transformation of consciousness, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Had it not been for Su Chang'an cultivating the Ming Shinju to the second level, endowing him with a mind far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he would likely have had his consciousness shattered and reduced to a fool. How infuriating. That scoundrel Xiao Shanjun actually resorted to underhanded tactics, seeking to bring about my demise. Su Chang'an, filled with both astonishment and fury, felt a surge of murderous intent within, vowing to eliminate this foe and avenge today's grievances. Upon witnessing that Su Chang'an had withstood his mental assault, a glimmer of regret flickered in Xiao Shanjuan's eyes. He was undeterred, for even if he could not claim Su Chang'an's life, he would ensure that the latter suffered greatly. Chapter 47. Breakthrough through leverage. My superior is exceptionally powerful. You, a mere commander, should kneel and speak before me. Xiao Shanjun sneered, his foot slamming down towards Su Chang'an, an immense pressure akin to a mountain crashing down upon Su Chang'an's shoulders. Kneel? Who do you think you are? Su Chang'an gritted his teeth and roared, his stature growing ever more upright, embodying an indomitable spirit and unyielding pride. Flames of fierce determination blazed in his eyes as he met Xiao Shanjuan's gaze without fear, his heart brimming with resolve to fight to the bitter end. What do you intend to do, Xiao Shanjun? Murong Shiyun's delicate face turned icy as she sharply reprimanded, instantly unleashing her own formidable aura to contend with Xiao Shanjun. Fang Qingshan, Zhou Daji, and Tai Niu also stepped forward, their expressions fearless as they radiated their own energies to support Su Chang'an. Our Shenwu guards have no rule mandating that our superiors kneel. Xiao Shanjun, you bully the weak. When Lord Qianhu returns, we will certainly report you. Let us all rally to support Lord Su. Seeking death. Xiao Shanjuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, his aura surging even higher, drawing upon his internal true energy to manifest an invisible pressure. Boom. All but Su Chang'an were sent reeling back. Crack, crack, crack. Su Chang'an's eyes burned crimson, his leg bones nearly splintering, yet he stood tall and unwavering. His body had transformed into a bright bronze hue, the golden body technique pushed to its zenith, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Kneel before me. Xiao Shanjun pressed on, his power intensifying. The weight of the pressure bore down not only on his body but also on his psyche, as if he were a frail boat amidst a tumultuous sea. Yet, his will remained unyielding. I will not kneel. The Ming Shunju suddenly activated to its utmost potential, a moment of enlightenment for Su Chang'an. As a true man, he could not be swayed by wealth, nor could he be moved by poverty, nor would he bow to oppression. His gaze became piercing as he spoke aloud, his voice rolling like thunder, resonating in the void. It reached the ears of the Shenwu guards, igniting their fervor. Boom. At that moment, leveraging Xiao Shanjuan's pressure, Su Chang'an's vitality and spirit condensed to an apex, unexpectedly breaking through to the third layer of Ming Shenju, his consciousness soaring exponentially. The pressure exerted by Xiao Shanjun diminished significantly. A breakthrough in consciousness is often imperceptible to ordinary warriors, but Xiao Shanjun was no ordinary warrior. He felt as if he had consumed something foul, his discomfort almost overwhelming. Struggling to suppress his murderous intent, he could not restrain himself any longer. Even at the risk of punishment, he resolved to eliminate Su Chang'an. Slowly raising his hand, he prepared to strike Su Chang'an with a palm. Such principles as wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and might cannot intimidate. With a booming voice, a terrifying fist shadow surged forth, causing the very air to tremble as it rushed towards Xiao Shanjun. Xiao Shanjun had no choice but to withdraw, meeting the fist shadow with his palm. Yet, the fist shadow, relentless and overwhelming, shattered Xiao Shanjuan's technique and sent him flying. Xiao Shanjun, you are regressing with each passing day. Guoming approached, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Xiao Shanjun. Xiao Shanjun retorted coldly, Guoming, they have overstepped. What is wrong with me teaching them a lesson? Enough of your nonsense. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Guoming's eyes glimmered with clarity, his voice cold. He squinted, usually resembling a benevolent figure, yet now exuded a dangerous aura, fierce and domineering. To err is to acknowledge one's mistakes. To take a beating is to stand straight. Is it too much to receive 3 punches? As he spoke, his figure appeared suddenly before Xiao Shanjun, leaving behind a clear afterimage. Boom. He unleashed a punch, akin to a dragon's roar, deafening in its intensity. Xiao Shanjun struggled to defend himself, but was still forced back 3 steps. For the second punch, Guoming's entire arm was enveloped in flames, like a meteor descending from the heavens, swiftly plummeting. Though it seemed unremarkable, it sent shivers down Xiao Shanjuan's spine. He roared, his true energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth manifesting around him, while ethereal 3-flower images appeared above his head. The 5 energies and 3 flowers coalesced, signifying the full unleashing of his power. Boom. Yet, with Guoming's punch, the 5 elements of true energy disintegrated entirely, and the 3-flower images shattered like glass. Xiao Shanjun spewed blood, soaring through the air like a kite with severed strings, tracing a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. Lying there, he gazed at Guoming in disbelief, utterly horrified. Su Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment and joy, realizing Guoming's extraordinary strength. The third punch would undoubtedly kill you. I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, you shall not escape. Guoming's tone was indifferent, his murderous intent palpable as he waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Xiao Shanjun, silenced, fled like a beaten dog, tail between his legs. Thank you, Lord Gua, for your assistance, Su Chang'an expressed his gratitude. Guoming waved his hand. No need for such courtesy. You are my subordinate. His actions against you are a slap to my face. Of course, I had to intervene. Curious, Su Chang'an inquired, My lord, did you not practice swordsmanship? How come your fist techniques are so formidable? Who told you one can only master a single style? Guoming replied with a smile, imparting wisdom. Weapons are often favored by beginners for their capacity to enhance strength. However, neglecting fist techniques in favor of weapons alone will never lead one to the pinnacle. The essence of fist techniques lays the foundation. Mastery of fists transcends into swordsmanship. You might consider trying to conceal your edge within yourself and practice some fist techniques. Conceal my edge within? Su Chang'an nodded, somewhat enlightened. Deep down, he also yearned to master a form of martial arts. While weapons are powerful, they are ultimately external. Without them, one is akin to a toothless tiger, greatly diminished in combat efficacy. Practicing fist techniques would allow him to address his own shortcomings. Oh, and remember, a man's charm is not a flaw. But always prioritize honing your martial skills. Do not squander your talents. Guoming patted Su Chang'an's shoulder, giving him a knowing look that all men understand. Su Chang'an was left speechless. Why did everyone feel the need to counsel him on moderation? They did not comprehend that women only served to make him stronger. Guoming suddenly recalled something and remarked, In half a month, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Every year during this occasion, when Shengge hosts a poetry gathering, remember to oversee the security for the event. Overseeing security? Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat reluctant. He had no interest in attending a poetry gathering. On that day, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to commit a crime, so attending would merely be a waste of time. He would rather devote that time to cultivation. Guoming, perceiving his thoughts, burst into hearty laughter and exclaimed, This is quite a lucrative task. You will earn a ding-level merit. Subordinate obeys. Su Chang'an promptly accepted the order, knowing that even a moment's hesitation would be an insult to the ding-level merit. The prospect of earning merit through a simple task felt like a rewarding opportunity. Chapter 48. The Art of Nurturing the Blade, Victory and Defeat. After parting ways with Mu Rongqiuyun, Su Chang'an arrived at the Yanwan Hall. Xiao Wei, her face etched with concern, rushed over, scrutinizing him closely. Brother Su, are you all right? The other martial artists in the vicinity could not help but cast admiring glances at Su Chang'an, their faces reflecting respect as they offered him a salute. The Shaoshan army has been bullying the weak, and I must report this to my Lord Xinhu. Xiao Wei pouted angrily, resembling an irate pufferfish. Unable to resist, Su Chang'an playfully poked her puffed cheek. Wow, so bouncy. Brother Su, please don't do that. Xiao Wei, akin to a startled fawn, did not resist, but shyly closed her eyes. The nearby divine martial guards felt a mix of envy and frustration. This fellow already had Mu Rongqiuyun, yet he was still eyeing the exquisite flower of the Yanwan Hall. I wish to learn this technique as well. Su Chang'an returned to the matter at hand. Xiao Wei, assist me in selecting a boxing technique. He noticed that although Xiao Wei could not cultivate martial arts, for some unknown reason, her insights into martial paths were remarkably professional and extensive. Wonderful. Boxing is the root of all techniques. First, forge the soul of the fist, and all weapons will be accessible. I was just thinking of advising Brother Su to practice boxing, Xiao Wei said with a hint of excitement as she produced a list. I suggest you choose from these boxing techniques. She described each martial skill in detail, outlining their strengths and weaknesses as if she were reciting treasured knowledge. Su Chang'an did not deliberate for long and promptly chose the Da Li Jin Gang Quan. He preferred a forceful approach, and with the Jin Shin Ju enhancing his physical prowess, it was the perfect choice for breaking through myriad techniques. Upon seeing his selection, Xiao Wei further suggested, Brother Su, having cultivated blade energy, it would be a pity to set aside the blade technique. Let me present you with the Yang Dao Ju. The Yang Dao Ju is a secret art, devoid of rank, yet comparable to heavenly grades. It enhances alongside the practitioner's strength. However, the entry barrier is exceptionally high, requiring the comprehension of blade energy for cultivation. Its essence lies in refraining from drawing the blade, accumulating and nurturing blade energy. Once drawn, it unleashes a powerful force, akin to a dragon breaking through the depths, creating a tremendous impact. It is tailor-made for Su Chang'an. Xiao Wei, you have worked hard. Su Chang'an was not naive enough to think this was mere coincidence. Clearly, This young lady had meticulously crafted a martial arts plan for him at some point unbeknownst to him. With the multitude of martial techniques in the Wu Ji Pavilion, finding one suitable for oneself is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Wei had assisted him in filtering through martial arts more than once. This was indeed an exceedingly tedious task. Su Chang'an felt deeply grateful for her kindness, and, as if performing a magic trick, pulled a book from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Wei. Here, this is for you. What is this? Xiao Wei took it curiously, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is a new storybook by Yiming? But it isn't even in the bookstore yet. I am like a close brother to Yiming. You will get to read his storybooks in advance from now on." Su Chang'an winked at her with a smile. "That's amazing. You are truly impressive." Xiao Wei's face broke into a delighted smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Moments later, Su Chang'an returned home with the Da Li Jin Gang Quan and Yang Daoju. "Shaoshan army, just wait." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Chang'an's eyes. This person had attacked him twice. The first time, he used divine consciousness as an attack. Had it not been for Su Chang'an's practice of the Ming Shinju, he would have been rendered an idiot. The second time, he attempted to force him to kneel using true energy pressure, trampling on his dignity. The mere thought of this enmity ignited Su Chang'an's fury, robbing him of restful sleep. Subsequently, he adjusted his mindset and opened the Yang Dao Ju. With the heart as the furnace, intent as the fire, and blade energy as sustenance, he contained the blade's sharpness within its sheath, akin to a hidden dragon in the deep, with turbulent undercurrents. If not for a sudden outburst, it would be astonishing. Su Chang'an carefully contemplated the essence of the technique, then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged with the ink blade resting across his legs. He began to cultivate according to the specified method. An hour later, he opened his eyes, unable to suppress his astonishment at the wonders of the Yang Dao Ju. His true energy and blade energy had already merged with the ink blade, flowing like veins within it, making the ink blade a part of his body. At this moment, even the slightest texture on the ink blade was crystal clear to Su Chang'an. He then turned to the Da Li Jin Gang Quan and began practicing the boxing technique. Having previously instructed his subordinates, he was familiar with various boxing techniques. So his progress in cultivating the Da Li Jin Gang Quan was exceptionally swift. That very day, he managed to reach the entry level of the Da Li Jin Gang Quan. A day later, he achieved minor success. After 5 days, he reached significant mastery. On this day, a letter arrived in Su Chang'an's hands, interrupting his training. The letter was from Tang Nuo. "Brother Chang'an, it has been so long since you last came to see me. Have you forgotten about me? Master says I must break through to the 4th rank before I can go out. I'm so bored. If you bring me braised pork, boiled fish, egg-fried rice, and fish-flavored shredded pork, I might just forgive you." After reading the letter, Su Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. He nearly forgot. The fish he raised in his pond was waiting to be fed. Just as he was planning to break through to the 4th rank, he still needed a heart-protecting pill, which required a visit to the Shundan Tower. He immediately stepped out, heading to the market to purchase ingredients. Then, he entered the kitchen and executed a series of vigorous operations, producing exquisite and delicious dishes one after another. Afterward, he carried the freshly prepared meal toward the Shundan Tower. As he walked down a bustling street, he noticed throngs of people gathered on both sides, excitedly pointing at a group of prisoners being escorted not far away. Su Chang'an raised his eyes and, upon seeing the scene, broke into a grin, making his way over. "We have seen you, Lord Su." Some members of the Divine Martial Guards responsible for the escorting greeted him respectfully. Upon hearing the name Su Darren, one of the prisoners instinctively raised his head, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on Su Chang'an, disheveled and unkempt. With hair resembling tangled grass, and his hands and feet shackled, he stood in stark contrast to his former exalted position. He was none other than the esteemed Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, Guasaida. Silence enveloped the two, yet the womenfolk accompanying Guasaida spontaneously knelt before Su Chang'an, fervently presenting themselves. "Su Darren, I am the elder sister of Guasu. My father and brother have offended you, and I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden, if only you would temper your ire. Su Darren, I am Guasu's younger sister, still untouched by man. I vow to serve you diligently. Will you spare me? Su Darren, I am Guasu's mother." Guasaida's complexion turned a deep shade of liver. His body trembled as he humiliatedly closed his eyes. Su Chang'an did not seek to shame them. Instead, he felt a sudden wave of disinterest and chose to depart. Although he had vanquished a formidable foe, he did not allow himself to revel in triumph. Rather, He took it as a cautionary tale. He understood that the intricacies of the capital's underground affairs were far from simple, and Guasaida was merely a scapegoat thrust into the limelight. In the struggle between victors and vanquished, this was the way of the world. Lacking strength would lead to becoming a discarded pawn. Su Chang'an silently clenched his fists, and in that moment, his yearning for power intensified. Chapter 49. Feeding. In the name of the glutton, the Xindan Tower is situated on the outskirts of Chuhuang City. This 7-story tower stands as one of the city's prominent landmarks. In front of the tower lies a vast trading plaza, primarily bustling with transactions of elixirs and spirit herbs. At this moment, an unusual excitement fills the air. A steady stream of food deliveries is arriving at the square, with several cooking stations being set up. As numerous individuals ignite fires to prepare meals on the spot. At the forefront of the crowd, 3 young gentlemen adorned in lavish garments and holding folding fans stand prominently in the plaza. One of them boasts, "My esteemed master is Wang Chong, son of the Anyuan Marquis, who has specially sourced 2 icy white fish from the far northern reaches of Dazhou. These fish can be made into sashimi for immediate consumption with a delicate texture, intended for Miss Tang to savor." Beside him, another young gentleman's attendant eagerly interjects, "My master is Su Ke, son of the Minister of Justice, who has bravely ventured into the Wanyao forest to procure an array of unique fruits, renowned for their exquisite taste and sweetness, solely to elicit a smile from Miss Tang." A third attendant chimes in, "My master is Luo Beicheng, heir of the Chengwang, who has summoned the most renowned chefs from Shiliang, Xinjiang, and Yunzhou to prepare the most distinctive delicacies from their respective nations for Miss Tang." The 3 young gentlemen exchange glances, their eyes sparkling with competitive fervor. More individuals arrive bearing culinary delights for Miss Tang. How many batches have come already? The aromas wafting through the air are indeed enticing, yet Miss Tang seems utterly indifferent to them. Today a spectacle is truly grand, with the sons of the Anyuan Marquis, the Minister of Justice, and the Chengwang all present. The delicacies they present must be exceedingly rare, as they have never even been heard of before. This is a glimpse into the world of the elite. The onlookers, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, engage in animated discussions. At this moment, Su Chang'an strides directly toward the Xindan Tower, taken aback by the unfolding scene. How has the tower transformed into a street of culinary delights? "Young man, are you here to deliver food to Miss Tang as well?" A portly chef, deftly tossing ingredients in a pan, inquires, flames erupting from the pot in a display of skill. Su Chang'an raises an eyebrow, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that you all, indeed, who in the capital is unaware that Miss Tang is a glutton? The chef continues. Word has it that Miss Tang's appetite has waned recently, struggling to find something to satisfy her cravings. Consequently, everyone has hurried here, showcasing their culinary talents in hopes of winning her favor. Another slender chef chimes in. Miss Tang not only possesses a high status and exceptional talent, but is also strikingly beautiful. The key is that she is rather naive. Ahem, I meant innocent. Many affluent young masters are eager to gain her affection. That is certainly true. Whoever marries Miss Tang will undoubtedly save themselves from countless hardships. The portly chef muses wistfully. Ah, I see. Su Chang'an nods in realization, then kindly advises, you might as well return, for your dishes will not impress her. She won't give a second thought to your offerings. As a representative from Earth, hailing from the culinary capital of the East, he feels an exceptional confidence in this food desert of the Xinwu continent. What? You insolent brat. One of the chefs retorts, though you appear handsome, it seems you are merely a master of empty words. Let's see what you have brought. Oh, just a simple lunchbox? Young man, I suggest you go back. Miss Tang has discerning tastes. You should keep your lunchbox for yourself. While we understand your intentions to please her, you must also act within your limits. Su Chang'an's words ignite a wave of indignation among the surrounding chefs, who begin to shout in protest. He sighs and reveals, let me be honest with you all. It is because Miss Tang has tasted the delicacies I prepared for her that she now finds it hard to eat anything else. At this declaration, laughter erupts around him. Ha ha ha, so we have a dreamer among us. Silence. Do you think you can address her so casually? Return from whence you came, and perhaps seek some sense before you return. Su Chang'an, feeling helpless, realizes that speaking the truth has rendered him disbelieved. Wang Chong furrows his brow, having noticed Su Chang'an as well, and cannot help but inquire, who is that fellow, making such bold claims? He seems somewhat familiar. Luo Beicheng ponders but cannot recall a name, adding, He must be just a minor character. Su Ke sneers and commands, "Find out about him. How dare he act so brazenly before me? Let us prepare him a devastation package." At once, his subordinate promptly acknowledges. Suddenly, a commotion arises within the crowd. "Look, it's Miss Tang. She has emerged. After several days, this is her first appearance. Could it be that her appetite has been piqued by the food? Surely she is drawn to those three affluent young masters, given the rarity of such delicacies in the capital." Before long, Tang Nyanyo appears, donned in a pale yellow short coat paired with a moon-white pleated skirt, a jade-green pouch slung at her waist, and soft deerskin boots adorning her feet. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skips joyfully forward. As she walks, her delicate nose flares slightly, reminiscent of a foraging little bird. "Is Brother Chang'an here? I can smell his cooking." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes brighten. The three noble young masters quickly adjust their attire, fanning themselves with their folding fans, adopting the demeanor of refined gentlemen. "Here she comes. Miss Tang is approaching me. She must be intrigued by my icy white fish," Wang Chong thinks, elated. Su Ke smirks slightly. "Nonsense. Miss Tang is clearly looking at me. These fruits from the Wanyao forest are something she has yet to taste." Luo Beiqing urges the chefs from various nations to hasten their cooking. Clop, clop. She is drawing nearer. The sound of Tang Nuonyuo's lively footsteps becomes audible. The three young masters' faces flush. Their hearts race, and they hold their breath, lost in reverie. Tang Nyanyo, a direct disciple of the Shindan Tower's master, possesses unparalleled alchemical talent and unmatched beauty. To be united with such a woman would not only bring personal delight, but elevate their family status as well. "Miss Tang." The three nearly utter in unison, bowing in unison. However, Tang Nyanyo does not even glance in their direction, treating them as though they were invisible, and walks right past them. It is truly unexpected that they are not seeking out those three second-generation individuals. Could it be that they are indeed coming for me? The other chefs immediately became animated with thoughts. "Brother Su Chang'an, you have finally come to see me." Under the gaze of everyone present, Tang Nuonyuo suddenly quickened her pace and flung herself into Su Chang'an's embrace. To be precise, she landed upon the lunchbox nestled in his arms. Just a whiff of the aroma was enough for her to discern the delectable dishes within. With joy, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's my favorite: braised pork, poached fish, egg fried rice, and shredded pork in garlic sauce. Let us eat, let us eat." She clutched the lunchbox tightly, her mouth watering with delight, as she radiated happiness like a child. Chapter 50. Heart-protecting pill. "Brother Chang'an, hurry, hurry. I am famished." Tang Nuonyuo eagerly tugged at Su Chang'an, impatient to enter the Shundan Tower. The crowd around them was collectively frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Did he really speak the truth? What dish could he have prepared to evoke such a reaction from Miss Tang? It seemed there was boiled fish. What kind of fish was it? I thought he was boasting. But it turns out he is genuinely impressive. The jesters were, in fact, ourselves. The expressions of the three noble young masters darkened like water. It was unacceptable for them to be overshadowed by a mere country bumpkin. Suddenly, Luo Beiqing raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Brother Chang'an? Su Chang'an? Is he truly Su Chang'an?" "What? Su Chang'an? So he is indeed Su Chang'an." Wang Chong and Su Ke were equally astonished. Guisu, who was part of their clique of wealthy children, had already met his downfall at the hands of Su Chang'an, while his father, the Minister of Works, was raided today. Such a dismal fate seemed to have begun the moment Guisu offended Su Chang'an. This individual was somewhat sinister. Their elders had warned them to avoid conflict with him at all costs. Yet, as Su Chang'an and Tang Nuonyuo were about to enter Shindan Tower, Su Ke could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Miss Tang, please hear me out." "What?" Tang Nuonyuo inquired, curious. Su Ke asserted with righteous indignation, "Su Chang'an is a lecherous man of low character. Not only does he keep the courtesan from the Bureau of Music, but he also associates with Murong Qiuyun of the Divine Martial Guard. Now he seeks to entice you. Miss Tang, do not be deceived by him." Tang Nuonyuo tilted her head in contemplation. The fact that so many young women were fond of him seemed to indicate that Brother Chang'an was quite remarkable and desirable, did it not? "This, Miss Tang." Su Ke was rendered speechless. "You are exceedingly bothersome and a waste of time." Tang Nuonyuo impatiently interrupted, pulling Su Chang'an into the Shundan Tower. Food left to sit too long could affect its flavor. She could not bear to delay even a second longer. Outside the tower, Su Ke's subordinate timidly inquired, "Young master, Shall we still arrange a complete destruction package for Su Chang'an? Su Ke, stifling his anger, cursed, arrange it for your mother. Let him revel in his triumph a while longer. A mere country bumpkin without any backing will soon learn the consequences of offending us nobles. Tang Nuonyuo led Su Chang'an to her boudoir. Contrary to Su Chang'an's expectations, the room was simple and austere, resembling a hermit's chamber, devoid of any feminine charm. Apart from a bed, an alchemical furnace, and a set of tables and chairs, the floor was littered with scattered books. Su Chang'an could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Tang Nuonyuo, imagining how dreary her childhood must have been. The rough men of Shundan Tower clearly lacked the ability to nurture a child, failing to provide Tang Nuonyuo with a proper upbringing. Yet, she had transformed into a hearty eater, carefree and voraciously consuming her meal. "Ah, this is delightful, absolutely delightful," she exclaimed, swiftly finishing a portion meant for 3. Content, she reclined and patted her round little belly, smiling broadly. Then, suddenly serious, she said, "Brother Chang'an, you've made my belly grow. You must take responsibility." Cough, cough, cough. Su Chang'an was left in a cold sweat, speechless. "Nuonyuo, do not say such things casually. They can easily lead to misunderstandings." Tang Nuonyuo replied sweetly, "But it is true. You have spoiled my taste. I have no appetite for anything else. If you were to pursue me, my chances of agreeing would be significantly higher." "All right, I understand," Su Chang'an chuckled, finding the little girl adorably silly. Although she attempted to embody a woman's modesty, her words inadvertently revealed her true nature. Tang Nuonyuo beamed. "To court a girl, one must take her shopping. Will Brother Chang'an accompany me?" Su Chang'an smiled. "Of course, today would be perfect." "Yay, wonderful. Come, let us explore Shundan Tower," Tang Nuonyuo exclaimed, pulling Su Chang'an toward the bustling marketplace of the tower. Despite its unique status, unlike the desolate Chu Emperor city, Shundan Tower was vibrant and lively. Surrounding it were 3 streets and 4 markets, each bustling with throngs of people. This was due to Shundan Tower being the largest producer of elixirs in the capital. Those wishing to purchase elixirs and trade in spiritual herbs flocked to Shundan Tower, and over time, the market evolved, branching out into various trades, gradually achieving its current scale. Tang Nuonyuo was already quite familiar with these markets, akin to visiting her own home. However, today felt especially joyous, perhaps due to Su Chang'an's presence. Suddenly, an enticing stall caught their attention. The crowd surrounding it was immense, with layers of people, and cheers could be heard intermittently. Tang Nuonyuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Chang'an, weren't you looking for the heart-protecting pill? It's right ahead." With that, she dragged Su Chang'an into the throng. Come, come, come. It's a fire control game for 50 taels per try. Take a chance, and you might turn 50 taels into 5,000. The stall owner was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, clad in a dark robe, adorned with white jade at his waist, exuding an air of sophistication. Beside the stall stood a sign detailing the game's rules. The price was 50 taels per attempt. Anyone who could pass the stall owner's fire control test could choose any item from the stall. All were exceptional goods: heart-protecting pills, kidney-protecting pills, barrier-breaking grass, spirit heart liquid. Su Chang'an's expression turned peculiar. To him, this stall was tantamount to a blatant sign reading heart-protecting pill, free. "Second senior brother, are you deceiving again?" Tang Nuonyuo's sudden comment threw the stall owner off guard. He quickly gestured, "Little junior sister, do not speak out of turn. This is a mutual agreement. How can it be called a deception?" "Indeed, Miss Tang, your senior brother is conducting legitimate business. We are all witnesses," echoed the bystanders. "Exactly, it is merely those individuals lacking skill. How difficult can this fire control be? Not a single one has succeeded. Miss Tang, why not give it a try? You might just succeed and make your senior brother splurge." The surrounding crowd chimed in, all supporting the stall owner. The stall owner grinned, enticingly suggesting, "Little junior sister, why not give it a go? I assure you I will lower the difficulty." "Shinqing, you are truly outrageous. Even attempting to swindle the junior sister's money. Allow me to take charge." A young man squeezed forward, speaking with a smile. Third senior brother, Tang Nuonyuo, immediately sweetly called out, "Do not be anxious, junior sister. With your talent, in less than 2 years, you will undoubtedly master the intricate control of fire." The youth affectionately nodded at Tang Nuonyuo. "Lin Yundan sure has come again. If I recall correctly, this marks the 8th time Lin Yundan sure has challenged, and each time has ended in failure." "You are clearly mistaken. I know of at least 9 attempts. Lin Yundan sure is a 4th-grade alchemist. yet cannot succeed? The ability to control fire does not necessarily correlate with the grade of an alchemist. Among the crowd, there were several ardent fans, evidently frequent visitors to this stall, who spoke with great authority. The high grade of an alchemist merely indicates their ability to wield flames of higher temperatures, as higher-grade elixirs require elevated heat for their concoction. Conversely, controlling fire refers to the precise regulation of the flame's temperature, which demands exceptional skill and must be executed without the slightest error. If one can master the art of fire control, the success rate of alchemy would reach, if not 100%, certainly 90%. However, in reality, the success rate of alchemy in the Shunwu continent is merely 40%. As the grade of the elixir increases, the range of temperature fluctuations widens, resulting in an even lower success rate. Third junior brother, once more you come to enrich my coffers. Shenqing unabashedly expressed his delight, viewing Lin Yun as a veritable source of wealth. Lin Yun snorted dismissively. Enough of the trivialities, let us commence. Today I shall reclaim all the silver I have lost. Very well, the first temperature is 50 degrees. Please begin your performance. Shenqing gestured invitingly. Lin Yun extended his palm, channeling his true energy, and a flame leapt forth from his hand. The flame landed upon the measuring compass prepared by Shenqing, which immediately registered the temperature. Precisely 50 degrees. 500 degrees. Shenqing called out. Lin Yun infused his true energy into the flame. Its size remained unchanged, yet the surrounding air grew intensely hot, and the compass needle surged to 500 degrees. Excellent. The crowd erupted in applause. Shenqing continued, 900 degrees. Lin Yun smiled slightly and again augmented his true energy, precisely stabilizing the temperature at 900 degrees. The fourth, 1050 degrees. Lin Yun paused for a moment, seemingly seeking the right sensation, and then began to adjust the flame, achieving it with perfect accuracy. He declared triumphantly, second senior brother, with just one more attempt, victory shall be mine. Let us try this, 330 degrees. Shenqing showed no sign of worry. This time, Lin Yun took a deep breath, adjusting for a considerable duration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and cautiously calibrated his true energy. Yet, the compass displayed a temperature of 420 degrees. The spectators felt a pang of disappointment on his behalf. So close, just a fraction away, Lin Yun Danshi. Lin Yun Danshi is already quite remarkable. Transitioning from over 1,000 degrees down to 330 degrees is indeed a formidable challenge. The temperature of flames is intangible and imperceptible, relying solely on one's instincts, making it exceedingly difficult to master. Hence the difficulty is often spoken of. Third junior brother, you are still plagued by the same issue. Once the temperature drops below 400 degrees, you lose your grip. More practice is needed. Shenqing gleefully accepted Lin Yun's 50 taels of silver. He then shifted his focus to Tang Nuanua, smilingly asking, Junior sister, would you care to give it a try? Consider it a test of your fire control skills. I would rather buy more delicious food than attempt something I cannot achieve with 50 taels, Tang Nuanua replied, shaking her head vigorously. She then recommended Su Chang'an, saying, however, Brother Chang'an can. Su Chang'an stepped forward accordingly. The Hu Xian Dan is a rare commodity, retailing at nearly 10,000 taels, and often unavailable for purchase. To acquire it for free would be nothing short of a boon. Shenqing curiously inquired, Brother Chang'an, what is your relationship? We are good friends. Brother Chang'an has yet to pursue me, Tang Nuanua candidly stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present darkened. Only the naive Tang Nuanua would hold such a belief. Any rational person could see that she was already half smitten. Shenqing and Lin Yun's gazes towards Su Chang and turned decidedly unfriendly. Tang Nuanua, being the cherished darling of the Shun Dan Tower, was highly valued by all. The thought of her being swayed by this brash young man was intolerable. Lin Yun whispered to Shenqing, it's up to you now. Make sure to give him a hard time. Rest assured, watch my performance. Shenqing gave him an affirmative look and then coldly addressed Su Chang'an, 50 taels, please pay up front. Su Chang'an complied, handing over the money. First challenge, 500 degrees. Shenqing announced without hesitation. Chapter 51. The princess approaches. Huayang stealthily followed as Su Chang'an drew his ink blade, slicing through the air to conjure a magnificent arc of flame. This spectacle was both breathtaking and awe-inspiring, yet it sparked a myriad of discussions among onlookers. Clearly, he required a blade to summon fire, indicating that he had yet to attain the fourth tier. Mastery of profound martial techniques was essential. To accomplish such a feat at the third tier was already a mark of genius. He couldn't possibly be an alchemist, could he? How could he wield fire? It was understandable for a young man to seek attention before a beautiful woman, especially with Miss Tang so favorably inclined towards him. He must fail, lest he diminish his standing in her eyes. My dear fellow, I truly appreciate your perspective. The flame conjured by Su Chang'an precisely landed on the compass, with a temperature reaching an astonishing 500 degrees. Xinqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing this young man possessed considerable skill. He then posed the challenge, 430 degrees. Su Chang'an's expression remained unchanged as he summoned his true energy, effortlessly lowering the flame's temperature to exactly 430 degrees. 850 degrees. Xinqing's demeanor became serious, continuing his challenge. Immediately, the compass registered 850 degrees. Xinqing's expression darkened as he declared, 30 degrees. As soon as his words left his lips, the temperature of the flame transformed to 30 degrees. When he abruptly looked up at Su Chang'an, his eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Yun mirrored his wide-eyed disbelief, while those surrounding them gasped in shock. It was evident that Xinqing was intentionally trying to stump Su Chang'an. The fluctuations in the flame's temperature were erratic and challenging, far more complex than what Lin Yun had faced. However, Su Chang'an not only met every challenge, but did so without a moment's pause. His responses were swift, accurate, and precise. 1001 degree. Xinqing inhaled deeply, realizing he was being unreasonable. Achieving precision to the single digit under such high temperatures was a formidable challenge. Yet, when he glanced at the compass, his pupils constricted in disbelief. The reading was indeed 1001 degrees. He succeeded. That young man actually succeeded. I feel somewhat unwell. He has outshone me. What extraordinary fire control. It's almost unfathomable. If he were to pursue alchemy, he would find it exceedingly difficult to fail. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He must be a plant hired by the stall owner. I would rather believe the compass is broken. A clamor arose among the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces. Yet, only Tang Nuonyuo was unfazed, her faith in Su Chang'an unwavering. Xinqing asked gravely, "Junior sister, who exactly is he?" "I am Su Chang'an," Su Chang'an replied with a respectful bow. Lin Yun gasped, "Su Chang'an? The one who rescued Princess Anping, the Grand Commander of the Divine Martial Guard?" "Indeed," Su Chang'an affirmed with a nod. Lin Yun stood in stunned silence. "Why aren't you serving in the Divine Martial Guard? And instead dabbling in alchemy?" "Hee, that is undoubtedly due to my excellent teaching," spanning several days, Tang Nuonyuo proudly proclaimed. "You taught him? And only for a few days?" Lin Yun could hardly contain his disbelief, feeling the weight of the world's malice. Is hard work truly worthless in the face of talent? Tang Nuonyuo exclaimed excitedly. "Second senior brother, a bet is a bet. It's time for you to fulfill your end. I am your true senior brother. Are you pleased to see me lose?" Xinqing couldn't help but ask. "Your loss saddens me," Tang Nuonyuo replied, providing Xinqing with a modicum of comfort, but then added, "However, I am even happier that Brother Chang'an won." Xinqing felt a pang in his heart, regretting his inquiry, and turned to Su Chang'an with an air of irritation. "What do you desire?" Su Chang'an replied, "A Huxin Dan. The heart belongs to fire, and the flame's true energy will return to the heart. Hence, I require a Huxin Dan." Xinqing nodded, not hesitating, and retrieved a Huxin Dan to hand to Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an smiled slightly. "Thank you." He then spent a little more time with Tang Nuonyuo until nightfall, before finally returning home. "Brother Chang'an, today has been my happiest day," Tang Nuonyuo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling like stars, brimming with joy and reluctance. Standing beneath the night lantern, her soft hair danced in the breeze, the light casting a gentle glow on her rounded cheeks, her long lashes fluttering adorably. Su Chang'an wrapped an arm around her. Tang Nuonyuo reminded, "Brother Chang'an, you have yet to pursue me. You cannot embrace me." Su Chang'an responded, "Nuonyuo, consider this in advance. Once I have won your heart, I shall repay you." "Oh, that makes sense." Upon returning home, a familiar scent enveloped him, delicate as plum blossoms. Su Chang'an recognized that Luo Shuixian had arrived again. Standing resolutely, he addressed her, "Princess, do not hide. If you desire something, come forth." Having come to terms with his circumstances, he resolved to embrace it, knowing he had nothing to lose. Once he achieved the fourth tier, he would exact a fitting revenge. This could be seen as enduring humiliation for future gain. Suddenly, a white silk ribbon ensnared Su Chang'an, pulling him into the room. Under the deep night sky, neither Su Chang'an nor Luo Shuixian noticed a crimson figure silently appearing on the rooftop. The eyebrows of Huayang Princess furrowed in confusion. She had guessed correctly, yet something felt amiss. The relationship between Luo Shuixian and Su Chang'an did not seem to align with conventional norms. To uncover the truth, she stealthily descended from the rooftop and peered through the door's crack. Upon witnessing the scene within, her pupils dilated in shock, her body trembling violently. There sat Luo Shuixian, having bound Su Chang'an, channeling her spiritual energy through him, utilizing him as a conduit. How could the little fairy be so audacious? How could she be so reckless? The Huayang princess gasped, unable to believe her eyes. Perplexed as to why Luo Shuixian would act in such a manner. They had already progressed to intertwining their energies, and why bind him? It was utterly excessive. Despite her thoughts, she remained wide-eyed, observing intently. Gradually, her breath quickened, and her face flushed. An hour passed quietly. Why hasn't he ended yet? Princess Huayang felt a surge of warmth within her, profoundly astonished. At long last, after a fleeting moment, tranquility returned. Luo Shuixian sat cross-legged upon the bed, an air of languor enveloping her features. Without pausing to reminisce, she commenced the absorption of the energy coursing through her body. Surrounding her, torrents of true qi swirled forth. First, a dazzling golden radiance erupted, and amidst the golden hue, a faint azure luminescence flickered in and out of view. This ethereal glow enveloped her exquisite visage, pure as a celestial being beneath the moonlight. The azure true qi gradually solidified, transforming into flowing waves, as if endowed with life, gracefully dancing around her in a most extraordinary manner. Water attribute true qi. The little fairy was on the verge of comprehending a second attribute. Witnessing this spectacle, Princess Huayang felt an overwhelming pressure rise within her. Luo Shuixian was nearly catching up to her. Chapter 52. Entering the fourth rank, the Full Moon Festival. How could this be? Is it possible that the convergence of spiritual energy enhances one's cultivation? The Princess of Huayang pondered, engaging in a dialogue with herself, clearly dismissing the notion. The issue must lie with Su Chang'an. Could he be akin to a human-shaped elixir? Should I also attempt it? She felt a restless itch, yearning to rush in and investigate. Moments later, Luo Shuixian concluded her meditation, donned her attire, and transformed back into the aloof and regal princess. The Huayang princess quickly concealed herself, soon witnessing Luo Shuixian exit the chamber, ascending into the sky. Observing the room, Huayang's gaze flickered. After a moment of inner conflict, she forcefully suppressed her impulse to delve deeper into Su Chang'an's secrets and similarly turned to leave. Firstly, she was uncertain whether Luo Shuixian's method of cultivation would be effective for her. Secondly, even if it were effective, she was not so reckless as to directly engage in such matters with Su Chang'an. She needed more observation. After all, she had already grasped the general situation, and time was on her side. Within the room, Su Chang'an rose from his bed, having reaped significant rewards. Seizing the momentum, he commenced his cultivation. 100 strands of true energy had long since accumulated within his dantian, and to break through to the fourth rank, he needed to channel this energy into his internal organs, transforming it into corresponding attributes. The kidneys correspond to water, the lungs to metal, the spleen to earth, the liver to wood, and the heart to fire. Without a doubt, Su Chang'an chose fire as his first attribute, thus needing to direct his true energy into his heart meridian. With the foundation of the flame blade, this task posed no challenge for him, yet he remained vigilant. The heart was far too fragile. Any misstep could lead to burns, even endangering his life. No longer willing to remain a mere pawn, he resolved to re-establish his masculine prowess. The fourth rank would be shattered tonight. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Chang'an's eyes as he swallowed a heart-protecting pill, then controlled his true energy to surge into his heart meridian. As the true energy entered the heart meridian, it immediately transformed into a blazing inferno, surging and churning. In an instant, waves of true fire enveloped his heart. Had anyone possessed the ability to see through, they would have been astonished to find that Su Chang'an's heart had transformed into a fiery core. This heart blazed like the sun, pulsating with newfound vigor. The blood flowing through his veins was as scalding as boiling water, coursing throughout his body, imbuing him with strength. Pain. It felt as though he had consumed scalding water, searing through his insides. Su Chang'an was drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. He had already transformed 60 strands of true energy, with only 40 remaining to complete the process. He could not afford to pause. He must not falter at the last moment. He steadied himself, continuously reminding his inner self. As more true energy was transformed, the flames atop his heart intensified, enveloped in a faint golden aura that mitigated the flame's harm. This was indeed the effect of the heart-protecting pill. 70 strands, 80 strands, 100 strands. Boom. The fire within his heart reached its zenith, erupting outward, transforming Su Chang'an into a being of flame. Haha, I've done it. I have succeeded. Su Chang'an beamed at the flames dancing upon his skin, unable to suppress a grin. This fiery power was indeed far superior to ordinary martial true energy. He felt that with a mere gesture, he could reduce the entire room to ashes, while the same amount of true energy would merely collapse a wall. The fourth rank was undeniably a watershed moment. He had officially stepped into the realm of the powerful. With the completion of the fourth rank, not only had his strength increased, but there was also a significant auxiliary benefit. Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Next, I can finally concoct the Yin Skin Pill." The fourth layer of the golden body technique, known as Yin Skin, when fully activated, would cause his skin to turn a lustrous silver, impervious to water and fire, repelling all evils, and rendering divine weapons nearly ineffective. Only the true fire energy of the fourth rank could produce the Yin Skin Pill, thus halting his progress in the golden body technique for quite some time. Moreover, I can also cultivate the shadow flickering steps. This martial skill was obtained by defeating the shadow 3 bats and is an exceptionally powerful movement technique, only attainable at the fourth rank. It can be said that stepping into the fourth rank is merely the beginning. What follows will be an explosive period of growth for Su Chang'an's strength. Luo Shuixian. The days of our positions being reversed draw ever nearer. A flicker of brilliance shone in Su Chang'an's eyes. His heart stirred with anticipation. He continued his cultivation. In the days that followed, Su Chang'an became increasingly busy, engaging in dual cultivation that required scheduling, participating 3 times a day. In the morning, he accompanied by Ying Xue. In the afternoon, he spent time with Murong Qiyun, and at night, it was Luo Shuixian's turn. Furthermore, each evening, a loyal observer would stealthily follow Luo Shuixian, coming every day. This observer diligently and meticulously observed, learning numerous insights. Su Chang'an did not rush to reveal his strength, as he sensed he was still not a match for Luo Shuixian. He was amassing power, waiting for the right moment to surprise her. That night, the moon hung like a jade disk in the sky, pale and luminous, casting its radiant glow. Surrounding stars twinkled, and fireworks blossomed across the heavens, captivating the eye. The entire capital was adorned in splendor, bustling with activity. On the long street, lanterns glittered, and the flow of carriages was ceaseless. Families emerged from their homes, strolling down the streets, with the joyous laughter of children filling the air. Various stalls lined the roadside, offering steaming delicacies and sweet candy figures. Occasionally, acrobatic performances and theatrical shows entertained the crowd. The full moon festival had arrived. Accompanied by his entourage, Su Chang'an strolled along the vibrant long street, succumbing to the infectious atmosphere, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. How lively it is. In his past life, he had spent New Year's Eve at a scenic spot mimicking ancient architectural styles with his 13th girlfriend, and this scene was strikingly reminiscent. As the group traversed the bustling thoroughfare, they entered the even more vibrant inner city, turning several corners until they arrived at the most splendid location of the full moon festival, Wenchang Pavilion. Beneath the pavilion lay the vast and misty Chuyu Lake. Across the lake stood the Jiaofeng Sea. Both banks were festooned with red lanterns, dazzling and resplendent, complementing one another beautifully. The expansive lake glimmered, with luxurious flower boats gliding across, equally radiant, creating an enchanting tableau. Su Chang'an commanded, "You are to guard all critical points diligently. Do not be careless. Record any suspicious individuals." "Yes," responded Fang Qingshan, Zhou Daji, and Tainyo, who promptly led 20 strong men to their posts. Alone, Su Chang'an found himself at leisure, fulfilling a desire he had long harbored in his previous life. He leapt gracefully, utilizing a series of agile movements to land atop the highest pavilion's eaves. There, amidst the festive atmosphere of this unique holiday, he sat comfortably beneath the luminous moon. As he observed the resplendent lanterns and the throngs of people below, he poured himself a jug of wine, relishing the cool breeze as he savored each sip with contentment. Chapter 53. The daughter of the Prime Minister, Gu Jinshu, joins the festivities. Wenchang Pavilion is the gathering place of literary spirits in Dechu, honored by the royal family as a sacred site of culture. It comprises 6 towers, 3 grand halls, and at its heart, a magnificent 5-story pavilion. The entire area is adorned with vibrant red lanterns, dazzling flower lanterns, and flickering candlelight, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Surrounding it are blooming flowers and flourishing greenery, with precious trees adorned with fluttering red ribbons, each inscribed with riddles, poetic verses, and various blessings. Ah, look over there. It's Chu Sun, the talented scholar of Chu. How handsome and refined. And there, the son of the Minister of Justice, Su Ke. Beside him stands Wang Chong, the son of the Marquis in Yuan, and Luo Beiqing, the heir of Prince Cheng. What is there to admire about a bunch of spoiled rich heirs? Look over there. It's Gu Jinshu, the brilliant daughter of Gu. She is truly beautiful, almost ethereal. Su Chang'an, perched high above, sips his drink while observing the comings and goings at Wenchang Pavilion, akin to a mere spectator. The sons of noble families flaunt their luxurious carriages and display their prominence, while ordinary folk gather in excitement, expressing their admiration and adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Young ladies meticulously dress in exquisite attire, their voices soft and melodious, their laughter like the songs of birds. Scholars and beauties fill the hall, creating a lively scene. However, while Su Chang'an savors the view from the rooftop, a pair of beautiful eyes below are fixed upon him. Leah, has the gentleman she yearns for finally come to a halt? Is he the one who rescued her from the hands of the flower thief? Indeed, he is a striking figure, full of charm. Why not have Gu Jinshu call him down? Surely, she would not dare refuse the daughter of the Prime Minister. Yes, yes. A group of young ladies giggles and teases Leah. Do not tease. Leah blushes, feeling both nervous and shy. With a hint of melancholy, she says, I am but a humble willow, and I fear that Su Gongzi may not find me appealing. This sentiment is misguided, as many suitors would line up to pursue her. Surely, Su Chang'an's standards cannot be so high. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is but a thin veil, and men seldom refuse meat that is presented to them. Indeed, be a bit bolder, quicken your pace, who could resist? Remember to sound a little more flirtatious. When surrounded by no men, the words of women can indeed be fierce. Leah steals glances at Su Chang'an, her face flushed as she feels a surge of excitement. The ladies around her are all of exceptional beauty and grace, adorned in fine silks and satins, unmistakably born with silver spoons in their mouths. Yet, their elegance pales in comparison to the radiant presence of the woman in the center. Gu Jinshu, the daughter of the Prime Minister of Dechu, has often been compared to Bai Yingxue, both celebrated as paragons of martial and literary prowess. One is the daughter of the head of military officials, and the other the daughter of the head of civil officials, frequently discussed and admired by many. Gu Jinshu cannot help but follow the gaze of the ladies, exclaiming in surprise, could he be the one who penned the lines in youth? One knows not the taste of sorrow, Su Chang'an? A nearby lady responds, indeed, it is he, though it appears he has no other works. In a lifetime, creating a poem of such caliber is already a remarkable achievement. Gu Jinshu, with her serene disposition akin to a chrysanthemum, cannot help but reveal a hint of envy. Her greatest aspiration is to compose a verse that will be remembered through the ages. However, none of her creations can compare to his. Regrettably, her father has advised her to avoid entanglements with Su Chang'an, lest she finds herself compelled to invite him for a discussion. Meanwhile, the young noblemen have formed their own circle, their expressions darkening as they notice the attention the young ladies are directing towards Su Chang'an. There he is again, that insufferable lad, climbing onto rooftops as if he owns the place. Wang Chong glares at Su Chang'an, jealousy swirling in his eyes. Moments ago, he approached the noble ladies only to be met with disdain and rejection, a stark contrast to Su Chang'an's warm reception. Luo Beiqing furrows his brow, stating coldly, we are the brightest in the capital. Not mere ornaments for him. Such an impressive figure cannot be allowed to exist in the capital. Su Ke's gaze darkens, his eyes glinting with malice. He has yet to settle the score with Su Chang'an for their previous encounter at Shundan Tower, and today he dares to steal the spotlight again. Previously, he was the one who played the role of the pretentious one. Who does that lad think he is, a mere commander, acting so arrogantly? Drinking atop the roof, Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? The longing glances from the ladies are almost palpable. Gentlemen, even I can no longer tolerate this. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? The young noblemen murmur their discontent in hushed tones. Su Ke, with a sudden spark of inspiration, gestures towards the direction of the criminal ministry. Yes, Inspector. During the bustling Moon Festival, Wenchang Pavilion is a mingling of various crowds, with not only the divine martial guards on duty, but also personnel from the criminal ministry and the royal city office maintaining order. Coincidentally, Wu Wei has arrived from the criminal ministry. Soon, he stands beside Su Ke, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Su, what commands do you have?" Su Ke replies coldly, "Last time, you were defeated by Su Chang'an. If you were to duel again, do you have confidence in defeating him?" "Of course. The gap between 3rd and 4th rank is vast. I was merely careless last time. If we were to fight again, he would undoubtedly be defeated." Wu Wei's tone is filled with indignation and a sense of injustice. Yet he speaks with newfound confidence. "Moreover, I have recently mastered a 4th rank martial skill to a small degree. He stands no chance." Su Ke smiles with satisfaction. "Excellent. I wish for you to challenge him once more, to publicly defeat him and bring him disgrace." Wu Wei's eyes brighten. He has long desired to avenge himself. Su Ke nods approvingly, stepping away from the crowd to address everyone. "Everyone, I have something to say." Silence falls over the gathering as the son of the Minister of Justice, Su Ke, prepares to speak. No whispering. Be quiet. All of you, listen closely to what young Master Su has to say. The personnel from the criminal ministry quickly relay Su Ke's words, and the crowd gradually quiets down, exuding an air of authority. Su Ke stands with hands clasped behind his back, relishing the attention, and announces, "Today marks a rare occasion, and I have decided to invite Su Zongqi from the Divine Martial Guards to compete against Wu Si from the criminal ministry for your entertainment." "What? A duel? This could be interesting." "Su Zongqi. Is that the esteemed Su Darren who killed Guisu? Director Wu lost to General Su last time. Is the Ministry of Justice preparing for revenge?" "I stand with Su Darren. Director Wu is merely a lapdog of the powerful." "Are you foolish?" Such thoughts should remain unspoken. Daring to voice them is tantamount to courting death. The common folk erupted into fervent discussions, their excitement palpable. Even the circles of highborn ladies buzzed with anticipation. Su Ke is jealous of Su Chang'an, hoping to see him humiliated. Who do you think will emerge victorious? "I wager it will be Wu Wei." Leah could not help but interject. Did not Wu Wei already lose to Su Darren last time? Wu Wei is a 4th rank official, while Su Chang'an is merely 3rd rank. Winning once can be attributed to luck, but this time, his opponent is evidently well prepared, and his chances of victory are slim. Upon hearing this, Leah bit her lip in concern, stubbornly asserting, "I still believe Su Darren will win." Within a nearby pavilion that had been cleared, the enchanting Princess Huaiyang sat by the window, half leaning against the frame, her head propped up by her hand, curiously observing the young man on the rooftop who was drinking. Intrigued, she remarked, "Let me see what this little fellow is capable of." With a swift motion, Wu Wei propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, landing in front of Su Chang'an. He declared, "Su Chang'an, I, Wu Wei, have come to seek your guidance once more." Su Chang'an took a sip of his drink, his enthusiasm lacking, and replied, "Begone, a defeated foe has no right to demand my attention." He was not there to perform for anyone. Besides, what is a wastrel worth that he should be heeded? "Are you afraid?" "Su Chang'an, last time was merely a stroke of luck, and now you dare not make a move." Wu Wei's face darkened as he spoke loudly, clearly attempting to provoke Su Chang'an. Ah, indeed. Su Chang'an was entirely indifferent. "You." Wu Wei's face turned green with rage. Anyone could discern the disdain and indifference in Su Chang'an's tone. Su Ke furrowed his brow and barked, "Su Chang'an, I shall speak plainly. Last time you caused the Ministry of Justice to lose face. I am the son of the Minister of Justice, here to assist Wu Wei in regaining honor. You must compete again. If everyone were like you, unable to accept defeat and reclaim their dignity, I would be utterly overwhelmed." Su Chang'an remained unmoved, steadily refusing. The more he declined, the more Su Ke felt he was fearful, growing increasingly animated. Immediately, he produced a stack of silver notes, declaring flamboyantly, "I do not engage in pretense. If you defeat Wu Wei, this 10,000 taels shall be yours." Su Chang'an's interest piqued. Since there was money on the table, it was worth considering. Yet, he shook his head, stating, "Not enough. 20,000 taels." Su Ke pulled out more money. Still insufficient. Su Chang'an continued to refuse. A better idea struck him. It was a rare opportunity to gather so many wealthy young lords in one place. It would be remiss not to extract some of their riches. Su Ke patted his empty pockets and could not help but exclaim, Su Chang'an, do not be excessive. I only brought this much with me. You have so many good friends nearby, do you not? Su Chang'an kindly reminded him. Chapter 54. Those who are defeated by me should not harbor illusions. Wang Cheng, pay up. Luo Beicheng, you too, bring forth your money. Everyone else as well. Stop hiding your wealth and hurry up. Let us pool our resources. With the guidance of Su Chang'an, Su Ke suddenly had an epiphany and began to urgently gather funds. One astute young master spoke up. Su, are you not being played by Su? It's merely a martial contest. Does he truly deserve such a sum? Slap. Su Ke retaliated with a sharp strike that left the young man's face swollen. You think you're clever? Do you think I can't see through it? Su Ke chuckled coldly, confidently stating, Su Chang'an's ability to claim this money hinges on his victory, but he is destined to lose. I am merely laying a trap to provoke him into action. Afterwards, I will return your money untouched, resulting in no loss. So it is, Su is truly wise. The young master immediately withdrew all the money he had on him. Another young master lamented, Su, I think I shall refrain. I hardly have any money left. Slap. Su Ke swiftly delivered another resounding slap, exuding an aura of dominance. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to watch the show, you must pay for admission. Before long, under Su Ke's efforts, he had amassed a considerable stack of silver notes. Like a nouveau riche, he waved it with a grin. Su Chang'an, here lies a full 50,000 taels. Should you win, it is yours. Very well, since Su is so gracious, I shall accept without reservation. Su Chang'an smiled as he slowly rose to face Wu Wei. Su Chang'an, you shall not only fail to obtain this 50,000 taels, but you will also become a laughingstock. Wu Wei, feeling belittled by Su Chang'an, was seething with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With a single finger raised, Su Chang'an declared, one strike is all it takes to defeat you. What? Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. You will perish for your arrogance. Wu Wei could no longer contain himself, fury igniting his spirit. With a roar, he flicked his fingers. The long sword at his waist was drawn, and a torrent of martial energy surged forth from his body. Boom! A brilliant blue energy enveloped him, transforming into a colossal wave that surrounded him. The giant wave surged to a height of 3 zhang, resembling a true ocean wave that transcended space, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. This is the Rage Tide Sword technique, a low-grade Xian class martial skill. Last time, Wu Wei could not perform this move. He must have been diligently training recently. This time, even if Su Chang'an employs the flame blade, he cannot possibly win. The members of the Xingbu excitedly discussed among themselves. As for the common folk, they were already speechless with shock. A 4th-grade martial artist, transforming true energy into the 5 elements, manifesting the imagery of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, sweeping across the heavens. What a grand display. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was akin to divine prowess. Su Chang'an, will you not draw your sword? Wu Wei's formidable presence echoed like a thunderous bell, resonating throughout the void. Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly, you are not worthy of me drawing this blade. He had been nurturing the MO blade for half a month with the blade nurturing technique. Even he was unaware of what spectacle would unfold upon its release. Thus, he could not draw his blade merely for Wu Wei. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that in just a few days you would have lost sight of yourself. Wu Wei, filled with rage, laughed maniacally. Being belittled by Su Chang'an time and again had nearly driven him to madness, as he gritted his teeth and declared, then perish. He leapt upon the waves, like a god of water descending to earth, his sword gleaming with a cold light, aimed directly at Su Chang'an. Splash, splash. The roaring waves transformed into numerous long swords, swiftly piercing towards Su Chang'an. These swords were not illusions, but manifestations of Wu Wei's true energy. This is the Rage Tide Sword technique. The swords surged like an unending tide. Su Chang'an stood his ground, his expression unwavering as he gazed at the towering waves, making no move whatsoever. Suddenly, his body radiated a dazzling bronze light. He resembled a blazing sun, his entire being shimmering with bronze. Clang, clang, clang. Countless Rage Tide swords struck him, producing metallic, clashing sounds. Yet they were unable to inflict even a scratch upon Su Chang'an. With a sudden clench of his fist, true energy enveloped his fist, transforming into a blazing inferno. as if he were grasping a ball of fire. He hurled it at Wu Wei amidst the raging tide. Mighty diamond fist, with the fury of a diamond. The fiery fist swelled to the height of a person, the bronze fist enveloped in flames, crashing into the waves. Boom. With this singular blow, the three Zhonghai waves dispersed entirely. Wu Wei, like a kite with a severed string, traced a graceful arc in the air before landing at the feet of the crowd, sliding several meters more before colliding against a pillar, finally coming to a halt. 4th grade, you have actually entered the 4th grade. Wu Wei's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness to accept this reality. Su Chang'an looked down upon him, calmly stating, "Those who are defeated by me should not harbor illusions. For the rest of your life, you shall find it difficult to behold my back again." Huh, how utterly pretentious. Wu Wei, overcome with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The pure Yang Wuji body, the golden body technique at the 3rd layer, combined with the martial Dao heavenly eye, each aspect was of the highest caliber, allowing Su Chang'an to defeat a 4th grade opponent even at the 3rd grade. Now that he had ascended to the 4th grade, Wu Wei was no longer his match. After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lord Su has emerged victorious. So handsome, Lord Su is incredibly dashing. Lord Su is so imposing. I wish to bear his children. You shameless little minx, if anyone is to bear his children, it shall be I. Many esteemed ladies' eyes suddenly brightened, their mouths agape in astonishment. They began to chatter amongst themselves. 4th grade? Su Chang'an has actually entered the 4th grade. He is barely in his 20s. Such talent is exceedingly rare, with a boundless future ahead, and he is handsome too. Those who are interested should act swiftly and have their families propose. He is so brave, truly unafraid of those young scions. Those with talent and ambition are always like this. Meanwhile, the young lords of noble descent were left speechless, wearing expressions of despair as if mourning a loss. Useless, utterly useless. Su Kei's face turned as dark as a pig's liver, trembling with rage as he stormed over and stomped on the unconscious Wu Wei several times. You fainted and left me to bear the shame. He unwittingly provided his opponent with an expansive platform, allowing them to bask in glory, while simultaneously playing the role of a jester. The thought alone incites a fiery rage within him. Bring it forth, he commanded. Su Chang'an raised his hand and drew in the substantial stack of banknotes from Su Kei, relishing in the acquisition. 50,000 taels constituted a considerable fortune, sufficient to procure 5 heart-protecting pills. With a few more such transactions, he could even assist Bai Yingxue in reclaiming her freedom. Chapter 55. If martial prowess is lacking, then let us turn to the arts. A melodious and captivating laugh echoed from a nearby loft. Princess Huayang stifled a giggle, her curious gaze fixated on Su Chang'an. She had not anticipated that this seemingly small man possessed such cunning, deliberately digging a deep pit. However, her expression soon shifted to one of contemplation. This individual's strength was also advancing rapidly. It appeared that engaging in such activities was beneficial not only for the delicate Xianxian, but for men as well. It was not merely a matter of yin and yang, but rather a mutually advantageous endeavor. Truly, what an extraordinary constitution. This method of cultivation was indeed enticing. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation, lost in her thoughts. Subsequently, the unconscious Wu Wei was carelessly transported to a quiet corner. The festivities of the Moon Festival continued, with attendees queuing to enter Wenchang Pavilion for admiration and exploration. Amidst the throng, an unremarkable middle-aged man fixed his gaze intently on the comatose Wu Wei, his eyes glimmering with a mix of excitement and malice. He licked his lips, altering his path, and stealthily approached Wu Wei. Inside Wenchang Pavilion, the literary masterpieces of all the renowned scholars since the founding of the Dazhong Kingdom were on display. Poems, essays, calligraphy, and musical scores were showcased, inviting admiration from all. Most attendees regarded these works with reverence, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. Among them, the group of talented scholars stood out most prominently. Dressed in elegant attire, they gestured grandly as they passionately discussed matters of state and exhibited their literary prowess. This occasion was, in truth, a grand gathering for both men and women. Ladies sought their ideal partners, while gentlemen fantasized about winning the affection of beautiful maidens. The eyes of many scholars often wandered toward the most enchanting figure in the room, filled with longing. Gu Jinshu, clad in a moon-white silk gown adorned with silver-embroidered begonia blossoms, exuded a fragrance reminiscent of begonia flowers, fresh and elegant. She moved gracefully, her steps imbued with charm, and occasionally revealed a smile that could captivate anyone. Coupled with her background, she was an irresistible allure, a veritable royal flush that none could refuse. Even Wang Chong and Su Ke, among others, occasionally cast glances at Gu Jinshu, their eyes betraying a possessive longing, though they refrained from being overt about it. Su, shall we simply let this matter lie? That is a sum of 50,000 taels. We cannot allow that young man to benefit from it unchallenged. With so many ladies present, we have lost face. We cannot let this go. Seeing him bask in the limelight is more painful than death. The young lords of nobility walked together, their expressions darkened, feeling a sense of grievance. They were accustomed to being the ones who bullied others, not to suffering such a significant loss. Fear not, it shall not be overlooked. I have a plan. Su Ke replied with a cold smile, confidence radiating from him. If martial prowess is lacking, we shall engage in the arts. When the poetry competition at Wenchang Pavilion commences, I shall challenge him to a poetic duel. That may not be feasible. I have heard that Su Chang'an's poetry is extraordinary, possessing an enduring quality. Indeed, even I find it commendable. Su Chang'an possesses some talent. But we must not falter again. Many were skeptical of this plan. Su Ke chuckled softly, saying, "You do not understand. That poem was merely a stroke of luck for Su Chang'an. What other works does he possess?" The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation, realizing that Su Chang'an truly had no other works and had never been known for any other talents. It is well known that the act of composing poetry is often serendipitous. Some individuals may lack substantial talent, yet when inspiration strikes, they can produce a line or two of timeless verse. It seems Su Chang'an belongs to this category. Su Ke then turned to Wang Chong and Luo Beicheng, inquiring, "Wang, Luo, how prepared are your men?" Wang Chong and Luo Beicheng exchanged faint smiles, directing their gazes toward the scholars trailing behind them. They instructed, "Speak for yourselves." "Wang, I have poured my heart and soul into this. I began preparing 3 months ago and have finally crafted a poem of which I am most proud. I shall surely emerge victorious in this poetry competition. Luo, this work is undoubtedly my magnum opus. The creation of this poem was serendipitous. A surge of inspiration that will undoubtedly bring you honor." The two scholars immediately declared their confidence, their faces glowing with determination. Su Ke introduced them. One is the foremost talent from Shuqing, Yuan Jingcheng, and the other is known as the little poet immortal of Tongzhou, Li Muqin. Both are genuinely talented individuals, serving as aides to Wang and Luo. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. These aides were, in essence, mere instruments, assisting the young lords in writing poetry to ensure they basked in the limelight. "Su, you flatter us." Yuan Jingcheng and Li Muqin humbly waved their hands, straightening their postures, their faces betraying a hint of pride. Chapter 56. Su Ke. I have no idea how to lose behind Su Ke. A dapper scholar, noticing he had not yet been introduced, stepped forward with confidence and proclaimed, "I, though unworthy, have composed a fine piece for young Master Su," eagerly awaiting its unveiling at the Wenchang Pavilion's poetry gathering. Su Ke smiled and said, "Surely everyone recognizes this gentleman. No need for my introduction?" A voice interjected, "Chuxuan, the renowned talent of the capital, is indeed known to all." The three scholars exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of rivalry in the other's eyes. Though they stood united, the desire to establish a hierarchy lingered, with none willing to be overshadowed. The trio of young masters prepared to shine brilliantly at this year's poetry gathering, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many noble young ladies and winning their hearts. A wealthy second-generation observer, having grasped their intentions, preemptively offered his congratulations. The practice of hiring someone to compose poetry was hardly novel. Many talented individuals, eager to curry favor with the powerful and embark on a political career, would pen verses for the affluent. Meanwhile, the sons of nobility sought out the finest poets to enhance their own reputations, thereby attracting the attention of young maidens. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a true win-win. With a flourish of his folding fan, Su Ke declared, "To be honest, I have already learned the theme of this poetry gathering. The poems crafted by these three esteemed talents have been meticulously composed over the course of 3 months. I am at a loss as to how I might lose. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This plan is intricately intertwined, and Su Chang'an is destined for defeat. Indeed, a fleeting inspiration holds little weight. It is Su Ke who possesses true insight." Su Chang'an is merely a martial man, his intellect limited. The fact that he could produce that poem is merely a testament to his ancestors' legacy. Aside from that single piece, what other works does he have? As discussions ensued, the young nobles regained their confidence. Fear not, Su Chang'an is not a cause for concern. He is but a martial figure, unworthy of our poetic contest. That poem he penned may very well have been plagiarized. He is merely a name-seeker. The three talented scholars, Shuixian and his companions, scoffed in unison, unabashedly expressing their disdain for Su Chang'an. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt even more reassured. Yet, a pressing question remained. How could they persuade Su Chang'an to accept the poetry contest? Bring forth anything of value you possess. Suke commanded. What? Offer more. I truly have nothing left. The second-generation heirs reacted with alarm. We cannot send that fellow more money. Suke delivered a resounding slap to each one, chuckling coldly. You understand nothing. One must risk something to gain something. Unless we bait the hook, how can we expect him to part with 50,000 taels? Young master, do you mean to gamble? Is that even a question? How else shall we reclaim our money? Suke asserted confidently. What are you still worried about? Do you lack courage? How could we possibly lose this round? Luo Beiqing nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, as long as Su Chang'an consents to the wager, victory is assured. Brothers, rally together. Not only must we extract the 50,000 taels from him, but we also aim to ascend using his reputation. Wang Chong exclaimed excitedly. Suke urged, all right, gather your wagers quickly. There is no way we can lose. You will be repaid in full afterward. After a moment, they ascended to the 5th floor of the Wenchang Pavilion. This floor was spacious and elevated, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. The vibrant lanterns, the colorful boats on Chuiwa Lake, and the throngs of people at the market were all visible. A gentle breeze from the lake carried the festive aroma of fireworks, instilling a sense of exuberance in all present. 3 elderly gentlemen awaited them, dressed in traditional robes and sturdy boots, standing like statues along the railing, gazing into the distance. Yet, no one dared to act impudently in their presence. Even the noble heirs showed utmost respect. Students, I present to you Fang Shi, Zhao Shi, and Li Shi, one announced. The capital boasted the Jingdu Academy, which welcomed students who could afford tuition, ensuring that every parent aspired to send their children there for further education. The 3 individuals were the esteemed heads of the Jingdu Academy. Though they held no official titles, their status was exceedingly unique, as even the emperor and the crown prince had studied there. Thus, anyone who had attended Jingdu Academy considered themselves a student. The trio turned in unison, stroking their beards, their expressions gravely serious, their hair and beards white as snow, unmistakably esteemed figures. Fang Shi, standing at the center, inquired, as you ascended, what thoughts crossed your minds? Shuixian stepped forward first, brimming with youthful fervor. In response, esteemed teacher, I have gained much. Our great Chu faces the Black Sha army like a malignant tumor, while in the south, the great Liang watches with greedy eyes. To the west, numerous small nations sway like reeds in the wind, and to the east lies the perilous Wanyao forest. The words of General Hua, how can one establish a home while the enemy remains, still ignite my passion. Fang Shi nodded in approval, replying, well spoken. Our great Chu has endured for 1,229 years. Though we have faced storms, we grow ever stronger, relying on such spirit. Li Mukan, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward next, his demeanor resolute. In response, esteemed teacher, the words of the late elder Fan, worry for the world before oneself, and rejoice after the world has rejoiced, continue to resonate profoundly. The nation comes first, and the individual follows. I practiced martial arts in my youth, only to discover that it could address but a fraction of injustices. Thus, I turned to literature, and I now hold an official title. Should I serve in the future, I shall ensure this principle is upheld, allowing the people to live in peace. Li Shi smiled, stating, a lofty ambition. A nation is built on martial strength, while governance requires culture. For the benefit of all, literature must precede martial prowess. As one after another, scholars stood to express their sentiments. They fervently wrapped their aspirations in patriotic fervor, striving to sound grandiose, nearly vowing to elevate Great Chu to the foremost nation in martial prowess. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an sat atop the opposite building, level with the 5th floor, sipping wine while observing the scene, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. It was reminiscent of his past, where he was called upon to engage in reading comprehension. Though it bore little significance, It was certainly impressive for boastful purposes. After a flurry of grandiloquent declarations, everyone was satisfied and prepared to officially enter the most anticipated segment, the poetry gathering. Feng Shi chuckled and said, "Next, I shall present a question, and all of you are to compose a poem inspired by it, allowing your creativity to flourish. Those whose verses are deemed exceptional shall be honored with inclusion in the Wenchang Gu, destined for eternal reverence." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone brightened, their breaths quickened, filled with anticipation. The Wenchang Gu represents the utmost accolade for literary figures in Dechu. To have a poem displayed there would be a lifelong source of pride, rendering one's existence utterly fulfilled. Chapter 57. Let us bestow upon you a modest shock. As the crowd's enthusiasm reached its zenith, Su Ke stepped forth, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Master Feng, during this poetry gathering, I wish to challenge a certain individual." "Oh, who do you intend to challenge?" "The illustrious Su Chang'an of the Divine Martial Guard, the very one seated atop the roof." Su Ke gestured outside, directing his finger towards Su Chang'an. Zhao Shi pondered for a moment before exclaiming with excitement, "You mean the one who pinned the lines of youthful ignorance towards sorrow?" Although reluctant to concede, Su Ke nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is he." Zhao Shi promptly clasped his hands in greeting towards Su Chang'an, expressing warmly, "So it is you, young Master Su. Welcome to Wenchang Pavilion." Master Feng chuckled, adding, "Young Master Su's poem is nothing short of a masterpiece. Even I feel humbled in its presence. At such a tender age, possessing such literary prowess, you shall undoubtedly become a luminary in the literary world. Not long ago, we were still debating whether to include young Master Su's poem in Wenchang Pavilion," chimed in Master Li. Su Chang'an was taken aback by Su Ke's unexpected flattery, helplessly clasping his fists in gratitude. "I appreciate the esteemed head's kindness. This work is but a product of nature's grace. A serendipitous stroke of genius, mere luck, really." Master Feng stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. "What a delightful notion of nature's grace and serendipity. Young Master Su, should you find the time, do visit my humble abode, and I shall ensure you are warmly received." In that moment, Su Chang'an once again became the center of attention. All eyes were cast upon him with envy, as they contemplated the dreams they longed to pursue, which Su Chang'an was on the verge of attaining. This sentiment was indeed disheartening. The three masters, typically stern and unyielding, treated Su Chang'an with exceptional regard, emphasizing his significance in their eyes. Truly, he was a poet of divine repute. Su Ke, consumed by jealousy, felt as though his teeth might shatter, exclaiming, "I, a humble student, wish to challenge this man." "You dare challenge him? By what merit?" Master Feng furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Su Ke's capabilities. A mere slacker, how could he dare challenge a paragon of his generation? At this juncture, Wang Chong stepped forward, stating, "Master Feng, Su Chang'an has authored but that one poem, with no other works to his name. I suspect that poem is not truly his, but rather borrowed wisdom." Young Master Wang speaks wisely. To expose Su Chang'an as a mere seeker of fame. "I too shall join Su in this challenge," declared Luo Beiqing. "Indeed, I share the sentiment that the poem is not of Su Chang'an's own making. He is but a martial man. How could he possibly compose poetry? There must be some underlying scheme at play. Let us unveil the true visage of Su Chang'an." One by one, the scholars voiced their doubts, united in their skepticism. Master Feng turned to Su Chang'an, inquiring, "Young Master Su, what say you? Since you are so insistent on seeking your own torment, allow me to bestow upon you a taste of cultural superiority from another realm." Su Chang'an remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he looked at Su Quebec's Su Ke. "Heed my words. I have a wager for you. Should you triumph, these jewels and treasures shall be yours. However, should you falter, I require the return of 50,000 taels. Out of silver? I have no interest in such trinkets," Su Chang'an replied with a frown, contemplating how to liquidate these items, finding them bothersome. Su Ke's face flushed, pressing on. "The wager is not predicated on your desires, but rather on what I possess." "Very well, something is better than nothing," Su Chang'an mused before consenting. The atmosphere instantly ignited with fervor, countless individuals brimming with excitement. He has agreed. Su Chang'an has agreed. What? He is finally set to compose a second poem. The first was so breathtaking. If this one falters, it would be a disgrace. This is indeed a challenge. Crafting a fine poem is no simple feat, and this second endeavor may not reach the heights of the first. Gu Jinshu's enchanting gaze was fixed upon Su Chang'an, sparkling with anticipation as she mused, I wonder what caliber this second work will possess. Another poem from the charming gentleman? What might it be? Princess Huayang licked her lips, sitting upright. She had witnessed Su Chang'an's previous 2 poems and held his talent in high regard. At the Omping princess's residence, a guard galloped forth, kneeling before Luo Shuixian, delivering the latest news. Your Highness, Su Ke, son of the Minister of Justice, has proposed a poetic duel with Su Chang'an, and Su Chang'an has acquiesced. Luo Shuixian's eyes brightened, and she commanded, investigate further. I require that Su Chang'an's poem be delivered to me at once. She was acutely aware of Su Chang'an's genius. The 2 poems he had sent her were sufficient to garner fame across the realm. In the teaching bureau, word spread like waves across the sea. What a monumental announcement. Lord Su of the Divine Martial Guard is set to compose poetry once more. What? Lord Su is finally poised to write again. Surely, it will be another masterpiece. What a pity. I found Wenchang Pavilion too crowded and did not attend. Had I known, I would have moved heaven and earth to witness it. Quick, we must ensure that his poem reaches us at the earliest. Amidst the excitement, someone exclaimed, Lord Su is atop the roof of Wenchang Pavilion. Look, the figure drinking at the highest point is him. Is that truly Lord Su? No wonder he dares to be so audacious, reveling in wine and song. How dashing Lord Su is. On the 2nd floor, by the window, Xiaojier exclaimed, Did you hear? Our gentleman is about to compose poetry. That figure over there is indeed him. Xiao Tao pointed across the lake, her voice filled with excitement. Buying Xue gazed dreamily. I know. I recognized him long ago. Chapter 58. Once this poem emerges, no one dares to write about the moon again. Within the Wenchang Pavilion, Su Ke felt an overwhelming joy as Su Chang'an agreed. With a subtle smile, revealing his intent, he proposed, Master Fong, I wish to add a stipulation to the rules of the poetry gathering. Master Fong responded, Please, go ahead. Su Ke continued, Why not emulate the ancients and engage in a 7-step poetry challenge? Should one fail to compose a poem within 7 steps, they shall be deemed the loser. He was already privy to the topic of the poetry gathering and had even prepared his response. Thus, this trap was meticulously set for Su Chang'an. He doubted Su Chang'an could craft a poem in 7 steps. And even if he could, would it be a worthy piece? This round was surely his to win, having lived a considerable life. Master Fong discerned Su Ke's ulterior motives. He was unconcerned about Su Ke's status and inquired with principle, Young Master Su, what is your view? If you are unwilling, you need not engage. I am indifferent. Su Chang'an casually replied, Let it be 7 steps then. Having memorized the 300 Tang poems, he felt confident that even in 7 steps, he could respond effortlessly. Su Ke immediately declared with glee, Ha ha ha. Everyone heard it. He consented of his own volition. A noble young lady could not help but exclaim, Young Master Su, how can you be so foolish? We do not yet know the topic. What grounds do you have to assume you can compose a poem in 7 steps? What if it proves difficult? Arrogance is a common flaw among talented individuals. Indeed, Su Ke had evidently prepared himself, eagerly awaiting Su Chang'an's misstep. Should Su Chang'an lose to Su Ke, his reputation as a scholar would become a source of ridicule. The noble ladies secretly favored Su Chang'an, expressing their disappointment in hushed tones. Gu Jinshu furrowed her brow, sensing that Su Chang'an was overestimating his abilities. Su Ke urged, Let us not waste time. Master Fong, please present the topic. Master Fong sighed. The most captivating aspect of the Mid-Autumn Festival is undoubtedly the moon. Therefore, our theme for this poetry gathering is the moon. Young Master Su, you shall begin. Su Ke sneered, keenly aware of his strategy. He would not grant Su Chang'an a moment's preparation, fearing that his own words might afford Su Chang'an extra time for contemplation. The noble youths perked up with excitement, affirming, Yes, young Master Su is renowned. He must go first. The timer was already ticking. There would be no time to waste. In such a brief span, he could hardly produce anything of merit. Su Ke was destined to triumph this time. Su Ke truly possessed remarkable talent. Our money was sure to be returned. Su Chang'an chuckled. If I were to speak first, this gathering would conclude, for your verses would be too embarrassing to present. Ha ha ha, Su Chang'an, do not boast. I find it hard to believe you can recite a quatrain. Su Ke laughed heartily. A bold noble lady teased, Young Master Su, is what you claim true? I do not believe it. Indeed, I had hoped to embarrass myself at the poetry gathering. How could your verse render us speechless? Young Master Su, I consider myself somewhat learned, yet I will not be easily disheartened. We eagerly await your brilliance, young Master Su. The noble ladies chimed in delight, their laughter ringing out. Gu Jinshu gazed intently at Su Chang'an, bowing respectfully before eagerly speaking. All right, everyone listen closely. Su Chang'an laughed heartily, rising from the roof, raising a wine jug to his lips. The wine flowed like a cascading waterfall, pouring into him. Appearing slightly inebriated, he swayed and suddenly pointed at the bright moon, softly uttering, "When will the bright moon appear?" I raise my cup to ask the azure sky. I know not what year it is in the celestial palace. I wish to ride the wind to return, yet fear the coldness of the jade tower high above, dancing in the moonlight. How does it compare to the mortal realm? A hush fell over the crowd. It was as if every mind had exploded, and goosebumps surged across their bodies. At that moment, the charm of poetry reached its zenith. Even the uneducated would resonate spiritually upon hearing Su Chang'an's recitation, marveling at his talent. This poem, Master Fong trembled, holding his breath as he listened intently, as if in a sacred pilgrimage. Master Zhao, moved to tears, murmured, "An unparalleled quatrain, one that is without precedent." The opening lines alone were enough to enshrine him. He implored Su Chang'an to share the next lines. Master Li surprisingly bowed to Su Chang'an, respectfully addressing him. All eyes were fixed on Su Chang'an, ears perked in anticipation. Su Chang'an, swaying as he walked along the eaves, tilted back to drink deeply before continuing, half inebriated, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the patterned window, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no resentment. Why must the moon always be round when we part? Men experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. The moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult throughout the ages. I only hope for longevity, to share this beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. Silence. A prolonged silence. The Wenchang Pavilion, bustling with people, now stood utterly still, not a sound to be heard. In a nearby pavilion, such an ethereal poem. So free-spirited, I adore it. Princess Huaiyang gazed at Su Chang'an, her smile enchanting enough to captivate anyone. Oh, my sister's taste is impeccable. I must compete with her. In Omping Princess's residence, when will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure sky. Luo Shuixian gently recited the newly delivered verses, her heart swelling with excitement, her eyes filled with awe and joy. In the teaching office, as the verses spread, the atmosphere erupted. I wish to ride the wind to return. The heights are unbearably cold. Good heavens, is this truly poetry penned by a mortal? Lord Su is indeed a transcendent being. Men experience sorrow and joy. The moon waxes and wanes. Such beauty, such brilliance. It is explosive, utterly explosive. Each line could be celebrated for generations. My favorite is the last line. Mother and father, during this mid-autumn festival, though I am not by your side, are you gazing at the moon with me? Xiao Tao and Bai Yingxiu were rendered speechless, covering their mouths in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, beneath the moonlight, Su Chang'an stood like a jade figure, embodying the spirit of a poetic immortal, effortlessly charming and free-spirited. The group of privileged young ladies all gazed at Su Chang'an with slightly parted lips, resembling infatuated admirers. Gu Jinshu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions as she silently clenched the verses she had pinned in her palm, feeling truly embarrassed to reveal them. Commander Fong took a deep breath and marveled, proclaiming, "After this poem, no one in the world shall dare to write of the moon again." Chapter 59. The innate serpent bone of Gu Jinshu Chu's son, Yuan Jingcheng, and Li Mukin found their eyes glazed over, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. They realized they would never reach the lofty heights of this poem, lacking even the courage to look up at it. All the scholars fell into a profound silence. They glanced back at their own works, filled with a deep sense of shame. Master Fong, this is our poetry. Although Su Ke appreciated Su Chang'an's poem, he was, after all, an underachiever and could not discern the nuances between different verses. He boldly submitted his own poem along with those of Luo Beiqing and Wang Chong, hoping for a chance. Chu's son, Yuan Jingcheng, and Li Mukin were overwhelmed with indignation at this act. This is our poetry, they thought, recognizing the audacity in his action. Master Fong deemed Su Ke remarkably brave, for ignorance breeds fearlessness. With a casual glance, he quickly perused the 3 submissions. Having just endured the enlightenment of Su Chang'an's verses, the disparity with these 3 mediocre poems was so vast that it left Master Fong feeling discomfort. With a disdainful remark, he declared, "These are 3 lumps of excrement." He then announced in a resounding voice, "In this round, Su Chang'an prevails. Is there any dissent?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Such a one-sided crushing defeat left no room for doubt. I lost again." Su Kei's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. The other young lords wore sorrowful expressions, gazing at their jewels and jade, at a loss for words. "Bring them here." Su Chang'an was utterly unreserved, raising his hand to draw the jewels into his possession. "Thank you for the generous gift from my dear friend Su Quebec." As Su Chang'an had predicted, with the emergence of Shui Diao Gutu, no one dared to compose poetry at the gathering any longer, leading to an early conclusion. However, the atmosphere remained exceptionally vibrant. Everyone animatedly discussed Shui Diao Gutu, analyzing it word by word. Master Fong, Master Zhao, and Master Li engaged in particularly heated debates, their voices rising as they nearly came to blows. Master Fong asserted, "I believe the line 'What matters when the moon is full at parting' best expresses the author's longing for home." Master Li countered, "Nay, the final line sharing the beauty of the moon from 1,000 miles apart is the true essence of homesickness." Master Zhao interjected, "Not at all. Homesickness is but a small aspect. More significant is the author's carefree spirit and love for life." "Nonsense. How do you interpret the poem's opening? When will the bright moon appear?" "Let us ask young Master Su about the emotions he felt while composing." Su Chang'an inwardly reflected that he merely intended to show off, devoid of any genuine sentiment. He fabricated a few platitudes resembling reading comprehension answers from his past life, which delighted the 3 old men, sending them away satisfied. Lord Su, Lord Su." A melodious call rang out, and Su Chang'an, feeling exasperated, leapt down from the rooftop once more. The downside of fame was the lack of personal space. One wave of admirers followed another, seeking his autograph. "Bring me the pen. Shall I sign on your chest or your backside?" "No, no. It's not that. My lady seeks you." The girl's face flushed crimson, her eyes furtively appraising Su Chang'an, wondering why anyone would want an autograph on their backside, feeling quite embarrassed for Lord Su. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "And who might your lady be?" "The daughter of the Prime Minister, Gu Jinshu." "Very well, lead the way." Intrigued, Su Chang'an followed. The girl nodded and guided him along a narrow path, passing a stone staircase before entering the rear courtyard of Wenchang Pavilion. Not far away, a striking figure stood by the lake, her light green gown swaying gently in the breeze, her waist slender as a willow by the river, delicate and ethereal, as if the wind could whisk her away. Su Chang'an approached her alone. The Divine Maiden record also began to respond. Gu Jinshu, a maiden, unrefined, possessing above-average martial talent, exceptional literary prowess, extraordinary beauty, and an innate serpent bone. Comprehensive assessment, nationally captivating, eligible for inclusion. Innate serpent bone? Su Chang'an's heart stirred slightly. Those with such a physique possess a body as soft as cotton candy, seemingly boneless like a serpent, able to entwine around others effortlessly. The sensations involved are unshareable. Only by becoming her man could one comprehend. It seemed that the Mid-Autumn Festival was indeed necessary to encourage many reclusive young ladies to reveal themselves, allowing for encounters with more extraordinary women. As Su Chang'an drew closer, he cleared his throat, intending to announce his presence. However, Gu Jinshu appeared lost in her thoughts, utterly absorbed. His cough startled her, her delicate form trembled, her foot twisted, and with a startled gasp, she fell into the lake. Chapter 60. The Unintentional Strategy, Wu Wei's Demise. Gu Nyang. Su Chang'an did not anticipate such a turn of events and swiftly leaped into the water, enveloping Gu Jinshu in his arms. Help me." Gu Jinshu, evidently unskilled in swimming, instinctively clung to Su Chang'an, wrapping around him like an octopus. A wave of sensation surged through Su Chang'an. Goodness, this feeling. Truly, she is endowed with a natural grace. It felt as if she had no bones, almost melding into his very being. With a splash, he emerged from the water, holding Gu Jinshu. He beheld her bright, clear eyes resembling autumn waters, filled with the startled innocence of a fawn who has narrowly escaped danger. Her damp hair clung to her fair face, rendering her utterly enchanting. Glimmering droplets cascaded down her neck, accentuating her alluring collarbone. The wet, sheer fabric of her dress clung to her delicate form, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Thank you, Su Darren," she stammered, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. However, she quickly regained her composure and gracefully bowed to Su Chang'an. I apologize for the fright I caused you, Gunyang. Su Chang'an clasped his fists in respect and continued, the night wind is quite cold. To prevent you from catching a chill, allow me to assist you in drying your clothes. Gu Jinshu's curiosity piqued. She wondered how he would accomplish this. Thank you for your kindness, she replied. Su Chang'an then raised his hand, placing his palm against her back, channeling his inner energy, which transformed into a warm, fiery essence. Gu Jinshu's heart fluttered uncontrollably, feeling as if her small hand, hidden within his sleeve, had twisted into a knot, her mind a tumult of emotions. Throughout her life, no man had ever touched her. Her father had advised her to maintain distance from such a person due to his precarious situation. Yet, upon witnessing his remarkable talent and carefree demeanor, she found herself unable to resist engaging in conversation. Little did she expect, their first encounter would lead to such intimacy. Ultimately, it was Su Chang'an who broke the silence first, inquiring, May I ask why you invited me, Gunyang? Su Gongzi, your extraordinary talent is admirable. I once encountered a couplet, but could not devise a suitable response. Hence, I wish to solicit your expertise, Gu Jinshu replied, her voice melodious and soothing, exuding the aura of a refined lady. Couplet? Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, knowing that success would rely on fortune. He had memorized many poems, yet his understanding of couplets was limited, and he might not be able to respond aptly. Admitting defeat in this moment was clearly not an option. He feigned calmness and said, Please, Gunyang, share it with me. The first line is, the green waters possess no beauty, the wind ripples their surface, Gu Jinshu articulated, looking expectantly at Su Chang'an. Upon hearing the first line, Su Chang'an exhaled a sigh of relief. With a gentle smile, he gazed into her eyes and declared, I believe I have the answer. The Green Mountains do not age. They remain snow-white at their peaks. The Green Mountains do not age. They remain snow-white at their peaks. How impressive, so swift. Gu Jinshu's eyes sparkled with admiration, her voice a whisper of awe. However, her cheeks flushed anew, and she averted her gaze from Su Chang'an, her heart racing with a mixture of shyness and delight. Su Chang'an was momentarily bewildered by her reaction, but soon realized that this couplet could indeed serve as a declaration of affection. The phrase denoted unwavering loyalty and a promise of growing old together. This young lady likely fantasized that he had crafted the response specifically for her. Su Gongzi, thank you for your couplet. I wish to give you this, Gu Jinshu said bashfully, lowering her head as she pressed a fragrant sachet from her waist into his hand before fluttering away like a delicate butterfly. Ah, this. The sachet is a personal item, not something one gives away lightly. Had he unwittingly captured the heart of the daughter of the Prime Minister? Su Chang'an could not help but inhale the fragrance of the sachet, which still held Gu Jinshu's delicate scent, rich and alluring like osmanthus. Standing by the lake, he savored the gentle breeze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with elation. He felt that this life was far richer than his previous one. Darren, Su Darren. Suddenly, Tai Nyo rushed toward him, accompanied by two burly men, their faces wrought with urgency. There is trouble, Darren. His voice was grave, laced with alarm. Wu Wei from the Ministry of Justice is dead. Wu Wei dead. Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. How did he die? He asked, frowning. He was acutely aware of the force he had employed. Wu Wei should have merely been incapacitated for a few days, not facing a life-threatening situation. Tai Nyo replied solemnly. He was drained of his blood and perished. You should see for yourself, Darren. Without hesitation, Su Chang'an followed Tai Nyo to the scene of the incident. They arrived at a secluded corner of Wenchanggu, where, alongside Wu Wei, two guards assigned to his care also lay lifeless. All had been reduced to desiccated corpses, their blood completely drained. This manner of death was not unfamiliar to Su Chang'an. It was a common tactic employed by the shadowy creatures known as the shadow bats, a method favored by wicked practitioners. The world is a vast cycle. As the adage goes, you are what you consume. Animals, demons, spiritual herbs, and fruits could all be ingested, some even possessing extraordinary properties. And what of humans? Humans are the essence of all living things, often regarded as a precious elixir. Warriors, in particular, provide a significant source of vitality. Su Chang'an had nearly been refined into a human pill himself at one point. Consuming blood directly bore similarities to ingesting a human pill, though the latter was a luxury that underwent extensive processing, yielding even greater efficacy. In contrast, The direct consumption of blood carried considerable side effects, making it nearly impossible to achieve longevity on the path of martial arts. The struggle marks were faint, indicating that the assailant had acted while Wu Wei was unconscious. And the two guards, due to their insufficient strength, had been utterly incapable of resistance. Su Chang'an's gaze fell, his expression grave as he analyzed the situation. The assailant dared only to strike while Wu Wei was incapacitated, suggesting their strength was at most fourth tier. He leaped onto the rooftop, scanning the surrounding crowd. To prevent panic, the news of Wu Wei's death had been suppressed and remained uncirculated. Su Chang'an was certain that the perpetrator had not fled. Since Wu Wei had engaged him in combat and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness, it was an unexpected incident. The assailant could not have known in advance. Thus, their lurking presence within Wen Chang'an must have had ulterior motives, fortuitously resulting in Wu Wei's demise. Martial Eye activate. Su Chang'an's eyes were as profound as the night sky, shimmering with a brilliance akin to the vast expanse of stars and the ocean. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd. Suddenly, a figure amidst the throng captured his attention. This individual was unremarkable in appearance, clad in simple attire, with a bushy beard, resembling an ordinary middle-aged farmer, and thus easily overlooked. However, his martial arts perception revealed that he emanated a rich, crimson light. This sanguine aura signified the blood of Wu Wei that he had yet to assimilate. He had found his target. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Chang'an's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Without a sound, he leapt from the rooftop, seamlessly blending into the crowd, taking measured steps as he approached the man. Chapter 61, Shadows of the Enemy, Pursuit. The man with the bushy beard could never have anticipated that he had been seen through. If Su Chang'an could strike unexpectedly upon approaching, he was confident he could eliminate him in an instant. His expression was as calm as still water, his breathing steady, and his gaze deliberately averted from the adversary. Occasionally, he engaged in casual conversation with some townsfolk, appearing to be gathering insights and conducting inquiries. In reality, he was stealthily making his way toward the bushy-bearded man, their distance gradually narrowing. However, the bushy-bearded man was exceedingly vigilant. Su Chang'an's identity made him overly sensitive. The moment Su Chang'an drew closer, he would instinctively retreat to maintain at least a 20-meter distance. This was not a sustainable approach. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze and noticing Su Kei nearby, fanning himself with a folding fan and playfully flirting with a lady. An idea sparked in his mind. He flicked his finger, unleashing a hidden force that struck Su Kei directly. Su Kei let out a cry, predictably plunging into the water. Ah, young Master Su has fallen into the water. Quickly save him. I can't swim. Who can? Come quickly, everyone help. The scene erupted into chaos, momentarily diverting the bushy-bearded man's attention. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chang'an executed the 7-star step, weaving through the crowd like a hunting tiger, charging directly toward his target. In an instant, he closed the gap by 10 meters. The bushy-bearded man was no ordinary foe. He quickly recognized the peril, and with a swift movement, leaped onto the rooftop like a nimble monkey, then bounded away into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Su Chang'an barked, his figure flashing like a specter as he darted forward, his body gliding with the wind, vanishing from sight. This was the first phase of the shadow flicker step, the shallow shadow treading wind. Swiftly, several needle-like projectiles shot silently through the darkness towards Su Chang'an's face. These concealed weapons were expertly executed, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, under the gaze of the martial arts' heavenly eye, they posed no threat. With a slight twist of his body, Su Chang'an easily evaded them. Get away from me! Su Chang'an, like a predatory falcon, suddenly accelerated mid-air, transforming into a streak of lightning hurtling toward the bushy-bearded man. In the blink of an eye, he caught up, raising his fist to strike. The mighty Vajra fist, a stunning blow. The bushy-bearded man's pupils constricted in shock at Su Chang'an's astonishing speed, and he let out a roar. A layer of earthy yellow chi erupted from him, enveloping his body and transforming into a heavy earthen armor. Boom! As Su Chang'an's fist descended, the bushy-bearded man plummeted like a meteor from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a pit over 2 meters deep. The earthen armor cracked and disintegrated into dust, but he remained largely unharmed, only gazing warily at Su Chang'an. The 5 elemental attributes each possess unique characteristics. The earth attribute excels in defense. Indeed, Su Zongqi demonstrated remarkable mastery of light body techniques. His expression was grave, his heart unsettled. He typically operated with caution, having diligently practiced concealment and agility. He was certain he had not revealed any telltale signs. Yet, Su Chang'an had managed to discover him, his methods more formidable than rumored. His martial arts talent was unparalleled. Su Chang'an, exuding an imposing aura and a stern countenance, demanded, "Speak. Who sent you? What is your purpose for infiltrating the Wenchang Pavilion? Since Su Zongqi is a master detective, why not take a guess?" The bushy-bearded man replied with a sinister grin. Unexpectedly launching an attack, he stomped the ground, causing the stone floor to explode, propelling himself towards Su Chang'an like a cannonball. The earthy yellow qi enveloping him gave the impression of a meteor hurtling down. "You seek death." Su Chang'an scoffed, stepping forward with a powerful stance, his body slightly bending backward, exuding an overwhelming force. With a mighty punch, he countered the incoming meteor. The mighty Vajra fist shattered mountains. Boom. Su Chang'an felt a tremor in his body, unable to prevent himself from retreating a couple of steps. The bushy-bearded man, however, was sent flying at an even greater speed, crashing through 3 buildings before finally landing and sliding to a halt, demolishing several earthen walls. Earth and water attributes combined. Su Chang'an reflected on the earlier clash, his brow arching slightly. Hidden beneath the earth attribute in the bushy-bearded man's attack was a blend of water attribute, showcasing a balance of rigidity and flexibility, which had caught him off guard and forced him back. The combination of 2 elemental energies exponentially amplified their power, rather than merely adding to it. However, the execution of the water attribute by this man was far from natural, lacking the strength of Wu Wei. The bushy-bearded man rose, boasting, "Hee, this is thanks to you having incapacitated that unfortunate Wu Wei, allowing me to effortlessly absorb all his water attribute qi." Such underhanded methods are nothing but a facade. They do not belong to him. Su Chang'an scoffed in disdain. All his strength was the result of relentless effort day and night, pushing his body to the brink of exhaustion to grow stronger. His foundation was solid. Such foul techniques were not worth his time. "Combatants, gather here. Quickly." Suddenly, 12 individuals clad in bronze armor rushed in, fiercely surrounding Su Chang'an and the bushy-bearded man. Chapter 62, Citywide Uprising. "I am Wu Yong, the deputy commander of the Imperial City Guard. You two dare to engage in private combat in the heart of the capital? Surrender at once." A burly middle-aged man, his face as dark as coal, strode forward. Clad in the distinctive armor of the Imperial City Guard, with a golden broadsword at his waist, his voice commanded authority. The position of deputy commander corresponds to the chief of the Divine Martial Guard, with the commander above him akin to the 100 household of the Divine Martial Guard. "I am Su Chang'an, chief of the Divine Martial Guard. This man has killed the director of the capturing department, Wu Wei, and I am in pursuit of him." Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly, revealing his identification badge. "So it is Chief Su. I have long admired your reputation." Wu Yong's demeanor instantly softened as he smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Then he commanded, "Since that is the case, allow me to lend my assistance to Chief Su. Surround the criminal at once." 12 members of the Imperial City Guard immediately formed a special formation to encircle the bearded man. Suddenly, piercing sounds erupted from all directions, followed by a series of blood-red sparks shooting into the sky, exploding into the shape of bloodthirsty wolf heads. The Heisha army. That is the signal flare of the Heisha army. What is happening? The Heisha army has infiltrated the capital. Why are there disturbances in so many places, and judging by that direction, it seems to be towards the Imperial City. Look at that signal. It indicates that the Jinwu Guard is calling for help, which is the Emperor's personal army. It seems the Imperial City is indeed in trouble. The 12 members of the Imperial City Guard looked up, filled with shock and confusion. Su Chang'an's ears perked up as he heard countless chaotic footsteps and panicked cries echoing throughout the capital. Unbeknownst to him, the citizens had already descended into a state of panic and chaos. On such a grand festival as the Full Moon Festival, the Heisha army had infiltrated the capital, creating such a tumultuous scene. The level of madness was utterly beyond comprehension. The bearded man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! The young master has begun to act." "You mean the young master? Is it Mo Yunfei?" Su Chang'an replied coldly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He had let him escape last time, and now he is hiding within the capital? The bearded man smirked at Su Chang'an, stating, "Su Chang'an, The young master holds grudges. You have thwarted his plans repeatedly. If you truly have the courage, go seek him out, and I assure you, your end will be most tragic. Chief Su, do not waste words with him. The capital is in turmoil. We must act swiftly. Wu Yong's expression hardened as he drew his broadsword, speaking with righteous fervor. With that, he unleashed his internal energy, causing the blade to tremble slightly as he assumed the stance of a fierce tiger ready to pounce upon the bearded man. However, in the next moment, his blade unexpectedly pivoted and, without warning, struck towards Su Chang'an. Wu Yong's face contorted with rage, his hand gripping the sword fiercely, clearly exerting all his strength. This was his charged attack, the most powerful strike akin to a cleaving mountain. At such close range, it was enough to slay a fourth-grade warrior. Indeed, Su Chang'an's internal energy was directly severed, and the residual force of the blade struck him. Wu Yong's expression turned to one of wild joy as he laughed heartily. Su Chang'an, you may have had your moment of glory, but in the end, you shall still perish by my hand. Well done, the bearded man shouted in excitement. He immediately raised both hands and struck out, sending the 12 members of the Imperial City Guard flying, then leaping into the air to deliver a punch at Su Chang'an with utmost speed, seizing the opportunity to strike the fatal blow. As the bearded man soared before Su Chang'an, a faint smile curled at Su Chang'an's lips. He appeared unharmed, and his aura surged forth like a volcano erupting. It was as if a dormant dragon had suddenly awakened. What is happening? Wu Yong and the bearded man felt a sudden chill down their spines. The sword is not wielded this way. Can you not even feel if it has struck flesh? Su Chang'an's voice was calm and ancient, yet to their ears, it sounded like thunder, causing their hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a bright copper light emanated from Su Chang'an's body, nearly blinding them. With the protection of the Jin Shinju, Wu Yong could not breach his defenses. Run! Wu Yong and the bearded man's pupils contracted as they desperately retreated. Su Chang'an raised his hand and seized Wu Yong's broadsword. The ink blade was still in the process of being nurtured. These two were not worthy of Su Chang'an's full effort, so he would have to make use of another blade. Observe carefully. This is how a sword is wielded. Su Chang'an's voice boomed like thunder as he casually swung the blade. The air was filled with a torrent of sword energy, nearly rending space as an overwhelming inferno surged forth, resembling a fire dragon that instantly engulfed the two. The terrifying phenomenon vanished in an instant, leaving Wu Yong and the bearded man nothing but ashes. The members of the Imperial City Guard stood dumbfounded, astonished by Su Chang'an's might. After a moment, they regained their senses, hastily kneeling on one knee before Su Chang'an, eager to dissociate themselves from the events, fearful of repercussions. We implore you, esteemed Sir Su, to see clearly. Wu Yong the traitor has betrayed us. We were unaware. Indeed, we beseech you, Sir Su, to see the truth. We were merely victims. Su Chang'an inquired. What task were you responsible for just now? One of them replied. We were in charge of guarding a certain tunnel in the capital, my Lord Su. Su Chang'an nodded, instantly understanding how the Heisha army had infiltrated. Although the tunnel appeared to be under the watch of the Imperial City Guard, a traitor within had easily allowed the Heisha army entry. This vast capital has truly been infiltrated deeply. You may leave and report the situation here truthfully. Su Chang'an gestured dismissively. Yes, thank you for saving our lives, Sir Su. The members of the Imperial City Guard promptly assisted one another as they departed. Su Chang'an leaped onto a rooftop, gazing towards the direction of Chu Huangcheng, his eyes profound. There, the golden eaves and intricately carved beams stood majestic and noble. It was a forbidden place, one he had never approached even once. Yet at this moment, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and countless shadowy figures, exuding immense power, flickered and clashed in the night sky, with blood splattering high above, engulfed in unprecedented chaos. In merely a fleeting moment, Su Chang'an had sensed several formidable presences soaring towards Chuhuang City, whether they belonged to the Shenwu Guards or the Imperial City Division, all intent on quelling the insurrection. Moreover, there were the minions of the Heisha army deliberately sowing chaos within the city, committing acts of murder and arson. Additionally, some inherently unruly villains seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to engage in their nefarious deeds, taking advantage of the confusion. The populace within the capital was thrown into disarray. A sudden realization struck Su Chang'an, and his expression changed dramatically. He immediately hastened towards Wenchang Pavilion with utmost urgency. Chapter 63 The Calamity of Wenchang Pavilion. The bearded man lurked within Wenchang Pavilion with unknown intentions, yet given the frenzied nature of the Haisha army, Su Chang'an boldly speculated that they were likely planning a massacre within the pavilion. Inside Wenchang Pavilion, 3 esteemed deans and numerous scions of the powerful resided. Their demise would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval. Moreover, it was highly probable that others were also concealed within Wenchang Pavilion. Guarding Wenchang Pavilion was Su Chang'an's primary duty, and should chaos ensue, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Alas, he felt as though he had fallen victim to a cunning ploy to draw him away from his post. Su Chang'an's expression darkened as he moved with the swiftness of the wind, darting through the air with haste. Within Wenchang Pavilion, the turmoil in the capital had instilled a palpable sense of dread among those present, with cries of panic echoing throughout. Do not panic, everyone. The Divine Martial Guards and officers from the Ministry of Justice are here to ensure your safety. Please proceed to the top floor of Wenchang Pavilion for shelter. Do not crowd. Remain calm. Everyone, stay calm. The 3 esteemed deans, revered for their virtue and wisdom, were attempting to maintain order. Tai Nyo's voice boomed, akin to a resounding broadcast. Silence. Do not fear. We shall protect you. If anyone wishes to leave, you may exit through the side door. His imposing stature, coupled with the presence of the Divine Martial Guards, helped to stabilize the situation momentarily. Su Ke inquired, "Where is Su Chang'an? Has he fled? Please refrain from spreading rumors. The master has gone to pursue the murderer of Wu Wei and will return shortly," Fang Qingshan replied. Wu Wei had actually perished? He was the director of the capture division, a legitimate 4th-grade martial artist. The nobility felt their hearts sink at this news, their anxiety intensifying. Su Ke, with an air of arrogance, rebuked, "What is Su Chang'an chasing? He should remain steadfast in his duty here. I shall have my father hold him accountable. Young Master Su, our master's actions do not require your interference. Speak carelessly again, and we shall not treat you kindly." Zhou Daji glared at Su Ke with piercing eyes. Su Ke's anger flared. How dare a mere guard speak to him so? However, he restrained himself, recognizing the gravity of the situation necessitated a more composed demeanor. At that moment, an individual emerged from the shadows, tugging at his sleeve and signaling him discreetly. Su Ke's expression shifted as he quietly followed the person to a secluded corner to converse in hushed tones. "Young master, it is unwise to linger here. There is a hidden exit. My lord has instructed me to arrange your swift departure." Su Ke, rather than feeling alarmed, was elated. "Excellent. If all these people perish, it would serve Su Chang'an right. Let us flee." He paused, contemplating, then called upon Luo Beiqing and Wang Chong to escape through the secret exit from Wenchang Pavilion together. Initially, he had considered inviting Gu Jinshu to enhance his standing, but knowing her character, he anticipated she would insist on a collective escape and decided against it. Shortly after their departure, a menacing voice pierced through the crowd, cold and filled with murderous intent. "Attack! Kill!" Suddenly, from various corners of the throng, a cadre of assailants leaped forth, drawing slender daggers from their waists and unleashing chaos upon the unsuspecting populace. "Ah, they are killing! Help! Save me! Mother, where are you? Clear the way! Let me escape! Divine Martial Guards, come quickly!" The scene erupted into utter chaos, with the common folk scattering like frightened sheep, their cries of despair ringing out. "Quickly, there are assassins over there. And here too." These assassins had intentionally dispersed throughout the venue, exhausting the efforts of the Divine Martial Guards and Ministry of Justice personnel, rendering them unable to swiftly quell the turmoil. "Everyone, split up, but do not stray alone. Pair up for mutual support," Fang Qingshan ordered without delay. Zhou Daji swiftly coordinated the response. "Tai Nyo, guard the entrance of Wenchang Pavilion to ensure everyone can ascend safely. I will confront the assassins on the left. Qingshan will handle those on the right." With over 30 individuals from the Ministry of Justice and Divine Martial Guards, including 6 from the Refining Qi realm, they were adequately prepared to address unexpected crises. After a brief flurry of activity, order began to re-establish itself, with several assassins already subdued. However, those with keen insight felt little relief, for they sensed that this was merely a prelude to a far greater storm. Indeed, before the crowd could catch their breath, dozens of assassins armed with broad blades surged into Wenchang Pavilion from outside. They had already committed slaughter, their garments stained with blood, exuding an aura of terror, and it was evident that they were at least practitioners of the refining spirit realm. Yet, The most dire threat emerged as a figure glided through the air, ghost-like, traversing Wenchang Pavilion in mere moments. With a series of thunderous strikes, the individual unleashed a barrage of energy that obliterated every area guarded by the Divine Martial Guards and the Capture Division, creating a maelstrom of chaos and devastation. Many unfortunate citizens were struck down, reduced to mere blood mist, their bodies annihilated. The assailant then stood atop the eaves, arms crossed, exuding a formidable presence that cast a chilling and fearsome aura over all. Chapter 64. The Veteran and the Intelligence Leak. A terrifying aura, unique to a fourth-tier warrior, suppressed the entire venue. Silence enveloped the space as the crowd, struck by fear and astonishment, gazed upon him in trepidation. "We pay our respects to Lord Tai Tu," the group of assassins exclaimed fervently, kneeling on one knee in unison before the figure. Tai Tu's cold smile revealed a wolf-like ferocity in his eyes as he icily commanded, "Those who wish to live. Men to the left, women to the right." At that moment, his words held the weight of an imperial decree, and no one dared utter a sound. The men and women were swiftly separated, except for the 3 elderly deans who remained unmoved. Standing at the pinnacle of the tower, their hair and beards danced in the wind as they glared defiantly, displaying no trace of fear. Li Shi declared, "Rebels and traitors must be exterminated. Those who dare to wreak havoc in the capital shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans." Zhao Shi urged, "I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy, for leniency may be granted." Fang Shi added, "A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated." "Huh, strike them." With Tai Tu's command, 3 warriors of the Qi refinement realm leapt to the tower's summit, swiftly delivering blows that sent the 3 deans sprawling, their teeth shattered and lips swollen, rendering them unable to speak. Tai Tu's fierce gaze swept across the group of weak scholars, mocking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?" Immediately, Chu Sun and others trembled in fear, retreating so hastily that some lost their footing and fell, scrambling backward. "What a bunch of useless cowards." Tai Tu scoffed disdainfully, before his gaze settled upon the group of noble young ladies at the tower's summit. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with avarice as he laughed heartily. "Ah, indeed, the noble young ladies possess delicate skin and innate beauty. You are fortunate today." The assassins joined in laughter, their eyes lewd and predatory, as they began to make crude remarks. "I have yet to savor the taste of noble young ladies. Today shall be a feast. Be gentle. These ladies are accustomed to luxury. We mustn't kill them too quickly. Look, I fancy that one. She is so pure. I prefer the one on the left. A fuller figure is far more interesting. See that most beautiful one. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister, renowned for her talents, Gu Jinshu. Wow. To share a moment with her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life." "Forget it. Tai Tu must have the first pick." At that moment, Gu Jinshu and the other noble young ladies resembled frightened kittens, trembling and breathing cautiously. Their eyes sought help from the nearby scholars and young masters, who, in their usual gallantry, had professed their willingness to die for them, but now acted like ostriches, pretending to be mere bystanders. Some even seemed eager to use them as shields, pushing them forward. Among the crowd, an elderly man dressed in simple gray attire observed the scene atop the tower, sighing in a mix of sorrow and anger, a pitiful group, afraid for their lives. "They have brought disgrace upon our Dechu." He sported a white goatee and a stooped figure, carrying a long object wrapped in gray cloth on his back. His eyes remained calm and unflustered. Moreover, he quietly maneuvered through the crowd, inching closer to Tai Tu's rear. Then, with a gnarled hand, he grasped the long object behind him, his murky gaze transforming into a piercing glare, his aura suddenly surging with immense power. The frail old man instantly morphed into a battle-hardened general. His presence was as fierce as a dragon or tiger, echoing with the sounds of clashing weapons that resonated through the air, captivating all. With a resounding explosion, the gray cloth erupted, revealing a black iron blade meant for slaying horses. The old man's eyes sparkled with ferocity as he leaped toward Tai Tu's back. Under the moonlight, he resembled a powerful lion, pouncing toward his prey. With a swift swing of the blade, it sliced through the air, aimed at Tai Tu's waist, producing a thunderous sound. However, the old warrior's pupils dilated in shock as he instantly realized something was amiss. No blood was shed. Instinctively, he spun around, raising his weapon to block. Boom! Tai Tu's fist, imbued with overwhelming true energy, crashed into the old man, sending him flying. The old warrior performed several acrobatic jumps in midair, landing inside the Wenchang pavilion, panting heavily, his face grim and wary. Tai Tu was far stronger than he had anticipated. Had he not been battle-tested and quick to react, he would have sustained severe injuries. Uncle Feng. Gu Jinshu recognized the old man, her voice filled with excitement. How wonderful. It is indeed General Feng. General Feng, a seasoned warrior of the battlefield, brought a wave of relief. Your father was concerned for your safety due to the Black Sha army's surprise attack, which involved 5 top-tier warriors and over 30 fourth-tier warriors. He sent me to protect you in secret. General Feng smiled at her, a sigh of relief escaping him. Fortunately, I have arrived. Gu Jinshu, still worried, said, but you. General Feng quickly interrupted her, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and his aura surged exponentially, pressuring the 5th-tier realm. He glared at Tai Tu with authority. I do not deceive the younger generation. I give you 3 breaths to leave, or face death. Ha ha. Feng Nanshi, first you tried to ambush me, and now you resort to bluster. Are you trying to amuse me? Tai Tu laughed mockingly, adding, stop pretending. You retired from the battlefield 10 years ago due to injuries. After all this time, your wounds have not healed, and your cultivation has regressed. You are merely a sickly old tiger trying to intimidate me? You. How do you know? Feng Nangzi's pupils contracted, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over him. He lacked confidence in this battle. His intention had merely been to scare Tai Tu away, but he never expected the latter to be so well informed of his circumstances. Suddenly, he was struck by a revelation and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, no wonder your plan this time is so flawless. Not only have you dispatched an ample number of personnel, but you are also acutely aware of every defensive detail of the Chu imperial city. Surely, someone has betrayed the secrets of our great Chu. Who could it be? Tai Tu remained silent, threateningly stating, heh, old fool, you can still preserve your life if you leave now. Though my bones may be weary, dispatching you would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Feng Nangzi, possessing extraordinary valor, brandished his saber once more and leaped forward. Tai Tu extended his hands, leisurely donning his black iron gauntlets, and with a powerful stamp on the ground, he unleashed the ascending dragon fist, colliding directly with Feng Nangzi. Chapter 65, Trampling Dignity, Extreme Rescue. The void trembled, and the air shattered. A terrifying force transformed into shockwaves that surged in all directions. The clash between the two was swift and ferocious, so rapid that ordinary eyes could scarcely follow. Only the sound of air continuously exploding could be heard. No one discerned that Tai Tu was employing a cunning ruse. Each punch he threw at Feng Nanshi appeared directed solely at him, yet simultaneously encompassed the entire Wenchanggu Tower. Should Feng Nanshi attempt to evade, a multitude within the tower would undoubtedly meet their demise. Tai Tu was intentionally forcing Feng Nanshi into a head-on confrontation. Wounded and weary, Feng Nanshi had long succumbed to his affliction, unable to endure such intense combat. Indeed, in but a fleeting moment, his movements noticeably slowed, and he began to gasp for breath. You old relic, as a veteran of Dechu, my slaying of you today shall undoubtedly secure my renown. Tai Tu laughed heartily, flames roaring on his fists, which soon radiated a golden light, illuminating the fire into a resplendent golden hue. The searing flames, already formidable, now exuded a razor-sharp aura, penetrating everything in their path. The gold attribute True Qi combined with the fire attribute True Qi. Feng Nanshi inhaled sharply, recognizing that one was the most potent offensive True Qi in the 5 elements, while the other possessed unparalleled destructive power. The amalgamation of both would yield results far exceeding mere addition. He had no thought of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he raised his Zhanma Dao high, glaring defiantly as he braced himself to receive Tai Tu's dual fists. The horrifying flames, sharp as a spear, instantaneously crushed Feng Nanshi's True Qi, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, Feng Nanshi transformed into a blazing fireball, plummeting from the sky, embedding himself into the ground and creating a human-shaped pit, half dead. Uncle Feng! Uncle Feng! Gu Jinshu's eyes were bloodshot as she leaned over the railing, anxiously calling out. The others, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts sink, their faces turning ashen. Ha ha ha! Today is not like any other, old general. Tai Tu laughed with immense pride, holding his head high, regarding Gu Jinshu with the demeanor of a victor. You must be Gu Jinshu? Step forward. His tone admitted no dispute. Gu Jinshu's heart trembled with overwhelming fear, yet at this critical moment, She summoned the responsibility and courage befitting the daughter of the prime minister. Calmly and composed, she stepped out from the crowd. However, she was merely an inexperienced lamb, ill-equipped to contend against the bloodthirsty Heisha army. Tai Tu's next words shattered her resolve. Remove your outer garments. Here, not only were there dozens of Heisha assassins, but also many scholars. The privileged offspring of nobility and common folk, over 10,000 individuals in total. Yet he demanded that the esteemed daughter of the prime minister, a prodigious talent, stripped publicly. The Heisha army thrived on such acts of trampling dignity. Gu Jinshu bit her lip fiercely, her delicate body trembling as she defiantly declared, "No. It cannot be. Stop, stop. Let anything come at me instead." Feng Nanqi's eyes widened with rage, his entire body shaking. Exerting every ounce of strength, yet unable to rise, only managing a hoarse scream. Tai Tu grinned malevolently, pointing at a Qi refining martial artist. "You, assist her in undressing. At your command." The assassin, exhilarated, displayed a lewd grin as he rushed towards Gu Jinshu. "No, do not come closer. Get away. Get away." Gu Jinshu retreated in despair. To bully a frail woman, are you not akin to beasts? A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Where are the valiant sons of Dechu? The three deans, witnessing this scene, trembled with fury, tears streaming down their aged faces, their hearts filled with sorrow and indignation. "Come, little beauty." The assassin, having lost patience for the game, struck like lightning, reaching for Gu Jinshu. Gu Jinshu had been cornered, with no retreat left. Her body trembled, her teeth nearly drawing blood from her lip. Her eyes filled with despair and sorrow. Yet in the next instant, her pupils quivered violently as she beheld the assassin's hand reaching for her, frozen in midair. From her perspective, a massive fist was clearly visible, emerging from behind the assassin, piercing through his chest. Chapter 66. With one stroke, I shall end you. He opened his mouth, emitting a few final, unwilling sounds of life before collapsing to the ground. Gu Jinshu covered her mouth, her eyes wide, fixated on the familiar handsome face revealed after the assassin fell. In an instant, it struck her heart, which was on the brink of collapse. Su Chang'an. The tears that Gu Jinshu had desperately held back finally burst forth. Ignoring her image, she threw herself into Su Chang'an's embrace, a torrent of emotions surging forth as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Lord Su, how wonderful it is that you are here. Lord Su has finally arrived. We are saved. Lord Su will surely defeat the Heisha army. He must." However, Iron Butcher had comprehended the dual attributes of true Qi, while Lord Su possessed only one. Would that not be precarious? Indeed, even General Feng had been defeated. Must we speak such disheartening words at this moment? Everyone was both excited and apprehensive, murmuring nervously. With the example of Feng Nanqi before them, they dared not celebrate too soon. "Su Chang'an, I thought you had hidden away, yet you dare to show yourself and seek death." Iron Butcher's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. Su Chang'an had thwarted many of the Heisha army's plans, making him the prime target. His mission here was twofold: to slaughter the privileged offspring of the Dechu and to eliminate Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an replied coolly, "If it were not for your men luring me away, how could you have the opportunity to be so arrogant here?" What a bold claim. Iron Butcher leered at Su Chang'an, his voice dripping with malice. "You stand alone, while we number over 20. I shall hold you back. While my subordinates slaughter the men and violate the women, you can only watch in despair. TSK, what a scene that will be." At these words, the assassin's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, their excitement palpable. "Ha ha ha, Lord Iron Butcher is brilliant. We have been waiting for this moment. Wait, everyone, line up, and pay special attention to the daughter of the Prime Minister." Instantly, the faces of the people of Dechu drained of color, especially the women, who fell into despair once more, their delicate frames trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the Heisha army was numerous and formidable, with over 20 assassins in addition to Iron Butcher. Setting aside whether Su Chang'an could defeat Iron Butcher, even if he could, by the time he succeeded, his companions would have already been ravaged. "Su Chang'an, I am the former General Feng Nanqi. I command you to take Jinshu and leave at once." Feng Nanqi roared with all his might. His voice strained. "Su Chang'an, weigh the consequences. You must heed General Feng's command." Master Feng added, "Young man, do not be impulsive. Understand the bigger picture. Yes, hurry and flee." Masters Li and Zhao echoed, urging him on. However, Su Chang'an remained deaf to their pleas. He slowly stepped forward, arriving at the edge of the tower's railing. The moonlight poured down like water upon him, enveloping him in a silvery glow. With a calm yet audacious voice, he declared, "Iron Butcher, what gives you the confidence to believe you can hold me back?" "What?" Iron Butcher was taken aback, incredulous, as Su Chang'an seemed to have stolen his lines. Su Chang'an raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the ink blade. "To end you, one stroke is all it takes." Iron Butcher, now fully aware, felt an overwhelming humiliation wash over him. "Ha ha ha, you foolish boy, so arrogant. How dare you underestimate me?" He laughed in rage, his roar like thunder, "Die for me." With a thunderous stomp, Iron Butcher unleashed a violent surge of true chi, causing the building beneath him to collapse in an instant. He launched himself towards Su Chang'an like an arrow, his golden true chi radiating magnificently, flames swirling around him, an awe-inspiring sight. So powerful. The crowd trembled, holding their breath in a hush of silence. It is over. This young man is far too reckless. Why boast of strength when he should simply flee? Master Feng and Feng Nanqi felt their hearts racing with anxiety. How could Su Chang'an possibly withstand such a foe? Su Chang'an's expression was as calm as water, his eyes shimmering with brilliance like two flames in the night. At that moment, his essence, energy, and spirit reached their zenith. With a resonant hum, the ink blade that had not been drawn for over half a month began to emit a gentle whisper. Gradually, he drew it forth. This feeling. Both Iron Butcher and the fallen Feng Nanqi were struck with shock, their hearts racing. As the highest cultivators present, they sensed an overwhelming blade aura awakening within Su Chang'an, like a pearl unveiled from dust, shining brightly and illuminating mountains and rivers. They must stop him. They had to stop him. Iron Butcher's heart raced as he thought. That blade of Su Chang'an instilled in him a life-and-death crisis. In midair, his speed inexplicably quickened. Yet at that very moment, Su Chang'an's ink blade began to release a torrent of blade aura, solid and tangible, spilling outward, its sharpness hindering Iron Butcher's advance, making him feel as though he could not move an inch. Clang! The ink blade was fully drawn. This blade had been sealed for over half a month, nurtured by Su Chang'an during that time. He had focused solely on martial arts, refraining from using the blade. Yet his blade techniques had progressed rather than regressed, with the blade aura growing ever more potent. With a roar, intense flames erupted from Su Chang'an, akin to the blazing sun, soaring into the sky. He raised the ink blade, delivering a strike toward Iron Butcher. Zhuori Dao Fa second form, Raging Sun Dance. The flames merged with the blade aura, streaking across the sky like a shooting star, a long rainbow sweeping past Iron Butcher. The fire and metal attributes surrounding Iron Butcher shattered instantly, his body exploding in midair like fireworks, blood splattering across the heavens. Only remnants of his limbs fell scattered to the ground. Following a brief silence, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Whether noble women or commoners, all gazed at Su Chang'an with eyes brimming with tears of joy. We won? With just one stroke, he truly only needed one stroke. Ha ha, we are saved. We are saved. Lord Su is magnificent. Wow, Su Chang'an is so handsome. I must have my parents propose. The assassins of the Heisha Jun were thrown into disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? Lord Tai Tu was a dual attribute warrior. How could he perish so swiftly? Hadn't they promised to hold him off for a while longer? I haven't even had my fun with the woman yet. Flee, run. They scattered in all directions. Su Chang'an could hardly be bothered to pursue them, merely standing atop the tower. Like a marksman, he wielded his blade with precision, each stroke releasing a blade of energy that soared through the void, striking each assassin with unerring accuracy. In mere moments, over 20 assassins had met their tranquil demise. Chapter 67. The Crown Prince and the Astonishing Secrets. As the dust settled, the gazes of all present turned towards Su Chang'an, imbued with reverence, as if beholding a divine warrior. The members of the Shenwu Guard, led by Zhou Daji, were particularly exuberant, their shouts filled with pride. Subsequently, Su Chang'an assisted Gu Jinshu in hastily extricating Feng Nanqi from the pit. Concern etched on her face, Gu Jinshu inquired, "Uncle Feng, are you all right?" "I am far from well," Feng Nanqi grumbled, his countenance dark. "That lad is undeniably formidable, yet he had me shield him from danger. My distinguished hair and beard have been singed away. I can scarcely show my face. Count yourself fortunate, old Feng. Look at us three. We have been reduced to mere caricatures, our once pristine teeth now gone." The three deans, leaning on one another, approached, their speech slurred and unclear. Su Chang'an, aware of his shortcomings, clasped his hands in apology. I beg your pardon, esteemed seniors. It was my momentary lapse in judgment. Feng Nanqi waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I was merely jesting. Your pursuit of the traitor was not misguided. The real culprit is Wu Wei, who, during his watch, chose to slumber while the enemy crept in. He deserved his fate. Master Feng patted Su Chang'an's shoulder, praising, young Master Su. Not only do you possess unparalleled martial prowess at such a tender age, but your literary talents are equally commendable. Truly, a boon for our great Chu. Master Li, reflecting on the cowardice displayed by the recent scholars, sighed heavily. If only our great Chu had more valiant souls like you, we would not have to fear for our future. Under Su Chang'an's guidance, calm was swiftly restored, and he directed his subordinates to disperse the populace. Ultimately, the honorable duty of escorting Gu Jinshu home naturally fell upon his shoulders. The night air was cool as water, with the radiant full moon hanging high in the sky, casting its luminous glow and illuminating the path for the young couple walking together. Su Chang'an strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets, while Gu Jinshu lagged slightly behind, her head bowed, playfully stepping upon Su Chang'an's shadow as if she were a child. Occasionally, she would steal glances at him, her heart a blend of joy and shyness. Their silence fostered an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony, contrasting sharply with the chaos of fleeing crowds, panicked cries, raging flames, and crumbling walls surrounding them. Gu Jinshu's beauty and grace drew the attention of the roving Heisha army, who approached in waves like chaff before the wind, only to be swiftly dispatched by Su Chang'an with minimal effort. Gu Jinshu felt a surge of security, unable to suppress her wish for this moment to last indefinitely. Brother Su, how fares Sister Ingxue? Gu Jinshu inquired with genuine concern. Su Chang'an replied, previously, things may not have been ideal, but now she is thriving. Indeed, with you by her side, her happiness is assured. Gu Jinshu nodded, feeling a twinge of envy towards Bai Ingxue, who had already found companionship. Curious, Su Chang'an asked, do you know her? With a sigh, Gu Jinshu responded. We were once very close friends, but after that incident, it seems our paths are fated to diverge. The daughter of the Prime Minister could not be seen associating with the offspring of a traitor without risking censure. Are you aware of why the Crown Prince targeted Ingxue a month ago? Su Chang'an casually inquired, not expecting an answer from Gu Jinshu. However, her reaction was unexpectedly revealing. She bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a struggle, her expression wavering. After a moment, her hesitation transformed into resolve as she spoke softly. Brother Su, based on my deductions, the Crown Prince's actions against Sister Ingxue are of his own volition. Why do you believe that? Su Chang'an pressed further, his brow arching. Being the daughter of the current Prime Minister, Gu Jinshu was astute and well-versed in the intricacies of court politics, far more than Su Chang'an. Sister Ingxue's identity is exceedingly delicate. Although her father has perished, many of his former subordinates remain, some still wielding military power. Furthermore, a few have become bandits in their fury, establishing their own formidable factions in the martial world. Gu Jinshu elucidated the hidden truths that Su Chang'an had not considered. Continuing, Bai Ingxue may appear to reside within the Jiafangxi, yet she is, in truth, a hostage. Should anything happen to her, her father's former subordinates might instigate a rebellion, leading to chaos. Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as the pieces fell into place. The current emperor, if he sought stability for Great Chu, could not afford to act against Bai Ingxue. But what, then, was the Crown Prince's ulterior motive? What benefit would a rebellion serve him? Was it a desire to usurp the throne? Amidst the turmoil of the nation, he would find his opportunity to ascend. Though Su Chang'an refrained from uttering the final two words, Gu Jinshu discerned his thoughts and nodded gently in affirmation. But why does the Crown Prince wish to usurp the throne? Is he truly so impatient? Brother Su, in Great Chu, there exists a grave taboo that no one dares to mention. Gu Jinshu, evidently emboldened, driven by passion, unveiled a staggering secret. Chapter 68. Mo Yunfei, the Earth Core, Purple Fire. 70 years ago, the former Crown Prince conspired to rebel and was granted poison, leading to his demise. 160 years ago, the previous Crown Prince instigated a coup and was executed by dismemberment. Gu Jinshu's words caused Su Chang'an's pupils to constrict suddenly, and his heart raced. Both preceding Crown Princes met their ends due to rebellion, and now, the third Crown Prince harbored similar ambitions. This was utterly sensational. rebellion had transformed into a trend. The earlier two crown princes' revolts were long forgotten due to the extensive time gap and strict prohibitions on discussion. Had it not been for Gu Jinshu's revelation, Su Chang'an would have remained oblivious. I understand now. A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Chang'an's eyes as he grasped the underlying reasons behind the crown prince's insurrections. He murmured, "The current emperor's pursuit of immortality has prolonged his life to an extent where he is oblivious to the moment of his own death. Naturally, the crown princes can hardly wait. Ironically, it is the crown princes who fear the emperor's longevity the most. As long as the emperor lives, what value does the position of crown prince hold? No wonder the current crown prince is ranked 6th, with so few surviving offspring of the emperor. It appears that the others have already been slowly extinguished by their father. Thank you, Miss Gu, for sharing such vital information with me." Su Chang'an bowed respectfully in gratitude. The young lady had risked severe consequences to divulge this forbidden knowledge, an act of immense significance. The news was indeed crucial. Gu Jinshu cast a lingering glance at Su Chang'an, her tone wistful. "Miss Gu, does Brother Su still view me so distantly?" As a seasoned figure in the realm of romance, Su Chang'an instantly comprehended Gu Jinshu's meaning. He promptly seized the opportunity, gently grasping her delicate hand, saying, "Jinshu, your heartfelt gesture deserves my utmost devotion in return." Gu Jinshu struggled to break free, but found herself ensnared by Su Chang'an's grasp, her heart racing with a mix of embarrassment and urgency. "I merely fear you are unaware of court matters and wish to protect you. Please let go. This is quite improper. Jinshu, I still have a few inquiries to make." Su Chang'an feigned ignorance to her request to release her hand, savoring the exquisite touch while continuing to pose questions about court affairs. Gradually, Gu Jinshu relinquished her struggle, allowing Su Chang'an to lead her as they engaged in a slow-paced dialogue. Unbeknownst to them, the residence of the chief minister was now within close proximity. At the entrance stood a frail figure, anxiously pacing. Upon seeing that figure, Gu Jinshu's small hand slipped away from Su Chang'an's grasp like a serpent, her face flushing with a mix of nervousness and apprehension. "Jinshu, you are finally back. Are you unharmed?" The elderly figure hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Clad in a blue scholarly robe, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt, his features were gaunt yet exuded an air of intellect. With hair that was half black and half gray, each strand meticulously groomed, giving him a gentle demeanor. "Father, I am well. It is thanks to Brother Su that I have returned safely." Gu Jinshu was quick to present Su Chang'an to the chief minister. The chief minister, displaying no airs, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Su, for saving my daughter. May I know your name?" "I am Su Chang'an, General of the Divine Martial Guard." Su Chang'an replied with a courteous bow. Su Chang'an. The chief minister's brow furrowed slightly. Su Chang'an was renowned for his talents and martial prowess, having garnered the favor of numerous women during his time in the Ministry of Education, indicating his adeptness in matters of romance. Having his daughter accompany him was akin to handing her over on a silver platter. The chief minister could not help but glance at his daughter, his heart sinking in alarm. He noticed Gu Jinshu's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy, unmistakably besotted. This is troubling. A man who is both scholarly and martial, coupled with a knack for wooing women, is indeed a formidable combination. The chief minister felt a bitter pang within. He had already advised his daughter to maintain distance from Su Chang'an, yet his counsel seemed futile. His concern was not for Su Chang'an's status, but rather a simple desire to shield Gu Jinshu from danger. After all, Su Chang'an had offended both the Haisha army and the crown prince, placing himself in a precarious position. The chief minister could not help but ask with irritation, "Where is that old fellow Feng Nanchi? Uncle Feng sustained some injuries while rescuing me and intends to wait until he is healed before re-emerging," Gu Jinshu replied. In truth, Feng Nangzi wished to wait until his hair had fully regrown before facing others again. At that moment, another figure emerged from the chief minister's residence, a flicker of joy lighting up his face upon seeing Su Chang'an. He exclaimed urgently, "Su Chang'an, you have arrived at the perfect time. There is an urgent task that requires your attention. Please, Lord Chengfeng, instruct me," Su Chang'an said, his expression turning serious as he bowed. This individual was Chengfeng, the deputy to Wei Chenggong, personally stationed to protect the chief minister's residence. Chengfeng stated, "The Haisha army has come prepared. They have thoroughly assessed the capital's defensive layout and colluded with insiders to attempt an assassination of His Majesty. They have failed in their attempt and are now fleeing. The eastern gate is particularly vulnerable and in dire need of reinforcements. You must go immediately. I accept the order. Su Chang'an felt a tremor within. The Haisha army was indeed audacious, with the audacity to target the current emperor. No wonder such chaos ensued. The identity of those colluding with the Haisha army was becoming increasingly clear. Undoubtedly the current crown prince. The crown prince had betrayed the capital's defensive intelligence, allowing the insiders of the royal guard to facilitate the Haisha army's infiltration into the capital, thus enabling the assassination of the emperor to further his own ambitions. Madness, true madness. The Haisha army was infamous for its heinous acts, and the crown prince's deep entanglement with them for the sake of usurpation would spell disaster for the entire Dechu nation. As for the lives of the common people, he had given them not a moment's thought. Su Chang'an exhaled a breath of despair, acutely aware of the callousness of the world, where the whims of those in power could extinguish countless lives. Chen Feng added, moreover, the Haisha army's young master, Mo Yunfei, has also fled towards the eastern gate, and crucially, he has stolen the Earth Core purple fire from the palace treasury. Mo Yunfei? He has stolen the Earth Core purple fire. Su Chang'an's pupils constricted, his heart racing uncontrollably. To think Mo Yunfei not only evaded capture, but had also remained hidden within the capital, orchestrating such a significant event. The Earth Core purple fire is a rare elemental essence. To speak candidly, Su Chang'an has harbored quite unrealistic aspirations regarding it. Legend has it that this flame originates from the Earth's core, possessing an extraordinarily high temperature without an upper limit. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can incinerate all things under heaven. It is only during a great earthquake that it may emerge from the depths of the earth, thus becoming capturable. The Dechu kingdom acquired this treasure by mere fortune. While it may not be deemed a national treasure, it is undoubtedly a priceless legacy. Within the Divine Martial Guard, there exists a particular privilege allowing one to expend 5 Ding-level merits to closely engage with the ZXND for an hour, thereby comprehending the mysteries of fire attributes, which aids in transcending to the 4th rank. Had it not been for Su Chang'an's extraordinary insight in mastering the flame blade, he would likely have chosen the aforementioned path to advance to the 4th rank. Chapter 69, Pursuit, a single strike, 3 kills. The Earth Core purple fire possesses extraordinary effects, aiding in the cultivation of 4th-grade martial artists. Chengfeng's expression grew grave as he solemnly stated, therefore, whoever can reclaim the Earth Core purple fire will undoubtedly achieve a monumental feat. Time is of the essence. I shall head to the East Gate immediately. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in farewell and prepared to depart. Gu Jianshu's eyes brimmed with concern, and she hastily implored, Brother Su, please exercise caution. Indeed, I shall, rest assured. Su Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, and with a firm step, he departed gracefully like the wind. Gu Jianshu's gaze remained fixed on Su Chang'an's retreating figure, her toes poised, neck elongated like a statue yearning for her beloved, lost in reverie. The Prime Minister observed his daughter's infatuated demeanor with displeasure, his old face contorted with worry, and he could only sigh helplessly. In the capital, there exists a grand gate at each cardinal point, yet the north and south gates are typically closed, with only the east and west gates in regular operation. All 4 gates are guarded by the Royal City Guard. In times of turmoil, all gates ought to be firmly sealed. However, when Su Chang'an arrived at the east gate, he was taken aback to find it wide open, the scene before him a chaotic ruin, littered with corpses. Nearby structures lay in ruins, and even the renowned impenetrable city walls bore gaping holes and cracks. It was evident that 5th and even 6th-grade martial artists had battled fiercely here. Su Chang'an's heart raced with trepidation as he surveyed the aftermath. Only a handful of guards remained, feebly standing watch at the gate, while the rest lay wounded. Stop them! Halt! Do not flee! Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce confrontation erupted from the other side. And had it not been for their singular desire to escape, the guards would have stood little chance against them. Among the junior standard-bearers was Lin Xiong, a familiar face to Su Chang'an. Furrowing his brow, he realized that they were utterly outmatched, feeling utterly at a loss. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a familiar and imposing figure at the east gate. Instantly, his eyes lit up with ecstatic joy as he exclaimed, "Is it you, Lord Su? We beseech your assistance. Lord Su has arrived? Where is he? Where?" Laughter erupted among the guards, their spirits lifted. Finally, reinforcements have come, and it is none other than General Su. We are saved. General Su, stop watching the spectacle and please, take action. The members of the Divine Martial Guard, relieved and invigorated, eagerly urged Su Chang'an. Faced with the three assassins, they felt immense pressure. Although they appeared to be holding their ground, they were actually at a disadvantage, and any misstep could lead to a comrade's demise. Even the two standard-bearers turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Chang'an. Though they held the same rank, they all understood that Su Chang'an was no ordinary standard-bearer. He was a force capable of contending with fourth-grade warriors, holding an unparalleled position among his peers, with immeasurable potential for future greatness. General Su? Could it be the renowned Su Chang'an? The assassins, realizing the arrival of such a formidable figure, made a swift decision to escape. Explosive blood technique. They detonated the undigested blood within their bodies, unleashing a surge of power far exceeding their own capabilities. Their combined chi erupted, forcing back the Divine Martial Guard. They then leaped forward, charging straight toward the east gate, with Su Chang'an standing resolutely in their path. Get out of our way. The three assassins, exuding an aura of ferocity, coordinated their assault on Su Chang'an. At that moment, each of them approached the strength of a fourth-grade warrior, their unleashed power rivaling that of their betters, despite not yet mastering their chi attributes. Their joint attack was sufficient to challenge a fourth-grade martial artist. Lin Xiong and the others felt their hearts race with trepidation, their faces betraying concern for Su Chang'an's safety. Yet, Su Chang'an remained as immovable as a mountain, his dark robe billowing in the wind, hair dancing gracefully. His aura was contained, his expression serene, akin to a tranquil pool of water, exuding no pressure, yet it was precisely this composure that inspired dread. In the next moment, he made his move. A crisp clang resonated through the night sky, as a flash of cold light shot forth, vanishing in an instant. Everyone felt their vision blur when they focused again. Su Chang'an's blade had returned to its sheath, seemingly untouched. However, the three assassins found their chi extinguished, standing frozen in place. Moments later, their heads simultaneously fell to the ground. Chapter 70. The Heart of the Earth's Purple Fire. What? Did he just strike down that easily? Lord Su is extraordinarily powerful. Such a terrifying blow, not a trace of true energy escaped, nor did it cause any destruction. The prowess of Su Zongqi is indeed astonishing. The members of the Shenwu Guard and the guards at the East Gate collectively gasped, captivated by Su Chang'an's remarkable display. The name Su Chang'an was somewhat familiar to them, and they were aware of his strength. Yet, what they had just witnessed was far beyond their expectations. Those were three martial artists nearing the fourth rank, effortlessly dispatched in an instant. Lord Su, have you broken through to the fourth rank? A commander could not help but inquire, his demeanor already treating Su Chang'an as his superior. Su Chang'an nodded, attributing his breakthrough to sheer luck. Lord Su is already at the fourth rank. No wonder. My goodness. Such talent is beyond our reach. The crowd displayed expressions of realization, a mixture of envy and astonishment evident on their faces. Su Chang'an's growth was undeniable. The transition from the third to the fourth rank represents a significant threshold, one that countless martial artists struggle with throughout their lives. Yet, Su Chang'an surged through it like a tempest, truly a prodigy. Lord Su, I implore you to assist my master. Lin Xiong urgently stepped forward. Su Chang'an's expression turned serious as he asked with concern, "What has happened to Qiu Yun?" Lin Xiong replied, "She has gone off to pursue Mo Yunfei alone, and I fear for her safety. That woman possesses a reckless audacity." Su Chang'an's eyelids twitched. He had to act quickly. Murong Qiu Yun was filled with an overwhelming sense of justice and was quite stubborn, if left unchecked. She might very well follow Mo Yunfei into the territory of the Haishou army. Her temperament was one of indifference towards life and death, ready to confront any challenge. He hastily asked, "What instructions did she leave you?" She mentioned that she would mark the trees along the way with signs of the Shenwu Guard, awaiting reinforcements. As soon as Lin Xiong finished speaking, Su Chang'an transformed into a gust of wind, rushing out of the East Gate. The peril of the situation was self-evident. He could not afford to delay. Not long after Su Chang'an departed, a graceful figure descended from the sky, landing here. Everyone was taken aback and promptly bowed, saying, "We greet your highness, Princess Anping. Do you know where Mo Yun is fleeing to?" Luo Shuixian inquired casually. Lin Xiong immediately recounted what had just transpired. Luo Shuixian nodded and then flew out of the East Gate without hesitation. Lin Xiong and the others exchanged glances, discussing softly. Why has the princess personally intervened? Is it wise to put herself in such danger? At this moment, high-ranking martial artists are mutually restraining each other, so it should be manageable. I believe the princess seeks vengeance. That makes sense. I heard the princess nearly fell victim to Mo Yunfei's treachery last time. Not just that. A seasoned commander astutely analyzed. The princess is primarily here for the Heart of the Earth's purple fire. He paused for a moment before explaining. The Heart of the Earth's purple fire can aid one in comprehending fire attribute true energy, and Princess Anping has yet to grasp this element. Now that the Heart of the Earth's purple fire has been stolen, it significantly hampers her cultivation progress. How could she not be anxious? Now it all makes sense. The others nodded in understanding. Upon exiting the east gate, a broad official road unfolded, flanked by dense woods. Occasionally, small villages or a few homesteads could be seen nestled within the landscape. Following the markings left by Murong Qiuyuan, Su Chang'an pressed on tirelessly, employing his lightness skill to its fullest as he darted through the forest. His gaze flickered as he took this opportunity to assess the current situation. The actions of the Haisha army had likely been meticulously planned, which was why Mo Yunfei remained in the capital, waiting for the opportune moment. Aside from stealing the Heart of the Earth's purple fire, they must have other objectives. After all, given the scale of such a fearsome operation involving 7th and 8th rank martial artists, the Heart of the Earth's purple fire could only be regarded as a minor trinket, unlikely to be a primary target. What, then, is the true goal of the Haisha army? Could it simply be to assassinate the emperor? That seems improbable. It would be too great a loss. The likelihood of successfully carrying out such an assassination is evidently low. Never mind, it is no concern of mine. My immediate priority is to catch up with Mo Yunfei, and ideally, to catch a glimpse of the legendary artifact. At the same time, in the outskirts of the capital, there lay a secluded valley, densely wooded and adorned with exotic flora, hidden from plain sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures surrounded a young man with a gloomy countenance and an unusual appearance, landing on the ground. This young man was none other than Mo Yunfei, an old acquaintance of Su Chang'an. The 3 figures flanking him were cloaked in gray robes, their faces completely concealed beneath long-brimmed hats, resembling timid mice afraid to be seen. Their bodies shrouded in obscurity. These 3 were triplets, elite assassins trained by Mo Yunfei, known as Mo Da, Mo Air, and Mo San. Mo Da, quickly show me what you've got. Mo Yunfei exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At your command. Mo Da nodded and promptly produced a crystal-like white jade box from his robe, opening it slowly. Inside, a purple flame flickered like a spark, dancing quietly. It was as diminutive as a seed. Occasionally surrounded by flashes of purple fire, mesmerizingly beautiful, resembling a mirage. It was the essence of the Heart of the Earth's purple fire. If even a fraction of its power were absorbed, the essence would rapidly expand, transforming into an inferno capable of incinerating all in its path. So beautiful. With this divine artifact, I will swiftly comprehend fire attribute true energy and elevate to the 4th rank. Mo Yunfei laughed heartily, whispering in excitement. Mo Da chimed in with enthusiasm. Young master, this fire could serve as a strategic artifact. Once we bring the Heart of the Earth's purple fire back, countless late-stage chi refining martial artists will come seeking it to aid in their understanding of fire attribute true energy. At that time, we can garner immense support and rapidly expand our influence. Indeed, acquiring the Heart of the Earth's purple fire is a significant achievement. The king will surely reward you, young master. What can your brothers possibly contest against you? Mo Air added. The more Mo Yunfei listened, the more delighted he became, envisioning a bright future, his smile widening uncontrollably. The young master, Mo San, quietly approached and began to whisper something, yet his voice dwindled to a mere murmur. In the distance, atop a grand tree, concealed by the dense foliage, Murong Qiuyuan resembled a captivating serpent. Her body gracefully coiled around the branches, hands gripping the twigs, her enchanting figure fully displayed. She leaned in, straining to discern Mo San's words. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, she suddenly realized that Mo Da and Mo Air had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding washed over Murong Qiuyuan as her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and the hairs on her neck stood on end, a warning signal igniting within her. Chapter 71. Arriving with Divine Weapons. She sensed impending danger, yet it was already too late. Little beauty, why not come a bit closer to listen? A sinister voice emerged from the left, accompanied by the sound of a powerful palm cutting through the air, aimed directly at Murong Qiyun. With a sharp reprimand, Murong Qiyun swiftly countered with a palm strike, enveloping herself in azure true energy, and rapidly retreated. However, just as she turned, she spotted Mo Air perched on a nearby tree, his aura locking onto her and blocking her escape route. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, woman, Mo Yunfei exclaimed upon seeing Murong Qiyun, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he shamelessly appraised her, his gaze laden with meaning. Murong Qiyun furrowed her brows, disliking the way he looked at her, and coldly replied, "Do you know me? Of course, you are Su Chang'an's woman." Murong Qiyun. Mo Yunfei licked his lips, laughing mockingly. "Be gentle, make sure to capture her alive. I intend to place a grand green hat upon Su Chang'an." His resentment for Su Chang'an had festered after repeated thwarting of his schemes. Thus, during his time lurking in the capital, he had been closely monitoring Su Chang'an's movements, regrettably failing to find an opportune moment to strike. Murong Qiyun had naturally come into his sights as well. Shameless. Murong Qiyun's delicate brows knitted together, as she lightly stepped on a branch and darted away like the wind. She was clever enough to realize that since her presence had been detected, she must prepare for flight. Her confidence in her pursuit stemmed from her remarkable lightness of foot, her movements agile and swift. She danced upon the swirling autumn leaves, as if treading on solid ground, her figure resembling a soaring dragon, gliding with the wind. Naive. Mo sneered coldly, suddenly waving his hand. A barrage of golden true energy shot forth, attaching itself to the countless falling leaves. With the enhancement of the metal attribute, these leaves transformed into the sharpest of projectiles, hurtling towards Murong Qiyun from all directions. Simultaneously, Mo Air leapt high into the air, his movements not a shade slower than Murong Qiyun's. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped a slender Qiu Shui long sword, slicing through the air. A blue crescent-shaped true energy shot forth with untraceable speed, aimed straight at Murong Qiyun. Like Murong Qiyun, he too wielded the water attribute. This strike was immensely powerful, coming directly at Murong Qiyun, while the golden leaves converged from behind, sealing off all her escape routes. In an instant, a perfect killing trap was set. Murong Qiyun inhaled deeply, her expression grave, her dark hair swirling as she unsheathed her long sword. Whirlwind sword dance. The sword moved like the wind, creating countless sword shadows that enveloped Murong Qiyun, attacking in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The golden leaves fell away upon contact with the sword's tip, while the wind blades collided with her sword dance. With a resounding boom, Murong Qiyun leapt backward, landing atop a tree. Mo Da and Mo Air positioned themselves on either side, encircling her. Murong Qiyun's expression darkened. She knew her chances of survival today were slim, and reinforcements were unlikely to arrive swiftly. Do not waste time. Take her down quickly. This young master is eager to enjoy. Mo Yunfei urged impatiently, fearing the night would stretch on too long. Whoosh. Without a word, Mo Da and Mo Air leapt forth like great birds, intensifying their assault. One had mastered the metal attribute, while the other the water attribute. Their synergy was flawless. Though they did not possess the prowess of a warrior who mastered both elements, they were not to be underestimated. Such a tempestuous onslaught quickly left Murong Qiyun hard-pressed to respond. Even as she sought to prolong the encounter with her agility, she found Mo Air's speed matched her own. Chaos Wind Sword Technique. Mo Air suddenly roared, swinging his sword erratically, delivering a barrage of uncoordinated strikes at Murong Qiyun. His attacks were rapid and relentless. Like a torrential storm. Diamond Finger Technique. Just as Murong Qiyun focused on countering the chaotic sword strikes, a golden finger shot forth from within the flurry of sword shadows. It was Mo Da, using Mo Air's cover, executing his finger technique with astonishing speed. The diamond finger, masked in the sword shadows, rendered defense nearly impossible. Caught unawares, Murong Qiyun was struck directly in the heart. Thud! She slammed against a tree, blood spilling from her mouth. Hee. You have fallen victim to my diamond finger technique. Your heart meridians are now sealed, and you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Mo Da cackled gleefully. Mo Air then bowed to Mo Yunfei, saying, Please, young master, indulge yourself. Ha ha, splendid work. Mo Yunfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stepping closer to Murong Qiyun. Though she attempted to struggle, A mere movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. As the diamond finger's force was overwhelmingly tyrannical, it not only sealed her heart meridians but ravaged her entire energy network, rendering her immobile. As Mo Yunfei drew nearer, frustration and urgency welled up within her. In a moment of desperation, a figure descended like a divine weapon, arriving swiftly. Su Chang'an executed the shadow step, his form flickering unpredictably, his presence concealed and silent, closing the distance to Mo Yunfei in an instant. Clang! The ink-black blade was drawn, aimed directly at Mo Yunfei. Chapter 72: The Foolish Luo Shuixian and the Blood-Devouring Secret Technique. Su Chang'an did not rush to rescue Murong Qiuyun. Instead, he set his sights on Mo Yunfei. He was remarkably rational, opting for the element of surprise. Capture the leader first. Unfortunately, Mo San, who had been closely following Mo Yunfei, reacted with astonishing speed. He swiftly raised his hand and pulled Mo Yunfei behind him. In the next moment, a terrifying conflagration erupted from his body, morphing into a fire dragon, which he propelled forward with a punch, sending the fire dragon roaring towards Su Chang'an. The intensity of the flames was such that they engulfed Su Chang'an in an instant, but it turned out to be merely an afterimage. With the shadowy flicker of the shadow step, Su Chang'an had already circumnavigated Mo San, brandishing his ink blade to slice through the air, aiming directly for Mo Yunfei's face. Mo Yunfei's eyes widened in terror as he watched the ink blade approach, paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Humph! Mo San let out a cold snort, placing a hand on Mo Yunfei's shoulder and rapidly circulating his true energy. In an instant, a layer of earthy-hued energy enveloped Mo Yunfei, transforming into a thick, hard shell akin to divine armor, effectively blocking Su Chang'an's blade energy. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that Mo San, ranked third, possessed such formidable strength, having comprehended two attributes. No wonder he was always inseparable from Mo Yunfei. A flicker of determination crossed Su Chang'an's gaze as he decisively seized the white jade box, then swiftly retreated to stand before Murong Qiuyun. Chang'an, that was wonderful. Murong Qiuyun breathed a sigh of relief as she gazed at Su Chang'an's silhouette. Su Chang'an remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings, and sighed, "Do not rejoice too soon. The situation is far from favorable." Mo Da, Mo Air, and Mo San had formed a triangular formation, encircling him and Murong Qiuyun. Although Su Chang'an had previously slain the Iron Butcher with a single stroke, it was due to the cultivation of the blade nurturing technique, having amassed blade energy for half a month. Now that the blade energy had been expended, even facing Mo San alone would be a strenuous endeavor, let alone contending with Mo Da and Mo Air. The most critical factor was that Murong Qiuyun was gravely injured and had lost her combat capability, rendering her a vulnerable weakness. Su Chang'an, Mo Yunfei, snapped back to reality, his gaze fixated on Su Chang'an, his expression twisted with rage. He had narrowly escaped death when Su Chang'an's blade had nearly rested upon his neck. He was overwhelmed with fear. The humiliation was unbearable, an egregious disgrace. The name Su Chang'an had become a curse that consistently thwarted his ambitions. He vowed that unless he brutally slaughtered this man, he would never find peace. Su Chang'an, return the earth core purple fire to me, kneel, and bow 3 times, swearing to be my dog, and I might spare your life. Mo Yunfei hissed through clenched teeth. What a pipe dream, Su Chang'an retorted in disbelief, incredulous at the audacity of Mo Yunfei's delusions. Last time we met, you were only at the late stage of the qi refining realm. How is it that after so long, you have made no progress at all? You court death. Mo Yunfei's fury intensified. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th rank was a monumental threshold. Many martial artists could remain stuck for years, if not a lifetime. It was only Su Chang'an, an anomaly, who could break through so swiftly. Mo Yunfei was consumed with jealousy over Su Chang'an's innate talent, his envy spiraling into madness, fueling his hatred even further. Kill him! Kill him! Mo Yunfei bellowed through gritted teeth. Boom! Mo Da and his companions unleashed their oppressive aura, locking their energies onto Su Chang'an. Their muscles tensed, refraining from immediate action, yet poised to strike at any moment. Su Chang'an's expression grew grave as he inhaled deeply. The pressure was immense. The trio's restraint was a deliberate tactic to heighten Su Chang'an's psychological strain, akin to a tiger fixating on a rabbit, exacerbating the rabbit's anxiety and agitation. Should Su Chang'an falter and act impulsively, he would reveal a weakness and undoubtedly face defeat. Just as Su Chang'an strained to devise a solution, a familiar, radiant figure floated in from the distance, landing gracefully upon a nearby tree. In due time, "It seems I have arrived," came her calm, cool voice. Luo Shuixian. Mo Yunfei's pupils constricted, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice. Su Chang'an exhaled in relief, smiling as he declared, "Timely indeed. Princess, you are truly my savior." "Is that so? Yet I was unaware you had broken through to the 4th rank. Were you deliberately hiding this from me, preparing to seize the opportunity to take charge?" Luo Shuixian teased, having seen through Su Chang'an's intentions. Su Chang'an scratched his nose, clearing his throat. "I simply have not yet had the chance to share this good news with your highness. My breakthrough is, in fact, a testament to your highness's diligent efforts." Understanding Su Chang'an's subtle implication, Luo Shuixian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a fierce glare. With a leap, she stood alongside Su Chang'an. Your highness, I believe your best course of action just now would have been to seize Mo Yunfei," Su Chang'an suggested, sensing the folly in Luo Shuixian's actions. Emosen was no longer by Mo Yunfei's side. Luo Shuixian had a far greater opportunity than he did. "Does this palace need to resort to such despicable tactics?" Luo Shuixian retorted, embodying the stubbornness of a duck refusing to yield. Her face betraying a calm facade while her heart harbored a tinge of regret. She huffed, "Those three are hardly a concern." Witnessing Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian disregard him, their banter igniting his ire, Mo Yunfei's face contorted with rage. He then commanded, "Mo-san, employ the blood-devouring secret technique immediately." Mo-san's pupils constricted sharply, unable to suppress his protest. "Master, I believe that is unnecessary. Do you know nothing? Do you think you are strong?" Mo Yunfei's voice turned frigid, his teeth grinding in a deadly whisper. "Do as I command at once. As the saying goes, your enemies often know you best." Mo Yunfei, fully aware of Su Chang'an's combat prowess, resolved to unleash his most potent abilities. Su Chang'an had proven capable of defeating 4th-rank opponents even when he was merely at the 3rd rank. Now that he had ascended to the 4th rank, his combat capabilities were incalculable. Coupled with Luo Shuixian, the esteemed princess, a paragon of excellence, their combined might would be formidable. In the heat of battle, Mo Yunfei feared that Mo-san and the others would not even have the opportunity to activate the blood-devouring secret technique. Mo Yunfei was astute, opting for the most prudent course of action. "As you command, master." Mo Da and Mo Air replied in unison, and then Mo Da and Mo Air flew directly to Mo-san's side. To the astonishment of Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian, Mo Da unexpectedly opened his mouth and bit down on Mo Air's neck. With a slurp, Mo Air's blood was swiftly absorbed by Mo-san, and in just a few breaths, Mo Air's body began to wither. In stark contrast, Mo-san emanated a terrifying aura as his vitality surged skyward. "Stop him," without the need for discussion. Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian instinctively understood that they could not allow this to continue, and they struck almost simultaneously. In Su Chang'an's hand, the ink blade danced, merging blade energy with flames to create a breathtaking slash that swept forth. Luo Shuixian, with a flick of her fingers on the long sword, made the blade radiate dazzling golden light, unleashing its sharp golden energy without reservation. The terrifying combination of golden sword light and fiery blade energy surged towards Mo-san. However, Mo-san remained motionless, merely lifting a hand, and a heavy earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, forming a shield that effortlessly blocked both the sword light and blade energy. Something was amiss. His true energy had surged several-fold. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gravely remarked, "He has devoured Mo Air and directly acquired all of his strength." In such a brief moment, Mo Air had been completely drained. A deep blue water attribute true energy began to manifest around Mo-san, and coupled with his original fire and earth attributes, he had now possessed 3 attributes. Yet, this was not the end. He turned his gaze towards Mo Da and bit down once more. Mo Da represented the metal attribute. Should he succeed in this consumption, Mo-san would possess 4 attributes. Su Chang'an took a slight step back, already carrying Mu Rongkin on his back, preparing for a hasty retreat. Nervously swallowing, he remarked, "Your Highness, you truly should have attempted to abduct Mo Yunfei earlier. What significance does it hold to discuss this now? We must flee. As soon as Luo Shuixian's words fell, the two of them simultaneously employed their lightness techniques and swiftly retreated. Chapter 73. The marvelous use of physique, taking control. Emosen did not hasten to pursue, but rather continued to absorb the essence of Mo de Haha. You cannot escape. Mo Yunfei laughed triumphantly, roaring. Mo De and his two companions are identical triplets, cultivating the blood-devouring secret technique, allowing them to transfer all their cultivation to a single individual. I intentionally guided them to comprehend different elemental attributes, so that later, all 5 elemental attributes could be concentrated on one person. However, to confront you, I had them merge in advance. A buzzing sound filled the air as blood light stained the entire forest. Emosan's aura was overwhelmingly ferocious, causing the void to tremble, with 4 elemental phenomena of gold, earth, fire, and water flashing wildly around him. Su Chang'an felt the pressure behind him and could not help but be alarmed. Each additional attribute within him did not merely equate to a simple addition. The total amount and quality of his true energy would experience a tremendous surge, and with each new attribute, the power would exponentially increase. Furthermore, the fusion of attributes would lead to a qualitative transformation of the explosive power. Mo Yunfei's eyes gleamed with menace as he coldly commanded, "Go, capture them alive. I want them to wish they had never come to this world." Boom. Emosen forcefully stomped his foot, creating a deep pit in the ground, and his body shot up like a cannonball, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian both possessed extraordinary agility, resembling 2 streaks of light as they traversed the void. However, Emosan's speed was astonishingly swift. With the enhancement of 4 elemental true energies, coupled with his adeptness and lightness skill, he resembled a human-shaped tracking cannonball, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Su Chang'an. Boom, boom, boom. Emosen had evidently not fully adapted to his surging strength, resulting in a leakage of true energy that caused the void to shatter in his wake, creating a tremendous commotion. The pressure he exerted was naturally immense. Hearing the tumult behind him, Su Chang'an's heart raced. He could sense that Emosen was drawing near, a terrifying aura surging forth, locking onto him and his companions. "You go first." At that moment, however, Luo Shuixian unexpectedly halted her steps, turning back towards Emosen. Golden true energy surged around her, radiating like a great sun, while a less distinct azure water attribute true energy also emerged. Sanyan Sword Strike. Luo Shuixian, with her flowing skirt and hair dancing wildly in the wind, resembled a celestial maiden as she swung her sword. The intertwining golden and blue true energies coalesced into her most powerful strike. Shooting towards Emosen. Merely a trivial skill, Emosen's voice emerged from beneath his gray robe, cold and dismissive. He flipped his palm, intertwining 4 attributes within his grasp, and then struck out. This palm strike was devastating, shattering Luo Shuixian's attack and sending a residual wave crashing towards her. Su Chang'an swiftly unleashed a wave of blade energy to obliterate the residual force, then seized Luo Shuixian, urging her to flee desperately. He expressed his exasperation. "Why do you insist on looking back? What are you thinking? Since we cannot escape anyway, I merely wish to test the strength of a wielder of the 4 attributes." Luo Shuixian replied with a hint of pride in her brow, stubbornly speaking. This woman's pride was extraordinarily strong. Yet, one must act within their limits. Testing could lead to demise. "Ha ha ha, prepare to die?" Emosen had already caught up, the distance between them barely 1,000 meters. Like a human cannon, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Chang'an and the others. "Don't move. Let me take it." Su Chang'an held back the restless Luo Shuixian, his expression grave, as he activated the golden body technique to its utmost, transforming into a bronze figure. Flames of true energy enveloped him, swirling with blade energy upon the Mo knife. Second move of the burning sun blade technique, Raging Sun Dance. Fire and blade energy coalesced into a formidable strike, colliding with Emosan's fist. Boom. Emosan's punch tore through the blade energy, striking Su Chang'an directly. The terrifying force caused Su Chang'an to revert from his bronze form, nearly disassembling his body and misaligning his internal organs. Yet, utilizing this recoil, he was propelled over 1,000 meters away. "What are you trying to do?" Luo Shuixian looked at Su Chang'an with concern, inquiring with confusion. Su Chang'an weakly replied, "Keep running. There is a deep pool 500 meters ahead. We can hide in the water. After breaking through the third layer of the Ming Shinju, his spiritual sense was now on par with a fifth-grade martial artist, capable of encompassing a 2,000-meter radius. While fleeing, he had been searching for a means of escape, and that pool of water appeared to be a decent hiding place. Luo Shuixian nodded, carrying Murong Qiyun and Su Chang'an, continuing to flee. After several leaps, a large circular pool came into view. The lake's surface was emerald green, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. However, Imo-san's second punch was already hurtling towards them. This time, it could only be blocked by Luo Shuixian. She took a deep breath and once more unleashed the Qingyun sword strike. Then, using the rebound force, carried Su Chang'an and Murong Qiyun, tracing 3 arcs in the air before plunging into the pool together. In the next moment, Imo-san arrived at the edge of the pool, furrowing his brow as he continuously unleashed true energy towards the area where the 3 had fallen. Boom, boom, boom. The water exploded, waves soaring into the sky. Moments later, Imo Yunfei finally arrived, frowning as he asked, "Where are they?" Reporting to the young master, "They were knocked into the pool by my subordinates. As I am not proficient in swimming and must wait here for the young master, I did not pursue them into the water." Imo-san replied calmly. He then added with certainty, "Rest assured, young master, all 3 are gravely injured and cannot sustain themselves in the water for long. We merely need to wait patiently. Even 4th-grade martial artists require breath. Their capacity to hold their breath is vastly greater. But they are still unable to withstand the erosion of the water, especially in their injured state." Imo Yunfei nodded, instructing, "Keep a close watch. If they surface from the water, strike immediately." "Understood," Imo-san replied. Within the pool, Luo Shuixian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Taking Imo-san's punch had been no easy feat for her. She struggled to gather her breath, using true energy to communicate underwater. "What shall we do next?" Luo Shuixian asked Su Chang'an. Seeing that Imo-san had not pursued them further, Su Chang'an immediately relaxed, his spirits soaring. "What is there to ask? We must swiftly use my physique to heal our injuries." What? Both Luo Shuixian and Murong Qiyun were aware of how to heal injuries, their faces turning crimson. Luo Shuixian furrowed her brows and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is unacceptable. What relevance does it have?" Su Chang'an was rendered speechless and urged, "It is merely an exchange of spiritual energy, and no clothing needs to be discarded. Not only can it directly heal all injuries, but it can also enhance one's abilities. We must proceed swiftly, but the exchange of spiritual energy cannot occur with outsiders present." Luo Shuixian struggled to accept this, biting her lip as she protested, "No. It cannot be, absolutely not. This is truly archaic. Is the exchange of spiritual energy so private?" Su Chang'an failed to understand a woman's sentiments. "Your Highness, allow me to go first." Murong Qiyun, albeit slightly bashful, recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively took action. Su Chang'an said, "Your Highness, please assist us in creating a barrier. You all, this is simply." Luo Shuixian was both furious and anxious, her mind a chaotic whirl. Uncertain of what to do. An hour later, Murong Qiyun's complexion was flushed and radiant, her spirit revitalized and restored to its peak. Su Chang'an's injuries had also vanished without a trace, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This experience had unveiled a new avenue for harnessing the pure Yang Wuji body, enabling one to recover to peak condition at a critical moment, surpassing any elixir or remedy. "Your Highness, it is now your turn." Su Chang'an directed his gaze toward Luo Shuixian. With great resolve, Luo Shuixian declared, "I have already stated that it is unnecessary. You shall not prevail. Now, you have no say in the matter." Su Chang'an grinned mischievously. "Your Highness, you were correct earlier. I have indeed been seeking an opportunity to take charge." Luo Shuixian panicked, her fierce demeanor faltering as she warned, You. I advise you not to be too audacious." Given the rare chance to subdue Luo Shuixian, Su Chang'an seized the moment to exact his revenge, promptly channeling spiritual energy into her body. Chapter 74, Swallowing the Earth Core Purple Flame. By the edge of the pond, the sun hung low in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Imo Yunfei and Imo-san remained vigilantly by the water's edge, silently observing the surface. "Are you certain they have fallen into this pond?" Imo Yunfei asked once more, his doubt evident. "It has been 2 hours. Even a 4th-tier martial artist cannot hold their breath for so long. Moreover, they are injured. Lingering in the water that long must have worsened their wounds." Imosen nodded seriously. I am absolutely certain. Then we shall wait a little longer. Imo Yunfei sighed, feeling helpless. After waiting for so long, they must await a definitive outcome. He dared not allow Imo-san to dive in for reconnaissance, fearing that Su Chang'an might suddenly emerge from the depths to launch a surprise attack. The crux of the matter was that he believed Su Chang'an and his companions were merely clinging to life, incapable of stirring up any significant turbulence. In the depths of the pond, Su Chang'an held down Luo Shuixian's hand, their spiritual energies intertwining. Luo Shuixian glared fiercely at Su Chang'an, her demeanor cold and proud. Su Chang'an, you have some audacity. Just wait. She then settled into a meditative position, channeling her energy to absorb the excess power around her. Her body radiated not only golden light, but also a brilliant azure hue, causing the surrounding waters to ripple in harmony with her. Murong Chiyun gazed enviously at Luo Shuixian, realizing she was on the verge of comprehending her second elemental attribute, the water element. Let them wait. Who is afraid of whom? Su Chang'an remained unfazed, believing his strength was now on par with Luo Shuixian's. It was uncertain who would dominate in the future. He then assessed his internal state. The true qi in his dantian had surged from 10 strands to 20. Once he gathered 100 strands, he could begin to transform his energies into a second elemental attribute. Reinforcing his cultivation, Su Chang'an retrieved a white jade box. Upon opening it, a stunning purple flame seed came into view. Even this small flame seed instantly evaporated the water within a 3-meter radius, creating a dry zone in the pond. Truly, this earth core purple flame was extraordinary. Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled as he observed it. With a touch of his consciousness, he sensed the terrifying potential contained within, as if it could transform into an apocalyptic inferno with just the right opportunity. The Hunyuan Duodian Gong required the consumption of the 5 elemental spiritual objects: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If he could swallow this earth core purple flame, the power of the flames he could unleash would undoubtedly multiply manifold. He silently calculated his combat strength and resolutely made his decision. Chiyun, protect me. I am going to swallow this earth core purple flame. Though they had all returned to their peak states, and even Luo Shuixian had comprehended her second attribute, they still could not match Imo-san. Only by swallowing this earth core purple flame and joining forces with Luo Shuixian would he have a chance in battle. Swallow the earth core purple flame? Murong Chiyun was taken aback and quickly advised, Chang'an, that flame is not to be consumed. Spiritual objects harbor violent energies. Many have attempted to swallow them, and none have survived. Do not worry. My technique is unique and sufficient to refine it. Su Chang'an cast a resolute glance at Murong Chiyun and then sat cross-legged. Once he adjusted his state, he inhaled deeply, swallowing the earth core purple flame before Murong Chiyun's horrified gaze. In an instant, the previously tranquil flame seed seemed to sense something and became wildly turbulent, an unbearable heat suddenly surging forth. Once this flame entered his belly, it meant there was no turning back. Su Chang'an's resolve was unyielding. He spoke little but acted decisively, swallowing the flame seed without hesitation. In a heartbeat, his body convulsed violently from the excruciating pain. Every part of him, the throat, esophagus, chest, abdomen, was engulfed in an unprecedented burning agony, akin to consuming fire, as if his entire being were on the verge of combustion. The pain was overwhelming. Su Chang'an gritted his teeth and focused his mind, enduring the torment as he forcefully began to circulate his true qi according to the Hunyuan Duotian Gong route. He narrowly managed to position the earth core purple flame within his dantian. Yet, this was merely the first step. The earth core purple flame churned within his dantian. From the outside, purple flames could be seen erupting from Su Chang'an's abdomen, scorching his skin, and in a matter of moments, his belly had turned charred black. The golden body technique activated instinctively, transforming Su Chang'an into a being of bronze. Simultaneously, the true qi flames within his heart began to operate actively, enveloping the earth core purple flame as the two flames clashed violently, each attempting to consume the other. Although the earth core purple flame was mightier than the true qi flames, with Su Chang'an as a support, the true qi flames could continuously regenerate, wearing down the earth core purple flame through sheer volume. Su Chang'an clenched his jaw, pushing the Hunyuan Duotian Gong to its limits. The true qi flames surged toward the earth core purple flame like moths drawn to a flame, vanishing into nothingness only to be replaced by new true qi flames. Wave after wave, the two flames engaged in a frenzied battle. Even with the protection of the golden body technique, Su Chang'an's skin and flesh were charred black, peeling away, with some areas deep enough to expose bone. At this moment, Luo Shuixian finally grasped her second attribute and awakened from her meditative state. Upon witnessing Su Chang'an's condition, she gasped in horror. What has happened to him? He swallowed the earth core purple flame, claiming he would refine it, Morongqian said, her mind in disarray, tears welling in her eyes as her heart ached with regret for not stopping Su Chang'an earlier. Refining the earth core purple flame? He has truly lost his mind. Luo Shuixian widened her eyes, suddenly recalling that Su Chang'an had once inquired about the consumption of spiritual objects. It turned out he had harbored such intentions long ago. Watching Su Chang'an's body, which was being cruelly burned, with some strands of earth core purple flame escaping from within him, he resembled a piece of iron being tempered in a raging fire. Despite the agony, Su Chang'an remained silent. Luo Shuixian could not help but feel moved. Her expression complex. She marveled. I never expected him to possess such fortitude beneath his usual frivolity. With such resolve and determination, how could he not succeed on the path of martial arts? However, this is the ethereal essence of the earth, the heart of the purple fire. Merely relying on fervent passion is futile. Does he truly perceive himself as a phoenix reborn from flames? Morongqian, filled with urgency and concern, tremulously inquired, Your Highness, is there any means by which we might assist Chang'an? Indeed, there is. Luo Shuixian, somewhat hesitant to speak, pursed her lips and remarked, You have just engaged in a communion of spiritual energies. Is that not the most optimal path to healing? Ah, yes, Your Highness is indeed astute. Morongqian, struck by enlightenment, was immediately overwhelmed with excitement and prepared to take action. Chapter 75. The Purple Fire Envelopes, inflicting heavy damage on Mo San. Within Su Chang'an, chaos reigned. His flesh and veins, along with his internal organs, had all suffered severe burns. Just as he gritted his teeth to endure the pain, he suddenly sensed the spiritual energy of Morongqian flowing into him. The energies of both merged, transforming the pure Yang Wuji body into the most refined essence. The pain receded, giving rise to remarkable healing effects. The searing wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Thus, while he was being scorched, he simultaneously experienced rapid recovery, and Su Chang'an's burdens diminished significantly. Gradually, under the relentless effort of the true Qi flames, the earth core purple fire began to show signs of refinement. Threads of purple flames emerged within the fiery red true Qi, flowing into Su Chang'an's heart, transforming into his own strength. An hour later, the seed of fire in his dantian had completely vanished, replaced by the earth core purple fire within his heart. At the moment of successful refinement, the energy from the earth core purple fire surged back into Su Chang'an, causing countless spiritual energies to explode within him. The quantity of true Qi in his dantian began to increase dramatically. 21 strands, 22 strands, 23 strands. It continued until reaching 60 strands. With a joyful exhale, Su Chang'an opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with brilliance, a flicker of purple fire flashing by. Qian, thank you for your hard work. He gently tucked away the disheveled hair from Morongqian's forehead. She shook her head, replying, As long as you are well. Su Chang'an then turned to look at Luo Shuixian, sincerely exclaiming, Your Highness, you are truly a genius. I never even considered this method, yet you were able to propose it effortlessly. Remarkable. The dangers of refining spiritual materials exceeded Su Chang'an's expectations. Fortunately, the method provided by Luo Shuixian was nothing short of miraculous, playing a crucial role. Humph. Luo Shuixian snorted coldly, feeling no sense of flattery from Su Chang'an's praise, wishing to distance herself from him. How embarrassing. Feeling the surge of power within him, Su Chang'an's confidence soared. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he boldly declared, All right. It is time for us to reclaim our dignity. With mastery over blade energy, training in the golden body technique, and the amplification of the earth core purple fire, although he had only grasped one type of fire attribute true Qi, he felt capable of contending with warriors of 3 different attributes. He would not be defeated again. Luo Shuixian nodded, equally eager for the challenge. As a daughter of heaven, a royal scion, she wielded formidable martial skills. Although she had only 2 attributes, battling one level higher posed no issue. Mo San's strength was gained through nefarious means, Together, they could surely suppress him. Qian, just stay hidden in the water and observe. Do not get caught up in the fray, Su Chang'an advised. Mu Rongqian understood that this was not the time to show off, responding solemnly. Yes, I understand. On the shore, Imo Yunfei grew impatient. Are they not coming out? Have they drowned in the water? He had waited from dawn until dusk, and now dawn was approaching again. Suddenly, Imo San's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the water's surface, exclaiming, They are coming. In the next moment, Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian slowly emerged from the depths, standing atop the water and advancing across the waves. Huh, unable to hold back any longer. Have you finally come out to seek your demise? Imo San sneered, his anger palpable from the long wait, charging toward them like a great bird swooping down on its prey. With a clang, Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian simultaneously drew their weapons, a blade and a sword, rising to meet Imo San in a pincer attack. The blade energy surged, the sword light flickered, and their momentum even surpassed Imo San's. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chang'an's blade energy had significantly strengthened compared to before. Initially, his blade energy could only extend 8 to 9 meters. Now, it could effortlessly cut down foes 300 meters away, and its power continued to grow. Given time, he aspired to wield blade energy that spanned 30,000 miles. Luo Shuixian was enveloped in both gold and water attributes. Her martial techniques were of exceptionally high grade, and the quality of her true qi far surpassed others of the same rank, allowing her to contend with Imo San's true qi. Upon sensing the power radiating from them, both Imo Yunfei and Imo San were left dumbfounded, astonished. Their injuries had somehow all healed. Imo Yunfei was filled with a mix of anger and disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Could this pool be some miraculous healing water? Did soaking in it heal their near-fatal injuries? Do not panic, young master. Imo San's voice was cold and ruthless, brimming with confidence. Even if they have healed, what does it matter? A waste with 2 attributes and another with 1 attribute cannot possibly be my match. He roared, shaking the surroundings, as 4 types of power surrounded him. The pressure of his true qi was overwhelming as he clenched his fists and launched an attack at Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian. Nothing more than this. Su Chang'an chuckled lightly, and with a thought, purple flames surged forth, enveloping his entire being in a striking display of fiery brilliance, appearing both uncanny and mystical. Surrounded by the purple fire, he stood in midair. Su Chang'an felt undeniably cool at that moment. He then swung his ink-black blade, and the purple flame blade energy sliced through the air, obliterating Imo San's attack. Purple? Purple flames? No, this is the Earth Core purple fire. How did it emerge from your body? Imo San's pupils widened in shock, for the first time losing control of his emotions, as if he had grasped a truth too difficult to accept. You actually refined the Earth Core purple fire. What? The Earth Core purple fire can be refined? Imo Yunfei felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixed on Su Chang'an, envy and jealousy twisting his features. He had risked everything to steal the Earth Core purple fire, merely to comprehend the fire attribute true qi. Yet, Su Chang'an had directly consumed the Earth Core purple fire. In comparison, he felt like a mere jester. Moreover, this Earth Core purple fire was the very one he had stolen. Kill. Su Chang'an and his companions unleashed their true flames, their secret weapons emerging in a heated battle. Golden Body Activate. Shadow Flicker Step. 7 Absolutes Blade Technique. Fiery Sun Dance. All of Su Chang'an's trump cards were laid bare. With the insight offered by the Wu Dao Tianyin and the advantage of lightness and movement, he discerned the flaws within Imo San's techniques, seizing every opportunity to counterattack relentlessly. Each strike he delivered was a formidable killing blow, the blade's aura fierce and unyielding, while the temperature of the Earth's violet fire soared, proving nearly impossible to extinguish. Even though Imo San enveloped himself in an earthen armor for protection, the blade's aura carved through it, leaving deep gouges. And the relentless Earth's violet fire continued to scorch him. Realizing that Su Chang'an's offensive prowess was increasingly potent, Luo Shuixian shifted her focus to support, aiding Su Chang'an in crafting a more favorable environment for output. She lifted her hand and pointed towards Su Chang'an's ink blade, as a sharp golden energy enveloped the entire weapon, radiating brilliance. Combined with the blade's aura and the Earth's violet fire, the assault became even more terrifying. With a resounding cry, the ink blade stood defiantly against the sky, executing a powerful strike akin to splitting Mount Hua, descending with unstoppable force. This strike finally shattered Mo San's earthen armor, the ink blade piercing his skin, the blade's aura infiltrating his body as the earth's violet fire seared his flesh. Mo San donned a mask of agony, his wails piercing the air. He had finally sustained a grievous injury. However, Su Chang'an also found himself momentarily halted from the exertion of this full-force strike. Die? Mo San's voice was a blend of despair and madness, his countenance twisted in rage, his eyes burning red like blood, emitting a crimson glow. Boom. He unleashed a fist upon Su Chang'an's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into the waters, stirring up tumultuous waves. Subsequently, the four elemental energies surged like boiling water, locking onto Luo Shuixian with unyielding intensity. Her heart skipped a beat, her gaze darkened, and she coldly scoffed, Do you intend to kill me first? Chapter 76. The Death of Mo Yunfei, the Divine Weapon Valley. Mo San's heart was heavy, his expression grave, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He realized that both Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian had made remarkable and terrifying progress. These two, worthy of their title as prodigies, possessed an exceptional mastery of martial skills and an extraordinary combat awareness. Initially, he relied on his superior realm to suppress them effortlessly. However, once they enhanced the quality of their true energy, their combat strength surged significantly, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. It was akin to a knife in the hands of a child, which could only inflict a slight wound, whereas in the hands of a martial arts master, the increase in lethality was profound. Particularly notable was Su Chang'an, whose agility, perception, intuition, and destructive power were flawless, embodying the essence of a perfect hexagonal warrior. Mo San felt that subduing him would require considerable effort. The 2-against-1 was decidedly unfavorable for him. Thus he aimed to eliminate Luo Shuixian first. 5 elements Divine Fist. Mo San raised his hands high. Boom, boom, boom. The fire, metal, earth, and water attributes manifested, forming 4 towering pillars that encircled him. This was a high-grade Xian-class martial skill. As the name suggested, it required the convergence of the 5 elemental forces to execute. However, due to Mo San's prior use of blood-devouring technique, he could only employ 4 attributes. Yet, the power remained terrifying. A formidable aura locked onto Luo Shuixian, preventing her from escaping. This aura, known as Qi, was a unique form of pressure, an invisible force created by divine consciousness, momentum, and true energy, used to suppress opponents and render them unable to flee. It was akin to being locked onto by a gun at close range. No one would dare to turn and run. You underestimate me, thinking I am a soft target? Luo Shuixian's brows furrowed. Her first reaction was not to flee, but rather to feel indignant. Being belittled offended her pride. Did he truly believe she was easier to deal with than Su Chang'an? Humph. With a cold snort, water and fire attributes spiraled out like 2 dragons. 5 elements, celestial transformation. Luo Shuixian clasped her hands before her chest. Her true energy surged in reverse, alternating and twisting between water and fire. In the next moment, the quantity of her water and fire true energy doubled. 2 water dragons and 2 fire dragons emerged, transforming from 2 to 4, surrounding Luo Shuixian with an imposing presence. Her endless dark hair danced wildly in the air, her skirt fluttering, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Cough, cough, cough. What a terrifying amplification technique. Truly befitting of her highness, who concealed such a trump card. In the waters below, Su Chang'an coughed out the stagnant blood from his body, astonished. The growth potential of this technique was astounding. It was easy to foresee that when Luo Shuixian mastered all 5 attributes, the amplification would be unimaginable. However, this was not the time to spectate. He could not allow Luo Shuixian to face Mo San's lethal strike alone. It was time to fight with all his might. Su Chang'an closed his eyes. His breathing became slow and deep, akin to a colossal dragon lurking in the shadows. Having practiced the blade cultivation technique for over half a month without wielding a blade, he had not neglected his training. He diligently studied the Zhua Ri blade technique every day. All the theoretical knowledge was etched in his mind, and even without physically practicing, his comprehension of the blade continued to elevate. At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to resonate with his will, becoming exuberant. His brain operated at high speed, and his heartbeat quickened. It was time to unleash the final move of the Zhua Ri blade technique. Though he had never used it before, he felt certain he could execute it successfully. Boom! A violet flame enveloped him, transforming him into a figure of purple fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ink-black blade sang lightly, heralding its master. With a mighty sweep, the overwhelming might of the earth core violet fire combined with the ferocity of the blade, Chi forced the waters around him to part. The water was cleaved asunder, revealing a vacuum corridor that exposed Su Chang'an within. The waters on either side stood like towering walls, impenetrable. With a single stroke, a crescent-shaped blade of purple light soared into the sky, nearly overshadowing the heavens. Zuari Divine Slash. Song Yin Sword Strike. At the same moment, Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian unleashed their most powerful attacks toward Mo-san. I shall never lose to you. Mo-san's face twisted with madness as he concentrated the 4 elemental powers in his hands, striking out with the 5 elements Divine Fist. Boom! The terrifying forces collided, erupting in the void, sending shockwaves that shattered countless mountains and trees. Luo Shuixian's delicate form was struck hard, plummeting rapidly from the sky, while Mu Rongqun rushed out to catch her. Su Chang'an also felt a tremendous backlash, blood surging from his mouth once more. Only Mo-san remained suspended in the void. Ha! We have won. Mo Yunfei laughed maniacally. The weight on his heart finally lifted, and he roared, Mo-san, go and kill them. Quickly. Yet, Mo-san remained motionless, deaf to his commands. The next moment, his body quivered violently, as if pierced by a cross, shattering into 4 pieces, blood raining down from the heavens. The horizontal wound was inflicted by Su Chang'an, while the vertical wound was delivered by Luo Shuixian. This, Mo Yunfei's smile vanished, the exhilaration in his heart extinguished in an instant. His mouth agape, he was overwhelmed with terror, unable to utter a word. He attempted to flee, but his body, paralyzed by fear, could not move, leaving him to gaze in despair as Su Chang'an and the others approached him step by step across the water's surface. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, so frightened that he urinated himself. Pleading for mercy, he stammered, Please, do not kill me. I am the young master of the Heisha army. My status is special, and I know many secrets of the Heisha army. I am still of use. As Su Chang'an contemplated how to handle this individual, Luo Shuixian interjected, taking action herself. With a sweep of her sword, the gleaming blade swiftly separated Mo Yunfei's head from his body. The secrets of the Heisha army were inconsequential, but your secrets must be preserved. Luo Shuixian spoke coolly, advising Su Chang'an, under no circumstances should you expose the existence of the earth core violet fire within you, or it will lead to significant troubles. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I understand. Su Chang'an nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of emotion towards Luo Shuixian's actions. The act of devouring spiritual objects indeed seemed extraordinary. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among many who would seek out Su Chang'an, employing various means to extract the method of consuming spiritual objects. Murong Qiuyun expressed her concerns, asking, How should we explain the whereabouts of the earth core purple fire? We shall say it was transferred by the Heisha army, and its location remains unknown. Rest assured, with me vouching for it, no one will dare to cast doubt. Luo Shuixian spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her voice radiated authority and confidence. Chang'an, your blade. Murong Qiuyun suddenly noticed the ink blade in Su Chang'an's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. Su Chang'an glanced at it and sighed helplessly. The once striking and formidable ink blade had now been reduced to a piece of melted scrap metal. Su Chang'an's blade aura was excessively violent, and the temperature of the earth core purple fire had surpassed the limits of the ink blade, rendering it utterly useless. No matter, I can exchange for a more powerful blade upon my return to the Shenwu Guard, Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly. It is but a weapon. The old must give way to the new. You are overly optimistic. Do you think divine weapons are as common as cabbages? Luo Shuixian bluntly shattered Su Chang'an's illusion. Su Chang'an was taken aback, inquiring, What do you mean? Murong Qiuyun clarified, Chang'an, if you desire a weapon superior to the ink blade, you must either gather rare materials to commission the Shenwu Guard to forge one for you, or devise a method yourself. The Shenwu Guard does not possess a better weapon for you to exchange. I initially thought the ink blade was merely the starting point of the Shenwu Guard's arsenal. It seems it is, in fact, the endpoint as well. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. He then realized that none of the weapons in the Shenwu Guard's arsenal, which exceeded 100, resembled the ink blade, and the designs varied greatly, evidently all crafted by individual artisans. at a high level of martial arts. Possessing a weapon that resonates with oneself is of paramount importance, and acquiring such a weapon as early as possible is ideal. Luo Shuixian imparted further wisdom, stating, if you have the time, you might venture to the Shunbing Valley for a stroke of luck. Shunbing Valley? Su Chang'an looked at Luo Shuixian with a thirst for knowledge. Luo Shuixian did not disappoint him, elaborating, Shunbing Valley is renowned in the martial world for crafting divine weapons. Within the valley lie countless divine weapons, and every year on November 15th, a weapon appraisal conference is held, allowing fourth-tier martial prodigies under the age of 30 to select a weapon from the Songbing Mountain. Free weapons? Now that is grand. Su Chang'an's eyes lit up, realizing he was under 30 and already a fourth-tier martial artist, perfectly meeting the criteria. Grand. Luo Shuixian chuckled, shaking her head with a hint of disdain, as though recalling something. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, the very heavens trembled, a cataclysmic force roaring forth. It resembled a landslide or an earthquake, causing the void to ripple and instilling fear in the hearts of all. A resounding dragon's roar echoed across the realms, brimming with boundless fury and dominance. The previously dark night sky was instantaneously illuminated as a colossal dragon, radiating golden light, soared like a sun across the horizon, then surged towards a specific point in the firmament. Boom! The void erupted. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated a vast expanse, with shockwaves sweeping across the skies, instantly vaporizing all avian creatures. Countless fiery meteoric stones plummeted from the heavens, and in an instant, a rain of meteoric fire descended upon the heart of the capital. Far more than that. It would have annihilated all within a 1,000-mile radius of the capital. Su Chang'an had already observed that a towering mountain nearby had been entirely erased by this power. Was that just now truly the aura of the dragon? Su Chang'an swallowed hard, exclaiming in awe. Murong Qiuyun gasped in disbelief, saying, the aura of the dragon is reserved solely for the emperor. What could have transpired to compel the emperor to act personally? The aura they had sensed was infused with a boundless wrath. It was unclear what the Haisha army had done to provoke such fury from the emperor. What grade of power does the current emperor possess? Su Chang'an pondered, more curious about what realm could yield such immense strength, his eyes filled with envy and determination. This undoubtedly belonged to the celestial beings. The 7th grade, harnessing the aura of the dragon, could rival the 8th grade. Luo Shuixian provided the answer. The 8th grade celestial realm. Su Chang'an licked his lips, silently clenching his fists. The 7th grade grants a lifespan of 300 years, while the 8th grade bestows 800 years. Who would not covet the prospect of immense power coupled with a prolonged life? Moments later, everything settled. The golden dragon seemed but a fleeting illusion. Yet the flames raging around still narrated the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. Let us return to the capital. In stark contrast to Su Chang'an and Murong Qiuyun, Luo Shuixian remained surprisingly calm, seemingly indifferent to her father's situation. Su Chang'an noted this and surmised that the Emperor Chu was likely a rather incompetent father. In the capital, devastation reigned, and chaos ensued. Blood flowed like a river through the streets, pooling in the gutters, some entering the drainage system, while others seeped into the earth. The Divine Martial Guards, the Royal City Division, and the Ministry of Justice were engaged in transporting the corpses. Lin Xiong and Fang Qingshan stood vigil at the west gate, eagerly awaiting news. Upon spotting Su Chang'an and his companions, their faces lit up with joy, rushing forward to greet them. They saluted, saying, "We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess, Lord Su, and Lord Murong. What is the situation within the city?" Zhou Daji replied. The Haisha army's martial artists below the 4th grade have been nearly exterminated, and the high-grade martial artists have fled the capital. Rumor has it that 2 7th grade Undying Realm martial artists have been slain. The Undying Realm martial artists, possessing an inherent vitality, could regenerate even from severed limbs. It was said that at this level, they birthed a substance within their bodies that rendered them nearly indestructible. However, even such powerful beings had perished, and perhaps even more than 2. This underscored the ferocity of the battle. Lord Su, is this the corpse of Mo Yunfei, the young master of the Haisha army? Lin Xiong inquired, glancing curiously at the body being carried back by the trio. His eyes widened in shock and delight as he exclaimed. Su Chang'an nodded indifferently, affirming, yes. The young master of the Haisha army has indeed been vanquished. Ha ha ha, my lord is mighty. Achieving great merit once more. The Haisha army's audacity necessitated the sacrifice of their young master to stabilize the hearts of the people. The surrounding crowd was invigorated, and even the personnel from the Royal City Division and the Ministry of Justice took notice. Soon, the news that Princess Anping led Su Chang'an and Murong Chiyun in the pursuit and slaying of the young master of the Haisha army spread like wildfire, drawing cheers and accolades from the masses. The common folk, unfamiliar with the intricacies of martial prowess, felt little remorse for the death of numerous martial experts. However, knowing that the young master of the Haisha army held a status comparable to that of a prince, the news of his demise was met with great enthusiasm. Su Chang'an's name once again became widely recognized. Upon returning to the Divine Martial Guards, Su Chang'an gained access to more information and finally understood the reason behind the emperor's fury. The current emperor had cultivated the dragon's sovereignty, his strength unfathomable, yet he could not afford to act lightly. The dragon's sovereignty, unlike martial energy, diminished with each use. Every exertion reduced its essence, ultimately affecting the emperor's lifespan. The Haisha army had gotten wind of this, knowing that Emperor Chu was concocting a pill that could enable him to ascend to the 8th grade. Once the pill was completed, his power would surge, and his lifespan would extend. This prompted them to go to great lengths to disrupt him at such a critical moment. From the emperor's final reaction, it appeared that the Haisha army's plan had succeeded. As for who leaked this information, it was undoubtedly the Crown Prince. In the Crown Prince's residence, he exclaimed with delight, "Ha ha, splendid. My father has finally been compelled to act." His laughter was filled with madness and coldness, devoid of emotional restraint. Beside him stood a figure cloaked in black, wearing a grim reaper mask, quietly like a shadow. Once the Crown Prince's laughter faded, the figure spoke leisurely, his voice icy and echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The Emperor's pill has been destroyed, decades of effort reduced to ashes. With his wrath, he shall likely have but 30 years left to live. Your ascension to the throne is within reach. 30 years. Too slow. Far too slow." The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with rage. "That old fool has ruled for over 400 years. I cannot wait a moment longer. Rest assured, whether it be the 6 departments, the Royal City Division, or the Divine Martial Guards, we have direct or indirect control over numerous individuals. Coupled with the many experts from our Yama Hall, should we find another opportunity to force Emperor Chu's hand, his demise is inevitable." The figure in the grim reaper mask spoke ominously. "Humph, that old fool dares to dream of immortality? Immortality belongs to me. I am the true sovereign of eternal life." The Crown Prince's eyes gleamed with fervor, his aura resonating with the essence of the dragon, revealing that he too had cultivated the dragon's sovereignty. The masked figure revealed yet another piece of information. "By the way, Mo Yunfei has perished, slain by Luo Shuixian and Su Chang'an." "What a foolish waste." The Crown Prince scoffed coldly, his recent endeavors yielding little success. "He has thwarted many of my plans. I offered my own sister to him, and he could not even seize that opportunity. I revealed the location of the Earth Heart Purple Fire to him, and he still failed to grasp it. His continued existence is merely a waste of air. Mo Yunfei holds little significance, yet Su Chang'an has repeatedly thwarted major endeavors, causing even the esteemed Minister of Works to fall from grace due to his interference. It is imperative that he be eliminated, as suggested with murderous intent by the masked figure." The Crown Prince nodded in agreement, coldly stating, "That is only natural. Proceed with your arrangements." In the innermost sanctum of the Chu Imperial Palace stands a colossal stone platform known as Chang'an Tai. This place is designated as a forbidden zone, heavily guarded, serving as the realm where the Chu Emperor concocts elixirs in pursuit of immortality. The outside world remains oblivious to the true extent of the carnage within. The stone platform is stained with blood, severed fingers, and scattered flesh, surrounded by a pervasive crimson hue. The Chu Emperor, draped in a black and gold dragon robe with his hair cascading untamed, exudes an air of wild abandon. Yet beneath this disheveled exterior lies a pair of eyes, cold and star-like. Their whites tinged with a chilling gray and pupils as dark as ink, resembling a toxic abyss. His sharply defined nose and imposing brows convey a sense of authority and dominance. He dismissed all attendants, leaving himself alone in this blood-soaked realm. Unbeknownst to anyone, the fury that once graced his features had vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. His so-called anger was merely a facade. From within Chang'an Tai emerged an elderly man clad in a black alchemical robe, who bowed with a smile, reporting, "In this battle, 3 7th-tier warriors and 8 6th-tier warriors have perished, along with countless others and over 10,000 commoners. The elixir of life is nearly complete. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for the prospect of immortality is indeed promising." With a chilling laugh, the Chu Emperor remarked, "Ah, my foolish son, your efforts remain too feeble. The death toll is still too low." His smile was devoid of warmth, radiating a menacing aura that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Should a master architect meticulously study Chang'an Tai and the layout of the capital, they would discover that the blood of the deceased seeped through the surface and flowed into the sewers, ultimately converging at this very platform. Surrounding Chang'an Tai, the walls stained with blood and flesh were visibly absorbing the remnants at an alarming rate. Within the barracks of the Divine Martial Guard, numerous vacant residences awaited future commanders. In one secluded and tranquil dwelling, Wei Chunggong stepped inside and courteously clasped his hands before the closed door, saying, "I extend my gratitude to Yi Qianhu for his timely assistance in quelling the chaos in the capital. Let this be a one-time occurrence." Inside, a melodious yet languid female voice responded. Wei Chunggong sighed, expressing, "Yi Qianhu, I must depart the capital for a time. I fear this place will still require your attention." "Absolutely not. Was it not agreed that I would merely lend my name?" The woman's voice grew urgent, adamantly refusing. As Wei Chunggong opened his mouth to respond, blood flowed from his lips. "You are injured?" The woman gasped, astonished, then exclaimed, "Is this the aura of the true dragon?" "Insanity. His final strike encompassed you as well. It is no wonder you wish to leave the capital." Understanding her vulnerability, Wei Chunggong continued to persuade her. "Yi Qianhu, November 15th approaches. If you are willing to take charge, you could lead a team to participate in the Arms Appreciation Conference. The Divine Martial Guard boasts an exceptional candidate this time. You could fully execute that plan." "An exceptional candidate? The one who has grasped the essence of blade energy?" The woman fell silent for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Very well. I shall agree. But should the Divine Martial Guard descend into chaos under my command, do not blame me." Chapter 78. Your Highness the Princess, is it too much to ask for a bit of hardship compensation? Everything in the capital gradually resumed its normal course. Apart from the many suffering citizens in the streets and the houses adorned with white mourning silks, little had changed from the past. A week later, the white silks were gradually taken down, and the sounds of weeping diminished. Time, indifferent, simply smoothed over the past. In the Shenwu Wei, at the Anjuan Hall, Su Chang'an, as always, sought out Xiao Wei to settle his merits. He had earned ding-level merits for guarding the Wenchang Pavilion, single-handedly defeating 2 4th-grade warriors, jointly slaying 3 4th-grade warriors, and also eliminating the young master of the Haishao army, Mo Yunfei. Xiao Wei meticulously calculated, fearing that Su Chang'an might be shortchanged, and concluded, "In total, there are 4 Si-level merits and 5 ding-level merits. Brother Su, you are truly becoming more formidable." Although Mo Yunfei was not particularly strong, his worth was considerable, with merits equivalent to those of a 4th-grade dual-attribute warrior, granting Su Chang'an a substantial gain. In truth, if he were to recover the Earth Heart Purple Fire, it would certainly qualify as B-level merit. Yet in comparison to the intrinsic value of the Earth Heart Purple Fire itself, B-level merit seems trivial. Su Chang'an smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, help me choose a set of fist techniques and knife techniques, and assist me in exchanging for an ink knife. I wish to convert the remaining merits into these medicinal materials." Although the knife cultivation technique possesses formidable power, it requires time for nurturing. Thus, Su Chang'an needed a complementary killing move. The ink knife, while not particularly durable, is better than having none at all. The advanced knife technique, Finchen Yudaizan, is a high-quality Xian-level martial skill, consisting of a single move, focusing on intent rather than form. During cultivation, Brother Su can attempt to employ the nurturing method of the knife cultivation technique, extending his true qi into the meridians of the knife, mimicking the unity of man and sword, which should yield remarkable effects. As for the fist technique, I recommend the mid-quality Xian-level martial skill, Xianjin Longzhao Shou, which embodies the transformations of the metal attribute, refining the 5 fingers into Xianjin. Beneficial for your comprehension of the metal attribute, Brother Su. Without needing to ponder excessively, Xiao Wei spoke these words fluently. "All right, I have taken note." Su Chang'an promptly made his decision. Having a martial arts strategist was indeed convenient. Subsequently, Xiao Wei prepared the ink knife and medicinal materials, handing them to Su Chang'an. She opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. What is it? Su Chang'an had long noticed the girl seemed troubled, lacking her usual vivacity. Xiao Wei sighed. Brother Su, I am about to leave. Where to? Su Chang'an was taken aback. Xiao Wei replied, Yao Wanggu. Su Chang'an understood, surmising that her trip to Yao Wanggu was likely related to treating her physique. Parting is for the sake of a better reunion. Do not be sad. If I have the opportunity, I will come to find you. Xiao Wei's face brightened in a smile. Brother Su, you truly are a renowned talent. I enjoy conversing with you simply because your words are pleasant to hear. When do you plan to leave? Su Chang'an inquired. Xiao Wei replied, In 5 days, why do you ask? Su Chang'an smiled. I will come to see you off and prepare a gift for you. Really? I am looking forward to it. Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled like stars. Upon exiting the Anjuan Hall, Su Chang'an immediately proceeded to the Wujij, seeking out Finshan Yudaizhen and Xianjin Longzhaoshou. Upon returning home, he did not rush to practice but sat quietly. Cultivating martial arts also requires reasonable planning. One cannot be hasty. He closed his eyes slightly, reflecting on his own strength to gain self-awareness. He had mastered 3 types of techniques. Jin Shinju, a body-refining method, reached the 3rd layer. Ming Shinju, a method for cultivating spiritual consciousness, also at the 3rd layer. And Hundun Duotian Gong, a technique for cultivating true qi. He had 2 fist techniques, the low-quality Huang level Dali Quan and the high-quality Huang level Dali Jinggang Quan, both fully mastered. His knife techniques included 3, Yang Dao Ju, the high-quality Huang level Kiju Daifa, and the low-quality Xian level Huayan Dao, all fully mastered. In addition, he possessed the pure Yang Wujidi, the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Knife Qi, and the Earth Heart Purple Fire at his side. Undoubtedly, fire and knife Qi constituted his strongest attacks. With limited short-term enhancement, while his defensive capabilities lagged somewhat, he resolved to focus primarily on the cultivation of Jinshinju. Once he broke through to the 4th layer, Su Chang'an speculated that even if he were to face Mo San in single combat, he would prevail. Setting his cultivation goals, Su Chang'an immediately began to prepare. All the materials required for the Yingji Dan were gathered. 2 demon cores came from the Zitong Tree Demon and the Demon Ape, while the medicinal materials were freshly exchanged from the Shenwu Wei. Su Chang'an summoned 2 strong men to stand guard and began the alchemical process. As he raised his hand, the Earth Heart Purple Fire surged forth, evenly distributed around the alchemical furnace. With 3 layers of Mingshan Ju, his spiritual consciousness far surpassed others of the same tier. Combined with his refined fire control, alchemy became a matter of ease. In the blink of an eye, 1 hour had passed. The first batch of Yingji Dan was successfully refined. 3 pills per batch. Su Chang'an was quite satisfied with this yield. Theoretically, 1 set of medicinal materials could produce 5 pills, but due to inevitable losses during the process, the yield was hard to guarantee at 5, especially as the quality of the pills increased. The yield could be minimal or even yield nothing. Su Chang'an's yield was already enviable among other alchemists. After resting for a while, he pressed on to continue refining. The second batch took even less time than the first, achieving an impressive yield of 4 pills. After refining the pills, Su Chang'an rewarded each of the 2 strong guards with a qi-boosting pill, sending them on their way with gratitude. Subsequently, Su Chang'an swallowed a Yingji Dan and began to cultivate Jinshinju. His body transformed into a bright copper color. And as the Yingji Dan began to take effect, his skin started to turn silver. From the outside, Su Chang'an's skin color oscillated between copper and silver, an extraordinary sight. Time flew by swiftly during his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours passed before he successfully refined the first Yingji Dan, and he felt a significant enhancement in his physical body. He opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. Beside him stood a graceful figure draped in white. Luo Shuixian gazed at Su Chang'an with a complex expression, unable to suppress her admiration. Your body refining technique is indeed remarkable. Once you break through, it is likely that even 4th-grade warriors would find it difficult to harm you. The more time she spent with Su Chang'an, the more she felt that this man was profoundly unfathomable. The notion that engaging in such activities can enhance one's prowess is already absurd. However, the abilities possessed by this man transcend mere physicality. His innate talent is nothing short of extraordinary, and his perception is remarkably acute. The cultivation techniques he employs are unparalleled, akin to an expansive ocean, mysterious and profoundly intricate. Even though Luo Shuixian prides herself on being a paragon of excellence, she cannot help but concede that Su Chang'an possesses greater potential than herself. With a hint of sarcasm, Su Chang'an remarked, "When did His Royal Highness become so courteous? It is rare that you have not resorted to forceful means tonight." Luo Shuixian shot him an exasperated glance, feigning calm as she coldly retorted, "Your strength is beyond my capacity to suppress in the short term. Our confrontation would inevitably cause a significant commotion, attracting others. Therefore, I can agree to not binding you, allowing for a harmonious exchange of spiritual energy." A sense of delight surged within Su Chang'an. The princess who once held dominion over him has finally relented. Yet, he resolutely shook his head, stating, "I cannot acquiesce. You have consistently forced your will upon me, leaving me with a profound psychological scar. I cannot engage in a shared exchange of spiritual energy with you. How dare you take advantage and then feign innocence?" Luo Shuixian, infuriated, felt her cheeks flush as her breath quickened. As a proud princess, a goddess in the hearts of many, it was already absurd for her to seek out Su Chang'an, yet his indifference was exasperating. How could he reject such an offering? "Are you even a man?" she scoffed, employing a strategy to provoke him. However, her tactics bore no fruit with Su Chang'an. He remained composed, responding, "Your Highness should be more aware than anyone else regarding my masculinity." Gritting her teeth, Luo Shuixian lifted her chin defiantly and demanded, "What is it that you truly desire? I warn you, should you push me further, I might genuinely leave, and you shall never have the chance again." What a grand threat. Su Chang'an chuckled inwardly, though he dared not overstep boundaries. Adopting a serious tone, he remarked, "Your Highness, the exchange of spiritual energy incurs significant costs to me. It is laborious and exhausting. Is it unreasonable for me to request a token of compensation for my efforts?" Chapter 79. The Princess in Line. I seek your assistance in cultivation. You still expect this princess to pay? Luo Shuixian was taken aback, feeling both embarrassment and anger. Discussing money is so mundane. What I desire is the Wuxing Tiangang Bian. Su Chang'an finally articulated his true intention. This secret technique, capable of amplifying one's strength in a short period, was crucial, a veritable life-saving skill. Ever since he witnessed Luo Shuixian wielding it, he had been yearning to cultivate it himself. So this is your true motive. Luo Shuixian snorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at Su Chang'an, clearly displeased. Her own spiritual energy already bore his essence, and now he expected her to offer a secret technique? Such a beautiful arrangement seemed too good to be true. Did he genuinely believe she coveted the mingling of their energies? Very well, take it then. With a wave of her hand, Luo Shuixian forcefully thrust the Wuxing Tiangang Bian into Su Chang'an's embrace. He accepted it with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Princess. Let us proceed indoors, and allow me to serve you diligently." Luo Shuixian's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a tinge of shyness as this was their first harmonious cultivation session, requiring them to be face-to-face, palms against palms, an experience she lacked. Creak. The two entered the room and closed the door behind them. Outside, a striking figure in red blinked her large eyes, reveling in the spectacle, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Internally, she mused, "Little Xianxian, who would have thought you would come to plead for assistance?" Then, she slightly turned her head, her gaze shifting to a corner of the courtyard wall, where a glimmer of light flashed. There, hidden away, was a figure that seemed to meld seamlessly with the shadows, an expert in the art of concealment. His eyes widened, his mind buzzing in disbelief at the shocking scene unfolding before him. He had been sent to assassinate Su Chang'an, never expecting to witness such an extraordinary spectacle. The esteemed Princess Anping herself had come seeking a convergence of spiritual energy and was even willing to pay for it. What remarkable qualities must this man possess to invoke such a response from the proud princess? This revelation was too explosive. His gaze flickered as he approached the door, preparing to investigate further. "Hey, you know the rules about inappropriate viewing, right?" A voice like thunder suddenly boomed in his ears, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. He attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by a terrifying aura, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Hua young princess? Upon recognizing the red figure, the assassin's pupils constricted in shock and fear. Peak 4th rank Wuxing realm. She was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Wuxing realm, fully realized in all 5 elemental attributes. Huayang Princess had always presented herself as a fourth rank with 3 attributes, yet she had indeed achieved perfection in the wuxing. He stammered, I do not know what brings Huayang Princess here. I am merely waiting in line, Huayang replied with a seductive smile. Waiting? In line? Once little Xianxian is done, it will be my turn. This. The assassin's mind nearly exploded. His worldview was shattered. This was sensational. How could Su Chang'an possess such allure that 2 princesses were vying for his attention? In that instant, the assassin's mental fortitude crumbled. Swoosh! A flash of a sword, and the blade pierced through his chest, a surge of domineering energy extinguishing his life force in an instant. The assassin could not even utter a sound before departing this world. Huayang Princess withdrew her sword, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I did not disturb little Xianxian and her companion. Being interrupted during such activities would be quite distressing, wouldn't it? Earlier, she had silenced the commotion with her aura, but had the assassin chosen to resist, it would surely have alerted Su Chang'an and Luo Shuixian. Fortunately, this individual was mentally unstable, allowing for a swift resolution. Next, she peered through the crack of the door with practiced ease. An hour later, Luo Shuixian, unable to meet Su Chang'an's gaze, hurriedly dressed and departed. Su Chang'an, on the other hand, felt as if he had savored ice treats on a sweltering June day, exhilaration washing over him from head to toe. The frustrations of earlier vanished, replaced by a surge of conquest, invigorating his spirit. So, Princess Omping possesses a tender side after all. I, Su Chang'an, have risen. From this day forth, no woman shall impose her will upon me. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red ribbon-like entity shot through the door like a serpent. Su Chang'an's heart raced. Why does this technique seem so familiar? Alas, I am no longer the person I once was. He coldly chuckled within, swiftly reaching for the ink blade resting beside his bed. Yet, another red ribbon shot forth. Even faster than the first, snatching the ink blade and dragging it out of reach, leaving Su Chang'an grasping at air. Then, an overwhelmingly potent aura surged forth like a flood, pressing down upon Su Chang'an's shoulders like a mountain. Break free! Su Chang'an shouted fiercely, unleashing his full strength. His body shimmered a brilliant bronze, his consciousness and aura merging as he struggled to resist the oppressive force. Yet, even with all his efforts, he found it difficult to breathe, nearly immobilized. The pressure from his opponent exceeded even that of Mo San, and was only slightly weaker than the formidable Captain Xiao of the Shan army. What kind of figure is this, coming to trouble me? Su Chang'an realized he could not afford to remain passive. He lunged forward, his body shooting in a specific direction, employing the Qianying Tafu technique. With the divine martial eye, he had already discerned his opponent's position. He unleashed a powerful punch, igniting fiery energy that obscured a vast area of vision. Then, Su Chang'an stepped into the void, his figure becoming elusive as he decisively turned to flee beyond the courtyard walls. He was not foolish enough to confront such a master directly. Feigning a retreat was the wisest course of action. However, in the next moment, he was left astounded. The figure that had just been in the courtyard suddenly appeared directly in front of him, as if teleporting. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless red ribbons shot forth from her back, binding Su Chang'an tightly, leaving only his head exposed. Little Langjun, you are quite clever. You nearly escaped. The figure gracefully floated before Su Chang'an, extending her delicate jade-like hand to lift his chin while smiling. Su Chang'an inhaled sharply, not from fear, but due to the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him. She wore a flowing red gown, her enchanting peach blossom eyes complemented by a subtle vermilion plum blossom mark on her forehead. Her fiery red lips curled into a captivating smile that could ensnare one's soul. Gazing at her visage from such proximity, any man would undoubtedly gasp in awe, his heart racing. With a friendly smile, Su Chang'an timidly remarked, I am uncertain as to why the beautiful lady seeks me. I am more than willing to assist in any way. You just slept with my sister. What do you think I am here for? Princess Huayang teased, her expression mischievous as her delicate hands roamed over him, causing Su Chang'an's heart to flutter uncontrollably. Sister? Could you possibly be Princess Huayang? Su Chang'an was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the illustrious name of Princess Huayang. The 2 princesses of Dechu were both paragons of martial prowess. Although Princess Huayang seldom made appearances, her reputation eclipsed that of Luo Shuixian, for she was infinitely more enchanting. Each time she emerged, she created a tremendous stir, leaving countless men infatuated and entranced. Moreover, many believed her talent surpassed that of Luo Shuixian, as rumors often circulated that Huaiyang had indeed outperformed Anping. It was proven that Princess Huaiyang was indeed far superior to Princess Anping. Meanwhile, the Xunnu Lu trembled in response. Luo Qingxian, a maiden of pure virtue, at the 4th rank of the 5 Qi realm, possessed exceptional martial aptitude, extraordinary beauty, and an inherent allure, receiving a comprehensive assessment of calamity-level beauty, worthy of inclusion. Indeed, that is me, Luo Qingxian nodded, her voice gentle and melodious as she inquired, "Young sir, whom do you find more beautiful, my sister or me? Your beauties are each remarkable in their own right. Your sister is as gentle as a water lily, elegant and aloof, to be admired from afar, while you are as fiery as a rose, exuding charm in every movement, enticing others to succumb." Su Chang'an, having had numerous romantic entanglements in his past life, effortlessly navigated such inquiries. As expected, Luo Qingxian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Young sir, you truly are a gifted scholar. Even your flattery flows seamlessly. It is delightful to hear. May I inquire how Princess might be inclined to let me off the hook?" Su Chang'an asked anxiously. Engaging in relations with a princess was an undeniable royal scandal, a capital offense, and most critically, he was no match for Luo Qingxian. He could only hope for her mercy. Luo Qingxian's alluring gaze met Su Chang'an's as she calmly stated, "It is simple. I require your assistance in my cultivation." Chapter 80. The True Martial Celestial Eye, the 5th grade human flower. Assisting her cultivation? Could it be? Su Chang'an's heart raced with excitement as he tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, do you mean to say that you wish to merge our true energies?" "Indeed," Luo Qingxian replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her gaze laced with a hint of menace. "However, my dear sister cannot allow you to benefit without consequence. If you fail to help me break through to the 5th grade, I shall have no choice but to render you incapable." Su Chang'an was rendered speechless. "Your Highness, that seems a tad unreasonable. If one attempt is insufficient, then we shall simply endeavor more times." "Haha, I care not. Regardless, young lord, you must strive earnestly and not let me down." Luo Qingxian giggled, waving her hand. A red silk ribbon fluttered, obscuring Su Chang'an's vision once more. Su Chang'an nearly cursed. "I truly cannot believe this. I have only just regained my manhood." Observing the immobilized Su Chang'an, Luo Qingxian's cheeks flushed slightly as she settled cross-legged beside him. The true energy circulated, merging into his body, and together they cultivated their true energies through the unique properties of the pure Yang Wuji body. An hour and a half later, the Divine Maiden record turned another page, revealing an enchanting woman. Successfully recorded was the alluring Luo Qingxian, evaluated at the level of a calamity to nations. Reward, True Martial Celestial Eye. Another ocular ability? Su Chang'an paused, hastily reading the description. True Martial Celestial Eye. See through the operational trajectories of true energy techniques, discern their essence and structure, pierce through illusions, remain unperturbed by mirages, and identify the foundations of formations and restrictions. This eye is remarkable. Buying Xue was rated as above average. Rewarded with the Martial Dao Celestial Eye. In contrast, Luo Qingxian, rated as a calamity to nations, was evidently bestowed with the True Martial Celestial Eye, which surpassed the Martial Dao Celestial Eye. The Martial Dao Celestial Eye enhances perception, allowing one to see through an opponent's movements and forms, unveiling the essence and flaws within martial techniques, thereby accelerating the mastery of those techniques. Conversely, the True Martial Celestial Eye penetrates to the very essence. The True Martial Celestial Eye transcends mere actions, seeing through the elusive true energy directly to its core. With the Martial Dao Celestial Eye revealing movements and the True Martial Celestial Eye unveiling the flow of true energy, could it be that I can instantaneously learn my opponent's martial techniques? Su Chang'an felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes, an indescribable comfort, as if his very essence was being elevated. The Divine Maiden record responded once more, displaying a line of text. The Martial Dao Celestial Eye and the True Martial Celestial Eye have fused, advancing into the True Martial Celestial Eye. Upon processing this newfound information, Su Chang'an discovered he was still bound. Luo Qingxian sat cross-legged on the bed, motionless, seemingly gathering her strength. Could it be that she's truly on the verge of breaking through? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming aura began to rise beside him. accompanied by a thunderous roar, reminiscent of colossal waves crashing against a stone gate, threatening to shatter it. The 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth manifested simultaneously, swirling around Luo Shuixian. Moments later, a large, 3-petaled floral illusion appeared above her head. The so-called 3 flowers, human flower, earth flower, and heavenly flower, were encapsulated within. Luo Shuixian was currently coalescing the human flower, an achievement requiring an ultimate understanding of the power of the 5 elements. Once the human flower is formed, the elemental forces within her would harmonize, creating a realm of her own, from which numerous phenomena could emerge. For instance, wood could transform into wind and thunder, water into ice, and the combination of earth and fire could yield magma. Her strength and capabilities would undoubtedly far exceed that of the 4th grade. Buzz. From the void, the rhythm of the heavens and earth reverberated, an enigmatic aura enveloping Luo Shuixian. The elemental forces surrounding her appeared as 5 mighty rivers, continuously flowing into the 3 flowers above her. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, reaching for the heavens, rendering her ethereal and untouchable. As time passed, the once faint illusion of the 3 flowers began to shimmer, the rightmost petal radiating with brilliance, the elemental forces transforming into 5 vibrant colors, illuminating the petal like a dazzling neon light. Once the entire petal was filled, Luo Shuixian's aura surged to its zenith. She suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with the transformations of the 5 elements, at times crackling with lightning, at times engulfed in stormy rains, and at times freezing vast expanses. As the phenomena faded, a radiant smile graced Luo Shuixian's lips as she planted a kiss on Su Chang'an's lips, saying, "Young lord, you are truly remarkable. I shall visit you again. Remember, our secret must remain between us, especially from Xiaoxianxian." With that, she waved her hand, and her long skirt gracefully enveloped her, rising effortlessly as she took flight. The red silk ribbon entwined around Su Chang'an also detached and soared away. Su Chang'an lay on the bed, motionless, his thoughts swirling, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Good news. The Divine Maiden record has recorded another goddess. Bad news. I have been suppressed once more. Luo Shuixian, you shall pay for this. At the Amping Princess Mansion, Luo Shuixian rushed to share her joy with Luo Shuixian. Xiaoxianxian, I have wonderful news. My strength has broken through. Humph, and what of it? I am not so easily trifled with now. Luo Shuixian retorted coldly, having comprehended a second elemental attribute, her confidence soaring. In no time, the 2 women were engaged in a fierce confrontation, and within mere breaths, Luo Shuixian was suppressed. Tisk, 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 sister. You still have much to practice. At this rate, you won't even be able to catch my shadow. Luo Shuixian teased before departing with glee. Luo Shuixian's face turned solemn, and she silently made her way to Su Chang'an's home. Su Chang'an had already risen from the bed, seated at his table, immersed in writing. With an increase in the fish population in the pond, there were now more tasks at hand. Xiao Wei was soon to depart, and he planned to write several books overnight for her to take to Yaowang Valley for amusement. Furthermore, he needed to respond to a letter from the Prime Minister's daughter, Gu Jinshu. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Luo Shuixian standing at the threshold, biting her lip, her face pale, and her eyes unfocused, bearing the appearance of someone who had suffered a significant blow. Concerned, Su Chang'an immediately asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Without a word, Luo Shuixian took tentative steps towards him. Su Chang'an's pupils dilated in surprise. What an extraordinary situation this is. You 2 sisters are nothing short of devils. The following day, Su Chang'an stepped out with unsteady steps, bewildered by the events of the previous night. He could not fathom what had provoked Luo Shuixian, as the relentless exchange of true energy had left him exhausted. Even if I were to attain the pure Yang Wuji body in the future, it would still be overwhelming. Thus, I must diligently cultivate the Jin Shinju. With lingering trepidation, Su Chang'an pondered. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, as if sensing something, and glanced towards the lifeless body carelessly discarded at the foot of the wall. He hastily approached to investigate. The individual possessed a 4th grade, 3 attribute strength, donned a black Wuchang mask, and wore a knight's suit, clearly a skilled assassin. The cause of death was a sword piercing through the chest, followed by a ruthless surge of true energy obliterating the remnants of life, resulting in instant demise. Su Chang'an closed his eyes, replaying the events in his mind, gradually piecing together the circumstances. This person had been sent to assassinate me, adept at concealment, having eluded detection by both me and Luo Shuixian. Fortunately, Princess Huaiyang had been lurking nearby and intervened to eliminate him. How fortunate indeed. To send such a formidable assassin after me speaks volumes of the regard they hold for me. Who could it be? Perhaps the Crown Prince? Among my adversaries, few are capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme and engaging such killers. Aside from the Heisha army, only the Crown Prince remains. The Heisha army had recently executed a significant operation, making it implausible for them to act against me again. Thus the Crown Prince seems to be the likely suspect. After all, I have accrued considerable enmity with him, having even vanquished the Minister of Works, effectively crippling him. The Crown Prince is cunning, decisive, and ruthless. Having failed this assassination attempt, he is likely to pursue further actions. The urgency to enhance my strength grew even more pronounced in Su Chang'an's heart. In order to lower the Crown Prince's guard and adopt a guise of vulnerability, Su Chang'an publicly proclaimed that he had been attacked and severely injured, requiring seclusion for recovery. Chapter 81. Playing into the hands of the executioner. In the following days, Su Chang'an took a leave of absence due to his injuries, remaining secluded within his quarters. Soon, rumors began to circulate outside, claiming that the illustrious general of the Divine Martial Guards, Su Chang'an, had been injured in an assassination attempt. Subsequently, whispers arose suggesting that his injury was a result of revenge from the Heisha army, following the death of their young master, Mo Yunfei. At Su Chang'an's hands, it was evident that these rumors were orchestrated by the Crown Prince, aimed at distancing himself from the incident. Bai Yingxue sent her maid, Xiao Tao, to visit him. It was said that Bai Yingxue wept inconsolably, unable to sleep through the nights, consumed by worry. Letters from Gu Jinshu arrived one after another, each one infused with longing and concern, with tear stains evident upon the parchment, revealing her distress. Xiao Wei came to deliver medicinal herbs, and even Tang Nua sent healing pills, despite being unable to leave her master's side due to a critical juncture in her training. Feeling a deep sense of guilt towards these cherished companions, Su Chang'an chose to maintain the facade and refrained from revealing the truth, instead offering comforting words in his replies. Only Murong Qiyun, Luo Shuixian, and Luo Qingxian were privy to the actual circumstances. Murong Qiyun had come to assist Su Chang'an in his recovery through joint cultivation, thus uncovering the reality. Meanwhile, Luo Shuixian and Luo Qingxian had been aware from the beginning and had an inkling of Su Chang'an's intentions. During his recuperation, Su Chang'an's strength steadily improved. Aside from practicing with the Luo sisters at night, he occasionally trained with Murong Qiyun during the day and diligently continued his cultivation of the golden body technique. Over the span of 4 days, he had refined 4 silver skin pills, and although he had yet to break through to the 4th layer of the golden body technique, his strength had notably increased, and his physical defenses had significantly bolstered. On the day Xiao Wei was set to depart for Yawang Valley, Su Chang'an re-emerged into the public eye. He appeared pale and somewhat unsteady on his feet, giving the impression of fatigue. Su Ge, how do you feel? Have you been taking your medicine? Xiao Wei's eyes immediately glistened with tears, her concern for Su Chang'an pushing her to the brink of tears. Su Chang'an smiled reassuringly. Fear not, I am quite well, much improved. Xiao Wei swiftly turned to her father, Wei Qinggong, exclaiming, Father, please take a look. Wei Qinggong immediately grasped Su Chang'an's hand, channeling his true energy into him, only for his expression to turn peculiar. Goodness! This lad isn't injured at all. He's practically bursting with health. As a seasoned individual, he suspected Su Chang'an had ulterior motives for his charade, but chose not to expose him, merely casting a stern glare at Su Chang'an. You've made my daughter worry for nothing all these days. You ought to be ashamed. Father? Your father? Su Chang'an stared in bewilderment at Wei Qinggong and Xiao Wei, taking a moment to regain his composure. Yes, my father's background is rather special, with many enemies. Hence he allowed me to take my mother's surname for protection. Xiao Wei nodded thoughtfully before fixing her gaze on Wei Qinggong. What is the condition of Su Ge? Feigning concern, Wei Qinggong furrowed his brow. His injuries are severe. He requires further rest. Whoa, Su Ge, you must take good care of yourself and remember to take your medicine. Xiao Wei burst into tears, incessantly urging Su Chang'an. This scene tugged painfully at Wei Qinggong's heart, wishing he could reveal the truth to ease his daughter's distress. Dear child, that scoundrel's injuries are fabricated. I am the one truly injured. Do not cry, do not cry. These injuries are not beyond recovery. Su Chang'an quickly wiped away Xiao Wei's tears and presented her with a carefully prepared gift. Here, a little something for you. A storybook? So many. Xiao Wei gasped in disbelief, her hands covering her mouth in shock and delight. Su Chang'an chuckled, all penned by my good friend, Yiming. I guarantee you will adore it. Yes, I love this gift. I truly love it. Xiao Wei clutched the storybook tightly to her chest, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Chang'an, nodding eagerly. Astute as she was, she had already surmised that Su Chang'an was the author himself. At last, under Wei Qinggong's urging, Xiao Wei reluctantly bid farewell to Su Chang'an and climbed into her carriage. Su Chang'an, after I leave, the position will be temporarily filled by Yi Hongyue. I have already informed her of your participation in the upcoming Shinbing Gus reward event in a month. This event holds great significance, so remember to perform well. Wei Qinggong left these words behind as he departed. Shinbing Gu? The reward event? Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. He had originally intended to visit Shinbing Gu in search of a fine blade, unaware that the Divine Martial Guards would be organizing a group to attend. It must be of considerable importance for Wei Qinggong to mention it specifically. What made this reward event so extraordinary? He was also curious about the new commander. As he prepared to turn and head home, he suddenly felt a malevolent aura lock onto him. The protagonist continues to feign a return home for recuperation while meticulously polishing the ink knife, adjusting his mental state. On the day of execution, a bitter struggle is inevitable. This new ink knife has yet to taste blood. The following day, at noon, the path leading to Zika Keishikao was teeming with people. Prison carts departed from the dungeons and arrived here, carrying the male relatives of the former Minister of Works, while the female relatives had already been sent to the Jiaofeng Sea. The common folk rose early, eager for the spectacle, seeking to vent their frustrations. The Minister of Works acted with utmost caution, leaving no incriminating evidence. However, he sheltered his son and kin, who acted wantonly, oppressing both men and women. Naturally, the populace sought retribution. Along the route, rotten vegetable leaves, foul eggs, and even excrement were hurled at them with wild abandon. After the public humiliation, they were finally brought to the execution grounds. Shizu Kaishiku, situated in the outer city, served as the marketplace for the lower class, rarely frequented by the affluent. This place was a chaotic mix of life.